Chapter 72. 3 days later. Inside the Huaduoduo community. Under the sorrowful gaze of Ague and the others, Ali, the marksman who had single-handedly eliminated 17 zombies from his rooftop firing position 3 days earlier while guarding the Huaduoduo community, breathed his last due to a worsening infection from his wound. Mao, who had carried him to the rooftop 3 days earlier, now looked upon Ali's death with a heavy feeling, akin to the loss of a comrade. He sighed deeply and closed Ali's eyes. Everyone, get out of the way. Stay away. In about 20 minutes, Ali will become a zombie. Nighthawk, pistol in hand, motioned for everyone to move back. Ague and the others with missing limbs were horrified. Sister Nighthawk, what are you doing? Nighthawk looked at Ague with a serious expression. It seems you don't know this information. According to the information provided by Brother Arui from the home community, the environment is now full of zombie viruses. Therefore, fish in the water will be infected, and if they bite someone and aren't treated promptly, they're doomed. Similarly, we all have inactive, dead viruses in our bodies. However, once living people like us die, we will also turn into zombies in about 20 minutes. Brothers, I'm not picking on you, but stand back. Otherwise, you'd be at a disadvantage fighting zombies in hand-to-hand combat with your missing limbs. And now that you're so weak, you might not be able to defeat them without weapons. Ague and the others were still skeptical of Nighthawk's words. Nighthawk didn't move any further, simply saying, if you don't believe me, just wait and see. After all, we're all comrades who fought together. I have no reason to lie to you. But everyone, stand back. Although they didn't fully believe it, Ague and the other 3 with missing arms and legs still supported the other 3 with missing legs and walked a little further away to watch. About 20 minutes later. Cough. AAA. Black lines crawled up Ali's neck. The dead Ali opened his lifeless eyes, stretched his hands into the air, and let out a zombie-like growl. Before the zombie-like Ali could rise and attack others, Nighthawk shot him in the head, ending the threat. Ah! Seeing this, everyone screamed. Oh my god, what Sister Nighthawk said is true. Ali really did turn into a zombie after his death. Sister Nighthawk is truly worthy of being the community leader who prioritizes intelligence gathering. Both pieces of information are crucial. Another person, with a missing right hand exclaimed. Just now, she was concerned about us, worried that we wouldn't be able to fight zombies in hand-to-hand combat with our missing arms. That's true. We're so petty. After a few mutilated limb casualties murmured, they stepped forward to apologize to Nighthawk. The eyes of those around him were even more intense. Ying was now at a loss for words. Ever since the community was destroyed, his reputation among his companions had plummeted to rock bottom. Only Mao, Xiaoyu, and Ming Qi, his die-hard followers, still listened to him. However, after the half-crossing interception, rescuing the prisoners, the 100 Corpse War, and the current episode, his prestige had inexplicably risen steadily, both among his former companions and the newly joined short-limb members. That night, Ague, severely weakened by the loss of his hand, received a message from Shinjunksu. Brother Gui. Where are you? We escaped, the community is gone. Ague, scrolling through his phone one-handed, suddenly widened his eyes. Ague's real last name was Gui. After joining the Predator community, Ague nicknamed him Red Ghost, or Ague for short, to sound more formidable. In the community, Ague had a very good relationship with Ajie, and he always treated Ajie's cousin, Shinjunksu, as his own sister. At that moment, Ague's heart was shaken beyond words. The Predator community was gone. Although he was now in the Huaduoduo community thanks to Nighthawk's kindness, he still had that thought in his mind. That even though the Predator community had lost to the combined forces of the home community and Huaduoduo community in a standalone fight, the Predator community should still be stronger than the home community. But just a short time later, the Predator community was gone. What was once the most powerful community shelter in Lingen City was gone. Ignoring the pain from his severed left hand, Ague used a text message from Shinjunksu to learn the full story of the Predator community's fall. Junksu, don't be sad. You guys are following Brother Feng outside now, so remember to take good care of yourselves and don't get left behind. Also, let me know when you're settled. Brother Gui, thank you. By the way, that witch, Nighthawk, didn't abuse you guys, did she? Shinjunksu said nervously. I heard that after you were captured, they had your hands and feet chopped off and forced you to do hard labor. Brother Gui, are you okay? Gui, I don't know who started this rumor. We're all broken up now. We were captured before, but now we've been relocated, okay? We're not feeling well right now, but we're all recuperating. As for hard labor, after soothing Shin Jung-soo with kind words, Ah-gui, remembering Nighthawk's emphasis on intelligence, pushed himself to his feet and found Nighthawk, who was inspecting the defense line. Big sister, I have important information to share. Oh! Nighthawk turned around in slight surprise. What? Such a large community, just gone like that. Nighthawk was horrified after hearing the information. Is the source of this information reliable? Ah-gui nodded. Ah-jia, who died in battle, was my brother. His cousin Shin Jung-soo told me. They're living in dire straits now, wandering around. Nighthawk didn't know how to describe her feelings. Previously, she hated the Marauders with a deep hatred. Ever since the Marauders attacked her community, killing many of her companions, including the remnants of the 023 Goshawk squad, this blood debt filled her with hatred. However, rationally, she remembered what Zhong Lirui had told her. Chin's Changsheng Life Science Group was still using the remaining survivors' community to test their new humanoid biochemical weapons. Now, the fall of the Marauders, once the largest and most powerful community in Ling'an province, truly chilled her heart. After much deliberation, Nighthawk said, this information is extremely important. I talked to Brother Arui. Ah-gui, thank you for the important information. You're welcome. After all, you saved us all. Ah-gui's body slowly collapsed. Ah-gui, you! Nighthawk went forward to check on him, discovering he had a fever. Damn, those new recruits. If this keeps up, we lose a few more. Nighthawk recognized Ah-gui and his men from the last raiders, who attacked his community. Judging by their performance in the previous battle, Tyne and Ah-feng must have used them as elite covert operations personnel. However, these guys were unlucky to fall prey to a fish. Remembering how they had called him Big Sister and provided him with information, Nighthawk truly wanted to save them. Besides, although they were now disabled, they were still quite skilled. Leaving them to die from their injuries wouldn't be a big deal. Nighthawk steeled himself, picked up his phone, and called Zhong Lirui. Oh, I see. I discussed this with Sister Sunyan. She take charge of the medical matters. Rui, I'm so sorry that our community has to trouble you again. I'm truly sorry. Sai, I owe you more and more favors than I know how to repay them. Well, this time, it's not entirely my fault. The information you mentioned about the fall of the plunderer community is crucial. And you're right, Ah-gui and the others were once Tiannan's most elite troops. Saving them would also be valuable. And there's something else. How about treating me to a meal when you have your first potato harvest? Nighthawk smiled. Okay, I definitely treat you to the first potatoes harvested by the Huaduo community, hee. Zhong Lirui hung up the phone and messaged Di Sunyan, asking her to come over. Zhong Lirui paused. He was in the makeshift workshop, holding a self-reflection meeting with Zhao Yingying, Qin Xiaoyao, and Xiaofeng regarding equipment issues, primarily reflecting on why the bombs hadn't detonated successfully during the defensive battle. Yingying, be more careful when making equipment next time. As for the punishment, you be responsible for the workshop's hygiene for the next month. Zhao Yingying was a bit amused. Hadn't she always been responsible for the workshop's hygiene? How could Zhong Lirui call this a punishment? Sir, I left the battle line without permission this time and acted on my own. Please punish me. Xiaofeng then handed Zhong Lirui a cleaning rod used for machine gun maintenance and pressed several points on his armor. Xiaofeng's armor automatically fell off. However, Zhong Lirui, who was about to stop Xiaofeng, found his mouth hanging open. Why was Xiaofeng completely naked under her armor, and how could her figure be so stunning? Zhong Lirui's nose bled. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiaoyao quickly covered Zhong Lirui's eyes and ordered, Xiaofeng, top authority, armor up. Xiaofeng paused for a moment, then immediately followed the order, preparing to put on her armor again. But before Xiaofeng could fully don her armor, Di Sunyan arrived at the workshop with Lu Xiaoya, Gu Anqi, and Ai Shirley. Seeing Xiaofeng, half undressed, Zhao Yingying, stunned by the scene, holding a giant wrench, and Zhong Lirui, whose eyes were covered by Qin Xiaoyao, and whose nose was bleeding, Di Sunyan flew into a rage. Rui! You! What are you and the others doing messing around in the workshop? Aren't you having a self-reflection meeting? Are you reflecting on your equipment? Why did Xiaofeng have to take off her armor? And why did you ask the medical team to come along? What's wrong with you? Zhong Lirui, blindfolded, heard Di Sunyan's voice and lamented, it's over. Sister Sunyan, listen to my explanation. Chapter 73. After 20 minutes of explanation, Di Sunyan finally realized that the farce before her was a complete misunderstanding caused by Xiaofeng's lack of common sense, and she reluctantly let it go. Zhong Lirui then solemnly recounted the story of Nighthawk from the Huaduo community calling him for help. He emphasized the dire situation of the wounded on her side. What? 2 out of 8 died, and another one died of illness today. Di Xinyan clutched Zhong Lirui's collar in disbelief. Didn't I tell you to notify Nighthawk? How could Agui and the others still suffer so many casualties? Sister Xinyan, Nighthawk told me that during the war here, they also encountered a horde of hundreds of zombies. Their community is sparsely populated, and medical facilities are poor. Severed limbs can only be treated with simple bandages. Di Xinyan fell silent. Then, she turned and solemnly addressed the disciples behind her. Girls, Arui and his men just won a battle to defend our community. Now, our battle begins. Everyone, take 60% of the medical supplies, and prepare the highest level 2 medical equipment we can currently equip. Get ready to depart to support our allies in Hua Duo community. After saying this, Di Xinyan turned and addressed Zhong Lirui earnestly. Brother Arui, I'm counting on you. This time, supporting Hua Duo community may require the assistance of all our community members, in addition to the 3 children. Otherwise, not only will the 5 seriously injured be killed, but even those who are currently safe, like Nighthawk, in Hua Duo community, will be in danger in the long run. Brother, do you remember how we handled the zombie corpses after the battle at the chemistry college? This time, after our own community defense battle, we burned the bodies before we finished. The mention of the chemistry college incident jolted Zhong Lirui awake. Why had he forgotten to remind Nighthawk to clean up after the battle? Reflecting, he slapped his head. Because the victory at his community's gate had been decisively secured by a massive explosion, the pressure to clean up afterward wasn't that great, so he ignored it. He forgotten that the people in Huaduo community had neither the awareness nor the manpower to clean up the battlefield like his own. Zhong Lirui and his team weren't as stressed by the post-battle corpse cleanup as Nighthawk's community. The massive explosion they set off had effectively sterilized the ground. Furthermore, the power at the center of the blast was so great that many zombies were shattered or charred, which is why home community was able to clean up so quickly. Immediately, Zhong Lirui grabbed the intercom. Attention all units, emergency, emergency. 15 minutes later, Nighthawk was surprised to find that almost everyone in home community had been dispatched. Mao was completely bewildered. What's going on? Why did Brother Arui bring so many people? This is more than the last time the Iron Man brought. What's going on? Are we going to war again? Zhong Lirui led his men into the Hua Duo community and immediately handed Yi Ying and Mao, who had come to greet them, 2 medical masks they had scavenged from the hospital. Brother Arui, what are you doing? Stop talking. Our other war has begun. Today, our 2 communities must work together again. Otherwise, if we leave it alone for a few days, not only Agui and the others will be dead, but you too. Ah! Nighthawk and Ameo were horrified. Ameo said weakly, my bad mouth. We really are going to have to fight again. After quickly explaining the situation to Nighthawk, she finally realized the seriousness of the situation. She immediately gathered everyone and immediately put on masks. Zhong Lirui and Nighthawk quickly made arrangements. Di Xinyan and the medical team worked tirelessly to treat Agui and the others seriously injured. The rest of the personnel had to clean up the battlefield before sunset and, just like last time, deal with the mountain of corpses and blood that still lay outside the defense line. When Agui and his companions, resting in the classroom, saw Di Xinyan and the female medical staff, wearing level 2 protective gear, all the wounded were both surprised and deeply moved. For it was the first time they had seen medical staff again after months since the apocalypse. Agui, now 40 years old, was filled with emotion. In this apocalyptic age, we can still see such scenes. Boss Tianan's defeat by such a community is not unfair. While Di Xinyan and her disciples were treating Agui and his companions, outside the defense line, Zhong Lirui and Yi Ying, after also taking appropriate protective measures, began the same intensive cleaning and disinfection of the battlefield. The members of the royal guards used the flamethrowers Zhao Ying had hastily crafted, scorching the ground. After several hours of intense work, all the zombie remains were cleared several hundred meters away and gathered downwind of the Hua Duo community. After piling up enough firewood, Zhong Lirui handed a torch to Nighthawk and said, Sister Nighthawk, today I'm sharing a crucial piece of information. From now on, no matter how big or small, we must do this after any battle to defend our community. Sister Xinyan said that if we don't do this today, in a few days, not only will Agui and the others be in danger, but you and the rest of the Huaduo community will be in danger too. Nighthawk's eyes widened in shock. Brother Rui, is it really that terrifying? Zhong Lirui nodded sternly. Sister, I don't know if you remember it from history textbooks. In the Middle Ages, during the Golden Family Empire's westward expedition to Europe, there was the famous Battle of Kaffa. The defenders failed to properly dispose of the dead, leading to the Black Death in the entire city. In the end, most of the people in the city died. This is history, bloody, true history. Western sources record that the Black Death in Europe was linked to the Mongol invasion of the West. The battle mentioned here is the Battle of Kaffa. Kaffa was a port city located southeast of Crimea on the Black Sea. It was easy to defend but difficult to attack. The Mongol army, which had established the Tatar Empire in Central Asia, besieged Kaffa, but was unable to capture it. Their food and supplies were running low. Even more terrifying was the outbreak of the terrifying plague within the Mongol army, which spread rapidly and succumbed to the disease in large numbers. Another rumor claimed that, seeing that the siege of Kaffa was protracted, the Mongol general used slingshots to throw the bodies of his fallen soldiers into the city, leaving it deserted. Those who managed to escape spread the disease across Europe via the Black Sea. However, the exact details of how the Mongols contracted the plague remain unknown. However, the fact remains that after the Battle of Kaffa, the Black Death spread across Europe, marking the darkest period in human history. Under its influence, Europe lost 2/3 of its population. Nighthawk finally understood why Zhongli Rui had suddenly become so alarmed, mobilizing nearly the entire community to support the cause. She sighed deeply, and threw her torch onto the massive pile of pyres. Flame shot up into the sky, illuminating Nighthawk's face with a crimson glow. As she watched the countless zombie remains gradually crumble to ash in the flames, a sense of inexplicable tragedy welled up within her. She knew this wasn't just about clearing the battlefield, it was also about protecting their homeland and preventing a repeat of the tragedy. Meanwhile, at the temporary medical center in the Huaduo community, Disinian and her disciples were busy. They were exhausting every means available to provide the most timely care to the seriously injured. Each of the young, beautiful nurses' faces was stained with sweat, but their eyes were resolute. These girls knew that every life was worth saving, and every effort could potentially change the future. Ying and Zhongli Rui sat by the fire, silently watching the flames dance in the night, their hearts filled with anxiety about the future and memories of the past. They knew that only by becoming stronger could they cope with the more crises and challenges that might arise. As time passed and night fell, the cleanup work finally came to a close. The flames that had soared into the sky in the distance gradually died down, as if heralding the end of the battle. 3 days passed quietly. Agui and the others' conditions had finally stabilized, no longer a cause for concern. Outside the Yiying community, the scene of bloodshed had been cleared, and the tranquility of the past had returned. Chapter 74. In the Huaduo community. That evening, Agui, holding his phone in one hand, quietly texted with Shinjungsu. Shinjungsu, what? Brother Agui, that bomb demon Zhongli Rui who killed half of us sent you a doctor? Agui, yes. You know, I was shocked. I actually had a fever a few days ago, and thought I was dead. But these angel nurses saved us, giving us IVs and medication. There were 6 of us left, and except for Ollie, who had a severe infection and died of the disease, who was unlucky, the rest of us are now recovering and feeling better. Shinjungsu, Brother Agui, is this true? Agui, oh girl, now we brothers. They're all disabled, so what's the point in lying to you? If we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, none of us would have believed it. Shinjungsu, brother, you know what you're saying? I was almost tempted to persuade Brother Feng to surrender to the home community. Sister Lu Ruyan is due in a month, but we're short on medical care and medicine here. We're displaced. 2 wounded brothers died during the evacuation. Brother, if your situation is true, I'd be envious of you. At that moment, Agui noticed Xiao Yingying staring at Agui's hand from a distance. She was so startled that he dropped his phone. Xiao Yingying stepped forward, picked it up, and handed it back to Agui. Thank you, little sister. You're welcome. Agui recognized Xiao Yingying, the mechanic from the home community, who had been supporting the Huaduo community for the past few days. After spending some time together, Agui was deeply moved by the efforts of both the home and Huaduo communities to save him and his friends. Now, including himself, the 5 people with amputated limbs were getting along well with the people from both communities. But at this moment, seeing Xiao Yingying's hesitation, he felt a little guilty. However, he thought again. It seemed he hadn't done anything that would cross the line of the Nighthawk community's current rules. He was simply chatting with the sister of a deceased friend. That shouldn't be a problem. Are you Mr. Agui? Xiao Yingying asked timidly. It's me. Agui took the phone, calmly turned off the screen, and put it in his trouser pocket. Does your hand still hurt? It's impossible to say it doesn't hurt, given how short it's been. But it's much better than a few days ago. Thank you, Sister Sinyan, your community's angel head nurse. Agui is 30 years old, so he calls those under 30 like D Sinyan little sisters. Sister Sinyan is really kind. Well, Brother Agui, I know this request is a bit abrupt, and it might hurt your pride. But, do you and your brothers want to try out the robotic arms and legs my dad made a while ago? Agui was stunned. Huh? Zhao Yingying, assuming he was angry and disagreeing, shook her head and started to walk away. Robotic arms and legs? This girl could actually make something like that. Agui quickly grabbed Zhao Yingying with his right hand and said, Little sister, are you saying you can make prosthetic limbs for us disabled people? Zhao Yingying turned around and immediately explained, well, sort of. But those were just things my dad made for a hobby. They might be more functional than regular prosthetic limbs. For the legs, if you use my dad's homemade blade legs, with some practice, you might actually be able to run faster than before. Run faster than before? Agui asked excitedly. Really? Brother Agui, you pinched me. Ouch, sorry, little sister, I'm so excited. Can this broken leg really be replaced with a faster running leg? Of course. Zhao Yingying said confidently. Agui thought for a moment and continued, what about the hands? Can I press anything with my left hand that works? Zhao Yingying thought for a moment and said to Agui, that thing my dad made, you should be able to use it. Let's put it this way. You definitely can't use your phone with that hand. You definitely can't use it for shooting. But it should be fine for basic tasks, like holding a cup or steadying something. Agui was stunned and asked hopefully, I shoot with my right hand. Can this robotic arm hold the butt of the gun to assist with movements? Of course it should be. After receiving Zhao Yingying's response, Agui felt as if he had glimpsed the dawn of rebirth. A glimmer of hope flickered in his weathered eyes. Little sister, if you can help me regain the use of my left hand and get my brothers running again, in the future, if your boss, Brother Arui, has any requests, as long as Sister Nighthawk here agrees, we'd be happy to help. Zhao Yingying was speechless. As a mechanic, she had simply seen something her father had made that might be useful, so she came to these people with amputated limbs with the intention of giving it a try. Okay. Wait for me. I go back and find those things. Zhao Yingying said goodbye to Agui and happily walked back. However, Xiaofeng, who had witnessed the situation nearby, stepped forward and called out to Zhao Yingying, Engineer Zhao, you're equipping the people in the Nighthawk community with new equipment, right? Shouldn't you ask Commander Zhongli for permission for something like this? Zhao Yingying suddenly woke up. That's right. I need to ask Brother Zhongli's permission first. How could I have forgotten? So, Zhao Yingying and Xiaofeng approached Zhongli Rui and explained their intention to test the equipment. Zhongli Rui was shocked by Zhao Yingying's words. After a moment's pause, he said to Zhao Yingying seriously, Yingying, bring your father's work here, so we can study it. Oh. Okay. Zhao Yingying was startled by Zhongli Rui's seriousness. Soon after, Zhao Yingying's father's work was placed before Zhongli Rui. When we were little, we lived in the countryside. Back then, some relatives and friends in the village accidentally broke their hands while using a crusher while doing farm work. Also, our area was a pecan harvesting area. Pecan trees are 10 to 20 meters tall. Some uncles and aunts broke their legs when they fell. So my father made these robotic arms and legs. Unfortunately, before he could let his cousins in the countryside try them out, the zombie crisis broke out. Many people love to eat pecans, but they don't know that most pecans are harvested wild, not cultivated. Furthermore, pecan trees are trees in the genus Carya in the Juglandaceae family. Their height. They typically reach heights of 20 meters, with a diameter at breast height of 60 to 70 centimeters. This tree not only stands out for its height, but its bark ranges in color from grayish-white to dark brown, characterized by shallow longitudinal fissures. Harvesting the walnuts requires workers to climb, like rock climbing, up to 10 or even 20 meters into the canopy to pluck the walnuts. A fall from such heights could result not only in severed limbs, but also in death. Zhao Yingying's father, who grew up in the countryside and tinkered with machinery at a hardware store, created these functional robotic prosthetics. Zhongli Rui picked up the leg and robotic arm and examined them carefully. The leg structure was relatively simple, somewhat similar to the blade leg used by a disabled athlete at a sports meet a few years ago. The robotic arm, however, astounded Zhongli Rui. It was a chain-driven mechanical hand that could be controlled by the upper arm's flexion and contraction to open and close the hand. And most importantly, it was passive, requiring no energy. Your father is truly an amazing man. He's a mechanical expert with a keen eye for craftsmanship. Zhong Lirui praised heartily. Brother Rui, thank you. Zhao Yingying's eyes welled up at Zhong Lirui's high praise for his father. Let's go, gather everyone and see how this thing works. Zhong Lirui thought for a moment and summoned Nighthawk, Di Sinian, Chen Xiaoyao, Lu Shi, Captain Wang Gang, Wang Zhong, and the others to find Agui and the others. Agui and the others were a little nervous when they saw so many people approaching them. Nighthawk, seeing this, reassured them, Agui, don't panic. I'm telling you, if you succeed today, many people will be reborn. With these words, Agui understood their intentions and felt reassured. He turned and consulted with the cripples, deciding that he would test the hand while another brother, Wu Hao, who had a broken leg, would test the leg. Because the leg's structure was relatively simple, Wu Hao, under Zhao Yingying's guidance, tried to assemble it himself. He stood up with his crutches and took a few tentative steps. After a while, he seemed to find his rhythm, trying to walk slowly with his crutches dangling in the air. Wu Hao's face was filled with shock, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "This guy can actually walk." The other two men with broken legs were stunned and asked, "Ah Hao, this leg can really walk?" Ah Gui's eyes widened. "Oh my god, Ah Hao can actually walk with this weird leg." Wu Hao resolutely threw away his crutches and took a few more steps. Then, a smile broke out on his face. I can walk, I can walk. It's reliable, it's reliable." Wu Hao's success attracted the attention of everyone around him. His success in walking again rekindled Wu Hao's confidence. After 4 or 5 steps, he felt like he was back on his feet. He took a step and actually ran out. "Ah Hao, be careful," Ah Gui warned. "This leg is amazing. I'm fine." Ah! Hao had barely finished saying I'm fine when, and used to it, he accidentally dove headfirst into the cornfield. Everyone, face palming. Zhong Lirui smiled. This leg is a proven design. Similar designs have even been sold in other countries. It's fine. Hao, just practice more. Maybe one day you'll be able to run faster than a normal person. As soon as these words were spoken, the other two legless men shouted, I want one too. I want one too. Chapter 75. Faced with the eager anticipation of the other two brothers with broken legs, Zhao Yingying said, well, there's only one right now. But don't worry, I fixed this leg. Brothers, can you wait a while? Okay. No problem. Wait. As long as I have a leg, we can wait. We can afford to wait. At this moment, Wu Hao, who had been pulled out of the cornfield by his companions, walked up to them and boasted, hey, I'm back to life. You guys wait a little longer. I be practicing running these next few days, huh? You? The two lame men glared in anger. After Wu Hao's visible success, Agui put on the robotic arm without hesitation. Under Zhao Yingying's guidance, he mastered the technique of controlling the opening and closing of his palms with his upper muscles. Brother Agui, try it first. Grab that stick? Agui stared at the robotic hand for a long time, but didn't grab the stick. Instead, he walked towards the cornfield, extended his left and right robotic palms, and successfully broke off a corn stalk. The moment he successfully broke the corn, Agui's eyes, which had been somewhat dim, suddenly lit up. Agui himself whispered in disbelief, really? This hand, it works. Zhao Yingying, grip, test successful. After finally recovering from his shock, Agui looked at the corn in his hand with a complicated expression. He then walked to the testing table, gently released it, and lowered it. Zhao Yingying, continue to grip, lower it, test successful. After putting the corn down, Agui remained silent for a moment, then pleaded with Nighthawk, sister, I want to try shooting a couple of targets with my new hand. Nighthawk said with interest, okay, Agui, try out the feel of the manipulator. I heard from your other brothers that you're a crack shot too. Agui nodded, then pulled out his pistol with his right hand, using his left palm to support the butt, and aimed at the bullseye on a nearby target. Bang! Bang! Agui fired 2 shots. 9 rings, 10 rings, Xiufeng reported. Everyone cheered, not bad marksmanship. Especially Lu Shi and Captain Wang Gang, who nodded. Agui's confidence suddenly soared. He said to Wu Hao, who had just rushed into the cornfield, Xiao Hao, give me back my rifle. I used that one. Ah, Brother Gui, didn't you say you gave me the rifle? That's because Ollie died, and my left hand was disabled at the time. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to use it properly. Now that I have my left hand, I still use that rifle more easily. Come on, I won't take it for nothing. I trade you my pistol. With your skills, a pistol is still easier to use. Oh sure. Wu Hao immediately agreed upon hearing the exchange. He then picked up the rifle leaning against the weapon rack nearby and handed it to Agui. Agui took it, picked up his old friend, the old rifle, and after expertly pulling the bolt to get used to the feel, he revealed his familiar, confident smile. Sister Nighthawk, please throw anything into the air. Oh! So confident? Nighthawk laughed. Zhongli Rui nodded and said, You're capable of that? I'd like to see it too. Nighthawk then picked up a crushed aluminum Coke can on the ground and threw it into the air. Bang! Agui fired his rifle, hitting the metal sheet. Wow! Zhongli Rui nodded. Not bad, that's some good marksmanship. Nighthawk, you found a gem. A sharpshooter is incredibly rare. Nighthawk nodded and smiled, a look of satisfaction on his face. Elsewhere, the two snipers, Wang Gang and Lu Shi, also nodded in approval. Wang Gang, yes, sure. Lu Shi, yes, you're a good enough sharpshooter. At this moment, the other two comrades, who didn't yet have a manipulator, were filled with envy. However, they didn't show any dissatisfaction. Firstly, Engineer Zhao had just said he would do it. Secondly, Agui was different from Wu Hao. He used to be the team's leader. So, he got to use the manipulator first, and the other two didn't seem to be unhappy. Agui, who had just changed into a new hand, and Wu Hao, who had changed into new feet, looked at each other and nodded. The two walked up to Nighthawk and Zhongli Rui and knelt in unison. Thank you, Alliance Leader Zhongli, thank you, Sister Nighthawk. You two have given me a new life. I will never forget your kindness. Zhongli Rui quickly stood them up. Agui, Wu Hao, remember this from now on. In our alliance, this is a new society, not the old one. No need to kneel. Remember? Zhongli Rui then publicly announced that no one would kneel to him, nor to any management. If a salute was necessary, those within the military and police system would use the military salute. Everyone else would resume the ancient Dakian rituals of bowing and clasping fists. The highest level would be a nod and bow, or a nod and clasping fists. Note that Zhongli Rui decided that women would also use the clasping fist salute, rather than the feudal-era half-squatting greeting. In Zhongli Rui's civilized community, men and women are equal. People have dignity. We don't have kneeling here, and we never will. We are a civilized society, Zhongli Rui said. Upon hearing this, Nighthawk praised, Alliance Leader Zhongli's rules will also be my rules. From now on, in the Huaduo community, there will be no kneeling. At most, you salute with your fists, bow, and nod. Everyone around him was stunned for a moment, then cheered. Agui stood there, his eyes fixed on the two leaders, Zhongli Rui and Nighthawk, filled with mixed emotions. Recalling his days in the plunderer community, Tainan often required every new plunderer to kneel before him. In the early days of the plunderer community, Tainan, while exercising a dictatorial and oppressive style of rule, generally adhered to certain rules and order. However, as Tainan conquered more and more communities, and his wife Lu Ruyan, who had always been his restraint, gradually lost her influence due to her pregnancy, Tainan became increasingly unbridled, and his subordinates began to act with impunity. At that moment, Agui stood before the newly ascended leader, a formidable force, a commanding presence. This new leader, respectful and courteous, righteous, and approachable, drew Agui's admiration. However, Agui couldn't help but harbor a twinge of worry. He wondered, when this Zhongli leader one day reached the same position Tainan had once held, wielding absolute power and status, would he, like Tainan, gradually degenerate and become unscrupulous? Thinking of this, Agui unloaded his rifle, and did so with deliberate, conspicuous movement for those around him to see. He slung his rifle over his shoulder, approached Zhongli Rui, and with his newly rehabilitated left hand, he clasped his fists and saluted, saying, Alliance Leader Zhongli, we former members of the Hydralisk Squad, sincerely thank you and Sister Nighthawk for your great kindness. Sister Nighthawk saved our lives, and you, Alliance Leader, have given us a new life. In the future, if you are ever called upon to do anything, we will fight tooth and nail. Agui, we have just witnessed your abilities. From now on, you should follow Sister Nighthawk and guard your new home. Live a peaceful and stable life here. Alliance Leader, you are absolutely right. However, I have a question today that I would like to ask you for your guidance. Go ahead, Zhongli Rui smiled, motioning for Agui to continue. Agui took a deep breath. Alliance Master, I've seen a lot in the community these past few days. You promoted growing crops rather than plundering, and it's working, earning my respect. You prioritize weapons research and development, and your skills are exceptional. Your subordinates are even more talented, And now you have a strong army and formidable firepower. With the momentum you already achieved in defeating Iron Man Offing, do you intend to unify Lingen province? The first half of Agui's words made Zheng Lirui think he was flattering him. But from the second half, he realized he was testing his true ambitions. Zheng Lirui smiled. Agui, you're not entirely right. To be more precise, I want to expand the alliance to every community in Lingen province where there are still survivors. However, I don't want to become emperor myself, like those ancient overlords. I simply want to ensure that ordinary people like us in Lingen province can live a good life. Chapter 76. Can everyone survive? Agui's eyes grew deep. Now, in this apocalyptic world where survival is becoming increasingly difficult, surviving well is actually very difficult. Viruses are everywhere. Dangers are everywhere. For example, the river behind you. I heard from Sister Nighthawk that it killed 2 of your brothers, right? Thinking of the 2 brothers whose torsos were bitten by the river and could not be saved, and Ollie who later died from his injuries, Agui nodded solemnly. So, my first step is to expand the alliance to all of Lingen province. After everyone pledges non-aggression and a defensive alliance, we will promote crops like potatoes, tomatoes, and corn. That way, everyone can eat and survive without killing each other. Everyone present now turned their eyes to the cornfields in the Huaduo community. The corn was already laden with fruit. These abundant fruits made Zheng Lirui's words so resounding. Everyone nodded with emotion. Everyone doesn't have to kill each other, and everyone can have food to eat. Agui muttered to himself, moved. Yes. That's the first step, Zheng Lirui continued. The second step, we're still working on. Restoring Western medicine production may take a long time. But we have our own way. Uncle Wang, tell him. Wang Zhong smiled and said, Young man, your father, also lived through difficult times. Traditional Chinese medicine is the treasure of Dakian and the world. In this era, when Western medicine is temporarily exhausted, we must find ways to collect, cultivate, and utilize traditional Chinese medicine crops. Relying on traditional Chinese medicine, we can establish a basic medical system for everyone. Sickness can be treated. If you're sick, you can see a doctor. Agui's eyes widened. Zheng Lirui continued, I don't know how much I can do. But in my heart, I keep thinking about the peaceful, civilized era we once knew, before the crisis. What I want is to restore my place to its former state. Has this answered your question, Agui? Agui lowered her head for a long time. When she looked up, her eyes cleared. My real name is Gui Changsheng. After joining the Predator community, I nicknamed myself Red Ghost, or Agui for short, to appear more formidable. Sister Nighthawk. From today on, I am Agui. I will use my strength to protect this new home. Please give me your guidance. Nighthawk smiled. Okay, Brother Agui. A sharpshooter like you is a blessing. However, if you need to take care of your hands and feet in the future, you may still have to consult Alliance leader Zhongli and the others. At this moment, everyone laughed heartily. Nearby, as Zheng Lirui explained, the eyes of Di Xinyan, Lu Xiaoya, Chen Xiaoyao, Gu Anqi, Ai Shirley, and Zhao Yinging all flickered with emotion. Di Xinyan thought to herself, Good brother, your philosophy has now been established in 3 communities. There's still a long way to go, keep up the good work. Lu Xiaoya, on the other hand, was filled with pride. She happily went after Zheng Lirui. Huaduo community, on the rooftop of the former teaching building. Lu Xiaoya leaned on Zheng Lirui's shoulder, and the 2 of them sat on the rooftop, admiring the beautiful sunset. As the sun slowly sank below the horizon, the sunset glow and the brilliant clouds intertwined into a magnificent painting before their eyes. Honey, now the crisis in Huaduo community is averted, I guess. Yes. Xiaoya, you've been working hard lately. It's not so bad. It's still you who's been working hard. The day before yesterday, we had to clean up the sea of blood and corpses outside the defense line, and we also had to fight zombies during our work. Compared to you guys out there, we had it relatively easy. At this moment, the 2 who had been talking about each other's hard work looked at each other and burst out laughing. Let me tell you something funny. Rui, did you know that during the treatment, Agui and the others were completely subdued by Sister Xinyan? But oh, these guys with broken limbs privately call Master an angel. Angel? Thinking back to the first time Di Xinyan put on her nurse's uniform, the moment he saw her, he was also stunned. Zheng Lirui nodded slightly. Yes, Sister Xinyan, she truly is an angel. Lu Xiaoya thought to herself. No wonder you've been so fond of her for all these years. But the next moment, to Lu Xiaoya's surprise, Zheng Lirui's left hand rested on her left shoulder. Angel, there's one here too. You're an angel now, too. An angel in training. I saw you outside the ward, working so hard with Sister Sinyan to save lives. Lu Xiaoya's heartbeat quickened. She turned, only to find Zhong Lirui also looking back at her. Rui, do you like hard-working angels? Yes, Zhong Lirui's eyes were filled with genuine love. Xiaoya, you're a hard-working angel now. You know, your eyes are so beautiful now. They're just like the way you were in college, when you fought so hard for the Golden Melody Awards. I like you like that. Crystal-clear tears fell from the girl's eyes, but a smile as bright as the warm spring sun shone on her face. It turned out that the seemingly clumsy boy had actually been watching her all along. You finally say something like this to me. But I love it. Rui, I love you. After saying that, Lu Xiaoya kissed him. At that moment, the beauty was picturesque, the setting sun a blood-red glow. Zhong Lirui responded passionately to Lu Xiaoya. I love you too, I really do. Standing behind the rooftop door, Di Xinyan secretly watched the two lovers kissing in the sunset, silently thinking, they're getting married soon, this is the way it should be. But suddenly, she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart, a sense of suffocation. It felt more like the thought of losing something important. Feeling this, Di Xinyan felt absurd. Is there something wrong with me? My younger brother, Arui, is finally getting married and starting a family and finding happiness. Why do I feel this way? I'm sick, truly sick. Why am I like this? Di Xinyan's mind was abuzz with questions. And these questions, along with the feeling of suffocation, were growing stronger. Just then, behind her, Nighthawk's voice echoed, Sister Xinyan, isn't that your disciple Lu Xiaoya? When did she and Arui? Looking at Nighthawk Lu Yisan's expression at that moment, Di Xinyan's mind-reading and questioning came to an abrupt end. She composed herself and silently adopted the tone she had used in her last conversation with Gu Anqi. Xiao Lu, are you also attracted to my younger brother? Nighthawk met Di Xinyan's eyes, and nodded silently in affirmation. Xiao Lu, you're also a good girl. But you might be a little late. You seen this too. Actually, Xiaoya and Arui were together a long time ago. They just separated for a while. Ying bit his lip and asked tentatively, so are they now? As you can see, they're not only back together, but they're getting married soon. A deep sense of desolation crossed Ying's face. Di Xinyan patted Ying's shoulder and gently embraced her. Then, she led the slightly disconsolate little Ying down the rooftop. That day, in early autumn, the setting sun, like a piece of silk dyed red by flames, slowly sank into the horizon. Its beauty was breathtaking. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the earth, coating everything in a soft, warm golden hue. It was as if the entire world was embraced by this brilliant color, becoming tranquil and peaceful. The tenderness of this moment, the memory of this moment, is deeply engraved in the memory of the young community leader. However, the evening breeze at this moment was slightly chilly. 7 days after the crisis in Huaduo community was resolved. At sunrise, Xiaofeng stood on the defense line, anxiously gazing towards Jinshan Mountain. Suddenly, her glasses display showed, human target, one person, riding an electric motorcycle. Could it be? After the target entered 300 meters, Xiaofeng activated the zoom function on her glasses display. A familiar figure in full SWAT gear appeared in her field of vision. It was... Everyone, attention! Commander Zhongli has returned. Commander Zhongli has returned. Di Xinyan, upon hearing the news, rushed out of the medical room, followed by Gu Anqi and Ai Shirley. Qin Xiaoyao, upon hearing the news, rushed out of the monitoring room. Lu Shi and Wang Gang jumped from the northeast gate's defense line and headed for the north gate. Zhong Lirui, on his bicycle, stopped 100 meters from the gate and stumbled off. It seemed the electric scooter had a flat tire. He stepped off the damaged scooter, abandoning it, clutching his helmet and walking aimlessly toward the community. Inside his helmet was a package, wrapped in a woman's coat. It was unclear what it was. The moment Zhong Lirui entered the community's defenses, everyone who greeted him gasped. He was wearing a personal exoskeleton, but his eyes had lost their former brilliance. A startling scar was visible between his eyebrows, seemingly scratched by a sharp object. This scar should have bled profusely, but now it had scabbed over, leaving a red mark on Zhong Lirui's face from the dried blood. Looking more closely, his right sleeve was covered in dried blood. His usual compound bow was gone, his quiver empty. At his waist lay only the blood-stained, then dried, crowbar, and his pistol was empty. Seeing the crowd greet him, Zhong Lirui slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Di Xinyan. He spoke with difficulty, his lips moving, I'm taking you home. Sister Xinyan, we're back. Di Xinyan looked into Zhong Lirui's eyes, utterly shocked. Those were the eyes of the living dead. Suddenly, Zhong Lirui felt his strength drain away. His body slowly toppled to the side, his consciousness fading. Using his last remaining strength, he protected the package tucked away in his helmet. Rui! Everyone screamed. Chapter 77. 6 days ago. Brother Rui, the potatoes have to wait a while. How about this roasted corn? Nighthawk handed Zhong Lirui some freshly roasted corn. Zhong Lirui took a bite, and could only taste the natural, unpolluted, fragrant, and delicious corn dancing on his tongue. He nodded repeatedly. It smells so good, so good. Nighthawk smiled. There was a hint of loneliness and bitterness in her smile. In truth, at sunset yesterday, she had intended to confess her love to Zhong Lirui. She knew that Zhong Lirui hadn't helped her out of some low-level desire. But precisely because of this, after spending time together, her heart was truly moved. Too bad, he's getting married soon. Watching Nighthawk present Zhong Lirui with the roasted corn, Di Xinyan shook her head slightly and said calmly, "This brother, he's a philanderer, he's almost getting married, and he's causing other girls so much trouble." But at that moment, Ai Shirley's eyes lingered on Di Xinyan, and she detected a subtle hint. "Master, why does the headmaster look a little desolate?" Ai Shirley smiled wryly and shook her head, thinking, she's only awakened now. And it seems she hasn't even fully awakened yet. TSK, Master's situation is even more troublesome than Nighthawk's. The people of the home community left to the farewell of the Hua Duo community. At Nighthawk's behest, Lu Mingqi and Amao were temporarily assigned to the home community to learn about medicine. This was because of lack of medical knowledge and a failure to promptly clean up the situation at Hua Duo community had nearly led to a disaster. After reflecting on his actions, Nighthawk decided to send some of his best personnel to the home community to learn from Di Xinyan and Wang Zhong. After returning to the home community, Di Xinyan and Wang Zhong approached Zhong Lirui to report on their medical supply shortages. "Rui, this rescue operation in Hua Duo community, treating Agui and the others, has used up our already limited medical supplies over the past few days. Western medicine accounts for 60% and Chinese medicine for 30%. Furthermore, we're running low on Western medicines, like those for hemostasis and anti-inflammatory purposes," Di Xinyan reported gravely. Wang Zhongza said, "As for medicinal herbs, when I was young, Jinshan Mountain to the north wasn't even a scenic spot yet. The older generation would forage for herbs on the mountain: Corydalus, Calicarpa, Limonium, Panax nodo ginseng, honeysuckle, Houtuinia cordata, and dandelion. These are all treasures for stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation. By the way, do you know why Jinshan Mountain is called Jinshan? It's because many people on the mountain used to pick Corydalus. The aforementioned herbs, Corydalus, Calicarpa, Limonium, and Panax nodo ginseng, are first aid herbs for stopping bleeding and replenishing blood. Honeysuckle, Houtuinia, and dandelion are anti-inflammatory herbs. In the hands of skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and pharmacists, they can truly save lives." Di Xinyan's eyes sparkled as she listened to Wang Zhong's description of these herbs. "Wang, uncle, are you telling the truth? I memorized these plants when I was taking the pharmacist exam. They were common medicinal plants used by ancient civilians and military doctors alike." Wang Dong smiled. "I taught you that in my course. These plants can be found in the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook, and there's even an illustrated guide for identifying plants. Don't worry, kids. As long as there's Jinshan, there are medicinal herbs. However, I suggest we reclaim the land in the green belts in the vacant neighborhoods next door, and then introduce those medicinal herbs from the mountain there. That way, we can ensure a stable supply in the future without taking up the food-producing land in the neighborhood. What do you think, Headmaster?" Zhong Lirui praised, "Uncle Wang, old Ginger is always the best. You're truly a treasure to our community." Wang Zhong, however, said, "Hey, I forgot. There's wild ginger growing on Jinshan Mountain. It'd be useful for cooking someday." At this moment, Captain Wang Gang, who was sitting next to Lu Shi, said to Wang Zhong in a positive tone, Old Wang, I'd like to attend your evening class on the Barefoot Doctor's Manual tonight." Wang Zhong smiled and said, "Okay. You got to study hard. At your age, you're the senior brother. Don't be the senior brother without the skills of your younger brothers. Let me tell you, the several disciples in Sister Nurse's family are all doing very well. Sister Nurse, you're a good teacher too." Wang Gang patted his head and nodded in agreement. Di Xinyan smiled modestly. "Uncle Wang, you're too kind." In a pleasant and harmonious atmosphere, Zhong Lirui and the others agreed on 2 follow-up plans. The first was to regularly dispatch members of the medical team to Jinshan Mountain to collect herbs in rotation. 2 members would go each time, one to collect herbs, the other to provide protection. The second was for the rest of the community to cultivate medicinal plant fields within the green belt of the nearby Zijing Garden community, across the river to the west. Rui, isn't our current manpower sufficient to guard 2 communities? Zhong Lirui thought for a moment and said, we can just fence off the medicinal herb fields to keep the zombies out. As for personnel, they don't need to be stationed there right now. Besides, these herbs aren't as water-intensive as grain crops, and there's no need for watering carts. Di Xinyan looked puzzled. Why is that? Zhong Lirui smiled. Corn, tomatoes, potatoes, food crops, are familiar to the average person, especially corn and tomatoes. With food in such short supply right now, those fields of grain crops must be fenced off and defended to ensure safety. Have you forgotten that Nighthawk and her team discovered our tomato fields with drones and risked their lives to come in and steal our vegetables? However, medicinal herbs are different. I take an Uncle Wang's course. Those herbs are mostly herbal. You doctors see them as treasures. Ordinary people, who haven't learned about them, look at first glance like roadside weeds. Especially dandelions and purple grass. So even if ordinary intruders see these things, they won't move. Because they think digging these weeds is too much effort. Di Xinyan's admiration deepened. Ah Rui, you're right. Lu Shi smiled, that's a good way to save manpower. But if someone actually invades there, and finds the fields overgrown with weeds, they'd be utterly bewildered, right? A chuckle echoed through the conference room. Wang Zhong chuckled, hey, I didn't expect the boss, who's an engineering whiz, to be so good at learning my herbal medicine. Wang Gang, on the other hand, felt frustrated. He thought to himself, I need to study harder. If an engineering student like the boss is so good at it, it would be embarrassing if I don't. After the meeting, the following arrangements were made. The Chinese herbal medicine picking team and the security team were assigned as follows. Di Xinyan, security guard Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng is currently the strongest combat force in the Jiayuan community. A one-man machine gun shooter. Gu Anqi, security guard Lu Shi. AI Shirley, security guard Wen Yingying, the combat medic of Squad 022. Lu Mingqi, a student sent by the Nighthawk community to study medicine. Guard Ameo, also sent by the Nighthawk community to study medicine. Lu Xiaoya, guard Zhongli Rui. Clearing the Bohemia community was now a piece of cake for the Zhongli Rui community members. There were only about 20 zombies in the community, and they were scattered widely. Their firearms were useless against these zombies. Even the guard's Stinger electromagnetic rifles were ineffective. Furthermore, after cremation, these zombies became valuable fertilizer for the plantations. After the combat team members cleaned up the scene, Wang Zhong and his fellow farmers entered the community and used small tillers and other agricultural machinery to treat the small green belts. The medicinal field was thus established. Days passed, and the medical team's harvest of Chinese herbs progressed smoothly. Especially on the first day, when Di Xinyan and Xiaofeng entered the mountains, Xiaofeng accompanied Di Xinyan to create a 3D map of several valuable areas with abundant medicinal herbs. After Qin Xiaoliao completed the preliminary 3D medicinal herb distribution map, he instructed each member entering the mountains to report on the medicinal herbs they had visited throughout the mountain area. Thus, after several rounds of intelligence gathering, a comprehensive map of the medicinal herb distribution in the Jinshan scenic area was formed. It was the 5th day. Early in the morning, Lu Xiaoya, having finished breakfast, and Zhong Lirui, who was ready, prepared to head out to the mountains to harvest. As they approached the gate, they saw Di Xinyan and AI Shirley chatting. Upon seeing the two about to depart, Di Xinyan stepped forward and said to Zhong Lirui, Brother Rui, are you accompanying Xiaoya to collect herbs today? Yes, Sister Xinyan. Take good care of Xiaoya. Once you're done, come back early. Zhong Lirui appeared brimming with confidence. He was fully armed, carrying a bow and arrow, a quiver filled with 18 arrows, a pistol, a crowbar, and even wearing a personal exoskeleton. Don't worry, sister. I'm ready. Xiaoya said irritably, Sister, look how nervous he is. The last time he led a battle, he didn't bring so many weapons. Zhong Lirui said innocently, Xiaoya, I only brought the basics today. Look, I didn't even bring bombs. I'm just packing light. You still have the nerve to bring bombs? One single one would destroy a large area of medicinal herbs on the mountain, Lu Xiaoya said with a roll of her eyes. And if you're not careful, you might set the mountain on fire. At this, AI Shirley couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth. Watching the young couple bickering and seeming affectionate, Dixon felt a sense of loneliness that intensified for some reason. She suppressed the churning in her chest and urged, "All right, young couple, stop bickering. We deal with it when we get back. Now, let's get down to business. Be safe and come back early. We have dinner together today. I make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Let's all eat together." "Really?" Zhongli Rui and Lu Xiaoya immediately stopped bickering and said in unison. Aishili also said expectantly, "Master, isn't it true that those who listen get a share? Come on, everyone. Okay, you two, go." "Thank you, sister." "Thank you, master." Zhongli Rui rode his electric scooter, leading Lu Xiaoya, and set off towards Jinshan in the morning sunshine. Watching the two men's retreating figures, Dixon said to herself, "Be careful on your journey, and come back soon." Chapter 78. A morning passed. Zhongli Rui accompanied Lu Xiaoya, who had spent the morning collecting medicinal seeds, to rest under a tree. Lunch was simple: roasted corn and steamed potatoes they had brought along. Seasoned simply with the salt shaker, it tasted a bit like vegetarian Western cuisine. Zhongli Rui stared intently at the plants in the medicine basket beside Lu Xiaoya. Seeing her lover's intense focus, Lu Xiaoya smiled and said, "What are you looking at so closely?" Zhongli Rui smiled, "I just think the flowers of this medicinal herb are so beautiful." Lu Xiaoya put down her half-eaten potato and sneered, "Rui, do you think this flower is just beautiful? Do you know what it is? It's incredibly useful. It's a very effective hemostatic and blood-tonifying herb, and can even be used in emergency situations." Zhongli Rui curled his lips. "Are you trying to test me?" "Hee, I took Uncle Wang's class seriously. This flower is called purple pearl flower. It's indeed a folk herb used to stop bleeding. Another name is violet. It's called hemostatic grass. In the difficult past, this beautiful medicinal herb saved countless lives in rural and remote areas." "Not bad," Rui, Lu Xiaoya asked in surprise. "So what else do you know about the purple bead?" "I also know that the flower language of the purple bead is quite interesting." "Oh, tell me about it." "The flower language of the purple bead is cleverness. In the Japanese classic The Tale of Genji, beautiful and elegant women are likened to purple bead, symbolizing the elegance of wisdom and beauty." At this point, Zhongli Rui looked at Lu Xiaoya, a warm feeling rising in his throat. "Xiaoya, I think the flower language of the purple bead suits you." Lu Xiaoya's beautiful eyes sparkled at that moment, and with a hint of surprise and joy, she said, "Rui, you really gotten it. You're so sweet now. When did you learn that?" Zhongli Rui patted his head. "Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing, but I actually quite like reading romance novels. I actually read The Tale of Genji." Lu Xiaoya laughed. "How can you, an engineering student, love romance novels so much?" "Never mind. Today, you got 90 points. You get a point deduction for being honest at the end. Your performance up front was really good, hee." Zhongli Rui was immediately furious. What kind of score was Lu Xiaoya giving him? Before Zhongli Rui could react, the cheerful Lu Xiaoya leaned in and kissed him. On the beautiful Jinshan mountain, the young lovers embraced for a long time in the warm sunshine. "Let's go! We're here to gather herbs today, not for a date." "You stinky Rui," Lu Xiaoya said, letting go of Zhongli Rui but holding his hand. Zhongli Rui blushed and smiled, rising. As Lu Xiaoya tried to shoulder the basket of herbs, she noticed a rather large crow stealing the purple pearl fruit while they were being intimate. Lu Xiaoya immediately tried to shoo the crow away. The red-eyed crow suddenly leaped up and pecked Lu Xiaoya's finger with its black beak. "Ah!" Lu Xiaoya screamed. The crow flapped its wings and soared into the air, swooping down towards Lu Xiaoya's head. Zhongli Rui was too late to react, so he had to pick up his compound bow and swing at it. The crow narrowly avoided being hit, and abruptly changed its flight position, passing right by Lu Xiaoya's head. Then, the red-eyed crow disappeared into the forest. "Ah! It hurts, it hurts," Lu Xiaoya clutched her injured finger. "Xiaoya, let me see." Zhongli Rui hurriedly checked the wound on Lu Xiaoya's hand. Lu Xiaoya's finger was bleeding. Lu Xiaoya then pulled out her first aid kit, rinsed her mouth with alcohol, sucked out the blood from the injured finger, and spit it out. She then rinsed her mouth with alcohol again. Zhongli Rui bandaged the wound. "That damn bird. How dare it hurt my Xiaoya? If I see it again, I kill it," Zhongli Rui angrily declared after bandaging it. Lu Xiaoya smiled and said, "All right, I appreciate your kindness. Now let's go back." Okay. Because of this incident, Zhongli Rui decided to escort Lu Xiaoya down the mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, a mile from the park entrance, Lu Xiaoya felt dizzy and hot all over. Worried, she unwound the bandage on her finger. There were no black lines where the wound on her finger had been. This made Lu Xiaoya feel relieved. Was she tired? Xiaoya, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Rui, I feel a little dizzy and weak. Well, let's go back quickly. I carry you. As he spoke, Zhong Lirui made a move to pick up Lu Xiaoya and carry her away. Lu Xiaoya quickly declined. Aren't you tired of carrying me? Zhong Lirui smiled. I'm wearing an exoskeleton, so carrying heavy objects is no problem. Hearing the word heavy objects, Lu Xiaoya bristled. Am I heavy? Realizing his mistake, Zhong Lirui quickly replied, not at all. The last time I rescued you, I ran a mile with you in my arms. Don't worry, with the exoskeleton, it's no problem. Recalling the time Zhong Lirui risked his life to save her, Lu Xiaoya's heart suddenly filled with sweetness. Since she was now completely exhausted, she agreed to let Zhong Lirui carry her like a princess once again. Looking at Zhong Lirui up close, Lu Xiaoya felt her body growing hotter. An indescribable longing rose in her throat. This longing urged her to bite down on Zhong Lirui's throat. Lu Xiaoya suddenly woke up. How could she have such a thought? She abruptly broke free from Zhong Lirui's embrace and stopped in an open area in the woods. Xiaoya, what's wrong? Zhong Lirui didn't react for a moment. Don't come over. Lu Xiaoya cried fearfully. Rui, I'm not feeling well. Let me check myself first. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoya checked the injured finger again. However, there was no black line on the finger. At this moment, Lu Xiaoya looked up and said to Zhong Lirui in confusion, Rui, after the crow pecked my hand, I don't know why, but just now, when you were hugging me, I felt the urge to bite you. But Lu Xiaoya noticed that Zhong Lirui was staring at her face in horror. Then, in a trembling voice, he said, Xiaoya, there's a black line on your neck. What? Memories flashed through Lu Xiaoya's mind like lightning. After pecking her hand, the crow soared into the air, passing by her head. At that moment, its beak seemed to scratch her neck. Lu Xiaoya fell to her knees in despair. As a member of the medical team, she had witnessed and cared for the members of the Hydralisk squad in the Huaduo community. If the injury is to the hands or feet, with quick treatment, it can still be saved. If it's not possible to rinse the mouth with alcohol, suck out the blood from the injured area, and spit it out, and then rinse the mouth with alcohol, then promptly removing the injured area can still be saved. But now my neck is injured, and I didn't treat it immediately. Am I going to become a zombie? Lu Xiaoya said bitterly. Xiaoya, don't panic. I take you back right now. I save you. Zhong Lirui trembled, wanting to reach forward and pick up Lu Xiaoya again. Don't come over. Lu Xiaoya roared, then sobbed. Rui, don't come over, please don't come over. I love you, I love you. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to bite you. Whoa. Xiaoya. There must be a way, there must be a way. I save you, let's go home, we go now. Zhong Lirui was already a little dazed. What happened to Lu Yuan was now happening to Lu Xiaoya. Only then did Zhong Lirui understand the heartbreaking feeling Di Xinyan had felt back then. Now, he loved Lu Xiaoya before him. He had dreamed of marrying Lu Xiaoya, yes. But he hadn't imagined that now, Lu Xiaoya would slowly transform into a zombie before his eyes. Rui, listen to me. I might not be able to fulfill that wish. I always wanted to marry you. To be your wife. I had this thought since you rescued me from that scumbag. During this time, in the dream community you carefully built, I've been so happy. It's such a pity. When I'm gone, you have to take care of yourself. Don't push yourself to be on the front lines. You always have nightmares when you're back at night. Also, eat well and take care. Oh, and tell Master and the others to take care too. Be careful of the crows here. Lu Xiaoya gasped heavily. Xiaoya, hold on a little, hold on a little. Zhong Lirui's tears welled up as he tried to comfort her desperately. But at this moment, he didn't know what to do. Don't cry, Rui. It breaks my heart. I can't be your bride, I marry you now. Zhong Lirui shouted. I, Zhong Lirui, take you, Lu Xiaoya, as my lawful wedded wife. From now on, for better or worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness or health, I will love and cherish you, until death do us part. Rui. Thank you. Lu Xiaoya smiled with emotion and swore back through her tears, I, Lu Xiaoya, take you, Zhong Lirui, as my wife. Ha. From now on. Ha. For better or worse. For richer or poor. Ha. I will love and cherish you. Until death do us part. Zhong Lirui and Lu Xiaoya's faces revealed incredibly tragic smiles. Wife, I love you. Hubby. I love you. Now, I want to kiss you, my bride. Zhongli Rui made a move to step forward again. Lu Xiaoya roared again, please, husband, don't come over here, ah. Zhongli Rui fearlessly said, I don't care. I want to kiss you. Kiss your hand. Please, please. Lu Xiaoya, her eyes already red, sobbed as she held out her uninjured hand. There were no black lines on the back of her hand yet. Zhongli Rui placed a kiss on the back of her hand. Then, through gritted teeth, he said, why? Why isn't there a ring? Oh my god. Why is it like this? Ah. Husband, this is good. Suddenly, Zhongli Rui remembered something and pulled a key from his inner pocket, slipping it onto Lu Xiaoya's finger. Honey, put on the ring. I will definitely take you back. Lu Xiaoya smiled again. Suddenly, she seemed to calm down. Hubby. I have one last wish. I don't want to turn into a man-eating monster. I don't want to become ugly. Wife. What are you going to do? Archer. Send me away. I haven't yet. I want you to send me away. No. No. Zhongli Rui broke down in tears. Please. This. My. Last. Lu Xiaoya roared with a fury, as fierce as Lu Yuan had before. Zhongli Rui collapsed, giving up resistance. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoya suddenly bit down hard on the back of her hand, blood flowing. However, the pain temporarily restored some of her sanity. Hubby. Please. Please. Lu Xiaoya pleaded, her eyes reddened, using her last bit of sanity and strength. Seeing his lover still making a final effort, Zhongli Rui pulled out a pistol from the butt of his waistband. Zhongli Rui's hands trembled. Gathering all his strength, he whispered, Wife, I love you. The young man closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then flung them open. He squeezed the trigger, the sound of the gunshot echoing in the silent air. Lu Xiaoya's body slowly collapsed, her long hair scattering on the ground. Zhongli Rui knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. What? He covered his mouth, sobbing softly. After a long moment. Wife, I take you home. Chapter 79. Zhongli Rui drew the recurved machete from his waist and left. An hour later he returned, carrying a large quantity of chopped dry branches. 5 arrows were missing from his quiver. Zhongli Rui placed Xiaoya's body in its proper place, removed the keychain from his finger, kissed it, and returned it to his inner pocket. He removed Lu Xiaoya's coat and set it aside for later use. At dusk, Zhongli Rui, expressionless and dazed, cast one last, reluctant glance at Xiaoya's face before gritting his teeth and igniting the firewood. The flames danced in the encroaching darkness, as if bidding farewell to Lu Xiaoya's soul. Zhongli Rui stood by the fire, watching silently. A low growl echoed. The flames also attracted uninvited guests. The zombies of the forest park. I forbid you to disturb Xiaoya. Zhongli Rui's eyes burned with a raging fire of revenge, and he raised his bow. 1, 2. The zombies fell one after another. On the 12th shot, due to excessive force, Zhongli's compound bow broke. The broken bowstring flew past, leaving a horrifying wound between Zhongli Rui's eyebrows. Blood flowed from the young man's brow. Zhongli Rui seemed insensitive to the pain. He dropped the damaged bow and drew his pistol. The sound of gunfire echoed in the night sky. After the 11th shot, the gunfire stopped. By then, the bodies of about 20 zombies lay scattered around the burning fire in the forest. The scar between Zhongli Rui's eyebrows had already hardened. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood off his face. Instead, he held a knife in his left hand and a crowbar in his right hand, and faced the remaining 5 zombies, ready to fight to the death. In the fierce battle, Zhongli Rui's radio went offline. A zombie fell, covering the radio. The radio's communication was muffled. Late at night, Di Xinyan and AI Shirley waited for a long time, but Zhongli Rui and his companions didn't return, growing increasingly annoyed. At that moment, Qin Xiaoyao opened the door and said, Sister Xinyan, did Rui call you on his cell phone? His radio signal suddenly went dead. Di Xinyan panicked. What? She immediately grabbed her phone and called Zhongli Rui one after another. But there was no response. The firelight gradually dimmed. Ha, ha, ha. Zhongli Rui, his right sleeve stained red with the blood of various zombies, gasped. At that moment, the recurved machete in his left hand had been thrown somewhere. The crowbar in his right hand had been stained dark red by the zombies' blood. Zhongli Rui's phone rang over and over again. But locked in battle, he had no chance to answer. Finally, exhausted, he collapsed heavily to the ground in the woods. What the unconscious Zhong Lirui didn't notice was that several blurry figures gradually appeared in the distance, rushing towards them upon hearing the news. However, their movements didn't seem hurried, but rather slow. Each of them clutched a simple wooden stick, their only weapon. Dean Huang, isn't that Zhong Lirui? A female person emerged from the darkness. It was Teacher Li, who had awakened in the Polytechnic University Administration building. Her voice trembled in the night air. Well, I gave him an award. Dean Huang, also holding a wooden stick, gazed melancholy at the dying fire in the distance and at Zhong Lirui, nearly exhausted after the battle. His voice tinged with helplessness and fatigue. Beside Dean Huang, gathered more than 10 beings similar to him. However, strangely, the once massive wounds on their bodies were now stitched together, like clothing, with some unknown type of fiber, giving them the uncanny appearance of a patchwork monster. In fact, while the flames were still blazing, Dean Huang and the other awakened zombies had already noticed the movement here, and they had begun to rush over. However, their zombie-like bodies limited their speed, making their movements seem clumsy. That's Rui, who took my class. He's a good kid, a middle-aged male zombie behind Dean Huang said with difficulty. Teacher Li asked Dean Huang, do you want to help him? Dean Huang pounded the ground with a wooden stick and replied firmly, help. Go. The awakened zombies, armed with wooden sticks, then turned their attention in another direction, the mindless zombies that continued to advance from the woods. With their sticks in hand, the awakened zombies charged at the mindless zombies, and a fierce battle ensued in the darkness. The zombies' low growls and the hoarse growls of the awakened fought like a symphony from hell, echoing in the dark night sky, as if narrating the cruelty and tragedy of this apocalypse. After an unknown amount of time, Zhong Lirui, lying on the ground, dazedly opened his eyes. The sky was already turning pale. It was already midnight. Rui, stand up. Zhong Lirui, still half conscious, heard the voice of Dean Huang, the man who had once awarded him the Creative Grand Prix. Dean Huang, I'm so tired. Waking up, the overwhelming grief washed over him again. Zhong Lirui sat there withered, whispering vacantly toward the distant spot where Dean Huang stood. Go home, good boy, alive, go home. Dean Huang said hoarsely, pawing at a wooden stick. This is not the place for you. Zhong Lirui lowered his head, sniffed, and turned to look at the now extinguished crematorium. Yes, Celia, I promised you we go home. Zhong Lirui forced himself to stand. Using Celia's coat, he carefully gathered Lu Celia's ashes and wrapped them. Then, he removed his helmet and placed them inside. Looking around, Zhong Lirui couldn't make out any zombies besides Dean Huang, whose face was unclear, wielding a wooden stick and speaking in a hoarse voice. He put away the crowbar, its blood dried, and walked forward listlessly. As he passed Dean Huang, Zhong Lirui whispered, Dean, thank you. Take care. Go. In a moment of confusion, Zhong Lirui caught a glimpse of the obvious stitches on Dean Huang's face. But at that moment, Zhong Lirui didn't dwell on it. He simply embraced Lu Celia's ashes and silently headed towards the scenic park exit. The same spot where he had parked his electric scooter. Behind him, more awakened, having fought fiercely all night, emerged from the darkness and watched their former, outstanding student leave. The child is alive and well, the crowd muttered in a low voice. Watching Zhong Lirui depart, Dean Huang struggled to carry the backpack Lu Celia had left behind. The sky was breaking in the east. Everyone in the home community had a solemn expression. No one slept all night. Di Xinyan had been on standby in the infirmary all night. Qin Xiaolao commanded the personal guards, using the Albatross and several drones to scout the surrounding area. Captain Wang Gang and Lu Xi were preparing at the northern gate defense line. Later, Uncle Wang, you and the rest of the people will defend the community. Lu Xi put on his helmet and tightened his body armor. I go to Jinshan later with Captain Wang, Team 022, and half of the personal guards to find them. Wang Gang nodded and donned his military special operations helmet. Just as everyone was preparing to set out to search for the two, the sun rose. At dawn, Xiaofeng stood on the defense line, anxiously gazing toward Jinshan. Suddenly, her glasses display showed, human target, one person, riding an electric motorcycle. Could it be? After the target entered 300 meters, Xiaofeng activated the zoom function on her glasses display. A familiar figure, wearing full SWAT gear, appeared in her field of vision. It was... Everyone, attention! Commander Zhongli has returned. Commander Zhongli has returned. Di Xinyan, upon hearing the news, rushed out of the medical room, followed by Gu Anqi and Ai Shirley. Qin Xiaoyao, upon hearing the news, rushed out of the monitoring room. Lu Shi and Wang Gang jumped from the northeast gate's defense line and headed for the north gate. Zhongli Rui, on his bicycle, stopped 100 meters from the gate and stumbled off. It seemed the electric scooter had a flat tire. He stepped off the damaged scooter, abandoning it, clutching his helmet, and moving aimlessly toward the community. Seeing the crowd welcoming him, Zhongli Rui slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Di Xinyan. He spoke with difficulty, moving his lips. "Xiaoya, I'm taking you home." "Sister Xinyan, we're back." Di Xinyan looked into Zhongli Rui's eyes, utterly shocked. The look of a living dead. Suddenly, Zhongli Rui felt his strength drain away. His body slowly toppled to the side, his consciousness fading. Using his last remaining strength, he protected the package in his helmet. It was Lu Xiaoya's ashes. "Wife, we're home." Zhongli Rui uttered a final, weak word before his eyelids slammed shut again. "Ah Rui!" The crowd screamed. The last voice Zhongli Rui heard was Di Xinyan's tearful voice. "Come help. He's so weak. Take him to the emergency room. Quick, take off his protective gear and exoskeleton. Hurry. Rui. Hang in there. You be fine. I save you right now, just hang in there. Rui." Ah. Zhongli Rui's world once again fell into silent darkness. Chapter 80. Home community, in the emergency room. He has a fever. 39.3 degrees Celsius. His pulse has weakened. Ah. The unconscious Zhongli Rui groaned in pain. Di Xinyan's pupil shrank at the sound. In the days following the zombie crisis, she had witnessed similar situations in the hospital. People brought to the hospital with persistent high fevers had a chance of going mad, growling, and then transforming into zombies. Although an examination revealed that Zhongli Rui, after removing his bloodstained shirt, had only a visible wound between his eyebrows, and the wound had not spread, the virus was everywhere. Even in this state, where the virus was inactivated and dead, nothing could be guaranteed. "Everyone, stop the emergency treatment," Di Xinyan ordered. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Military Doctor Wen Yingying asked, stunned. "Are we going to save your brother?" "Yes, master, are we just giving up on Rui?" Gu Anqi and Ai Shirley said, stunned. "Sister Xinyan, you can't give up on Rui like this." Qin Xiaoyao shouted anxiously at the door of the emergency room. "I haven't given up on him yet," Di Xinyan said calmly. "But I'm also responsible for the safety of my apprentices and my sister. Xiaoyao, call Xiaofeng and Zhu Su over and lock Rui and me in the emergency room." Wen Yingying was anxious. "Senior sister, why are you doing this?" "Based on our clinical experience in the days following the crisis, he's showing symptoms suggestive of a pre-outbreak." "Yingying, give me your pistol. Everyone, except me, bandage the patient and evacuate the emergency room. I continue to save him. If anything happens to him, or me, as my uncle, you must take good care of these two good apprentices. They're both promising talents. Don't you want to live?" Wen Yingying raised her voice. "If he turns into a zombie and attacks, the pistol might not be able to save you. If he's gone, I kill him and go with him," Di Xinyan said sadly. "I'm already a widow, and now I can't even protect my brother. I don't want to live anymore. All of you live well. Especially you, Anqi. Live a good life with Lu Shi from now on." "Master." Gu Anqi burst into tears. "Stop dawdling. Tie him up and get out," Di Xinyan shouted sternly. Overwhelmed by Di Xinyan's decisiveness and aura, everyone silently obeyed. Outside the ward, Xiaofeng and Zhu Su stood guard at the door like female gate gods, holding electromagnetic automatic rifles. In the ward, Zhongli Rui lay unconscious, babbling non-stop. Di Xinyan, pistol tucked into her waist, nervously continued to care for Zhongli Rui. She tried to reduce Zhongli Rui's fever, but it remained unabated. "Sister, leave me alone, go down the mountain." Di Xinyan was stunned. These were the words Zhongli Rui had spoken to her when she had stumbled and carried the injured man down the mountain. At that time, she was almost exhausted and could no longer carry him. These memories stirred ripples in Di Xinyan's heart. Did Zhongli Rui also remember these childhood memories? Did he truly value her so deeply? Recalling the past, Di Xinyan uttered the same words she had spoken back then. "Rui, I will never give up on you. I will definitely take you down the mountain." After hearing these words, the unconscious Zhongli Rui uttered the same words. "Sister, when you grow up, will you marry me?" Thinking of this, Dixinyan steeled herself and grasped Zhong Lirui's burning hand. Okay. As long as you get better, sister. I'd be your bride. 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 Zhong Lirui muttered as he slowly drifted off to sleep. Dixinyan turned to check the readings on the instrument. His temperature was 38.7 degrees Celsius, and his heart rate had slowed. He's better? Dixinyan wiped the sweat from her forehead and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Zhong Lirui in her dream suddenly became agitated again. Sister. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I finally understand how much pain you felt back then. Brother Yuan is a good man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ah. Dixinyan looked at the readings on the instrument beside her. Her temperature had risen again to over 39 degrees Celsius, and her heart rate had accelerated. Brother, I don't blame you anymore really. Please get better. I know you two men made such a painful decision to protect me. Ah Yuan is gone, and I only have you. Brother Arui. I beg you, get better. Get better. Tears streamed down her face. Dixinyan cried, holding Zhong Lirui's burning hand. Xiao Ya. I'm sorry, I'm useless. I couldn't even give you a complete wedding. You said I was a hero, but I couldn't do anything. I'm sorry. Zhong Lirui began to convulse, and the emergency bed shook. Dixinyan turned to check the readings. Temperature, 40 degrees Celsius. Heartbeat. Blood pressure. Holding Zhong Lirui's burning hand, Dixinyan felt cold all over. Those days in the hospital, countless clinical cases, flashed before her eyes. Dixinyan continued to hold Zhong Lirui's hand with her left hand, while with her right, she pulled out a pistol and pointed it at Zhong Lirui's head. Forget it. Dixinyan put down the pistol, and wiped Zhong Lirui's forehead with rubbing alcohol. Then she placed the pistol on the table beside her. Grabbing Zhong Lirui's hand, Dixinyan began to hum a ballad. You're light. This time, she hummed softly, with a gentle melody. At that moment, her fear suddenly vanished. One of the most important people in this world to her was gone. Another was struggling on the brink of death. If Rui also turned into a zombie, could she really bring herself to kill him? She better let nature take its course. If she really had to, she asked Xiaofeng and the others for help. Thinking of this, Dixinyan's mood actually lightened. She hummed the ballad, and as she hummed, she began to sing. In the ward, Dixinyan's voice sang softly, each note seeming to infuse Zhong Lirui with strength. At that moment, the sound of the heartbeat on the monitor in the ward became Dixinyan's only accompaniment. She knew in her heart that this might be the last time she sang for him, and she wanted this song to become the most beautiful memory in his memory. Even if he finally gave up and turned into a zombie. Even if he attacked her. Even if they, this pair of ill-fated siblings in troubled times, ended up together in this sealed emergency room, on their journey together. It doesn't matter. I'm with you. As Dixinyan sang, this single conviction remained in her heart. Zhong Lirui's breathing gradually became steady. Although he was still unconscious, Dixinyan believed he could sense her presence. She continued singing until her voice grew hoarse. Slowly, Dixinyan checked the monitor again. The temperature was 38.1 degrees Celsius, and all the abnormal indicators were beginning to decrease. He was getting better. Was he really getting better? Dixinyan, her throat too dry to sing, continued humming a ballad, clutching Zhong Lirui's hand. The sky outside the window gradually paled. Dixinyan, already exhausted, glanced at the readings again. The temperature was 37.1 degrees Celsius, and all indicators, with a few exceptions, had returned to normal. But why had her heart rate dropped to 54 beats per minute? How could that be the heart rate of a dying person? It was closer to an athlete's. Suddenly, Zhong Lirui's fingers moved slightly, and Dixinyan's heartbeat instantly accelerated. She stared at his face nervously. After a moment, his eyes slowly opened. Rui, are you awake? Dixinyan's voice trembled with excitement. But the next moment, Dixinyan's heart was racing with anxiety. Zhong Lirui, freshly recovered from his fever, somehow found immense strength, and with a single blow, he tore through the upper body bandages used to restrain the patient. Fearfully, Dixinyan instinctively let go of Zhong Lirui's hand. Zhong Lirui sat up, quite unreasonably. At this moment, her gaze shifted once more to the nearby pistol. Ah Rui. Dixinyan called out Zhong Lirui's name in a trembling voice, hoping he would answer. Was it a growl? It was still a growl, followed by a series of coughs, and then a call, Sister. Is that you? Hearing this, Dixinyan felt like a drowning person suddenly finding a lifeline. She noticed Zhong Lirui sitting up, looking at her in confusion. The hazy focus in his eyes finally cleared. Ah Rui, do you still recognize me? Di Xinyan asked cautiously again. Yes, Zhong Lirui said hoarsely. Then, looking at the bandages still bound around his lower body, he asked in confusion, What's wrong with me? Brother, wait a moment, I check. Di Xinyan quickly grabbed a nearby notepad, which contained numerous comparison criteria. She meticulously examined him, taking notes. 1. Normal consciousness, able to recognize family members, yes. 2. No black lines on the body, no bloodshot or red eyes, yes. 3. No stiffness or incoordination of the limbs, yes. 4. No aggressive urge to tear at others' flesh, yes. 5. No sudden increase in strength, no. 6. Blood is still a normal color, not black. The 5th item, no. Di Xinyan looked at the last item, and said to Zhong Lirui in a hoarse voice, Rui, you've been unconscious and feverish since you came back yesterday. I need to run one last test on you. Is that okay? Okay. Zhong Lirui replied in an equally hoarse voice. So, Di Xinyan used a sterilized lancet to draw a small amount of Zhong Lirui's blood, then compared it to the chromatogram found at the hospital. It was still within the normal range. But how could a patient who had just recovered from a fever possess such immense strength? Forget it. Rui's condition was normal, uninfected, right? At least, he didn't chase or bite me after waking up. Thinking of this, Di Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief and marked the end of the list. Passed, no mutation threat. Di Xinyan untied the bandages around Zhong Lirui's lower body. At this moment, Di Xinyan noticed that, now freed, Zhong Lirui lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at her. Rui, would you like some water? Zhong Lirui nodded blankly. Di Xinyan then handed him a glass of water. At this moment, Di Xinyan herself took a sip of the water. After clearing her throat slightly, Di Xinyan sat down beside the bed, holding Zhong Lirui's hand. She asked carefully, Rui, how are you feeling? Sister, I feel like I come a long way. What happened yesterday? Yesterday. Zhong Lirui's tears welled up again, and he sobbed, yesterday. Sister, yesterday Celia died. I killed her with my own hands. She's dead. What? Di Xinyan stepped forward and grabbed Zhong Lirui by the collar, her eyes wide with shock. Celia loved you so much. She wanted to marry you every day. Why did you kill her? Why? Because this was the last thing I could do for her after I married her, before she turned into a zombie. You married Celia? Celia turned into a zombie? Why? What exactly happened? Hearing these questions, Zhong Lirui suddenly leaped up, shoving Di Xinyan down onto the hospital bed. This movement made a loud noise, knocking over a nearby medical table, and the floor was filled with a crackling sound of metal clashing. Zhong Lirui, holding Di Xinyan, burst into tears and screamed, because we went to collect herbs. Celia died because of that. Sister, from today on, I forbid you from going to Jinshan to collect herbs again. I don't want you to die too. Even if there are no Chinese herbs, I don't want you to die on the mountain. I don't want you to leave me, Wu. Listening to Zhong Lirui's screams and sobs, Di Xinyan's emotions suddenly became very complicated. She stroked his face and said softly, Rui, calm down. Let me go, and tell your sister what's going on. Zhong Lirui, however, said forcefully, promise me you won't go collecting herbs again. Otherwise, I won't agree. Xiaofeng and Zhu Su, having heard the noise, finally broke through the door, their electromagnetic automatic rifles drawn and ready to fire. Di Xinyan, pinned down by Zhong Lirui, shouted, hold still. Don't shoot. As a result, Xiaofeng and Zhu Su were immobilized by the command mechanism. Xiaofeng quickly called out to Di Xinyan, Dr. D. Are you sure the commander is okay? Oh. He should be. Because Xiaofeng noticed that Zhong Lirui, who was pinning Di Xinyan down, was crying. Zombies don't cry. Chapter 81. Faced with Zhong Lirui's now unreasonable bed-banging, Di Xinyan could only offer gentle comfort. She had no other choice but to promise, Rui, I promise I won't go to Jinshan to collect herbs. Just let me go and talk nicely, okay? Zhong Lirui's sobs gradually subsided. Silence returned. This silence lasted for a long time. He stood up and asked, where's the helmet I brought back? And where are Xiaoya's ashes inside? Di Xinyan covered her mouth. After Zhong Lirui entered the community defense line, he had used his last bit of strength to protect the package. It turned out to be Xiaoya's ashes. Help me find a suitable box. Zhong Lirui, dressed in black, carried a brand new tin box containing Lu Xiaoya's ashes, and walked alone towards the residential building, now uninhabited. Everyone wanted to follow, but Di Xinyan said calmly, Everyone, please stay. I go talk to him. With that, Di Xinyan went upstairs alone. When Di Xinyan arrived at Zhong Lirui's house, she found the door open. Zhong Lirui was sitting on the dusty floor, lost in thought. In front of him lay Lu Xiuya's urn. Above the urn was a framed photo of Lu Xiuya from their college days. Ah Rui. Sister. Today is the day after Xiuya and I got married. Today is also the day after Xiuya died. Come in. You're also her master. Thank you for saving me last night. Risking your life. By this time, Zhong Lirui had fully regained his composure and understood what had happened in the emergency room after his coma. Sister, it's my duty to save you. You're the only family I have now. Zhong Lirui nodded bitterly. Di Xinyan stepped forward and, imitating Zhong Lirui, sat down on the dusty ground, side by side, with her younger brother. What happened last night? Yesterday, Xiaoya and I went to the mountains to pick young Chinese medicinal herbs. Everything went smoothly. But then a crow attacked her. The purple pearl we picked can be used by humans to stop bleeding and replenish blood, and crows also like its fruit. Xiaoya's hand was pecked by the crow, and we took emergency measures. However, we didn't notice that when the crow took flight, its beak scratched Xiaoya's neck. Oh my god! Di Xinyan covered her mouth, her eyes widening. The scene before Lu Yuan's death flashed back to her. By the time we found out, it was too late. Too late. Xiuya finally said she wanted to marry me. Actually, I did plan to marry her later. But I don't even have a ring ready for her yet. I only have this. As he spoke, Zhong Lirui took out the keychain from the door, opened the urn, kissed the keychain, and placed it inside. Then, he carefully closed it. Xiaoya, like Brother Yuan, in her final moments, she said she wanted me to personally send her off. This is the first and last thing I, as her husband, will do for her. By this point, Zhong Lirui and Di Xinyan were already in tears. So what's with the wound between your eyebrows? Di Xinyan asked anxiously, wiping away her tears. She looked at Zhong Lirui's now bandaged brow, and asked anxiously. I won't allow my wife to be left lying dead in the wilderness. I chopped firewood in the mountains and cremated Xiuya right there. The flames attracted many zombies. Zhong Lirui looked up at the ceiling. When I fired my last arrow, I mishandled a bow and it exploded, slicing my forehead. There were too many zombies, and I ran out of bullets. Then, I took a knife and a crowbar and fought the zombies to the bitter end. Until I collapsed from exhaustion. Zhong Lirui turned his head, his eyes filled with tears, and stared at Di Xinyan, as if he was looking at a fragile treasure that could be lost at any time. He slowly said, Sister, my decision will not change. You can say I am a dictator, or you can say I give up halfway. I have issued this order today. From now on, medical team members are not allowed to go to Jinshan to collect Chinese medicinal plants and seedlings. Not only you, your junior sisters Wen Yingying, Gu Anqi, AI Shirley, and the new student Lu Mingqi who you saved with your body temperature last time? Yes, everyone is strictly prohibited from going to the mountainous area to collect herbs. And, second order, from now on, all companions must wear neck protection when going out. Also, helmets are mandatory. To protect against attacks from mutated birds. These are lessons Xiuya paid with her life. I understand. I will listen to you. Di Xinyan couldn't hold it in any longer and hugged Zhong Lirui, crying bitterly. I will listen to you. I thought I lost you forever, Wu. Zhong Lirui embraced Di Xinyan tenderly, feeling the genuine care from his family. At that moment, he let go of his former ignorance and illusions about Di Xinyan. They were family. From this moment on, they were siblings, having experienced the same hardships and broken families, relying on each other for survival. Sister, you were right last time. You will always be my sister. I will always be your brother. Even though we're not related by blood, we will always be family. In this painful and dark world, let's live together. This is our community, this is our home. Yes. Little brother, you're right. Di Xinyan hugged him tightly, as if she were afraid of losing him at any moment. Outside the door, Gu Anqi was crying. Lu Shi gently patted her back to comfort her. Qin Xiaoyao sighed deeply. This is a true tragedy, alas. Yes, a true tragedy. Xiaoyao, don't overthink it. AI Shirley gently said to Qin Xiaoyao, I know you have feelings for him. But you see, the current head of the family has also lost her heart towards Master. If you're truly confident that she can rekindle her feelings, I won't stop you. Qin Xiaoyao looked at AI Shirley in surprise. You actually know all this. Because, even after crawling out of hell, my heart also died the moment my father died. I'm most familiar with the look of someone whose heart has died, I surely said calmly. The head of the family is a good man. He truly treats everyone as a friend, and you as family. My sister? Alas, my best friend is truly unfortunate. Sister Sinyan is truly miserable. And today, the head of the family has finally lost his heart too, and truly treats Sister Sinyan as a sister. This is a tragedy I never witnessed. Hearing this, Qin Xiuyao's eyes welled up, and he turned away, his heart broken. Later that day, downstairs at the property management center, Mao reported the situation to Nighthawk on his phone. Boss Nighthawk, we had a major incident. Big brother A Rui was escorting his wife to Jinshan Mountain to collect herbs, but she was pecked in the neck by a crow. Just like last time, when brother Gui and the others couldn't save her, she died. Big brother A Rui is heartbroken and has issued a ban. All medical teams, including Ming Qi, are no longer allowed to collect Chinese herbs on Jinshan Mountain. Also, spread the word to all our partners and allies. Be extremely careful of bird attacks. Be sure to protect your neck and head. What? Brother Rui, is he okay? Last night, Mingqi's master, Sister Sinyan, spent the entire night trying to save Brother Rui. He's back. Ah. I know. Thank you for the message, Amao. Be careful when you go out. Also, Brother Rui is right. From now on, everyone should protect their heads. Even a hat is better than nothing. Sister, you're right. After ending the call, Amao sighed. Ah, Celia is so pitiful. Lu Mingqi also sighed. Suddenly, Amao looked at Lu Mingqi and, minding his own business, took off his own headscarf and handed it to her. From now on, protect your neck and head. Take it. Lu Mingqi looked at the headscarf Amao handed her and said, You didn't even wash it, and you're giving it to me? I wash it and give it to you. Before Amao could continue, Lu Mingqi snatched the headscarf and wrapped it around her neck, saying, No rush, I wash it myself later. Thanks. Remember to get a helmet, we have some in the warehouse. With that, Lu Mingqi kissed Amao on the cheek. Thank you, that's very kind. I take it. Amao nodded vigorously. Yes. I go pick out a suitable helmet later. A few days later. Although Zhengli Rui had banned herbal medicine collection from the mountains for the safety of the medical team, several previous groups had still brought back a considerable amount of Chinese medicinal herbs. Under Di Sinyan's leadership, the medicinal herb fields within the Balhenia community began transplanting as planned. Some varieties of herbs grew very quickly, while others took some time to mature. 2 weeks passed quickly, and the medicinal herb fields gradually began to flourish. Led by Wang Zhong and Di Sinyan, and with everyone's concerted efforts, the herbs in the fields grew well, and were beginning to be ready for use. However, during the medicinal season, anti-inflammatory herbs were more abundant, while blood-tonifying herbs were relatively scarce. During this period, Zhong Lirui, having lost his bow due to damage, completely switched to a self-made two-handed crossbow. Besides attending night school to learn medical care and basic military knowledge, the militia training manual, almost everyone in the community, except professional soldiers, police, and guardsmen, now receives basic militia training. Zhong Lirui took Wang Zhong as his apprentice, learning his technique for curved shooting with a bomb launcher. Zhong Lirui studied diligently. Recently, Zhong Lirui has been personally involved in all aspects of community affairs. Everyone was starting to feel like the boss was becoming a workaholic. Di Sinyan knew that Zhong Lirui was trying to temporarily forget the pain of his wife's death through selfless work, because she had been in that same situation herself during the period after Lu Yuan's death, and that's why she risked her life to save Lu Mingqi. That day, Zhong Lirui connected with Zhu Yangyang, his junior from the chemistry department, after a long absence. Senior, I heard about your sister-in-law's situation. My condolences. Never mind. In these troubled times, life is fleeting. Thank you for your concern. By the way, how's the progress on the gas tank cannon? It's going very well. Next time you come, you can join us in the test firing of vehicle number 1, the assault. By the way, our community recently found 18 physics students hiding in a nearby power substation. Now, with our help, they recaptured the physics building. I told them about you. They admire you so much. So, Senior, I brought them into the alliance without your consent. You won't blame me, will you? Hey, you did a great job. You're doing something similar to what I did. I recently helped establish a new community nearby. This expands our alliance to 4 communities, nearly 100 people. Great work. Really? Yes, in these turbulent times, it's crucial for us college classmates to stick together. By the way, last time at Jinshan, I ran into Dean Huang, Teacher Li, and Old Fong. If those stick-wielding guys hadn't saved me, I'd be dead. Senior, what did you say? Well, I said I met Dean Huang, Teacher Li, and Lao Fong. They were about 10 people who saved me from dying in Jinshan. Zhu Yangyang's expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Senior, they were already transformed into zombies in the school. Zhong Lirui said in disbelief. What? That's impossible. They were talking to me that night. Zhu Yangyang's face was full of confusion as he explained. Senior, I'm telling you, when I was looting the school, I saw Huang, Dean, Teacher Li, and Old Fong. They all been turned into zombies long ago. After that C3 monster besieged us last time, our massive weapons wiped out many of the zombies in the school and burned them down. After that, I went back to their building and found they were all gone. I guess we either killed them in that battle, or what you encountered in Jinshan were their ghosts. Zhong Lirui suddenly felt a cold sweat run down his back. What had he encountered that day in Jinshan Park? Wang Yuan, holding a wooden stick, moved. Slow, hoarse voice and stitches on his face. He said to himself, this isn't the place you came from. And, in fact, his alma mater, the University of Technology, is only 1.5 kilometers away from Jinshan Mountain. Yang, maybe there's a third possibility. Senior, what is it? Do you remember what I said last time about the zombies regaining their rational memories? Ah, you mean? Zhongli looked toward Jinshan Mountain to the north, his eyes darkening. It's very likely. Chapter 82. No, Senior, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhu Yangyang, as if he had heard the most absurd thing in the world, refused to believe it. Senior, I know you're under a lot of pressure after losing your wife. You should get some rest. Yangyang. Listen to me. They have two other important characteristics. Zhong Lirui interrupted Zhu Yangyang's fantasy that his mental health problems stemmed from losing his spouse. Listen carefully. Okay, then tell me. Besides the fact that they didn't attack me and save me, first of all, I saw stitches on Dean Huang's face. Since you said they become zombies. Isn't the most significant characteristic of zombies the wounds they have on their bodies, the bite wounds they receive from other zombies when they were still alive? But I guess they sewed up wounds like these. Oh my god. This is truly human behavior. Suturing wounds is one of the earliest forms of healing. According to you, after awakening, Dean Huang and the others left the school and then tried to heal themselves. Yes. That's a very important point. Zhong Lirui paused. Secondly, we all know that, aside from C2 and C3, which are intelligent monsters, aren't the other zombies' activities similar to those of primitive animals? Yes, zombies are terrifying, but zombies generally, as you said, are driven by animalistic instincts. They don't have the creativity of normal humans like me. They can't use tools or build things. I get it. Tell me, have you grasped my second point? Zhong Lirui nodded and asked. You just said they were using sticks. They all made their own sticks. Sticks are the most basic tools. And if you add to what you just said, Senior, that Dean Huang and the others didn't attack you and could talk to you, then judging from these factors, they are indeed awakened zombies who have regained their sanity. Very good, Yangyang, you're a smart person too. So do we need to engage them? Zhu Yangyang asked seriously. Zhong Lirui fell silent. This wasn't a question that could be answered easily. We discussed this later. Let me think about it. Yangyang, let me know when your gas tanks and cannons are ready. I increase grain and traditional Chinese medicine production. That's right. Senior, take care. After ending the call with Zhu Yangyang, Zhong Lirui fell into deep thought. Honestly, the mention of Jinshan just now brought back memories of that heartbreaking night. Every moment he spent with Xiaoya came flooding back to his mind uncontrollably. He knew he truly loved Xiaoya now, and he'd grown accustomed to living with her. But the world had cruelly snatched from him the happiness that was about to blossom. It was a strikingly similar scene. Back then, the world had also cruelly shattered Di Xinyan's marriage, which had only lasted a day. Perhaps, he was a pathetic man who didn't deserve happiness. Damn it! Zhong Lirui stood up and angrily punched the drywall separating the rooms in the property management center. But to Zhong Lirui's surprise, the drywall had actually been punched through. The moment the drywall was punched through, a loud explosion resonated throughout the property management center. Then, Di Xinyan's screams echoed from next door. Zhong Lirui withdrew his fist in shock, his own fist suffering from several minor abrasions. Then, through the hole, he spotted Di Xinyan changing clothes. The property management center is a large frame structure, with the rooms once separated by drywall. In the past, Zhong Lirui would have panicked. But now, Zhong Lirui truly considered Di Xinyan family, and instead simply said, "Sorry, sister, I fixed the wall later." Just as Zhong Lirui was wondering how he could have gained so much strength without wearing an exoskeleton, Di Xinyan, disheveled and uncombed, rushed into the room, carrying a first aid kit. Zhong Lirui hadn't locked the door, so Di Xinyan easily slipped in. "Sister, just now I..." "Ray." Di Xinyan anxiously stepped forward, examining Zhong Lirui's hand, and asked with concern, "Do you feel any pain in your joints, or any signs of a broken bone?" No. I just feel the skin is broken," Zhong Lirui answered honestly. Di Xinyan was still worried, so she pressed on several joints on the back of Zhong Lirui's hand to check his reaction. Only then did she confirm that he truly had no broken bones. Di Xinyan then began treating the wound on Zhong Lirui's fist with medication. After finishing, Di Xinyan stared at Zhong Lirui with a nervous look. "Sister, don't be like this, I'm fine. Don't be like this. If you're feeling down, come talk to me. I'm your sister. I know you're feeling pained and miserable, but please don't hurt yourself like this. Why are you hurting yourself? If you weren't lucky, the drywall at the property management center would be so poorly made that a normal person would have broken a bone if they had broken through it. I know you're in pain, and you're feeling miserable, but please, sister, please, don't hurt yourself like this anymore." As she spoke, a disheveled Di Xinyan hugged Zhong Lirui, patting his back like a child. Just then, the door opened again. Qin Xiaoyao, Lu Shi, Gu Enqi Xiaofeng, and others who were still at the property management center had come to see what was happening because of the loud noise. However, to everyone's embarrassment, they saw a disheveled Di Xinyan hugging Zhong Lirui. Noticing Qin Xiaoyao's arrival, Di Xinyan completely ignored the strange looks and said to her, "Xiaoyao, you're just in time. Please help persuade your brother to stop hurting himself. Look, just now, out of pain, he punched the wall and punched it through. If the wall hadn't been shoddy, your brother's hand would have been broken." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Zhong Lirui. They were filled with sympathy and concern. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly moistened. "Brother, Sister Xinyan is right. I know you're heartbroken about my sister-in-law's death. But I beg you, please don't hurt yourself like this, okay?" Then, Zhong Lirui helplessly watched as these family members, brothers, and friends, who truly cared about him, bombarded him with genuine affection and a barrage of concern. He felt a surge of emotion. Honestly, he was indeed deeply saddened by Xiaoya's death. But the pain he felt just now wasn't to the point of neurotic self-harm. Perhaps it was simply because his recent workaholic strategy was working, and he'd been so absorbed in his work that he'd temporarily forgotten the pain of losing his wife. In short, while it was true that he felt emotional, and it was true that he punched the wall to vent his anger, it wasn't true that he reached the point of, or even thought of, self-harm. He was truly unlucky. "Are the drywall walls at the property management center papered?" As everyone took turns comforting Zhong Lirui, Xiaofeng frowned, stared at the hole in the wall, and activated her smart glasses to analyze the data. Analysis results. Given the C0 sequence's power level, it's feasible to break this wall barehanded with no equipment. Xiaofeng turned to Zhong Lirui, surrounded by the crowd, her eyes narrowed slightly. But in the end, she said nothing. After this incident, and despite Zhong Lirui's objections, Di Xinyan decided to stay with Zhong Lirui for the next few days, watching over him and preventing him from engaging in self-harm. In the past, Zhong Lirui would have felt awkward, but now, his mindset had changed. Feeling the genuine concern from Di Xinyan and the others, Zhong Lirui agreed. If Di Xinyan wanted to stay with him, then so be it. Furthermore, the concern from everyone did indeed alleviate some of the pain of his wife's loss. For the next few days, Zhong Lirui and Di Xinyan lived together in remarkable harmony. Although Zhong Lirui appeared normal and hadn't engaged in any unusual self-harming behavior since the barehanded wall-breaking incident, Di Xinyan remained deeply concerned. She had truly sensed his persistent overly calm and workaholic nature. One day, Zhong Lirui returned to his room, opened his computer, and was about to begin revising the blueprints for the Strong Attack No. 1 gas tank cannon, a design Zhu Yangyang had sent him. A delicate hand pressed down on the computer, halting Zhong Lirui's attempts to continue working. "Rui, stop!" Di Xinyan said seriously. "Sister?" Zhong Lirui asked doubtfully. "Rui, stop working like a self-destructive madman." "Stop!" "Sister, I didn't. Don't lie to me. Rui, I watched you grow up, and you're truly not good at lying, especially to girls." Zhong Lirui fell silent. Xiaoya had said similar things to him. Yes, he'd been working so hard lately, truly just to distract himself. Otherwise, in quiet moments, he'd think of Celia. And looking at Dixinian, he felt grateful for her concern, and he truly enjoyed it. But another emotion was also growing. He had shot Li Yuan with his own hands. He had shattered her happiness with his own hands. And now, he had no idea how to mend his own, hers, the scars and wounds that were as vast as the chasm of hell. Yes, his frantic work was simply an escape. Tears welled in Zhongli Rui's eyes. His voice trembled as he spoke, "Sister, I can't bear it if I don't do something. I want to protect everyone's safety, so that everyone can survive. I want to see you happy. I want to give Celia happiness. But so many people died. Brother Yuan died, Celia died, you became a widow, and I became a widower. I used to think that with my own abilities, I could really make everyone go back to the way they were. But now I realize how naive my thoughts were. I just wanted everyone to live safely, but it was so difficult. What I did before was really not enough, so not enough. Our food supply is far from being secure, let alone medicinal herbs. In order to build these 2 medicinal fields, Celia died, and we only managed to get these 2. And that damn Changsheng Life Science Group is still sending improved humanoid biochemical weapons to test us survivors in actual combat. I really don't want you to die. I really don't want anyone else to die in vain. I really don't know how else to fight all this except working hard." After speaking this long paragraph in one breath, Zhongli Rui gasped, hot tears streaking down his pale face. The room remained silent for a long time. After a long pause, Zhongli Rui was about to review the blueprints again when Dixinian stopped him again. "Sister, don't stop me." "Rui," Dixinian said softly, "I'm not trying to stop you. I help you, and everyone else will too." "Sister?" "Rui, since you set the overarching goal, the next step is to break it down into specific, necessary sub-goals. Then, as a leader, you need to delegate appropriate authority, implement each sub-goal, provide feedback on the results, and then evaluate. Finally, summarize the progress. You want everyone to survive. That's a big goal. Achieving it won't be done by you alone." Zhongli Rui was shocked by Dixinian's insights. Dixinian nodded. "In my opinion, you and your junior Zhu Yangyang are all excellent technical experts. You're even better than him, and you become a formidable warrior. However, as a leader concerned with the safety of the community, it's far from enough to rely solely on your own efforts. Let's just work together, discuss things, and leverage our collective strength, as before, okay?" Zhongli Rui felt his depression suddenly ease. He seemed to have discovered a viable path. "Sister, I understand. I discuss this with everyone tomorrow." At that moment, Dixinian was relieved to see that the old glint in Zhongli Rui's eyes had returned somewhat. "Good brother, don't rush. There's something you must do first. Sister, go ahead. Don't work overtime tonight. Lie down and get some sleep." Dixinian placed her hand on Zhongli Rui's forehead and gently stroked it. Zhongli Rui wiped away his tears and nodded slightly. "Okay. Go to sleep, Rui." Chapter 83. The next day. Home Community Meeting Room. Simultaneously connected. Home Community. Chemistry Community. Physics Department Electromechanical Community. Hua Duo Community. The destruction of the Plunderer community last time served as a wake-up call for us. Changsheng Life Science Group is still using Lingnan Province and unknown areas as targets for biological warfare. To combat this, I previously mentioned the expansion of the Lingnan Province Survivor Alliance. This is no small matter. It concerns the safety of every survivor in Lingnan Province. Zhongli Rui paused, then continued, "To address this existential threat, I believe we must accelerate our progress and pace. Zhu Yangyang, attack number 1. I reviewed the overall design, and there's nothing wrong with it. But the fire control system, readjusting after each round, or having an outside operator resimulate the trajectory on a tablet? Do you think this is like playing Angry Chicken? This solution won't work." Mechanical and electrical community leader Li Chunfang, listening to Zhongli Rui's comments, also scoffed. "Sure enough, you chemists should just stick to explosives. Programming fire control systems is the forte of us in the mechanical and electrical department, and the IT surviving students." Zhu Yangyang grumbled, "Go away, you think you're alright now? Who was hiding in the substation mezzanine every day, waiting to die on those meager compressed biscuits and canned yellow peaches?" Li Chunfang, feeling hurt, said unconvinced, "We're mechanical engineers, not farmers. We're not soldiers." Zhu Yangyang immediately retorted, "Don't we chemists still grow our own potatoes? These high-yield potatoes are our lifeblood. As for fighting, I'm not saying anything wrong. Look at Senior Zhongli Rui, who also majored in aircraft design engineering and used to build rockets by hand. He's from the same family as you. He's fought 3 major battles, 2 of which involved battling over 100 zombie hordes. Li Chufeng immediately retorted, Brother Zhu, that's an unfair comparison. How can we compare to the mighty and righteous senior Zhongli? Besides, he was an expert archer before the apocalypse, and he started out with superior combat power. You're comparing us to our role model? That's a stretch. There's no comparison. Zhu Yongyang immediately stopped arguing. Well, Brother Chufeng, you do have a point. At that moment, Nighthawk from the online Huaduoduo community watched as the 2 playful juniors, who had been bickering, suddenly switched to annual meeting flattery, and smiled with his hands covering his mouth. Zhong Lirui coughed and said, Okay, so, I think we let Li Chufeng and the others handle the fire control system. Chufeng, I'm counting on you. Li Chuanfeng's face lit up immediately. Don't worry, senior. However, Zhong Lirui said, changing his tone, Brother Chufeng, in this apocalyptic situation, our division of labor isn't that clear for now. I think what Yang Yang said makes sense. Everyone needs to learn how to farm and fight. This is essentially the application of the militia model. Speaking of which, our home community and Yang Yang's chemistry college community wouldn't have been viable if it weren't for corn, potatoes, and tomatoes. Don't mind me, Zhu Yangyang's words are a bit simplistic. You could also follow the example of Sister Nighthawk and the others, and send someone to attend night school with Uncle Wang Zhong here. The Barefoot Doctor Manual and the Militia Training Manual are definitely worth it. Then, everyone, start training. For us civilian survivors, if we want to survive in the apocalypse, we must stick together, learn how to fight, and manage our food supply. Look, senior, that's quite honest. Seeing his words being acknowledged, Zhu Yangyang's face lit up. Yes, senior, you're right. Okay, we send someone over to learn from you. At this point, Li Chufeng humbly nodded in agreement. During the meeting, the 4 communities reached a consensus. The School of Chemistry and the School of Physics will continue to advance the design and assembly of the strong attack and the programming of its fire control system. Li Chufeng will send someone to the Jiayuan community to attend night school and learn about grain cultivation from the School of Chemistry. Besides continuing to work on increasing grain production, the Jiayuan and Huaduo communities will also continue to develop and maintain the medicinal herb fields in the Zijingwa community. In the meeting room, Di Xinyan, observing this, offered, Rui, since you won't allow our medical team to go into the mountains to collect herbs, then the maintenance and cultivation of the existing medicinal herb field shouldn't be left to me, right? That area is now under your and Sister Nighthawk's control. Okay. Then, remember, every time you go out, everyone on the medical team, be sure to take precautions. It's not that I'm worried, it's simply because your medical team's overall combat effectiveness is too weak. If everyone were as skilled as Sister Nighthawk, I wouldn't be so worried. Zhong Lirui knew Di Xinyan wanted to delegate this responsibility, and since it was indeed her expertise, he didn't refuse. On the other end of the line, Nighthawk from the Huaduo community beamed with joy when Zhong Lirui praised his combat effectiveness. Don't worry, Di Xinyan ruffled her hair. We take appropriate precautions and keep an eye out for aggressive birds. Shortly after the meeting, Nighthawk contacted Amao and Lu Mingqi, who were studying abroad in the home community, to learn some information she was particularly concerned about. Sister, let me tell you, a lot has happened to Brother Erui lately. First of all, hey, Brother Erui is now living with the angel nurse, Sister Xian Yin. What? Nighthawk was shocked on the other end of the line. Lu Mingqi smacked Amao on the head. You idiot, you left out so much important information. Are you trying to mislead Sister Ying about Sister Xian Yin? Now, Sister Xian Yin is Brother Erui's god-sister, and Qin Xiaoyao is his god-sister. Recently, after Brother Erui had lost his wife, he pretended to be fine, but he was actually punching the wall in his room, breaking through the plaster wall. Kind Sister Xian Yin was afraid her brother would do something stupid, so she lived with him every day, keeping an eye on him. You're acting crazy. Mao. Don't think so mean of me. Remember that day when I was dying? Sister Xinyan, seeing she couldn't even light a fire to keep me warm, undressed in front of everyone and used her body heat to save me. She was so kind to me. I forbid you from making such assumptions and slandering me. Mao pleaded, I was wrong. Mingqi, I'm mean and narrow-minded. I'm sorry. Humph. On the other end of the line, Yi Ying's face was filled with sorrow. Even putting aside his own inappropriate thoughts about Zhong Lirui, as his friend and ally, hearing about such a tragic turn of events was deeply distressing. Ying silently put away his phone and gazed up at the sky in the direction of his community. I hope you can get out soon. In the Huaduo community, somewhere to the west. Shin Jungsu, his face haggard and pale as wax, silently pushed Lu Ruyan in her wheelchair. His gaze was empty, as he numbly followed the group of wanderers. Her eyes were devoid of life, as if all hope and vitality had been devoured by the cruel reality. Now, the predator community, once a powerful force in the urban areas of Ling'an City, a nightmare for many survivors, besides the zombies, has fallen to this state. Since the community fell, the remaining raiders, armed with a small amount of food, escaped through a secret passage. Led by Tyne and Offing, the raider community has embarked on an endless journey of wandering. During their escape, the group's numbers have gradually dwindled. Now, only 10 members remain. 3 of the group are women, and among them is a pregnant woman, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's belly is already bulging, heralding the arrival of a new life. However, in this apocalyptic environment, the birth of a new life is fraught with uncertainty and danger. Shin Jungsu pushed Lu Ruyan, feeling helpless. The last of the food they had brought from the granary a day earlier had been consumed. Every face in the group was filled with uncertainty. They had once stood at the top of all the communities in Ling'an Prefecture, like a tiger at the top of the forest food chain. But now, they were reduced to homeless wanderers. Everyone was hungry, everyone was exhausted. Everyone pay attention. At the front of the team, Tyne and Offing, armed with a PC round shield and a fire axe, noticed 3 zombies ahead. 2 of the 3 ahead have backpacks. A thin-faced subordinate with better eyesight beside him warned. Backpacks. Tianan's eyes lit up. Zombies with backpacks meant only one thing. These zombies were survivors who died while scavenging for supplies. If we kill them, there's a good chance their backpacks contain food or other useful supplies. Aguang, Xiao Di, follow me. The rest of you, form the 3 talents formation and protect the women. Yes. After a fierce battle, the 3 vanguards defeated the zombies. When Tyne and Offing excitedly opened one of the zombies' bags, he discovered there was no food inside. Instead, there was a handful of aloe vera. In the second zombie's backpack, there was a small, unopened package of compressed biscuits. What is this? What is this? Is this zombie a fool? Carrying a bunch of grass as food? Did he die of starvation, being bitten, or just stupidity? Ah Feng roared in frustration when he saw that this was all he had gotten from the battle. As he spoke, Ah Feng raised the aloe vera, intending to smash it. Just then, Shin Jungsu stopped him. Brother, don't smash it. Peel the aloe vera and eat it raw. It's good for nutrition and hydration. What? Edible. Ah Feng was stunned. His grip on the aloe vera loosened, and it fell to the ground. The subordinate, who had had such good eyesight earlier, swooped in at the critical moment and secured the aloe vera in his arms. Chapter 84. Late at night, in a nearby building, Tyne and Offing led the group to rest. They lit a fire, and the small bag of compressed biscuits, along with hot water, was cooked into a small pot of noodle soup. Everyone scooped up the thickest portion of the soup and handed it to the pregnant woman, Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan looked at the porridge offered to her, and said to Tyne and Offing with difficulty, Offing, just give me a bite. We haven't eaten all day. If we keep going, even more people will collapse. You should lead everyone to eat. Offing said, why if you eat? You're about to give birth. How can you not eat? Lu Ruyan shook her head, pushed the porridge away, and said, Offing, I have no appetite. Ask Sister Jungsu to peel some aloe vera for me to moisten my throat. This porridge is for you fighting men. If you lose the energy to fight, we're all dead. But, eat. Take the fighting men with you. Otherwise, we all die. Offing obeyed with tears in his eyes. Shin Jungsu sighed, peeled some reeds, and carefully fed some to Lu Ruyan. At dawn, Lu Ruyan woke early. She felt a dull throbbing pain in her lower body. Her face suddenly paled. However, the pain wasn't constant, but came and went. At this moment, Offing and his men were scouting the rooftop with binoculars. Brother Feng. There's movement over at the nearby Zijing Garden Complex. It looks like someone's gone in. And it looks like they're women. Huh? Didn't Ajay scout that complex before? Besides a small number of zombies, there aren't many resources left. What are these people doing in there? This area is the area surrounding Nighthawk's flower community. Could it be that she's become so powerful that she wants to open a branch here? Go! That woman is just relying on the influence of her lover, Arui. Now she's so arrogant. Branch. Amidst the chatter of his subordinates, Offing focused on those 2 words. At this moment, Shin Jungsu ran up to the top floor and hurriedly said to Offing, Brother Feng. My sister-in-law isn't feeling well. What? Let's go! Tyne and Offing hurried back to his wife's side and took her hand. Honey, how are you? It hurts, ah. Offing was immediately disoriented. What's going on? Wasn't she fine yesterday? Lu Ruyan's face paled. Offing, I hurt down there. Offing gritted his teeth. Men all. Get out. Jungsu, check your sister-in-law's condition. After checking Lu Ruyan's condition, Shin Jungsu's face was grim. Brother. Sister-in-law is 1-digit dilated. She give birth in 8 hours at most. 1-digit dilated is a medical term. A pregnant woman with 1-digit dilation will give birth within approximately 8 hours of her first birth, or within 4 hours of a previous birth. She's giving birth. At this moment, Ah Feng's face flashed with joy at becoming a father, yet also with immense worry. The building they were hiding in was unsafe and lacked supplies. His companions were already in dire condition, and if his wife gave birth in such an environment, she would be in grave danger. At this moment, Ah Feng recalled his rooftop reconnaissance, and a message flooded his mind. Only a few women. A branch. Pass my order, all brothers, follow me later, and launch a surprise attack on the Balhenia community. Take down that branch, capture those women, and seize their supplies. Jungsu, Aching, you two, move your sister-in-law onto the wheelchair. After we capture that branch, we set up camp there. We can't let your sister-in-law give birth in such a dangerous place, and we can't let anyone go hungry anymore. Brothers, take that branch, and we have food to eat. Offing. Don't. Go. Lu Ruyan weakly reached out to stop them. Okay. At this moment, all the men present shouted and yelled, completely drowning out Lu Ruyan's voice. Shin Jungsu knew what was coming next, and sighed helplessly. Inside the Balhenia community's green belt. At this moment, Di Xinyan was inspecting the community's already extensive medicinal herb fields with Ai Shirley, the new arrival Lu Mingqi, and Amao. Now, the 5 herbs, Corydalis, Calicarpa, Panax nodo ginseng, Halatuinia cordata, and dandelion, have all grown. Master, these herbs are growing so fast. Even faster than the corn in our community, Lu Mingqi exclaimed. Actually, many of these herbs are considered weeds by ordinary people. Take, for example, the anti-inflammatory dandelion. This type of herb doesn't require special care. It can actually grow in the dirt between tiles and stones. We specially created a field for it, which is actually quite luxurious, haha. Di Xinyan explained with a smile. A little further away, Ai Shirley was using her phone to take photos, capturing the changes in the herb's growth cycles. At one point, Ai Shirley accidentally pressed the selfie function on her phone, and the screen displayed a selfie camera. Just as Ai Shirley was about to cut back, she suddenly noticed a ferocious-looking man behind her, reaching out to grab her. Ai Shirley spun around and spotted someone trying to sneak up on her. She screamed, attacker. Lu Mingqi, Di Xinyan, and Amao, who were in the fields, suddenly woke up. Amao. Damn it! Tainan and the others behind her gritted their teeth. After screaming, Ai Shirley took off running, but was quickly caught by the swift Tainan Offing. Let me go! Let me go! Di Xinyan, Amao, and Lu Mingqi all drew their pistols and pointed them at the attackers. Seeing that the enemy had 3 pistols, and their own group only had melee weapons, Tainan Offing decisively drew his dagger and pressed it to Ai Shirley's throat. Put down your guns. Otherwise, I kill this girl with 1 sword. Tainan Offing, how dare you? Amao shouted angrily. Tainan sneered, what's there for me to be afraid of? You think I killed enough? You Nighthawk's brat, if you don't believe me, try. Di Xinyan and the other 2 had no choice but to lower their pistols. Tianan's men approached Di Xinyan and the others with a smirk. At this moment, Di Xinyan whispered, Amao, Mingqi, Master will stop them later. You 2 run. Find Arui and Nighthawk to save us. But? Master, you. No buts. I know you 2 are fast street dancers. I'm counting on you. With that, Di Xinyan suddenly rushed towards the others who were approaching. Amao and Mingqi gritted their teeth, fleeing in separate directions, one on the left and one on the right. Amao and Mingqi, both street dancers, were truly fast. In the blink of an eye, they were almost out of the neighborhood. The looters were momentarily stunned by their actions. The next moment, they wanted to give chase. Don't chase. Subdue this woman and search them. Force them to tell you where the food is stored in this new settlement. Iron Man A Feng shouted. Di Xinyan knew she couldn't escape, and she couldn't abandon Ai Shirley and run away alone. So she shouted, You are Tainan Offing. Yes. Girl, I advise you not to be so ungrateful. Tell me where the food is stored here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Humph, I thought you were a big shot, but now you've been reduced to kidnapping? You were once the leader of the largest community in Lingnan Prefecture, now you become a bandit. Tianan's eyes blazed with rage. Woman! My patience is limited. Tell me where the food is hidden. Otherwise, I don't mind letting my men relax with you two beautiful women. At these words, Tianan's 6 men laughed lewdly, their eyes greedily scanning Di Xinyan and Ai Shirley, as if they wanted to devour these two stunning beauties immediately. Just then, Shin Jiangsu ran over, his face tense, and said, Brother Offing, my sister isn't doing well. Go check on her. Upon hearing his wife's condition, Tainan Offing's heart fluttered. He irritably said, Lock up these two women first. Outside the Zijingwa residential complex, Lu Mingqi panted breathlessly, hiding in the shadows. She carefully checked to see if the predators had caught up. So, she immediately grabbed her phone and called Amo. The phone rang immediately. Amao! Are you okay? I'm fine. I escaped. I just encountered 2 zombies along the way. Don't worry, I didn't fight them. I ran away and wasn't hurt. How about you, dear? Are you okay? I'm fine. Stay safe. I haven't encountered any zombies yet. Well, Master and Aishili are still in that Tianan's clutches. We need to find Brother Rui and Sister Nighthawk to rescue them. Right. We can't abandon them. Amao, let's do this. Let's call Brother Rui and Sister Nighthawk to report the situation. Then, since we only have short weapons, and this place is close to the Huaduo community, let's go back to Sister Nighthawk. Once Brother Rui and Sister Nighthawk are ready, we take them to rescue them. Amao, that's right. See you later? Yes, see you later. Amao hung up the phone helplessly. 10 meters away, 3 zombies from the intersection were approaching. Now, he'd been cornered by 3 zombies, unable to escape. The walls on either side were high, and climbing them on his own was hopeless. Mingqi, take care of yourself. Mao said, pulling out the dagger hidden in his calf, ready to fight the 3 zombies blocking his path. Suddenly, a 2.5-meter tall figure in a black coat appeared from behind the 3 zombies. This monster had a bare head, and large stitches etched across half its face. The only visible part was a cold glint in its eyes. The entire creature exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Mao's eyes widened. What kind of monster was this? Just as Mao was lost in thought, the black-coated figure raised a 1.5-meter-long steel pipe and brought it down on one of the zombies' heads. The zombie was knocked out with a single blow. Amao? Before Amao could react, C3 had already killed another zombie and grabbed a third, throwing it away. C3 continued to fight, muttering to himself, zombies. Destroy. Finally, after all the zombies were destroyed, C3 looked at the bewildered Amao and ignored him, continuing on his way. Amao was stunned. What's going on? A monster killed a zombie and saved me? Chapter 85. Inside the underground warehouse of the Zijingwa Community Property Management Center, Di Xinyan and Ai Shirley, having had all their equipment taken away, were imprisoned here. Their hands were tied with ropes. Looking at the situation before her, Ai Shirley said sadly, I'm in the dungeon again. This familiar feeling is awful. Di Xinyan comforted her, Ollie, don't give up hope. Amao and Mingqi have escaped. They definitely asked Arui and Sister Yang to rescue us. Don't worry, we be fine. Seeing her master's comfort, Ai Shirley said apologetically, Master, I'm sorry. It's all because of me that I hindered everyone. If it weren't for me, you 3 pistols would have sent those bastards to hell long ago. Di Xinyan said gently, it's okay. Since you call me master, I am master. How could a master watch his apprentice in danger, and then not help? Master, you are such a good person. Ever since you took me away from that Jiang Juanhao's house, after being rescued, I discovered that the people in your community are truly kind. It's not like life is all that great, but this atmosphere makes me feel like I returned from hell to heaven. It's like the devil's honey. I can't stop eating it. I can't forget it. Little girl, how old are you? And you're saying such dejected things? Di Xinyan rolled her eyes. I know you had a painful past. But as a person, you have to learn to move forward. Don't give up hope, okay? Thank you, Master. But Master, we're in a tough spot right now. I've been there. In my experience, Tainan might not be in a good mood right now, but the way his 6 men looked at us just now means we might be in trouble. I've been there, I know it. Di Xinyan knew what Ai Shirley was talking about. Even someone with such a strong mindset as hers paled with fear. But then, after a change of heart, she smiled wryly. It's okay. I won't let them succeed. I die with them. AI surely shook her head and said, Master, even if we weren't tied up, we wouldn't stand a chance against these 6 thugs. And now you're still tied up. How can you be so confident? Disanyan said calmly, Ollie, are you afraid of death? AI surely shook her head and said, No, I'm not afraid of death. I've been through hell, and then, on your brother's territory, I saw heaven. If I had just been through hell, I wouldn't have let those men do anything to me. But now, I've seen such beauty. I don't want to go back. So if they touch me, I bite my tongue and commit suicide. Disanyan smiled. Disciple, your thoughts are similar to mine. I would bite my tongue and commit suicide too. Honestly, I don't have any worries now. On the 2nd day of my wedding, God took away my husband, my love, my happiness. The only thing I can't let go of is my only family, my dreamy brother. Other than that, I have no regrets. Aishili stared at Disanyan's face for a long time, seeing sadness, indifference, and a longing for family. She swallowed and said, Master, in fact, your love and your happiness have never left. You are still luckier than me. Master, they're going to get us later. I'm buying you time to commit suicide. That way, you can keep your name clear for those who still love you. What nonsense are you talking about, disciple? The person who loved me is dead. To protect me, you actually asked my brother to kill my husband with his own hands. How foolish. Disanyan thought of Li Yuan, and shook her head with a wry smile. AI surely gathered herself and made up her mind. Master, we might both be dying soon. So let me tell you something, so you don't die without knowing, leaving you with regrets as a ghost. Master, the head of the family, Arui loves you. And he's loved you for a long time. Disanyan shook her head and said, Celia told you, right? Arui is my brother, he's family. The deep bond between us is truly incomparable. Even though we're not related by blood, he truly cares for me like a sister. Every time I think of him, my heart warms. He's such a good man. Any girl who marries him is truly blessed. Alas, Celia's situation is truly a twist of fate. Believe it or not, Celia told me that she and Arui being together was actually taking advantage of the opportunity. When Arui was in sophomore year, he was heartbroken because someone was engaged. So he went to his classmates and friends to get drunk to relieve his sorrow. This allowed Celia to take advantage of the opportunity and help him to bed. Yes, Master, you are right. Arui is really a good person. Even though he knew that Celia was calculating against him, he really treated Celia as his girlfriend sincerely. But later, the two of them had a disagreement, and Celia's heart was cold, so she turned to Jiang Junhao's arms. All these were told to me by Celia when I was staying at Arui's house those days. On the first day Celia came here, she finally found out that the person in Arui's heart was you, Master. Moreover, on the 2nd day after Arui fell into a coma to save him, Celia asked Arui after they were frank with each other. Arui admitted it himself. The person he loves most is you. After saying this, AI surely shook her head. Master, this world is truly cruel to the headmaster. 5 times. The first time, he watched his beloved get engaged. The 2nd time, his girlfriend betrayed him. The 3rd time, as best man, he watched the man he loved marry his benefactor. The 4th time, his beloved finally found happiness, only to have to destroy it the next day to protect her. The 5th time, he finally accepted his fate, and was once again moved by Celia, but fate forced him to send her away with his own hands. This beautiful yet cruel world. Ha ha ha. The headmaster's misery is comparable to mine. Sigh. What? Disanyan's eyes widened. Her heart was filled with turmoil. Shock, confusion, regret. All the strongest emotions surged through her. She had always thought that Arui only treated her as family. She had always thought that Arui's constant nagging of sister, you are my bride, was just a childish joke. She had once thought that Arui's hostility toward Li Yuan was simply due to his ignorance. But she had never imagined that this brother, with the heart of a man, harbored such deep feelings for her. AI Shirley, are you sure Celia isn't wrong? Does Arui really love me? Disanyan's voice trembled slightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Master, Celia didn't need to lie about this. She knew that Arui had always silently protected you, even if you didn't know, even if you never reciprocated his feelings. AI Shirley nodded firmly and continued, there's one more thing I tell you. In fact, after Celia experienced what happened with Jiang Junhao, she finally understood what kind of man was worthy of her trust. She didn't care that the person Arui once loved most was still you. She quietly started over, slowly warming Arui's heart. Because she knew that although Arui's true love was not her, he also truly loved Celia. For this reason, Celia accepted everything and made up her mind to start over with Arui. Alas, in fact, Celia almost succeeded. But fate played a trick on her. Disanian's shock deepened at this moment. Celia actually had such an awareness? And for so many years, she had neglected a true heart that belonged to her. I don't know. I really don't know. I thought he was a willful brother. I thought it was just a child's pampering. I don't know how to face all this. I once thought my love was dead, that I would end up alone. I never expected Arue to. Alas. Master, those who abuse sincerity will be struck by lightning. Ai Shirley said calmly. Disanian felt her body sway unsteadily. Memories from deep within surged back. That year on the mountain. An innocent boy, only 7 years old, had been seriously injured while trying to protect himself. Sister, didn't you say you'd be my bride when you grew up? I'm the groom, so of course I have to protect my bride. Sister, don't cry. When you grow up, will you marry me? I protect you forever. Okay. That year, she had indeed promised him. Because of that promise, that innocent, kind, pure, and brave boy had silently waited for her for nearly 20 years. Desire. A longing, as intense as wildfire, surged within Disanian. She wanted to see Arue. She wanted to see Arue again. Just then, they heard footsteps. Aishili sighed. Those people were coming. Carrying this strong desire, Disanian's mind suddenly cleared. Her eyes grew determined. Disanian gathered herself, staring at Ai Shirley with a piercing gaze. Ali, do you believe in Master? I do. You believe I will carry you with me until Arue and I return safely, unharmed. Do you believe me? Master, I believe you. But is that possible? If you believe me, then later, don't speak carelessly. Listen to my instructions. Don't worry, I have a feeling we all be fine. We can return. Shirley looked at her master with doubtful eyes. She didn't know where her confidence came from. After all, she had experienced the worst-case scenario before. And it wouldn't take just 1 or 2 days, but 2 months. Okay, Master, I listen to you. Even though she said that, Ai Shirley was skeptical. Chapter 86. The door opened. 6 men with lustful faces pushed it open. Several of them, grinning lewdly, began to take off their coats. Girls, get ready to party with us today. Don't worry, we promise to make you two feel heavenly, ha ha ha. Hee hee, don't be afraid. I'm very gentle, ha ha ha. Several men with lustful eyes impatiently approached the 2 women, spouting obscenities. Suddenly, Disanian said fearlessly, okay, if you want to die, I grant your wish. Oh my, you pretty girl, you're so arrogant. How do you want us to die? A satisfying death? Ha ha ha. Disanian said calmly, are you afraid of zombies? Scared, terrified to death. But where are the zombies here? There's only dry wood and raging fire, hee. If you dare touch us, my apprentice, and I will bite our tongues and commit suicide immediately. TSK, you think we don't know? Biting your tongue and dying means you be dead for at least a few hours. Well, before you die, we can let you experience what it means to be unable to live, and unable to die, hee. Are you so confident that when the time comes, you be unable to live, and unable to die, and you be dead for at least a few hours? Well, before you die, we can let you experience what it means to be unable to live, and unable to die, hee. It's the 2 of us. I'm telling you. Right now we, and you, all have the inactivated zombie virus. So, when a living person dies, they resurrect as zombies and attack others. I'm telling you, it might take an hour for the 2 of us to bite our tongues and die, but when I'm weak, the virus in our bodies will also begin to activate. If you're brave enough, try to touch one of us. I'm telling you, once the zombie virus activates in your body, it kill you in a few hours. And judging by the way you all look, you probably haven't eaten in days, right? If you were to fight 2 of us, 6 defenseless, starving guys, you'd be practically turned into zombies yourself just by touching us. You're very brave, young man. Ah! This. Hearing this, the 6 men shuddered and retreated hastily. Ren said, you. Beautiful lady, please stop messing around. Don't bite your tongue. Disanian spoke with a resolute, fearless expression. Beside her, Ai Shirley's stomach pounded. Master, what you said is 70% true, but the 30% about speed is clearly exaggerated. But the outrageous thing now is, these 6 thugs were actually fooled by this maneuver? Could this be, knowledge is power? At this moment, one of the daring and shameless Taoists persisted, saying, "Who knows if this girl is lying to us?" But then, one of his accomplices suddenly woke up and said, "Oh my God, this girl is telling the truth. I remember. There's a traitorous girl under Nighthawk's command named Zhang Peihan, who defected to Brother Offing. Brother Offing doesn't like traitors, so he ordered her taken out and shot. However, Abeo and the others didn't execute her immediately, but wanted to make use of her. In the end, they were all bitten by that zombie girl. In the end, it was Brother Jia who personally sent them to their doom." Damn, what she said was true. Aishili was now even more shocked. Oh my God, Master must be bluffing. How could something like this really happen? Desanyan's mind raced. Seeing that her story, made up of 7 true and 3 false, had become incredibly convincing thanks to the help of her idiot teammates, she seized the opportunity to further fuel the flames, saying, "I didn't expect this brother to have some foresight. He knows not to barge in when the King of Hell has a door. I'm a head nurse by profession. My apprentice, and I saw more dead bodies during the zombie crisis than you guys will see in your entire lives. You're so young, and you're already thinking of reporting to the King of Hell. I don't mind. What do you think, Ollie?" Seeing Desanyan's eyes hinting at adding fuel to the fire, AI surely matched her with a contemptuous expression. "You guys, if you really kill me and my master, you know what it means to not let you off even if you become a ghost. We're living people now, easy targets. Once we become zombies and evil ghosts, you'd be defenseless and even half-dressed. You can give it a try." The master and apprentice's performance completely frightened the 6 malicious individuals. Even Desanyan herself was a little amazed at the sight. They actually done it. At this moment, the man with good eyesight stared at Desanyan and asked cautiously, "Beautiful lady, are you really a head nurse?" Desanyan replied firmly, "Yes. Head nurse of the First People's Hospital of Daqianlingen Prefecture, Desanyan. I stick with my name and surname. Any questions?" The man immediately shouted happily, "Oh my God. Brother Feng, you really brought us to the right place. There's a doctor here. My sister-in-law can be saved." The other 5 men, surprise. Desanyan, ? AI Shirley, ? Then, he quickly introduced himself, "Dr. D. My name is Yen Lijing. Doctor, those bastards just now were blind and offended you. We have a pregnant woman here, our boss's wife. She's about to give birth, please save her. We deserved it just now. We were ignorant, we didn't recognize the true God. I apologize to you and your apprentice. Please, save my sister-in-law. It was my eldest brother or my sister-in-law who saved me back then. If they hadn't, I would have been dead." Desanyan narrowed her eyes. "Is a simple apology enough for you?" Unexpectedly, Yen Lijing, who had already put on his clothes at some point, shouted to everyone around him, "Get dressed and get out." The men slunk out of the room in frustration. At this point, they no longer dared to entertain any dirty thoughts, for they were convinced that any reckless behavior would be a death sentence. Then, Yen Lijing untied Desanyan and AI Shirley, and with a thud, he knelt down and kowtowed before them. With their hands freed, Desanyan and AI Shirley exchanged a bewildered glance. Soon, Desanyan and AI Shirley were ushered into the presence of the Iron Man Offing. After Yen Lijing's brief explanation, Tainan Offing, as if seeing his parents, tearfully pleaded with Desanyan, "Dr. D, my subordinates are bastards. I apologize. Please save my wife. You're the first doctor I met in the apocalypse. Please my wife and child's lives." Desanyan felt powerless as she watched the tears streaming down Tainan Offing's face. "All right. Where's the pregnant woman? Ailey, get ready." AI Shirley was also baffled, but still replied, "Yes." Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyao stood in the community square, watching the emergency rescue team dispatch. 3 armored vehicles, and a police van, all in full force. Watching the troops march toward the medicinal herb base, Zijingwa community, Qin Xiaoyao looked up to the sky, trying hard to hold back his tears. Earlier, in the conference room, after the operational meeting. After receiving the information about Lu Mingqi who escaped from Nighthawk, Zhongli Rui urgently summoned the main combatants and formulated a hostage rescue operation. However, Qin Xiaoyao strongly opposed the battle plan that used Zhongli Rui as a lure to lure the enemy's main combatant. "Brother, is this plan about saving lives or committing suicide? How could you, a commander, just rush in as bait? Tainan is ruthless, treacherous, and cunning. This is the only way to achieve a surprise attack. Now, Sister Sinyan and AI Shirley are in their hands, hostages. Nighthawk told me what fate awaits women in their hands. I can't delay any longer. Only this method can create an opportunity for Xiaofeng, Wang Gang, and Lu Shi. Brother, are you going to die for me? Without me risking my life to protect me that night, I would have died long ago. Sister, if Sister Sunyan and I were, this community depends on you, Shizi, and Captain Wang Gang. How many of you? You're an elite talent, no less capable than I am. I believe you can lead everyone to a good life. Brother, if it were me who was captured, would you come and rescue me like this? Of course. Zhongli Rui smiled. Don't even mention you're my sister. I rescued Little Mushroom, like this before. That's my style, my dear sister. So now, you're giving us a chance to live, but you're willing to die with Sister Sunyan, right? Don't make it sound like we're destined to die. When we get back, have Sister Sunyan make me scrambled eggs with perilla, spicy and sour potato shreds, and tomato-based borscht. Then, we can have a good meal together as a family. Jin Xiaoyao lowered her head dejectedly and sniffed. Then, she forced a smile and raised her head. Brother, be safe and come back soon. If you need backup, Team 2 will stay here and be there. Zhongli Rui patted Qin Shiyu's head. Assault Team 1 was dispatched in a hurry. Watching the departing convoy, Qin Xiaoyao whispered, Brother Rui, bring my sister back. We're all family, let's have dinner together. I'll be waiting for you. In the lead armored vehicle, Zhongli Rui looked at Xiaofeng, Lu Shi, and Wang Gang with remarkable calmness. Reconfirm the plan, Xiaofeng. Vertically land and suppress the troops. Is that okay? Sir, that's okay. Captain Wang Gang, our Hawkeye, sniping in case of an emergency. Is that okay? Captain Wang Gang's eyes sharpened. No problem, boss. Shizi, you and the 2 commandos from Unit 022, are you okay? Lu Shi tapped his body armor against his chest. Brother, that's okay. Captain Wang Gang smiled. Kid, my squad is yours this time. But you're just as capable as I am. Be careful. If there's an emergency, protect the boss. Lu Shi smiled. Of course. Captain, you're more valuable in the sniper position than just charging in with them. You're the best marksman in our community. You brat, no need to flatter me. You're no different from me. In the armored vehicle, Zhongli Rui extended his fist, and everyone else followed suit, bumping fists. Chapter 87. Inside the Huaduo community. Okay, I got it. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask me. Our community is always ready to support you. Nighthawk said to Zhongli Rui on the phone. Thank you, Sister Nighthawk. By the way, please give my sincere thanks to Lu Mingqi, who risked her life to escape and report the news. I will. With that, Zhongli Rui hung up the phone. Before Nighthawk stood Lu Mingqi, tears welling in her eyes. She clutched her headscarf, mumbling to herself, Ameo, where are you? Didn't you say you meet me at Sister Nighthawk's place? Didn't you say you were fine? Why did you lie to me? Why did you lie to me? Nighthawk stepped forward, trying to comfort Lu Mingqi. Earlier, Lu Mingqi had returned to the community, and Nighthawk was a little surprised. Because she had returned without permission before her study abroad period at the home community. When Mingqi urgently relayed the information that the raiders had attacked the medicinal plant production base in Zijingwa community and held Di Sinyan and Ai Shirley hostage, Yi Ying was shocked and immediately informed Zhongli Rui of the situation. While Yi Ying was communicating with Zhongli Rui, Lu Mingqi waited for Mao. Mao was clearly faster than her, so he should have arrived at the community first. But why hadn't he appeared yet? At this moment, Lu Mingqi suddenly remembered what Mao had said on the phone. On the way, they encountered 2 zombies. Mao said they were fine, and he ran away. Looking back now, Mao probably didn't want her to worry, so... Mingqi's thoughts grew more and more frightened, and she burst into helpless tears. Yi Ying stepped forward, trying to comfort Lu Mingqi. Suddenly, Yi Ying's intercom rang. It was Gui, the sharpshooter observing from the community's commanding heights. Sister, at the gate, Mao's back. Nighthawk beamed with joy. Mingqi, come with me. Mao's back. Lu Mingqi suddenly stood up and rushed towards the gate's defenses. In her sight, it was indeed Mao. Ameo, Ameo, Ameo. Lu Mingqi rushed forward, hugged Ameo, and began to sob. Woo, you bastard, you lied to me. You were clearly in danger. Why didn't you tell me? Woo. Ameo had no choice but to pat Lu Mingqi's back and comfort her. Mingqi, don't be like this. I'm back. Don't worry, I wasn't bitten by a zombie. I'm fine. I told you not to lie to me. I told you not to lie to me. I told you not to lie to me. Lu Mingqi began to pound Ameo's chest. Ameo said helplessly, Wife, don't do this. I was wrong. At this moment, Nighthawk came up, laughing and saying, Ameo, Ameo. Look at you. You usually run faster than a rabbit. What happened today? Lu Mengqi stopped crying, pushed Ah Mao away, and asked nervously, Yes, Ah Mao, what happened to you? Why did you come back so late today? Ah Mao looked at Nighthawk and said solemnly, Sister Nighthawk, I have very important information to share with you. Tell me, what kind of information is it? Sister, do you remember what Brother Rui said about that intelligent, tall monster with insane regenerative abilities? You mean C2 or C3? Yes, I remember. We're lucky. Brother Rui told us that this thing is a bit troublesome to fight. A novice who doesn't know the truth will be fooled into using up all their bullets and still not be able to kill it. What's the matter? Today, I met someone nearby who even spoke to me. Honestly, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have made it back. Nighthawk and Lu Mengqi were horrified. What? At the same time, outside the Balhenia community, on a nearby high ground. In the community's central square, there are 6 men. No sign of offing, wearing a body armor. Wang Gang, peering through the scope of his Type 88 sniper rifle, reported the situation to Zhong Lirui and the others near the main gate. 6. They should be the only combat-capable members of the raiders besides offing. Mengqi's intel says the other 3 are inside the building. 1 is a woman. Also, I seem to hear someone shouting something was wrong. Although their firepower is low right now, they still need to be careful since they took 4 pistols from Xinyan and the other 4. Zhong Lirui told his companions. Rui, it seems you're right. To ensure the safety of Sister Xinyan and AI Shirley, we need to lure Ah Feng out and capture him in one fell swoop. Otherwise, he used them to threaten us again in the building. Alright, if he doesn't come out, I force him out. Zhong Lirui donned a bulging jacket, no body armor, and no exoskeleton. He walked to the gate of the Balhenia community, raised a loudspeaker, and shouted into the Balhenia community. Stupid brother boss of the plunderers, that Ah Feng, the bastard. Come out here now. I am Zhong Lirui, the leader of the home community, and the leader of the 4 community alliance. If you know what's good for you, release the woman from my community that you have captured. Otherwise, today I, the leader of the alliance, will lead the elite troops of the 4 communities and make you bastards scream and howl, and finally kneel down and sing Conquer in front of me. Turtle Egg Offling, do you hear me? Come out here now. If you don't come out, from now on you will be Turtle Egg Offling. If you don't come out, I will blow your turtle shell to pieces. Do you hear me? Lu Shi, you jerk offing. Rui's learned that Amao's tricks. Covering his mouth with laughter, Captain Wang Gang, trying hard not to laugh, as he needs to keep watching the surveillance camera, Xiaofeng, expressionless, at this moment, Offing, the Iron Man, sat at the entrance of the Property Management Center, perfectly positioned in Wang Gang's sight, waiting for Di Xinyan and AI Shirley to administer emergency treatment to Lu Ruyan. Because of this, even though he heard someone yelling at the door, he was still concerned. He was anxiously awaiting definitive news from the ward, whether his wife and child were safe. In the emergency room. Doctor, it hurts, it hurts. Calm down, stay strong. I'm asking, is the pain here, and is it intermittent? Yes, doctor. You're right. Did you have these symptoms the day before? Not yet. No. Di Xinyan suddenly noticed some peeled aloe vera in a nearby lunch box. She then asked sternly, have you ever eaten aloe vera? Yes. At this point, AI Shirley stepped forward and whispered, Master, what's wrong with aloe vera? Isn't it good for emergency relief, replenishing water and nutrients, and it's non-toxic? Di Xinyan shook her head and sighed, Ollie, go back and recite the medicinal uses and side effects of aloe vera 5 times. You forgot that aloe vera has a certain chance of causing uterine contractions in pregnant women, and a certain chance of increasing labor pain. Besides, these people haven't eaten properly for a whole day and night, and they're all very weak. What should we do? AI Shirley said in panic. If this were in our community's emergency room, I could still come up with something. But I need Anshi's help. You're still too inexperienced. Aishili lowered her head guiltily. Master, I definitely study hard and catch up with Anshi as soon as possible. Never mind. I don't blame you. It's terrible. There's nothing here except the first aid kits we just returned. At this moment, Di Xinyan heard someone shouting in the distance through a loudspeaker. Her first reaction was to remember the way Tyne and Offing had challenged her, with a loudspeaker, during the Huaduo community's battle with the plunderers. So Di Xinyan stormed out of the emergency room and yelled at Offing, who was sitting on the floor, Hey, big guy, control your men. Stop yelling through the loudspeaker. Your wife needs quiet. Quiet. Got you understood? After that, Decinian returned to the ward. Oh. Iron Man often hesitantly agreed, then walked toward the green belt ahead, shouting, Who wants to die? Didn't I tell you to be quiet? Be quiet. At this moment, Yin Lijing panicked and said to Subwayman Offing, Brother Feng, no, this is bad. That leader of the fourth community, Zhong Lirui, came to our door, saying we captured a woman from their community, and wants us to release her immediately, or else. Or else what? Say what? He said he call you turtle egg Offing from now on, and that if you don't come out, he'd blow your turtle shell apart. Ah. Offing, furious, grabbed Yin Lijing by the neck. Brother Feng, spare me. It wasn't me who said that, it was that bomb god Zhong Lirui. Brother Feng, spare me. Tainan Offing released his grip on Yin Lijing's neck. Yin Lijing took the opportunity to gasp for air. Offing clenched his fists and remained silent, a flicker of anger and helplessness in his eyes. When he raided this place, he seen Amao, the man who made his enemies envious. He originally thought this was a branch of Nighthawk. But now, he discovered it wasn't Nighthawk's branch at all, but the territory of Zhong Lirui, the man who bombed him to dust and killed nearly half of them and fled in disgrace. Even worse, with his forces so weak, he managed to capture women from his community. In the past, he wouldn't have been so afraid of him. But now, his men, himself included, were starving and had little strength. As for weapons, he wasn't so short of supplies, thanks to the 4 pistols he seized from Decinian and the other 4. However, facing the massive force outside Zhong Lirui's compound, if his men showed their faces, they'd surely be swiftly killed. Pondering the situation, Tainan Offing said to Yin Lijing, Yin, tell that Alliance leader Zhong Lirui that if he wants to see his woman, tell him to come in and talk to me. Otherwise, I kill her after I used her up. Big brother, we're in this state. Provoke Alliance leader Zhongli like this, isn't it? Yin Lijing said fearfully. What do you know? Tainan Offing scoffed. With our current combat power, if we show weakness, they think we're easy to bully. If they storm in, can you hold them off, or can I? I see, big brother. You're planning to trick that damn Alliance leader in here too, so we can seize the opportunity to take him down while he's concerned about his woman, right? Tainan Offing patted Yin Lijing's shoulder with satisfaction. Ah Yin, you're quite good. Hee, thanks for the compliment, big brother. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yin Lijing walked slowly towards the gate of the complex. Chapter 88. A few minutes later, Yin Lijing emerged from the room, shouting, Alliance leader Zhongli, my boss said, if you truly care about your women, come in and negotiate. Otherwise, you face the consequences. Zhong Lirui stared into Yin Lijing's eyes. Oh, what kind of consequences? Tell me. If you hesitate any longer, Alliance leader Zhongli, our boss will have our men teach those 2 women how to pole dance. Zhong Lirui sternly said, how dare you? Yin Lijing was not. Xie said, TSK, Alliance leader Zhongli, our boss was once the king of Lingen City. What's there to be afraid of? Alliance leader Zhongli, if you hesitate any longer, my minions will teach those 2 stunning girls a striptease. Zhong Lirui's eyes blazed with rage, and he spoke word by word, if you dare even touch them, and I find out, I strap bombs to each of you and let you all experience what it means to be cremated on the spot. At this moment, Zhong Lirui wasn't pretending, he was genuinely furious. Yin Lijing knew he had gone too far and quickly said, Alliance leader Zhongli, don't worry. We haven't touched them yet. Alliance leader Zhongli, our boss said, if you have the guts, bring 2 people and come in to talk to him. Why wouldn't you dare? Zhong Lirui then signaled to Lu Xi and Xiao Lu, a member of Team 022, beside him, you 2, follow me inside. Everyone else, stand by outside. Lu Xi said to another commando, Zhang Xiaofeng, Xiao Zhang, you wait outside for support. Xiao Lu and I will accompany Arui inside. Yes. As ordered. Zhong Lirui led Lu Xi and Xiao Lu, followed by Yin Lijing, into the Bauhinia residential complex. In the distance, at the entrance to the property management center, Tainan and Offing, one hand behind their back, looked down at Zhong Lirui and the other 2 approaching. 3 more people were standing around with their hands behind their backs. Zhong Lirui whispered a command through his earpiece. Captain Wang Gang, 4 of you, prepare to cut off your hands. Okay. Xiaofeng, wait for my command. Prepare to descend quickly and suppress the enemy. Roger that, sir. As soon as Zhong Lirui finished his command, he began calculating the distance between himself and Tainan. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Finally, Tainan signaled him to stop about 3 meters away. Meanwhile, the looters, their hands behind their backs, had formed a semi-encirclement, closing in from all directions. Zhongli Rui remained undaunted, staring silently at Offing. "Are you Tainan Offing, the leader of the plunderers?" Zhongli Rui asked with disdain, letting these malicious men surround him. "That's me." "Boy, are you the so-called leader, Zhongli Rui?" "It's me," Zhongli Rui said calmly. "Where are my men?" "Hand them over." Tianan's eyes flickered with triumph. "Boy, with your brains, you still want to be the leader? Outside the complex, I can't defeat you now. But here, the 3 of you against the 6 of us, do you think you can get out safely?" Tainan Offing pulled a pistol from his back, pointed it at Zhongli Rui and the other 2, and shouted, "Those who don't want to die, put down your weapons." 3 other minions, their hands behind their backs, simultaneously drew their pistols and shouted, "Those who don't want to die, put down your weapons." Zhongli Rui laughed. "Ha ha ha, Offing, do you think I walk right into this trap unprepared? Look, what are these?" Zhongli Rui suddenly unbuttoned his bulging coat, revealing the grenade-like bomb strapped to his body. He shouted, "Hand over my men." At that moment, everyone surrounding Zhongli Rui and the other 2 gasped in shock. "Huh!" The situation suddenly became a stalemate. Zhongli Rui and the other 2 were threatened by 4 pistols, while Tainan and all the looters present were threatened by the bombs on Zhongli Rui's body. Tainan Offing looked at the terrifying grenade-like bombs on Zhongli Rui's chest and trembled in disbelief. "Do you think your brother Shanji from young and dangerous? So fearless? Would you do this for your woman?" Zhongli Rui, maintaining a posture ready to self-destruct, replied, "So what? Hand them over." Tainan gritted his teeth. In this situation, his side had no advantage at all. But he couldn't retreat now, because behind him, the 2 medical staff were delivering his wife's baby. If he surrendered now, and handed over the 2 men, and they stopped delivering his wife and left, his wife and child would surely be in danger. Thinking of this, Tainan Offing steeled his resolve. "Zhongli Rui, I admire your manliness. But even if it cost me my life, I wouldn't give you your 2 doctors." With that, Offing aimed his pistol at Zhongli Rui's head. Zhongli Rui saw this and simply gave a calm command. "Cut off their hands. Execute." Bang! 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 From a distant vantage point, gunshots rang out. A scream filled the air. Captain Wang Gang had shot 4 armed looters, including Tainan Offing, in the wrist, severing their hands instantly. "Ah! Ah! My hand!" The screams of 4 men whose hands had been severed suddenly echoed across the scene. "What?" The other 3 men armed with melee weapons panicked, attempting to flee. Xiaofeng suppressed them. Zhongli Rui continued his cold command. Xiaofeng and 4 other guards descended from the upper floors of a nearby residential building using steel cables. To deal with these panicked individuals, armed only with melee weapons, the guards simply knocked them unconscious with the butts of their rifles. Xiaofeng, for one, didn't even bother using the butt, knocking one unconscious with the back of his hand. Struggling to get up from the ground, seeing his last remaining resistance shattered in an instant, Tainan Offing felt a wave of despair. He saw his severed hand and pistol lying on the ground not far away. A sudden thought struck him. He had to protect his wife and child. Tainan struggled to reach for the pistol with his left hand. But Zhongli Rui had already grabbed the pistol. Zhongli Rui pointed his gun at Tainan's head and growled coldly, "I'm telling you one last time. Hand over my woman." Tainan, kneeling, looked up at Zhongli Rui, who was covered in explosives and holding a pistol to his head. He gritted his teeth and said, "I can't give your woman back to you right now. If I do, my wife and child will die." "What do you mean?" Zhongli Rui asked, slightly puzzled. Just then, the door opened again, and Di Xinyan angrily shouted outside, "I said you're not done, are you? A baby's being born here. The patient needs quiet. Hey." In Di Xinyan's view, Zhongli Rui, covered in explosives, was pointing a pistol at Tainan Offing's head, whose right hand was severed. "Ah, Rui. Is that you?" Di Xinyan's voice trembled, her vision blurred by the sudden surge of hot tears. "Sister Xinyan?" Zhongli Rui's voice instantly filled with excitement. Offing, the iron-hearted man, clutching the wound on his right hand, watched as Zhongli Rui's eyes shifted from icy cold to infinitely gentle when he saw Di Xinyan. This change was familiar to Offing, because he himself wore an almost identical expression when he saw his wife, Lu Ruyan. It was the look he gave his beloved. "This head nurse is Zhongli Rui's woman. I captured his woman, so he's fighting me? It's over, it's over." Offing's heart sank as if he had fallen into an icy hole. The last time he attacked the Flower Duo community, he sensed that this newly powerful leader, Zhongli Rui, wasn't one to kill without mercy. But this time, He truly been blind and had touched a sore spot. But thinking of his wife, Lu Ruyan, in critical condition in the room, often steeled his resolve and, struggling to kneel, said, Alliance Leader Zhongli Rui. I was blind, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have captured your woman. I know you must be dying to tear me to pieces. If you want my life, you can. But I beg you, sir, please be magnanimous. My wife and child are innocent. She's about to give birth. I beg you. And Dr. D, I beg you, please save my wife and child. Please, please, please. Save them. Zhongli Rui's eyes flashed with surprise, and he turned to Di Xinyan. Sister Xinyan, did this tough guy often capture you and AI surely, so he could deliver his wife's baby? Di Xinyan managed to calm herself and replied, well, it's a complicated process. But at least for now, that's the way it is. Glancing at Offing, who was pleading desperately on the ground, and then at Lu Ruyan, who was in the throes of labor, Di Xinyan stepped forward and pleaded with Zhongli Rui, Arui, thank you for coming to save us both. I know you may think Offing is guilty of heinous crimes and deserves death, but the woman and child are innocent. Arui, can you let me continue to save his wife? Her condition is extremely critical. As a doctor, I can't leave a patient alone. Zhongli Rui lowered his pistol and looked at Di Xinyan speechlessly. Sister Xinyan, you know me best. Am I the kind of person who would watch a woman or child die without helping? So, I clean up outside. I can't help with things here, so I rely on you. If there's anything we can do to help, just tell me, and I call for help. Di Xinyan felt a genuine sense of relief. The murderous look she had just seen in Arui's eyes was genuine. But in a split second, before her eyes, the warm-hearted and kind-hearted Arui had returned. This brought her great relief. Afeng, kneeling on the ground, heard that Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan were truly willing to continue treating his wife and child, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. He quickly knelt again, saying, thank you, Alliance Leader Zhongli, and thank you, Alliance Leader's wife. I, Afeng, will never forget your kindness. Thank you, thank you. Allow. Zhongli Rui turned to Lu Shi and Xiao Feng and said, Shizi. Xiao Feng, take them together and put them under guard. The one with the broken hand needs urgent bandaging. Thank you for your help. Okay. At this moment, Di Xinyan felt a surge of joy at Afeng's address as Alliance Leader's wife. Even more delighted, Zhongli Rui didn't even offer any objection or explanation. But looking at Zhongli Rui covered in explosives, Di Xinyan was in a state of great distress. Rui, I really don't know what to say. You should take off all the explosives first. Why are you so foolish? Why would you even risk your life for me? Sister, I do. Zhongli Rui laughed heartily. Di Xinyan was very familiar with that smile. It was the same expression Rui had made when the stray dog was accidentally killed by Rui's stone-stuffed mouth. I get it. Rui, I get it. Di Xinyan looked at him, a complex mixture of emotions welling up within her. She knew this man was always willing to do anything for her, even at the cost of his own life. Rui, you fool. Di Xinyan's voice was choked with sobs. Chapter 89. Suddenly, Di Xinyan was jolted awake from her emotional state. Thinking of Lu Ruyan, who was in critical condition in the room, she quickly said to Zhongli Rui, Rui, I really need your help. This pregnant woman isn't doing well. I see she might need additional labor assistance. I need Enchi's assistance and the equipment in the emergency room. Could you immediately have Enchi equipped with the necessary equipment and medicine? I prepared box number 3 in the emergency room. Have her come over to help me. Yes, Zhongli Rui immediately turned to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng immediately arranged for Team 2, Zhu Su, to drive Enchi over. As soon as Zhongli Rui finished speaking, AI surely rushed out and anxiously said to Di Xinyan, Master, this is terrible. Her water has broken, and she might be having a difficult labor. She needs assistance. What? A difficult labor? Di Xinyan's face was grave. When she was a trainee nurse, she had once assisted the surgeon. If a pregnant woman's water breaks, delivery must be swift, or the baby will be at risk of oxygen deprivation. Furthermore, the woman is now at risk of a difficult labor, so immediate action is required. Rui, can you go faster? A car might not be able to make it in time. Lu Ruyan needs assistance with childbirth right now. Faster? How do you mean faster? Are they going to fly over? Zhongli Rui was completely bewildered at this. Fly over. Xiaofeng, standing beside him, repeated these words softly before suddenly standing at attention and reporting to Zhongli Rui, Captain, I have a suggestion. Xiaofeng, if you have any good suggestions, tell me. Yes. Xiaofeng spent 5 minutes explaining her plan. Zhongli Rui, stunned, this. Is it really possible? Sir, I guarantee it with my life. It's absolutely feasible. If anything happens to Dr. Anchi, I die as an apology. To Zhongli Rui's surprise, Di Xinyan agreed, saying, Rui, Xiaofeng's method was actually used by the Lifeng nation abroad back then. Back then, they were trying to rescue their comrades, but the helicopter couldn't accommodate them, so they tied the rescuers to ammunition racks to quickly reach the scene. This approach aligns with Xiaofeng's suggestion. Okay, let's do it. So, Zhongli Rui contacted Chen Xiaoyao. Brother. I understand. I never thought Xiaofeng would actually use his brain. Don't worry, Xiaofeng is right. This plan is indeed feasible. Don't worry, I make the arrangements. After communicating with Zhongli Rui, Chen Xiaoyao immediately contacted Sumuji and Tingsha, who were on standby. Zhu Su, Tengxi, prepare the albatross in man mode. Also, go and help senior sister Little Mushroom. Yes, second miss. After saying this, Chen Xiaoyao let out a sly grin. Home Community Infirmary. Gu Anchi, who had earlier received Chen Xiaoyao's call, had already found the number 3 instrument box for pregnant women, according to the emergency manual left by Di Xinyan. But just as she prepared number 3 and donned her nurse's uniform, she saw Zhu Su and Tengxi approaching. Dr. Anchi, in Home Community, all clone guards refer to the medical team as doctor, including the deceased Lu Xiaoya and the recently apprenticed Ameo and Lu Mingqi. Time is running out. We're here to prepare for you. Please cooperate with us. Oh, how do we cooperate? Next, please don't move. Oh. Then, Tsumuji and Tingsha quickly removed all of Gu Anchi's clothes, leaving her completely naked. Ah. You, what are you doing? And then, before Gu Anchi could react with surprise, Tsumuji pressed down on a few spots on her armor, and her armor peeled off, revealing her completely naked. Looking at herself naked, and Tsumuji naked, Gu Anchi conjured up a breathtaking image. Tsumuji, you. This isn't good. I have a boyfriend. Before Gu Anchi could continue her nonsense, Tsumuji and Tingsha had quickly dressed her in Tsumuji's high-tech powered armor, then connected the link module on its back to the albatross. Gu Anchi clutched box number 3 tightly, her heart aching. Is this going to take off? Finally, with Tsumuji and Tingsha saluting, the albatross, carrying Gu Anchi and medical box number 3, suddenly lifted off into the air. Ah. I don't want to take off. The albatross, carrying Gu Anchi and the emergency medical supplies, sped towards the Bauhinia residential complex. After her initial fear, Gu Anchi felt like a battle angel. Wow, this is so hot. I'm taking off. I can fly. I'm going live, ha. The albatross covered the distance between the home residential complex and the Bauhinia residential complex in less than 5 minutes. As the crew watched from below, the albatross began to descend to a height of 5 meters. Then, the cable module on Gu Anchi's back, dangling the power armor, began a steady descent. Finally, Gu Anchi, clad in her high-tech armor, landed steadily in the central open space of the Bauhinia residential complex. Zhongli Rui, awesome. That's a great tactic. Xiaofeng, you have a great idea. Xiaofeng bowed slightly. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Lu Shi was thrilled. Honey, you're so hot. You look like a battle angel dropped from the sky. Gu Anchi landed with a smug look on her face. Hee, it's nothing, Lu Shi. Take a picture for me. Okay. At this moment, Di Xinyan scolded. Stop taking pictures. This is a matter of life and death. Anchi, Ollie, get the delivery aids ready. Follow me. Oh, okay, coming. Gu Anchi finally woke up. Immediately, Di Xinyan, accompanied by 2 apprentices and carrying medical kit number 3, re-entered the emergency room. Time ticked by, and a tense atmosphere permeated the air. From the delivery room, Lu Rian's screams and Di Xinyan's voice, instructing her to push harder, could be heard from time to time. In the distance, Offing, his severed hand already bandaged, was terrified. Zhongli Rui glanced at him, and said to Lu Shi, who was guarding him nearby, Shizi, bring Offing here. We still have some human rights. Bring the pregnant woman's husband here, and wait by the door. Offing, upon hearing this, quickly said, Thank you. After a while, Lu Rian's screams abruptly ceased. Wife! Offing, suddenly unable to hear Lu Rian's voice, fell into complete panic. Everyone present, Lu Shi, Xiao Lu, the guards, and Zhongli Rui, who sat on the ground, his explosive vest removed and only in his clothes, all felt their hearts in their throats. Although many people in the home community had never met Lu Rian before, they were now worried about this pregnant woman. Because every living person present, whether from the home community or the predator community, had witnessed too much destruction, death, and devastation. And today, a new hope is slowly emerging before them. To each of them, it's like a faint ray of light that appears accidentally in the long night. This ray of light is called the continuation of humanity. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the outcome, hoping this newborn would safely enter this shattered and dark world. At some point, a clear cry shattered the suffocating silence. A new life had arrived. Di Xinyan, clutching the tiny infant's swaddling clothes, emerged from the ward, relieved. Everyone was stunned, then cheered. From the people of the community to the captives on the ground. Of course, the clone still couldn't grasp the meaning of this, and simply watched the cheers in silence. Congratulations, it's a girl. Amidst the cheers, Di Xinyan walked over to Offling and said, Offling, your hand was just broken, and it's not sterilized yet, so you can't hold a child. Let me hold it, and you can see. Your daughter. Oh. Dr. D. No, Madam Alliance Leader, how is my wife? Di Xinyan looked at Offling with a hint of recognition. This guy, despite his many evil deeds, truly cared for his wife. She replied calmly, your wife is finally safe. Just to clarify, your wife used forceps during childbirth. The incision needs to heal, and she must rest for 42 days after delivery. Sexual intercourse is strictly prohibited during this period. Do you understand? Forceps are instruments used to assist mothers in delivering babies. Forceps are an important method for resolving difficult head presentations, shortening the second stage of labor, and terminating pregnancies early. If forceps are ineffective in a dangerous situation, a cesarean section is necessary. Di Xinyan brought these instruments with her when she returned to the hospital. I understand. Thank you, Madam Alliance Leader, thank you, Alliance Leader. A Feng was about to kneel again. At this moment, Zhong Lirui, standing beside him, shouted to stop him, a man's knees are made of gold. No need to kneel. Stand up. Well, Alliance Leader, you're so courageous. Upon hearing this, A Feng's eyes were moved. The look he gave Dong Lirui was different. Under the bright sunshine, everyone in the Balhenia community was filled with overwhelming excitement. This child might very well be the firstborn in Ling'an province since the zombie apocalypse. Everyone, even the captives sitting on the ground, felt as if all their fear and anxiety were dispelled by the arrival of this new life. Everyone understood the meaning of this new life. It was called hope. Chapter 90. Soon after, Nighthawk also arrived at the Balhenia community with his men. However, looking at the 4 men with severed hands, including Ah Feng, and the 3 men shackled with soft handcuffs, Nighthawk felt that his reinforcements seemed a bit unnecessary. With his arms raised, Nighthawk approached Zhong Lirui and said, Ah Rui, you're truly amazing. Even though Ah Feng was already at the end of his strength, you were able to crush them so cleanly and efficiently. I never expected you to. It's not me who's amazing, it's my friends. The 4 shots on the severed hand were the work of Captain Wang Gang, that sharpshooter. Zhong Lirui shrugged. Besides, Xiaofeng and the others didn't even fire a single shot today, they just knocked the other 3 unconscious with their blows. Gaze upon Ah Feng's tragically severed hand, Nighthawk couldn't help but feel awe for the middle-aged Captain Wang Gang. Although he was called a sharpshooter, in his current situation, even if he had been given a gun, he couldn't do the same. Her archer was still a far cry from the true sniper sharpshooter. Watching Zhong Lirui and Yi Ying conversing harmoniously, Di Xinyan frowned for the first time in her life, a bitter feeling welling up in her heart. She approached Zhong Lirui and asked, Well, Rui, what are you going to do with these people here? Di Xinyan quietly swallowed the word brother that had almost slipped out of her lips, her words pausing slightly. At that moment, Zhong Lirui suddenly remembered what Yi Ying had said. What fate awaits a woman in their hands? Zhong Lirui hurriedly and nervously placed his hands on Di Xinyan's shoulders and asked nervously, Sister, did these criminals do anything to you? An AI surely? Are you all okay? Di Xinyan couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could she, so clever as she was, not realize that Zhong Lirui's words were simply a concern for her safety? The inclusion of AI surely in the second half was a hastily added cover-up. How could she have been like this just now, and then Rui was like this too? Why hadn't she noticed before? She always worried that Zhong Lirui was unfaithful, abusing his power, and betraying those around him. His heart was completely devoted to her. It had become almost instinctive. She actually ignored it for so long. Really? Zhong Lirui's concern at this moment clearly dispelled the jealousy Di Xinyan had felt earlier about Nighthawk. Di Xinyan sighed softly and said, Almost. What do you mean, almost? Sister, what did they do to you? Zhong Lirui grew even more anxious. Nighthawk, standing nearby, saw this expression clearly and wondered if Zhong Lirui had become too attached to his sister after losing his wife. Di Xinyan said calmly, after being captured, Ali and I were locked in a room with our hands tied. Tainan was so preoccupied with his wife giving birth that he neglected us. 6 of his men approached Ali and me, intending to do something unkind to us. However, I managed to intimidate them. Later, one of them learned we were doctors and recommended us to Tainan. You already know what happened next. Nighthawk shook his head and said, Sister Xinyan, you're amazing. Do you know the tragic fate of the girls who didn't escape the captives who invaded and conquered the predator communities? You're truly amazing, actually intimidating these perverts. Di Xinyan shook her head and said, at the time, I didn't even think about it. By the way, those 6 bastards said you had a traitor named Zhong Peihan? Was she the one who nearly killed Lu Minqi last time? That's how she died in the predator community. It's said that after her death, she turned into a zombie and infected the violent criminals. Those criminals, infected with the zombie virus, were beyond help and were later shot dead by a guy named Ajay. Compared to those poor girls, Ali and I were really lucky. I can't believe this will happen again. Yi Ying's expression was very complicated. Zhang Peihan was also her schoolmate. In fact, after capturing her that day, she had originally planned to publicly announce her crimes the next morning, give her some food, and then exile her. But she escaped on her own. Thinking about it again, she ended up running off to the predator community. Oh, it's likely that she also sold the intelligence about her own community to Afeng. This led to the war between the Alliance and the Predators. And now, today, I learned that this traitor has met such a fate. Nighthawk raised her head and sighed softly, lamenting the cruel twists of fate. Then, she stepped forward, supported Di Xinyan, and said with concern, Alas, sister, you suffered. At this moment, Di Xinyan and Nighthawk simultaneously turned their gazes to Zhong Lirui beside them. However, they were surprised to find that Zhong Lirui was now furious. His eyes gleamed with rage, like a volcano about to erupt. At one point, Zhong Lirui gritted his teeth and said, You 6 deserve to die. I kill you. Everyone around was startled by Zhong Lirui's roar, and turned to look at him. Di Xinyan was stunned for a moment before realizing that Zhong Lirui was enraged on her behalf. Was this the so-called a rage for a woman? Zhong Lirui drew his pistol from his waist and strode towards Tainan, and the other 7 men seated on the ground, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Tainan saw this and thought, This Zhongli leader is going to kill the prisoners. He quickly stood up, and as he did, the 6 guns guarding them were all pointed at him. Helpless, he knelt again and pleaded with Zhong Lirui, Alliance leader Zhongli, the battles of war, the victors and the losers, are all determined by fate. Now we surrender. Please, Lord Alliance leader, have magnanimity and spare my brothers. They are innocent. Zhong Lirui approached him and shouted, You are innocent, and they are innocent? What are you talking about? How many communities have you attacked and robbed? How many people have you killed? How many innocent women have you, beasts in human form, murdered? You are innocent? Those 6 bastards under your command nearly killed my sister Xinyan. And AI surely. They must have done the same thing many times before, right? They have murdered countless women, haven't they? You are innocent? Your men are innocent. Haha, do you believe that? Do you believe it yourself? As he spoke, Zhong Lirui raised his pistol and aimed it at Tainan and Offling's forehead. At this time, Yan Lijing shouted, Master Zhongli, our boss is innocent. These things were all done by his subordinates. Our boss is a love-struck man who has always loved only our eldest sister-in-law. He has never touched other women. I swear, what I said is true. Zhong Lirui stared at Offling for a moment, then said coldly, All right. Then, get out of here. I settle your score later. I settle your score with your brothers first. Zhong Lirui gestured for Offling to get out of the way. No. If I move aside, you kill them. Tainan stared fearfully at the pistol pointed at his head, but he didn't move. Are you trying to tell me about the righteousness of a leader towards his subordinates? Zhong Lirui stared coldly at Tainan and Offling. Excuse me. After committing the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent people, the massacre of townspeople, the looting, the rampage of violence, and the cruelty of women, you no longer have the right to talk about righteousness. You are merely the leader of a gang of bandits who are killing the people. You, and they, are all legally deserving of death. Today, I will enforce the law and justice. I will seek justice for all the innocent lives you have taken. Get out of the way. Murderers. I need to deal with the rapists first. If you don't get out of the way, I don't mind shooting you first. The only reason you're still alive is because you just became a father. Get out of the way. Tainan hesitated, thinking of his adorable daughter and his wife, who had accompanied him all this way. But he knew that if he moved out of the way, Zhongli Rui, enraged, would shoot his companions without hesitation. In the end, he didn't move. He stood trembling in front of them. Stubborn. Zhongli Rui didn't waste any words, stepping forward and bringing the butt of his gun down on Tainan. Tainan saw Zhongli Rui's movements and knew he was trying to knock him out. But with Zhongli Rui's obviously inferior physique and strength, wouldn't using this move be like scraping? He then prepared to use his toned body to resist. But what Tainan didn't expect was that he felt a massive force, far greater than his own, crashing down upon him. His consciousness quickly blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. Xiaofeng frowned again at this. After knocking Tainan unconscious, Zhongli Rui slapped him, approached Yan Lijing and his 6 companions, and raised his pistol. Seeing this, the 6 men knelt and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Alliance leader Zhongli, please spare us, please spare us. We won't dare to do this again. Next time? Zhongli Rui sneered. You still want a next time? You already committed enough crimes to deserve death countless times. Go and confess to the King of Hell. My job is to send you to him. No! The raiders screamed, including Shen Junhan, who had just emerged from the hospital ward. At this moment, a hand clamped down on Zhongli Rui's pistol, stopping him. Brother, I know you're furious. I also know you're determined to uphold fairness and justice. But, as a police officer, and as your brother, Arui, I cannot allow you to freely slaughter prisoners of war during non-combat time. You just talked about justice and the law. But according to international conventions, slaughtering prisoners of war after the war is also a violation of convention. If you do it, you're also violating justice. Zhongli Rui gritted his teeth. So, according to you, we're letting them go for nothing? No. Lu Shi shook his head. Brother, I know you dream of restoring civilization to our hometown. I dream of restoring law and order to our hometown. So, what is the most important characteristic of a civilized and law-abiding society? It's following the law, Zhongli Rui said reluctantly. Arui, brother, she is right. At this time, Di Xinyan and Ying also caught up. Di Xinyan stepped forward and said, I already understand what brother she means. Rui, if you want to rebuild civilization and expand the alliance, then you must uphold justice and reputation. The best way to do that is to let the people of other communities know you as a guardian of civilized order, justice, and the rule of law. Is that right? Lu Shi smiled. Ah, Sister Xinyan is truly wise. That's right. Rui, we won't let these criminals off in vain. We need to put them on trial. We must declare their crimes to all the survivors of Lingnan State, and declare our resolve. Nighthawk agreed. Rui, I agree. We must publicly try the predators. Most of the survivors in our Nighthawk community are victims of their evil deeds. My surviving junior and senior students, and the engineers at the gate, all hope to see justice done. A public trial is indeed the best way. After the 3 of them persuaded him, Zhongli Rui's anger subsided considerably. The crowd's suggestions at this moment suddenly broadened his thinking and horizons. Zhongli Rui lowered his pistol and flipped the safety. You're right. We have a trial here. At this moment, Shen Junhan's eyes flickered. She glanced at the unconscious A fallen on the ground, then thought of Lu Ruyan, who had just survived a life-or-death crisis in the room, and secretly clenched her fists. Chapter 91. After deciding to put the predators on trial rather than execute them on the spot, Zhongli Rui, Nighthawk, Lu Shi, and Di Xinyan discussed temporarily detaining the 7 male predators in the Balhenia community until the final trial. The 3 female members of the predator community would be dealt with separately. Lu Ruyan and her newborn child would be temporarily taken back to the home community, which had the best medical facilities. Shen Junhan and another woman would be taken back to the flower community. After Zhongli Rui surveyed the layout and environment of the Balhenia community, he discussed with Nighthawk, Sister Nighthawk, we used to just use this as a medicinal herb base. Now, I think it's time to start growing food here too. Nighthawk readily agreed, okay. Honestly, the green space in this community is comparable to your own. It's even larger than my kindergarten. It's a bit of a waste to just grow medicinal herbs here. This place should be redeveloped into a residential area. Actually, I already sent people to investigate, and there are 10 other communities like this one nearby. Well, if all the green belts were cultivated, they could be habitable. But your community and mine only have a small population. Zhongli Rui thought for a moment and said, during the Great Judgment, we can propose an initiative to the other communities in the city, promoting our self-sufficient, sustainable community model. Then, we can attract them to live near us. Wouldn't that expand our alliance? Nighthawk was stunned, then smiled. Just now I saw you furious and ready to kill, but now you're so calm, you even noticed the added benefits of the Great Judgment? You're one of them. Zhonglirui said coldly, I only said a grand judgment, not that they wouldn't be killed. Lu Shi is right. We shouldn't kill indiscriminately, but those who deserve to die must die. Yi Ying, remembering his companions who had died when his community was breached, clenched his fists and said, yes, those who deserve to die must die. Afterward, Zhonglirui and Yi Ying agreed to leave Ameo, Lu Mingqi, and 3 members of the personal guard behind to oversee the medicinal herb fields and guard Tainan, and 7 other prisoners. Ameo and Lu Mingqi were primarily left behind to help Di Xinyan and the other medical staff manage and collect the medicine. Nighthawk asked in confusion, with just this few people, can we keep them under control? Zhonglirui waved his hand and said, Sister Nighthawk, first of all, 4 of these 7 have lost their hands. If they escape, can they defeat the zombies outside? Second, I'm not being overconfident. If you ignore marksmanship, 1 Royal Guards girl is as powerful as 2 Lu Zais or myself. Nighthawk was momentarily incredulous. Are these cosplay girls so formidable? Zhonglirui didn't explain that the Royal Guards girls' armor was real, or what kind of beings they were. Nighthawk thought they were cosplayers, so let her be. Lu Shi said angrily, brother, that's being unfair. How can you consider me a combat unit? Zhonglirui smiled, I did add, regardless of marksmanship. Sharpshooters like you and Wang Gang don't primarily fight in close combat, do they? We're being forced into this situation now. Because ammunition is expensive. Let's see today. Can Captain Wang Gang say he's 1 man against 4 iron men? But I believe, Shizi, you have the ability. Lu Shi shrugged cheerfully, that's true. After everything was basically settled, Zhonglirui turned to Di Xinyan and said, Sister, let's go back. Sister Xiaoyao is waiting for us. Sister Xiaoyao? Hearing this address, Di Xinyan's heart rippled again. A bitter feeling welled up within her. At this moment, her mindset had undergone a fundamental shift. In the past, she had been able to treat those girls who harbored intentions towards Zhonglirui, such as Yi Ying and Qin Xiaoyao, with the demeanor of an elder in kindness. But back then, she simply considered herself Zhonglirui's sister. Now, having learned of Zhonglirui's sincere feelings for her for nearly 20 years, she could no longer remain calm with these girls. From Di Xinyan's current perspective, Yi Ying's threat wasn't that great. First, Yi Ying and Zhonglirui didn't live in the same community. Second, Yi Ying was primarily a beneficiary of Zhonglirui's project to promote food self-sufficiency and sustainable development. Third, both Yi Ying and her community were under Zhonglirui's protection. Therefore, Nighthawk always seemed inferior to Zhonglirui, making her lack the confidence to pursue him. Comparatively, Qin Xiaoyao posed a far greater threat. First, like Zhonglirui, he was a skilled technician with advanced technology. Second, Qin Xiaoyao's abilities were exceptional, more than capable of managing the community. This made Zhonglirui even confident that he could hand the community over to her if anything were to happen to him. Furthermore, Qin Xiaoyao and Zhonglirui had an exceptionally close relationship. In theory, her god-sister enjoyed almost equal status with her god-sister. Furthermore, Di Xinyan had long been aware that Qin Xiaoyao had repeatedly expressed his affection for Zhonglirui, although Zhonglirui had not accepted. However, Zhonglirui's current refusal was no guarantee of future changes. Xiaoya's example was clear. Her long-term care and companionship had indeed won Zhonglirui's heart. But alas, fate's cruelty ultimately tore Xiaoya away from him. Now, Qin Xiaoyao had become the person Zhonglirui trusted most besides himself. Thinking of this, Di Xinyan felt a strong sense of crisis. She couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. She had to take action. Di Xinyan clenched her fists involuntarily. Sister? Sister? Are you listening? Di Xinyan then realized that Zhonglirui was calling her, and she seemed to have missed a large part of the conversation. His face was so close that it instantly flushed. Seeing Di Xinyan blush, Zhonglirui quickly stepped forward, concerned. Sister, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Di Xinyan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and smiled, shaking her head. It's okay, maybe I was distracted. Let's go back. Zhonglirui nodded, without further questioning. After making all the arrangements, Yi Ying and Zhonglirui each led their men back to their respective communities. After returning to their community, Di Xinyan, with Zhonglirui's approval, quickly made arrangements to ensure that Lu Ruyan and her child received proper care. Although Tai Nan often was guilty, his wife and child were innocent. Lu Ruyan was particularly frail. Placing her in the Zijingwa community, or the Huaduoduo community, where medical facilities were inadequate, would be tantamount to putting her to death. That night, to thank everyone for their help, Disinian personally cooked a simple yet hearty meal for her rescuers. Disinian's exquisite cooking skills whetted everyone's appetites. After everyone had their fill, not their fullness, alcohol was still used for medicinal purposes, and waste was still prohibited. They returned home satisfied. At night, Zhong Lirui helped Disinian clean up, and the two of them, weary, returned to their rooms. As soon as Zhong Lirui returned to his room, he naturally collapsed onto the Simmons mattress on the floor. Although Disinian had previously lived with him out of concern for him, they had never slept together or engaged in any inappropriate behavior. Given that, Zhong Lirui couldn't let Disinian sleep on the floor. So, he got a single Simmons mattress and placed it there for sleeping. As soon as he collapsed onto the bed, Zhong Lirui relaxed completely and spoke to Disinian in a very natural tone. "Sister, we're back." "Yes," Disinian replied softly. "Today, when I learned that you and AI Shirley were kidnapped by Taiyan, I felt like the world was spinning. I'm so glad you're all okay." "Yes. Thank you for fighting so hard for me. Alas, God is so unforgiving to us siblings, sending so much trouble our way." Sisters and brothers. Disinian listened to the word, a word she had grown accustomed to, a word she had always considered for nearly 20 years. But now, it felt like a sharp knife, piercing her heart, causing unbearable pain. She could hear it. Now, Zhong Lirui truly treated her like a sister. The man who had silently loved her for almost 20 years finally, one day, actually treated her like his own sister. He was heartbroken because of Xiaoya's death. Just like she, who had thought her heart was dead after Lu Yuan's death, exactly the same. Suddenly tears fell. "Sister?" Zhong Lirui noticed Disinian's abnormal state and quickly stood up, asking with concern, "Why are you crying?" "Rui, don't call me sister anymore." Disinian raised her head, tears welling in her eyes. "It breaks my heart to hear that word." "No. Sister. You don't want me anymore? Did I do something wrong? Am I going to kill the prisoners today? Are you angry? I won't do this again. Please don't disown me, please. Please don't leave me." Zhong Lirui thought Disinian was angry and was going to disown him, and he panicked and said at a loss, "Rui, I'm not leaving you. This isn't your fault. It's mine." "Sister. Stop calling me sister," Disinian practically roared. "Then, what should I call you?" Disinian wiped her tears and looked at Zhong Lirui, now interacting naturally like brother and sister. She lowered her head. She steeled herself, thinking to herself, "This is not what I want." "Sister, what are you saying?" Zhong Lirui carefully switched to the name he used to call Disinian when they were little. "That isn't okay either." Disinian leaned closer to Zhong Lirui and whispered, "Sister Sinian, what should I do with you like this? I don't even know how to call you, ah. What are you doing?" Zhong Lirui watched in panic as Disinian pinned him against the mattress, and then she held him down and kissed him on the lips. Zhong Lirui froze on the mattress. He had never imagined Disinian would do such a thing. His heartbeat quickened, his blood pounded, and for a moment he was at a loss for words. Disinian's lips were soft and passionate, her kiss carrying an irresistible power that made him unable to resist. "Sinian? Sister?" Zhong Lirui finally came to his senses and gently pushed her away, his voice trembling. What are you doing?" Disinian's eyes flashed with determination. "Rui, I like you now. Not the love between siblings, but the love between a man and a woman. Forget it, I be frank. Rui, I'm in love with you." Chapter 92. At this moment, Zhong Lirui's heart was surging with emotions, like a violent storm, nearly overwhelming him. His heartbeat raced, threatening to burst from his chest, and his mind raced with thoughts, making it difficult to calm down. The person he had loved for nearly 20 years now took the initiative to kiss him, and professed her love. But now, his heart was dead, faced with this belated love. Now he... Zhong Lirui closed his eyes, his vision filled with memories of the past. That scene on the mountain that year. "Sister, when you grow up, will you be my bride? I protect you forever." Okay. But during his sophomore year, she got engaged to someone else. Heart. Crack. The night, he was heartbroken. The girl who adored him used calculations and tactics to force him to be with her. But he knew that girl had once truly loved him. Those who betray sincerity will be struck by lightning. So, driven by the girl's sincerity at that time, coupled with heartbroken despair, he held her hand. Until, because of the shadow he clung to, her heart grew cold, and she threw herself into the arms of a rich young man who loved to steal other people's things. Heart. Click. Click. Then, there was the wedding scene. The bride who had agreed to marry him married someone else. And he was the first best man. Heart. Click. 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 And then, the next day. Brother. Farewell. Bang. With the sound of gunfire. He had personally shattered her newly found happiness. Heart. Click. 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 His wounded heart finally recalled the scene he least wanted to recall. Wife. I love you. Faced with his helpless wife, he had no ring or wedding plan. He could only shoot himself to alleviate her pain. And then, cremate her on the spot. Heart. Clang. Zhong Li erupted with immense strength, stood up, and pushed Di Xinyan, whose eyes were filled with tenderness, away. Sister Xinyan, I saved you not because I expected you to repay my kindness. I saved you because you are the family member I value most. You yourself said you should be cautious about giving yourself to someone. I just lost my wife, so I'm not a good match. Sister, you deserve someone better. I'm someone riddled with misfortunes, someone who brings misfortune to those I love. Sister, forget it, I don't know what else to say. Let's just be brother and sister. Suppressing the excruciating pain of his heart, Zhong Li uttered words so heartless that even he himself couldn't believe them. Then, Zhong Li turned his head away, not daring to meet Di Xinyan's eyes. At this moment, Di Xinyan's heart ached as if pierced by thousands of arrows. Zhong Li's expression, the suffocating feeling of heartbreak and suffocation, was a familiar feeling. He, clearly still in love with her, had become a heartbroken man due to a mockery of fate. A mockery of fate? Tick-tock. It was as if a drop of water dripped into Di Xinyan's heart, and she suddenly understood. A mockery of fate? Heaven's will? The indifference of the gods? A surge of strength ignited within Di Xinyan, as if she had rediscovered the feeling she had felt in the hospital's emergency room. Rui, look at me. Sister. Don't be like that. Rui, don't think I'm like those other girls, wanting to marry you simply because you saved my life. That is too superficial. It's part of it, but it's only a small part. Zhong Li turned his head in confusion. Sister, then why? Why, did you go out drinking with your friends when you were sophomore? Di Xinyan asked calmly. Zhong Li's eyes widened. Sister, how did you know? Before Celia died, she told Ai Shirley about it. When Ollie and I were kidnapped by the predators, she said she didn't want me to die without knowing anything, so she told me. Arui, it turns out you loved me for so many years. I actually ignored it. Damn it, I'm so stupid. For so many years, I betrayed a heart that has always loved me. Only recently did I realize it. You've been through so much hardship, and your heart is already scarred. I guess you hate me now, right? It's normal for you to feel that way. I deserve all this. As she spoke, Di Xinyan's eyes dimmed, and tears fell. No. Sister, don't think like that. I don't hate you. I never hated you, seriously. Don't think of yourself like that. Zhong Li panicked. You're such a rare good person, Rui. Since you said you don't hate me, do you still love me now? Zhong Li's eyes darkened again, and he lowered his head. Alas, you hate me. Di Xinyan's tone was heavy with sadness. No. I don't hate you. I really don't hate you. I never hated you. I think I still love you now. But my heart is dead. I'm afraid to love. I don't have the strength to love. I'm afraid of losing again. Sister. To be honest, when I found out you were captured by the predators, I felt like the whole world was about to collapse. All I could think of was me cremating Celia with my own hands. I love you. But I'm afraid I'd lose you just like I lost Celia. Do you know, sister, I'm not brave at all. In fact, when I faced that dog in the mountains that year, I was terrified. And today, when I found out you were captured, I was terrified. By this time, Zhong Li's voice was hoarse, and tinged with sobs, and his eyes were red. Silly Rui, how could I die so easily? Ha, the god of death wouldn't take me so easily. Sister, don't say that. You're mocking the gods and defying heaven. Will you? Will you be punished? Di Xinyan smiled. Ah. Well, Zhong Li said vaguely. Isn't it just defying the gods? Isn't it defying heaven? What's the big deal? It's my basic routine. Di Xinyan said calmly. Rui, you said it yourself. You loved me then, and you love me now. So, Have you gotten to know me as a medical worker in the hospital? Sister, what do you mean? Although Jean Leroy wasn't religious, he was still a little shocked by Dicinien's arrogant attitude. Ah Rue, as a medical worker in the hospital over the past few years, I witnessed the separation of life and death. I've seen countless blood and death, even before the zombie apocalypse. My duty and my job is to save lives. Therefore, my mortal enemy is the Grim Reaper. I've been fighting the Grim Reaper constantly. Until today, just now. If I weren't here, the Grim Reaper would have taken 2 more lives. But I'm here, and I succeeded. Grim Reaper, step aside. Huh? Jean Leroy's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time he had seen Dicinien like this. Dicinien gently cupped Jean Leroy's face. Ah Rue, in this dark age, you, a kind-hearted person, have finally grown into a warrior and a leader. But I, on my side, have been fighting for a long time. I'm no delicate flower. I'm also a warrior who has experienced mountains of blood and gore. I always been fighting the Grim Reaper. I always been fighting against fate. Sister, I never imagined you medical staff would face something like this. You're so great. Dicinien smiled. That's just how it is. We're all mortals, ordinary people. This is just a mortal war, a mortal struggle. Arui, you once told the people in our community that your dream was to first ensure food and clothing security for those around you, and then gradually restore our once civilized society. Is that right? Sister, I was too arrogant back then. Dicinien interrupted, you just answer yes or no. Yes. Arui, those consortiums, those evil forces, for their own agenda, destroyed the civilized society we mortals are familiar with, killing countless people. Now, you want to restore civilization. Aren't you making them your enemies, the gods, and even heaven's will? Jean Leroy's heart was filled with shock beyond words. Dicinien's words rang like a wake-up call, ringing in his heart and bringing him a sudden realization. Yes, what he was doing was indeed defying heaven and antagonizing the gods. As the world slid toward destruction, his devotion to reviving past civilization was either the fantasy of an ignorant person, or, as Dicinien said, the heroic deeds of those with the courage to challenge the gods, the heroic spirit of those fearless and daring enough to soar to the sky. In a sense, from the very beginning, his choice had been a path of defying heaven and seeking his own death. So, the countless hardships and dangers he had encountered, the separations and deaths, seemed unsurprising, right? Thinking this through, Jean Leroy was speechless. How naive, or how fearless, had he been back then? So now he was simply being severely punished by the gods' providence, that's all. Sister, now I understand. How naive, or how ignorant and fearless, had I been to make such a decision? Sigh. Jean Leroy shook his head bitterly. Don't be so self-deprecating, dear Rui. Dicinien, taking advantage of his inattention, leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. If it weren't for your hard work, Shao Mushroom, and I would have died in the hospital with you the day the crisis broke out. We would have been nothing but zombies by now. Arui, thanks to your efforts, for communities, over 100 people, are now slowly returning to a more civilized society in this apocalyptic era. It's not like you haven't succeeded at all. You're very strong, my dear. I'm not exaggerating at all, this is true. As she spoke, Dicinien's hand found its way to Jean Leroy's solid chest. Her delicate fingers traced circles on his chest. Sister, you're too kind. Hey. Sister Cinien, please respect yourself. Don't do that. Jean Leroy realized that Dicinien had actually approached him while he wasn't paying attention, kissing and touching him, leaving him extremely embarrassed. Dicinien stopped teasing and suddenly said seriously, Arue, if you still have the desire to pursue your dreams, then before you save the world, save your own happiness first. You have great love for this world. But I also said that those who love others must first love themselves. As the old saying goes, how can you clean up the world if you can't even clean up your own house? Take my hand, let's walk together and rebuild our love and happiness. Then, hand in hand, we will challenge the gods together and restore civilization. No matter the sword, fire, or the earth, I will be with you. But is this really possible? I'm a widower. What's the big deal? I'm a widow, isn't it? A widower and a widow are a perfect match. Dicinien rolled her eyes. Sis, don't say that about yourself. If you made up your mind, from now on, you're not allowed to call me sister. Otherwise, if you give up today, you have to call me sister for the rest of your life. Rue, be brave. Let's go against the will of heaven together. Jean Leroy was silent. At one point, Dicinien felt with satisfaction a pair of strong, ironclad hands enveloping her. Have you made up your mind? Yes, I made up my mind. Okay, dear. A dead heart? That's no big deal. As long as you're not dead, you can come back to life no matter how many times your heart dies. Today, I save your heart first. Sister Sinyan. One last warning. Don't call me sister anymore. Call me by my name, or call me wife. Dear? That's fine. But if you dare call me sister again, forget it. I understand. Now, I start the treatment. Wake up! At some point, Zhongli Rui's eyes suddenly lost focus. Di Sinyan stripped off her nurse's uniform and threw it forcefully against the wall. The uniform hit the wall and slowly slid to the ground. Zhongli Rui's vision was filled with a flawless, perfect image, like white jade, and a beauty that deeply touched his heart. Sinyan, you're so beautiful. Thank you. The End of the World, A Night of Passion. Chapter 93. Home Cradle, the terminal of a mysterious underground facility. Qin Xiaoyu, still slumbering in a high-tech petri dish. At some point, a series of messages flashed through her mind. Through the sensors of C0-S0.01, codenamed Xiaofeng, we recently successfully detected a lifeform of the same level as a C0 success entity appearing within the home community, tentative name. Analysis of the data transmitted by C0-S type number 01 reveals that this lifeform is a 24-year-old male named Zhongli Rui. Historical observations indicate that he has been carrying an inactivated life-enhancing gene for over 4 months. Based on the preliminary plan for the longevity project, we have tentatively named it C1-S type, S standing for success rather than super. The cause of its awakening is currently unknown and requires further investigation. Based on the historical data of C0-S type success entities 1 to 12, it is predicted that C1-S type, Zhongli Rui, will have 300% greater endurance than an average human, a 300% greater tolerance to hunger and fatigue, a 60% increase in strength, a 200% increase in injury healing speed, and a potential 300% increase in lifespan. Overall, the C1-S type's parameters are essentially the same as those of the C0-S type. However, due to the C1-, the S type, Zhongli Rui, isn't a cloned individual. Its maximum lifespan is estimated to be between 240 and 300 years. Qin Xiaoyu quietly opened her eyes, a hint of astonishment in them. She thought to herself, could this be my father's original plan for immortality? This is the effect he originally hoped to achieve on ordinary people? But what exactly are the conditions and opportunity for his successful awakening? With this thought, Qin Xiaoyu silently activated her authority and connected with Xiaofeng. Miss, do you need to report this to the second miss? Of course. However, you should first find Commander Zhongli, explain the situation, and then conduct a stress test. After the test, we can both find Xiaoyao and explain the situation. Ideally, we should find the complete conditions and opportunity for Commander Zhongli's successful awakening. This matter is of extreme importance, even concerning the survival and future of all mankind. Okay, miss, I understand. Later, I will conduct a training battle with Commander Zhongli in armorless mode as a stress test. Okay. But remember 2 things. First, be gentle. While you two may be about the same strength, Commander Zhongli's close combat experience is far less than yours. Don't hurt him. Second, before removing your armor, put on your underwear. Remember? Miss, I remember. That morning, Di Sinyan rose with a flushed face. She felt a little dizzy. Zhongli Rui was still fast asleep in bed. But now, his expression was so relaxed. Di Sinyan couldn't help but recall how Zhongli Rui had been since she moved in, after he self-harmed and punched through the wall. Even in sleep, his demeanor remained alert. When he slept deeply, he'd truly been plagued by nightmares, just as Celia had described. But now, all that had vanished. It seemed her treatment last night had truly been effective. Thinking back to last night, Di Sinyan couldn't help but recall Zhongli Rui's 8-pack abs, as solid as a city wall. Wasn't Rui this strong when he was a child? He seemed to have practiced archery in college. However, I had examined him a few months ago while he was hospitalized. Back then, while his overall physique was well proportioned, he didn't have the massive 8-pack abs he has now. How had he gotten so strong in just a few months? Those 8-pack abs were truly irresistible to me. Just looking at them was truly exciting. Di Sinyan's face flushed even more. She shook her head, trying to quickly banish such infatuated thoughts. Thinking of making breakfast for her lover, Di Sinyan dressed and hummed a song as she went out. She was humming her own song, Your Light. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but as I hummed, my mind, which had been a little dizzy, became clearer. My overall state of mind improved noticeably, and the haziness that had briefly set in due to a slight dizziness was significantly lessened. Cooking wasn't allowed in the property management center. The kitchen at the Jiayuan community was located next to the center. So Di Sunyan sang softly, as she walked briskly toward the kitchen. Xiaofeng knocked on Zhongli Rui's door. Bleary-eyed Zhongli Rui stretched, then opened the door to find Xiaofeng, fully armored. Good morning, Xiaofeng. What brings you here so early? What's up? Sorry to bother you, Commander Zhongli, Xiaofeng said, bowing slightly. Commander, I have something very important to report to you. It concerns not only you, but potentially the future of humanity as a whole. However, before I can fully report to you, I need to perform a necessary stress test on you to confirm some details. Commander, please change into your workout clothes and follow me. After watching Xiaofeng solemnly spout off a stream of incoherent words, Zhongli lost all sleep and was completely bewildered. However, out of caution, he still complied. Wait for me while I change into my workout clothes. After Zhongli Rui closed the door and went to change, Xiaofeng contacted Chen Xiaoyao and briefly explained the situation. What? He awakened to become a being similar to your C0-S type? Is he showing any abnormalities now? Like vascular rejection, bloodlust, brutality, memory loss, or anything like that? Second miss, no. Commander Zhongli Rui's vital signs are completely normal, and his heart rate is even similar to our C0 series. I'm about to invite Commander Zhongli down to the square for a final stress test to confirm. Hey, don't mess around. Don't worry, the eldest lady has already told me I won't harm you. Okay, I come down later. We observe the situation together. Yes, second miss. Soon, Zhongli Rui, having simply washed and dressed in a turquoise tracksuit, followed Xiaofeng downstairs and arrived at the square. In the square, Chen Xiaoyao was already waiting. Seeing Zhongli Rui already in the center of the square, Xiaofeng stepped forward, bowed, and explained. Sir, let me explain briefly. According to my monitoring equipment, you are likely to awaken into a being similar to the remaining 10 members of our royal guard. Similar to you? Zhongli Rui's eyes suddenly widened. You mean I too became a super soldier? How is that even possible? Sir, please recall your previous experience breaking through the plaster wall with your bare hands, and the same strength you displayed yesterday with our personal guards, easily knocking out an adult man. These demonstrations were no accident. Zhongli Rui gasped. Bits and pieces of memories suddenly flashed back. He suddenly remembered the day he smashed the wall because he was upset. At the time, he thought the wall was just too poor. Later, when he knocked Tainan unconscious with the butt of his rifle, he assumed it was because Tainan was weak from a recent hand loss and hadn't eaten enough. After all this, was the real reason his strength had increased significantly after his successful mutation? This can't be true? I mutated? Zhongli Rui was stunned. Sir, please cooperate with my test. You know your power level, and whether you mutated. How do you do it? It's simple, sir. In a moment, we have a simulated close combat battle, unequipped and unassisted. Once we're in action, you understand what I'm talking about. Sir, this is very important. Please don't hesitate. Just as Zhongli Rui was struggling with his thoughts, Lu Shi and Gu Anqi approached from the square. Hey Rui, good morning. So early. What are you and Xiaofeng talking about here? Later, I'm going to have a simulated combat battle with Xiaofeng. Okay, you guys can just watch from nearby. Oh my dear. Lu Shi stepped forward and patted Zhongli Rui on the shoulder. Rui, if you want to relieve your stress, you need to find a different opponent. Fighting Xiaofeng would be disastrous. Zhongli Rui wasn't in the mood to joke. He mutated. This was no joke. It's okay, he said casually to Lu Shi, then turned to Xiaofeng. Let's get started. I also want to know what's going on with me. Okay. Xiaofeng bowed to Zhongli Rui and pretended to press several buttons on the armor. Stop. Zhongli Rui was horrified when he saw Xiaofeng trying to remove his armor again. Don't worry, sir. I'm wearing underwear underneath. Oh, that's fine. Go ahead. Then Xiaofeng pressed the armor removing switch, and the armor came off. Zhongli Rui and Lu Shi, After removing her armor, Xiaofeng was wearing a women's sports bra. But why was it flesh-colored? From a distance, it still gave the illusion of being completely naked. Gu Anqi saw Lu Shi's expression and said angrily, Shizi, turn around. Don't look. Rui, you really know how to have fun. This is real stress relief. Lu Shi sighed, shaking her head and turning away. However, Zhongli Rui, preoccupied at the moment, ignored Lu Shi's joke. Xiaofeng, now unarmored, assumed a fighting stance towards Zhongli Rui and shouted, "Sir, first step. Please test your strength. Attack me with all your might." "It's okay." "Okay, Xiaofeng, be careful." Zhongli Rui then charged forward, unleashing a powerful punch at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng crossed his arms, barely blocking the blow, even taking a step back. "Sir, your basic physique is male. With equal strength, your strength is slightly greater than ours," Xiaofeng reported. "Is that so?" Zhongli Rui paused, a little surprised by his own strength. "Sir, distraction in combat is a recipe for death. I'm counterattacking. Come on." Zhongli Rui, feeling his own strength surge, was now brimming with confidence. After less than 10 rounds, Zhongli Rui, lacking the fighting skills of a professional, was quickly taken down by the skilled Xiaofeng, pinned to the ground with a cross grip. Furthermore, his head was trapped between Xiaofeng's thighs, creating a truly erotic spectacle from afar. Lu Shi heard the noise and peeked over, just in time to see the scene. He exclaimed, "Rui, you're such a master. This is a great way to relieve stress." Zhongli Rui, his head wedged between Xiaofeng's thighs, was struggling to breathe. He quickly conceded, "Xiaofeng, the mock fight is over. I lose. Let me go!" Clang. Before Xiaofeng could release Zhongli Rui, the sound of a plate dropping to the ground echoed from the sidelines. Everyone turned to see Di Xinyan staring angrily at the center of the square. The breakfast she made for Zhongli Rui, the fried eggs and potato pancakes, had fallen to the ground. "Rui, what were you doing fooling around with Xiaofeng so early in the morning? And in public?" Zhongli Rui, his head still trapped between Xiaofeng's thighs, looked at Di Xinyan, who was about to explode, and said helplessly, "Xinyan, listen to my explanation." Chapter 94. Xiaofeng turned to look at Di Xinyan. Suddenly, her expression grew serious. She released Zhongli Rui and quickly walked towards Di Xinyan. Di Xinyan was now confused and angry. Seeing Xiaofeng, clad in a flesh-colored sports bra, charging towards her aggressively, her anger flared. Not willing to be outdone, she charged towards Xiaofeng with a fierce rage as well. Finally, Xiaofeng and Di Xinyan faced off in the square. Seeing this, Zhongli Rui hurried over and said to Di Xinyan, Xinyan, listen to me, Xiaofeng is testing me." "Test? What kind of test?" "Xiaofeng stripping down to her underwear and rolling on the ground with you." "Aw, tell me. "Well, Xinyan, I might have mutated, become something similar to Xiaofeng and the others," Zhongli Rui sighed. "Xiaofeng was just testing my actual strength. The reason I broke the wall last time wasn't because it was poor quality, but because my strength is now greater than a normal person's." Di Xinyan's angry expression suddenly turned to confusion. "What do you mean, Rui? You also mutated into a bio-enhanced soldier like Xiaofeng and the others?" "That's understandable," Zhongli Rui sighed. "So, Xiaofeng is testing me to see if there's anything wrong with me. If I become unstable, I might turn into a zombie and threaten everyone." Di Xinyan's expression suddenly showed fear. "No way, is that so terrifying?" But Xiaofeng remained expressionless. "After your explanation and the test results, Commander, you become a stable individual, just like us in the Royal Guard. You won't become a C1 mutant-infected body, just a zombie." "Thank God, that's great." Zhongli Rui breathed a sigh of relief. "But the problem isn't with you, sir, but with you, Dr. D." "What do you mean?" Di Xinyan was a little confused. "Dr. D, my smart scanning sensor data shows that your body temperature is elevated, and your heart rate is currently higher than normal. I suspect you're in the process of transforming into a C1 form." Di Xinyan's confusion deepened. How did I become a reinforced soldier?" Xiaofeng said sternly, "Dr. D, according to my scanner data, you didn't show any symptoms yesterday. Therefore, your transformation must have begun last night, roughly 8 hours ago. Dr. D, have you been attacked by C1 mutants or zombies during this time, causing any open wounds on your body?" Xiaofeng, what do you mean? I don't quite understand." Di Xinyan was now completely bewildered. "Xinyan, Xiaofeng's question is, have you been bitten by zombies, or suffered any open wounds from attacks by zombie fish or zombie birds since last night?" Zhongli Rui explained. Di Xinyan was puzzled. "Of course not. I didn't encounter any zombies yesterday, didn't go into the river, and didn't go into the mountains. I wasn't injured." Zhongli Rui suddenly looked startled. He asked hesitantly, "Xiaofeng, I'm just hypothesizing. If a member of your super soldier series came into close bodily fluid contact with other normal humans, Would that lead to infection? Close bodily fluid contact? Upon hearing these words, everyone present, except for the questioner Zhong Lirui and Xiao Feng, blushed. Di Xinyan angrily tugged on Zhong Lirui's ear, her voice rising several decibels. Ah Rui, what are you thinking? Do you want intimate bodily contact with Xiaofeng? Do you want to die? Ah! Lu Shi shook his head. Oh my god! Rui is too strong. Is he so frustrated that he even covets clones, the most powerful ones at that? Gu Enchi covered her head speechlessly. Is Rui really losing his mind because of his wife's death? Even Chen Xiaoyao looked at Zhong Lirui in confusion. Brother, do you want intimate bodily contact with Xiaofeng? Zhong Lirui ignored the pain in his ear and asked Xiaofeng seriously, Xiaofeng, this is very important. Answer me. After a moment's reflection, Xiaofeng replied, Commander Zhongli, I can only try to deduce the answer for you based on our past experience with the C0-S type. We C0-. The S-type series body-strengthening genes, commonly known as the zombie virus, have an activity level somewhere between the inactive state seen in ordinary people and the extremely active state seen in C1 failure-infected individuals. I can only assume that any ordinary person who comes into close bodily contact with our C0-S type members has a chance of contracting the moderately active body-strengthening genes. So what happens after infection? Zhong Lirui's expression turned extremely serious. There's no previous reference data. The only previous case that closely resembles the C0-S is the performance of our clones, when they were collectively inoculated with the body-strengthening genes. After our C0 series are injected with the strengthening genes, there's an 88% chance of rejection failure, resulting in a C0 failure variant, with the same symptoms as a C1 failure-infected individual. There's a 12% chance of successful organization, becoming a reinforced soldier like us, with significantly improved physical skills. One last question. Zhong Lirui's expression had become unusually calm. How long will the transformation take? Sir, it's the same maximum timeframe as a normal zombie transformation. Generally, 80% of people will transform within 8 hours. If they fail, they will transform into zombies. Beyond 8 hours, there's a 20% chance of transformation. After 24 hours, if they haven't transformed into zombies, they will successfully transform into super soldiers. 8 hours? Zhong Lirui's expression brightened slightly. He turned to Di Xinyan and asked gently, Honey, our last time last night was at midnight, right? It's already 8 o'clock. 8 hours have passed. Okay, then, there are 16 hours left. We too will face our fate. Di Xinyan felt deeply embarrassed, her face instantly fading. She gently hit Zhong Lirui and grumbled softly, How can you say such a thing in front of everyone? How can you say such a thing in public? And what were you and Xiaofeng talking about just now? Zhong Lirui sighed, and pulled Di Xinyan into a hug. Everyone was shocked. Oh what? Di Xinyan's face grew even more embarrassed. Hey! Ah Rui, what are you doing? Didn't we agree last night to keep this a secret for now, to let everyone slowly accept it? What the hell are you doing? Are you going to make such a scene before you're satisfied? Xinyan, no dear, listen to me, listen quietly. Zhong Lirui hugged Di Xinyan tightly, and spoke slowly, in a gentle yet tragic voice. Just now, I got a complete explanation from Xiaofeng. That day, I returned from Jinshan. That night, I was extremely weak and almost died. I almost turned into a zombie. But for some reason, I didn't become a zombie. Instead, I became the super soldier Xiaofeng described. According to her previous memories, after 24 hours, individuals who haven't transformed into zombies will transform into super soldiers and remain stable, preventing further mutations. However, last night, we had sex. Because of our physical intimacy, the moderately active zombie virus in my body, or the body-strengthening gene, is evolving in you. You're saying I've been infected with a moderately severe zombie virus? I might turn into a zombie? Di Xinyan was horrified. Ah Rui, let me go! It's dangerous to hold me. Let me go! I won't let go. Zhong Lirui said firmly. And honey, listen to me. You said. Di Xinyan suddenly wilted, as if all her strength had been drained away. Last night, we started the first session around 10 o'clock. The last session was around midnight. So 8 hours have passed. You haven't turned into a zombie in those 8 hours. Therefore, you enter the second stage of transformation. 16 hours remaining. If you succeed, you become a super soldier like me, Xiaofeng, and the others, with physical fitness far exceeding that of ordinary people. The success rate is 80%. If you still fail, you become a zombie with a 20% chance. Is that so? Sigh. Rui, it seems I was too confident yesterday. Disenyan said with a bitter smile. And now, the Grim Reaper has finally come knocking. Disenyan closed her eyes, then opened them again and sighed. She recalled the scene with Lu Yuan and Xiaoya, and suddenly, her heart became unusually calm. Ah Rui, have Xiaofeng arrange for the guards to lock me up. Disenyan looked at Zhong Lirui tenderly. It's okay. I'd be fine in 16 hours. With an 80% chance of success, it's definitely going to be okay. Just wait for me. Zhong Lirui looked at his beloved in his arms, his eyes filled with infinite tenderness. He kissed Disenyan's forehead and stroked her hair. Then, Zhong Lirui released Disenyan and began issuing orders. Xiaofeng. Yes, sir. Put on your armor immediately. Once you're done, call Tingsha and Tsushima. The three of you come here and prepare a room to lock Xinyan and me up together. Sir, this. Xiaofeng, always following orders, hesitated upon hearing this. Brother. What are you doing? Xiaofeng, this is my highest authority. I refuse to accept this order. Qin Xiaoyao, standing nearby, panicked. Yes. 2nd Mississippi Commander Zhongli, I'm sorry, I can't carry out this order. Zhongli Rui ignored the crowd's objections and continued, 2nd order. While Xinyan and I are imprisoned, the community will be managed jointly by Qin Xiaoyao, Lu Shi, and Captain Wang Gang. If anything happens to Xinyan and me, the community, from now on, I'm in your hands. At this point, Disenyan's voice trembled. Ah Rui, what are you doing? Aren't you trying to save this world? Aren't you trying to rebuild civilization? What are you doing? Zhongli Rui laughed. Xinyan, if I didn't have you, what would I do with this world? Last night, you saved me and gave me the courage to go on. Without you, it wouldn't make any difference whether I lived or died. Ah Rui, please don't do this. Disenyan cried anxiously, her voice breaking. Brother, please don't do this. I say again, Xiaofeng, Xiaoyao, follow orders. Qin Xiaoyao suddenly said firmly, Xiaofeng, this order cannot be carried out. This order from me cannot be carried out either. Brother, this community needs you. Please don't do this. At this moment, Lu Shi stepped forward and said, Brother, let alone them, I cannot carry out this order either. I cannot bear to see you die. Thank you, brother. Zhong Lirui smiled warmly and hugged Lu Shi. Try to be open-minded. It's not the end yet, is it? Yes. Zhong Lirui nodded. Suddenly, Zhong Lirui punched Lu Shi in the stomach, then, as Lu Shi stumbled in pain, pulled out his pistol. He pointed it at his own head. Disenyan was horrified. Rui, don't. Qin Xiaoyao panicked. Brother, don't. Gu Anqi, Rui, don't do this. Xiaofeng panicked for the first time. Commander, please don't do this. We. Zhong Lirui said firmly. Everyone listen carefully. Please follow the 2 orders just now. Otherwise, I will commit suicide immediately. Do you understand? No one moved. Bang! Zhong Lirui fired a shot into the air. Everyone screamed, no. Please do it, please. Zhong Lirui, tears streaming down his face, raised the gun and continued to point it at his temple. After a long pause, Qin Xiaoyao wept and ordered, yes, sir. I will temporarily take over the community. Xiaofeng, you will also follow my orders. Xiaofeng said helplessly, yes. At this moment, Zhong Lirui turned to Gu Anqi and said softly, apologetically, Little Mushroom, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hit Shizi. Can you do me a favor? Rui, we're all friends. Tell me what I can do for you. Little Mushroom, please go to my sister's room and get her wedding dress, suit, and ring. I'm going to marry Xinyan. Disenyan collapsed to the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. Rui, do you really have to do this for me? Zhong Lirui smiled and said, do you remember my first dream when I was 7? Xinyan, I want you to be my bride. Are you willing? Let's get married now. Rui, I do. Chapter 95. In a room, Zhong Lirui, pistol in hand, had already changed into a suit. Disenyan, meanwhile, had changed into her wedding dress. The 2 of them remained quietly in the room, ready and waiting for the arrival of their best man, Wang Zhong. You fool, is this really necessary? Disenyan, clad in her wedding dress, leaned against Zhong Lirui, her voice tinged with resentment. Even if I'm gone, there's still Xiaoyao and Miss Lu Yang. They all love you too. Are you really so foolish as to die with me? Wife, today, I'm going to fight the Grim Reaper. Either he keeps you as my bride, or I'm going down, dismantling his bones, tearing off his cloak, and reducing his side to scrap metal, so he can break us apart again. No matter how many times I reincarnate, once I get down there, I never let him go. As he spoke, Zhong Lirui's furious gaze shot upwards. You? Di Xinyan listened helplessly to Zhong Lirui's taunting words, which bordered on childishness. But for some reason, she truly relished hearing them. Soon after, Wang Zhong, dressed in a formal suit, arrived at the door and officiated the wedding ceremony for Zhong Lirui and Di Xinyan. Though separated by a door, Wang Zhong performed the vows with perfect etiquette. Looking through the small window just inside the door, Wang Zhong asked, Mr. Zhong Lirui, are you willing to enter into a marriage with Ms. Di Xinyan and live together? Will you love her, comfort her, respect her, and protect her for the rest of your life? Will you sacrifice everything to remain faithful to her, regardless of health or hardship? I do, Zhong Lirui replied calmly. Wang Zhongsui, still looking through the small window in the door, asked Di Xinyan, Ms. Di Xinyan, are you willing to enter into a marriage with Mr. Zhong Lirui and live together? Will you love him, comfort him, respect him, and protect him for the rest of your life? Will you be willing to sacrifice everything and remain faithful to him, regardless of health or hardship? I do. Di Xinyan wiped away her tears and smiled. Now, one last question. Is there anyone here who objects to this couple's union? Among the crowd, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes dimmed, and she sighed deeply. But in the end, she said nothing. Well, since there's no objection, Mr. Zhong Lirui, please speak your vows. Zhong Lirui looked at Di Xinyan, his eyes filled with love, and said firmly, I, Zhong Lirui, take you, Di Xinyan, as my lawful wife. From now on, for better or worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness and health, I will love and cherish you. Suddenly, Zhong Lirui loudly amended the last sentence of his vow. Even death cannot separate us. Uncle Wang, do me a favor. If we both pass away, mix our ashes together. We don't want to be apart. Wang Zhong stared at Zhong Lirui in shock for a long moment, then finally nodded silently. I understand. Children. Di Xinyan stared at Zhong Lirui in shock, tears welling up again. After a moment, she finally caught her breath and swore firmly, I, Di Xinyan, will marry you, Zhong Lirui. From now on, for better or worse, for richer or poorer, in sickness or health, I will love and cherish you. Not even death can separate us. I love you, for all eternity forever. The moment Zhong Lirui kissed Di Xinyan, cheers erupted outside. After the wedding, the crowd didn't disperse, but continued to wait outside the room. 4 hours had passed since the morning session. Now, it was still 12 hours until midnight. Zhong Lirui embraced his bride, stroking her hair as he comforted her. Wife, if you succeed, our days will be very long. Will you ever despise me then? You're so obsessed with your wife. How long is a life? If I survive, how could I possibly abandon you? Zhong Lirui shook his head. Dear, Xiaoya told me that if this enhanced gene is successful, it will not only significantly enhance various human functions, but will also significantly extend lifespan by 300%. This means we probably live to be between 240 and 300 years old. Di Xinyan was at a loss for words. You're just trying to trick your wife with nice words, aren't you? Living that long, wouldn't it be old? Monster? Zhong Lirui scratched his head and said awkwardly, Oh, is this also the experimental prediction data from Changsheng Life Science Group? Xiaoyao told me. I didn't know it was so unbelievable. But my strength has really increased a lot. Last time, it was because of this that I punched through the plaster wall with my bare hands. Is there such a thing? Of course. Enhanced soldiers are very strong. You know, Lu Shi is afraid of Xiaofeng now. Because he was so blind back then and challenged Xiaofeng to an arm wrestle, and ended up losing miserably. Puff. Di Xinyan laughed out loud at this. That's indeed something brother she would do. The couple embraced each other, occasionally reminiscing about the recent anecdotes. Soon, it was 10 p.m. Wife, only 2 hours left. Zhong Lirui glanced at the clock, a smug look on his face. Looks like you be my wife for at least 200 years. Ha ha ha. You're so beautiful, huh? Di Xinyan exclaimed. Suddenly, Zhong Lirui noticed with horror that Di Xinyan's eyes were gradually turning red. A sharp chill ran up his spine, piercing his heart, chilling him to the bone. What are you looking at, you idiot husband? You're so beautiful. You? Zhong Lirui still didn't have the courage to tell the truth. He closed his eyes, and Xiaoya's final appearance reappeared before his eyes. And that heart-wrenching feeling resurfaced within him. He sighed softly, steeled his resolve, and made a decision. He tossed the pistol aside, hugged Di Xinyan, and quietly asked, Honey, that night when I came back from Jinshan, were you with me the whole time? Yes, just like today, you've been with me the whole time. You must have been bored that night. I can still talk to you now. Not so bad. That night, you were in a critical condition. I was like you, holding my pistol guarding you. Finally, I put the gun aside and sang for you. Song? Is it your recent song you liked? Yes, I am. Actually, when I was little, there was a time when I, like Guanchi, was fascinated by music. I actually had a pretty good foundation. Later, after you were seriously injured by a stray dog in the mountains, I decided to study medicine, hoping to save the world and become a kind person like you. However, I never given up music as a hobby. Let me tell you a secret. I actually post songs online in my spare time. TSK, honey, you're amazing. You're just such a sweet talker. We have 2 hours left, honey, please teach me to sing. Your song is truly beautiful. Okay. Let's start by humming the tune. Yes. Yen sang it with Zhong Lirui several times, and he finally, reluctantly learned it. Rui, your singing is the vibration of your soul. There's sadness in your voice, isn't there? Really? Honey, I might be a little nervous. Because I'm worried about you. Zhong Lirui suppressed the turmoil in his heart, trying not to let his expression show any abnormality, and tried to brush it off with a nonchalant air. Dear, don't be afraid. Even if I die soon, right now, I can still open my heart and sing. Yen smiled, rising from Zhong Lirui's embrace and slowly raising her hands to the air. A truly beautiful song should be sung standing up. Listen carefully. You're light. At this moment, night had quietly fallen, and the time was approaching midnight. Everyone present was still nervously waiting, their hearts filled with anticipation and anxiety. Suddenly, a melodious song echoed from afar, shattering the night's silence. The sudden melody made everyone hold their breath, as if drawn by some mysterious power. Yen's voice was clear and powerful, her singing seeming to penetrate the night and reach the depths of everyone's soul. Her voice was like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating everyone's hearts and bringing endless warmth and hope. The audience was deeply moved by the moving melody and heartfelt lyrics, as if each of them could identify with themselves in it, resonating and moving. Guanchi shakily stood up, arms outstretched. As if moved by the power of the song, she couldn't help but join in the chorus. Like Yen, she belted out your light, echoing the soul of her master, friend, and confidant, Yen. Elsewhere, in the infirmary, Ai Shirley, on duty, quietly cared for Lu Ruyan and her daughter. When she heard the familiar melody, she softly sang along, as if to keep them company. Your light. It's a song filled with strength and hope, resonating in everyone's heart. Lu Ruyan, holding her child, was also mesmerized by the beautiful music. She sat there quietly, as if the whole world had quieted, leaving only the moving melody flowing in the air. What a beautiful song! Lu Ruyan sighed softly, tears glistening in her eyes, as if deeply moved by the song. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented warmth and strength. Xiaofeng, Zhu Su, and Tingsha, guarding the door, were all astonished to find their hearing and vision had become clearer than ever before. They exchanged glances, each a little surprised by their current state. The song ended, and enthusiastic applause and cheers erupted once again outside. Yen smiled with a hint of relief, and she is truly a good disciple. If civilization flourished, she'd be a star, even an internet celebrity. Zhong Lirui suppressed his fear and grief, trying his best to smile at his wife. For some reason, even though this wasn't the first time he heard his wife sing, every time he listened to her voice in the room today, a mysterious power surged within his once gloomy heart. And his own state seemed to improve. He felt clear-eyed and full of strength. Even so, Zhong Lirui's sadness grew stronger. He tried his best to suppress his emotions, waiting for the moment of explosion. But then, at some point, the moment Yen turned around, Zhong Lirui was surprised to find. The blood red in Yen's eyes, having finished singing, had completely faded. Her eyes, once as bright as stars, were once again clear. Miracle? Zhong Lirui murmured. Are there really miracles? Ah, Rui, what are you talking about? Zhong Lirui stepped forward, hugged Yen, and cast his gaze back at the mechanical clock. He remained in this state, silently watching the final 60 seconds tick by. Wife, you are okay. Huh? My dear, prepare yourself. Be my wife for at least 200 years. Oh ha! Zhong Lirui laughed, a wild laugh directed towards the ceiling. Unable to resist, he picked up Yen and spun her around. You? Yen smiled sweetly at her husband's exaggerated performance. Midnight struck the stroke of midnight. Everyone held their breath, staring at the door. It opened. Thank you all for your hard work. My wife is fine. Zhong Lirui, holding his bride, walked out of the room. The crowd cheered for the third time. Their leader, their doctor, is fine. Qin Xiaoyao, now standing before Zhong Lirui, wept bitterly. Brother, don't do this again next time. Zhong Lirui smiled. Good sister, I promise it won't happen again. Di Xinyan said helplessly. I have to keep an eye on him from now on. Qin Xiaoyao nodded. Sister-in-law, thank you for taking care of me. May you live happily ever after. The couple replied, Thank you, sister. Outside the Jiaoyuan community, on top of a nearby high-rise building, C3, clutching a thick steel pipe and wearing a bulletproof jacket, gazed down at the still brightly lit Jiaoyuan community below. This song. I am, finally, completely free. The tall monster, perched on the roof, whispered softly. Earlier, when he passed by this area, he had been captivated by the singing emanating from the community. What shocked the C3 monster was that, with the singing emanating from the community, it felt as if its once tampered and forgotten memories were being restored. I'm an undercover agent sent by the military's general staff to infiltrate the Xinjiang Life Science Group. The civilians here are truly resilient. I wish you good luck. C3, his mind freed, picked up his weapon, the steel pipe, and with a flick of his wrist, headed north. Halfway along, he suddenly felt the communication chip, once implanted in his left upper arm by the general staff, activate again. Yuchong sword. This is Yexiang, I get it, please reply. White Rose's voice. C3 monster stopped in his tracks. He replied tremblingly, Yexiang. This is Yuchong's sword, I get it. Home cradle. Private room. White Rose suppressed her tears, trying hard not to let them spill. Yuchong's sword. Welcome back. Chapter 96. Morning. Abundant sunlight streamed into the room through the slits in the curtains. Zhong Lirui slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, his newlywed wife was still soundly asleep. Whether it was the joy of surviving a catastrophe or the need to release the pressure from overload, the two of them completely let themselves go last night. Until the early hours of the morning. The newlywed young man carefully rose and opened the door. In the distance, a green belt, long since cultivated into fertile fields, came into view. These plots of land had been meticulously planned, arranged in neat, uniform squares, and planted with a variety of crops. Corn, potatoes, various vegetables, and bright red tomatoes thrived on the land, creating a beautiful canvas. These crops not only blanketed the land in a lush green, but also brought a richness of color, making the entire landscape particularly captivating. Every plant brimmed with vitality and energy. This scene was not only pleasing to the eye but also evoked a sense of hope for a bountiful harvest, as if one could sense the imminent bounty of fruit. At the same time, the vibrant energy emanating from these crops was also captivating. It was now daybreak, and the property management center had sufficient electricity. In the distance, a previously constructed water pump continuously pumped water into the community, collecting it in a pool of water. A pair of delicate hands embraced Zhong Lirui from behind. Dear, what are you looking at? Di Xinyan embraced her husband from behind. I'm looking at my community, our home, Zhong Lirui smiled. It's so beautiful now. It's you who made it so beautiful, Di Xinyan smiled gently. You led us back here since the zombie apocalypse. It's you who has guided us, step by step, to establish roots and live well here. And it's you who has invested countless efforts to make it look so beautiful now. Husband, you are truly great. I'm just an ordinary person, who enjoys getting my hands dirty, and has some technical skills. I'm lucky to have so many talented and capable friends, including you. Zhong Lirui gently grasped Di Xinyan's hand, his eyes filled with tenderness. And, more importantly, you've always been by my side teaching me. Well, let me think back. One of my greatest assets is listening to you. Listening to me? Di Xinyan's beautiful eyes were filled with laughter. What kind of asset is that? Zhong Lirui smiled. Wife, actually, you always considered yourself my sister. However, your expectations of me, in this society, in pre-crisis society, are quite high. Especially in terms of morality. Because I listen to you, because of your demands and guidance, I always look towards the light. So, when our world fell into darkness, I didn't think of giving up. Even if the world loses its light, can't we just create a bright place for ourselves? Di Xinyan was stunned, her mind racing back to Zhong Lirui's past. Whether it was when she woke up in the hospital, and he helped her and Little Mushroom escape their predicament, or later, when he led them step by step in building a community and returning to a stable life. As he said, his heart always oriented toward the bright future. Yet today, he told her that he had been guided by her. Initially, she had only hoped to raise an upright, steadfast brother, but who could have imagined that she would end up raising a husband? Decennian felt a wave of embarrassment, her cheeks flushed, and she felt a mixture of emotions, neither knowing whether to laugh or cry. She gently punched Zhong Lirui and scolded him. Stop talking nonsense. It's not serious. Zhong Lirui felt a shockwave radiate from Decennian's punch. His chest had taken a heavy blow. Wife, you're so strong. Decennian was stunned. Huh? How could that happen? Zhong Lirui coughed and said, Wife, now the combined strength of ours is enough to punch through a plaster wall like a super soldier's. Be gentle. If I weren't a well-trained husband and had a super soldier's body like you would have murdered your husband with that careless blow just now. Cough, cough, cough. Decennian quickly helped Zhong Lirui sit down and began palpating him, carefully checking for any fractures in his chest. After a careful initial examination, confirming that Zhong Lirui was indeed fine, Decennian stammered, like a little girl who had made a mistake, and admitted, Honey, I'm sorry. It's okay. Ahem. It's okay, honey. You just need to get used to the new strength, Zhong Lirui replied with a forced smile. Master, you're showing off your affection so early in the morning. I can't bear it anymore, AI Shirley grumbled. Aw? Ollie, you're here? Decennian's eyes lit up at the sight of AI Shirley. She pulled Zhong Lirui aside and said, Hubby, Ollie is such a precious gift to both of us. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't know your true feelings. AI Shirley approached with a smile, her eyes twinkling mischievously. You two are truly amazing. Even though you're newlyweds, you're so sweet this morning. I'm so jealous. Zhong Lirui and Decennian exchanged a smile. Decennian whispered, Ollie, thank you. Helping others achieve their goals is truly a great deed. AI Shirley waved her hand and said with a smile, Master, don't say that. I just felt like we might die. I didn't realize your feelings for the headmaster, and it's really hard to see you like that. I don't want you to realize this before your soul is reincarnated, leaving you with regrets. That's all I meant. As a result, AI Shirley's words successfully ignited Zhong Lirui's desire to protect his wife and friends, incidentally. He angrily said, Ollie, you remind me? The trial of those criminals who captured the plunderers last time hasn't even begun yet. Don't worry, my wife, Ollie, although our affairs have delayed the trial these past few days, I will personally ask Shizi after the trial is over. Borrow his Type 95. No, 5.8 ammunition isn't available, so save it. Ahem, I personally use Xiaofeng's Stinger electromagnetic automatic rifle and shoot those heinous scumbags to rid you women of this evil. Decennian was at a loss for words. Oh, only after getting married did I realize how protective Zhong Lirui is. AI Shirley, feeling somewhat depressed, whispered, Well, Master, it's actually Tianan's wife, Lu Rian. Please, let me tell you, she wants to talk to you too about her husband. Lu Rian? Zhong Lirui frowned. Is she trying to plead for her husband? It sounds like she's talking about this as well, AI Shirley trailed off. What's there to discuss? Zhong Lirui said unhappily. Given the crimes they committed, should we discuss shooting or hanging them? Oh, and hanging isn't an option. If they turn into zombies and wander around in the air after death, that would be too horrifying and also very troublesome. Oh, and Captain Wang has a big knife. Ask him to help with the execution. Beheading is also fine. In case we accidentally miss the head during the execution, and the condemned prisoner turns into a zombie, we have to kill them all over again. Seeing AI Shirley trying to speak up for Lu Rian, but now looking embarrassed, Decennian gently tried to persuade her. Come on, Arui, Ollie is the matchmaker between us, so don't embarrass her. She came here specifically to deliver Lu Rian's message, proving her compassion for women. Don't embarrass her. Zhong Lirui quickly said, Ollie, I really wasn't targeting you. That day, when I heard Sunyan had been, and you too, had been captured by those beasts, I was practically beside myself. Now I just want revenge for you. Stop. AI Shirley waved her hand. Don't mention me anymore. You clearly risked your life for Master, threatening to blow yourself up with a bomb to save others. Now you want revenge primarily for Master. Help me, don't. It was just a side job. Thinking back, your main purpose in Jiang Juanhao's house was to search for supplies. Finding and rescuing me was also just a side job, right? Alas, I always seem to be a burden, a life that's just a side job. No. Zhong Lirui was embarrassed. Ollie, you're our friend after all. If you're in trouble, we definitely come to your rescue. Okay, Angel Boss. Although you saved me twice, It was incidental and not intentional. Objectively speaking, I was saved both times. Having a friend like you brings a bit of luck to my miserable life. Moreover, without this little bit of luck, I wouldn't even be alive. Boss, thank you. Zhongli Rui was completely speechless after hearing Ai Shirley's words. He was really at a loss for words. Seeing this, Di Xinyan smiled and said, Ollie, you're truly reaching a new level. At this moment, Di Xinyan's thoughts shifted, and she advised Zhongli Rui's husband, as the old saying goes, listen to both sides, and you will be enlightened. Listen to only one side, and you will be blinded. You're a community leader now, so you need to be more open-minded. Look, Ollie has such a broad vision. Why don't you learn from her? Let's go meet Lu Ruiyan together, and hear what she has to say. It's not a big deal. Is that really necessary, dear? Didn't you just say you listened to me the most? Well, listen to me again today. Di Xinyan's eyes flickered with a sly smile. After hearing Di Xinyan's words, Zhongli Rui was left with no rebuttal. Because, he just said it himself, his greatest asset is listening to her. And if he contradicted her now, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Okay, let's go together and meet her. Ai Shili smiled at this. Ah, Master still has a solution. Di Xinyan smiled gracefully. Let's go. Chapter 97. The three of them quickly arrived at the infirmary's ward. New mother Lu Ruiyan and her child were recuperating there. Nearby, Gu Anqi was caring for them. Seeing Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan approach, Gu Anqi happily said, Arui Master, Ollie, are you here? Yes. Everyone stepped forward and greeted Gu Anqi warmly. After a round of pleasantries, Lu Ruiyan, who was in Gu Anqi's room, said, Sister Ruiyan, our headmistress and my master are here. Lu Ruiyan hurriedly tried to get up to greet them, but Di Xinyan stopped her. You had a forceps-assisted delivery, so you can't mess around. Thank you, Dr. D, the still weak Lu Ruiyan said weakly. At this moment, Zhongli Rui whispered to Gu Anqi, Anqi, take the child outside first, so we don't have to talk later and startle him. Lu Ruiyan's eyes were moved. Alliance leader Zhongli, you are truly a kind and righteous man. Zhongli Rui raised his hand to stop Lu Ruiyan's praise, saying calmly, Tell me, are you coming to me and Xinyan to plead for mercy on behalf of your husband, Tainan Offing, and his vicious predators? Lu Ruiyan nodded slightly, a hint of helplessness and pleading in her eyes. Yes, Alliance leader Zhongli. I know they committed unforgivable crimes, but Tainan is my husband. I can't bear to watch him die. I beg you, for the sake of the child, to give them a chance to mend their ways. You know the unforgivable crimes they committed? Zhongli Rui said coldly. They robbed multiple survivor communities. They killed other survivors. They brutalized girls like you. Tell me, which of these crimes can be forgiven? Which would our legal system tolerate? Which can be forgiven by the deceased victims, and their surviving friends and family? Tell me. Tears welled up in Lu Ruiyan's eyes for a long time. After gathering a little strength, she said, Alliance leader Zhongli, I talked about you with Ai Shirley and Gu Anqi. I heard them say that your dream is to rebuild a civilized and lawful society, correct? Yes. But does that have anything to do with what we're discussing today? Alliance leader Zhongli, you're planning to unite several communities to hold a trial for my husband and his men, correct? Yes. I won't kill them indiscriminately. They need to be judged by law and justice, and held accountable for their crimes. Moreover, this trial will serve not only to comfort the surviving families and friends of the victims, but also as a warning to all of us who live. It's about upholding fairness and justice, and restoring law and order in our world. Fairness, law, order. Lu Ruiyan muttered these words, then looked Zhongli Rui in the eye intently. Zhongli Rui responded unwaveringly to Lu Ruiyan's searching gaze. Alliance leader Zhongli, people like you are truly rare in this day and age. Lu Ruiyan took a deep breath and continued, Alliance leader Zhongli, I'd like to ask you, in the legal and civilized system you wish to rebuild, do criminal suspects have the right to defend themselves? Zhongli Rui was stunned, then a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. After a long pause, Zhongli Rui replied, yes. However, their right to defend themselves does not mean they can use sophistry to deny their actual crimes. Hearing this answer, Lu Ruiyan closed her eyes and nodded with a hint of satisfaction. I understand your thoughts, Alliance leader Zhongli. Really? Then, are you still going to plead with me for your husband and his men, those heinous criminals? Lu Ruiyan forced herself to sit up. Ruiyan, what are you doing? Di Xinyan grew anxious upon seeing her like this. Lu Ruiyan shook her head and replied firmly, Alliance leader Zhongli, I will not plead with you. I simply have two requests. Tell me what you want. I listen. First request. Alliance leader Zhongli, during your grand trial, I request that you plead for lesser charges against them. You? Zhongli Rui asked in surprise. You want to plead not guilty for them? A plea for lesser charges, Lu Rian corrected. They did commit crimes. However, there were 7 of them, and the crimes they committed were different in degree. Therefore, the degree of conviction was also different. Before the Doomsday Crisis, I was a lawyer. Alliance leader Zhongli, since you want to restore law and order, how can lawyers be absent from the trial? Zhongli Rui's expression suddenly darkened. This request. Before Zhongli Rui could continue, Lu Rian spoke first. Alliance leader Zhongli, if you don't agree to my first request, then I beg you to agree to my second. Zhongli Rui gestured for Lu Rian to continue. If, Alliance leader Zhongli, you and your allies won't allow me to defend them, then please take me with you when you execute them. I want to die with Offing. Zhongli Rui's eyes widened. Before she could continue, Di Xinyan beside her scolded, Rian, you're a mother. How could you abandon your newborn child? Lu Rian shook her head. Dr. Di, please continue to listen to me. After I die, I ask you to adopt my daughter. When she grows up, don't tell her about Ah Feng and me. Let her grow up without any psychological burden. I hope she can live with people like you who are oriented to the light, until the day she can see the civilized world again. Zhongli Rui said bitterly, why are you doing this? Is it worth sacrificing yourself for your husband, this unforgivable evil? Lu Rian lowered her head and said bitterly, Alliance leader Zhongli, you are an upright person. I see in you the man who was my husband. What was Ah Feng like in the past? Zhongli Rui narrowed his eyes. What was he like in the past? A glimmer of memory flashed in Lu Rian's eyes, as if she had been transported back to those beautiful days. He used to be a kind and upright man, Lu Rian whispered. Before the apocalyptic crisis, he was always full of enthusiasm for life. He was a young entrepreneur and fitness enthusiast, running his own gym with many fans and friends, and he often helped those in need. Even after the apocalypse, he was initially kind and helpful. However, the disaster changed everything, and human nature was distorted by extreme circumstances. He once established a community shelter for survivors, just like you. However, there was a more powerful community near our community, founded by a fishmonger named Cheng, who often bullied us. Once, my husband and his men were out scavenging for supplies, and Cheng led his men into our community, and even tried to kill me. I was 6 months pregnant at the time. Fortunately, my husband arrived in time and saved me. Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan both covered their mouths. What? Lu Rian turned her head away, her voice low. Alliance leader Zhongli, that was my husband's first murder after the zombie apocalypse. From that day on, he disobeyed me and began to follow the law of the jungle, which he had learned through blood and revenge. To survive, he increasingly did things that went against his original intentions. I advised him many times, but he persisted in pursuing what he considered the righteous path of domination. He always claimed that justice was only within the range of cannons, and he retorted, justice without power is pale. This is how he became what he is today. Alliance leader Zhongli, my husband took the wrong path and committed a grave crime. But he's also a victim of this dark age. Now society, law, and order have all been shattered, and people are struggling to survive. It would be too harsh to strictly adhere to the laws and standards of peacetime. After all, most of the soldiers and police officers in the city have died in battle, leaving them powerless to maintain the order and laws of the past. You have a point. But that doesn't excuse your husband from leading his men to rob other communities, murder innocent survivors, and abuse those girls. He's gone from victim to perpetrator. Zhongli Rui exclaimed angrily. Did you know? Just a few days ago, shortly before you gave birth, my wife and a friend were nearly murdered by his men. I strapped bombs to my body, intending to die with your husband. And Zhongli Rui took a breath and glanced at the women around him. Protecting women is imperative now. I will not let any of those criminals who have abused women go unpunished. Alliance leader Zhongli, why are you so paranoid? Lu Rian asked incredulously. Why do you hate those who abuse women so much more than those who kill and rob? Although, I'm flattered by your concern for us women. Zhongli Rui stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. He said coldly, this isn't paranoia, lawyer Lu. As an engineering student, I often talk about rationality and science. First, from a rational perspective of survival, killing others and robbing for food and resources can at least be justified by the compulsion you mentioned. But harming women is completely untenable. It's purely using violence to satisfy selfish desires. It's not about survival. My wife has always taught me never to do that. Gu Anqi, Ai Shirley, and Lu Rian all cast burning gazes at Di Xinyan beside them. Faced with a chorus of glances from the sisters, Di Sinyan replied with a hint of embarrassment, "That's right. I said it. He actually followed through on it. Gu Anchi, AI Shirley, Zhong Lirui continued, secondly, considering human reproduction. Take our Ling'an province, for example. The number of survivors in the urban area has now dropped to less than 2,000. According to Captain Wang Gang, the number of civilian and military survivors in the large shelter zone of the eastern base is only 5,600. Considering the 18 million people in the greater Ling'an province region, the current situation is truly dire. Based on this ratio, how many humans remain globally? Therefore, in this dark age, future laws must be committed to protecting women and ensuring the hope of human reproduction. This isn't out of sentiment, but based on scientific considerations. Lawyer Liu, do you realize that you may not only be the last surviving lawyer in Ling'an province, but also, after the apocalyptic zombie crisis, you may be the first person in our 4-community alliance to become a mother? Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 98. Lu Rian looked at Zhong Lirui in shock. She lowered her head and remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Zhong Lirui did not interrupt her. At some point, Lu Rian raised her head. Di Sinyan was surprised to find that a glint of confidence seemed to appear in Lu Rian's eyes. Lu Rian calmly said to Zhong Lirui, "Alliance leader Zhongli, I understand your point. So, I slightly modify my first request. Go ahead. I'm listening. I still request a lesser charge on behalf of my husband and his subordinates. However, I promise to respect the facts and evidence. Alliance leader Zhongli, can you agree to this request?" A flicker of approval flashed in Zhong Lirui's eyes. He nodded, then replied firmly, "Lu Rian, I agree to your request. You may defend Offing and his subordinates, but on the condition that you honor your promise and refrain from concealing or distorting the facts." Lu Rian nodded gratefully. "Alliance leader Zhongli, thank you for this opportunity." Di Sinyan silently observed all this, deeply impressed by Lu Rian's courage and resolve. As a wife herself, she empathized with Lu Rian's unwavering commitment to her husband, never abandoning or giving up. Of course, she also knew that what Lu Rian was about to do was destined to be extremely difficult. After all, the predators had attacked and harmed a significant number of communities and individuals in the previous months. Under the coordinated efforts of the home community's leadership and the intelligence-savvy Nighthawk, news of the impending joint trial of the predators quickly spread throughout the survivor communities of Ling'an State. Soon, over 9 communities applied, joining the Chungbei University of Technology's physics and chemistry communities, to observe the predators' trial and disposition via online conference. And that's not all. Because, to date, not every community has electricity, as has been achieved in the 4 communities under the Home Alliance led by Zhong Lirui. 3 days remained until the joint trial. During this time, Lu Rian once again sought help from Di Sinyan. Afterward, Zhong Lirui faced a thick stack of evidence submitted by Lu Rian as defense attorney. According to Dakian's previous legal system and operating practices, lawyers were required to submit evidence at least 3 days before the trial date to allow the court to schedule a hearing and ensure the authenticity, legality, and relevance of the evidence. This provision ensured the court had ample time to review the submitted evidence, thus ensuring the fairness and efficiency of the proceedings. Furthermore, while the criminal procedure law does not explicitly require defense attorneys to submit evidence 5 days before the trial, in practice, courts generally require this to ensure the smooth conduct of the trial. Zhong Lirui did not act arbitrarily. Instead, he brought the stack of evidence to the home community's leadership in Nighthawk, who, during these trials, served as members of the jury and reviewed it together. Looking at the neatly formatted and clearly organized evidence, Lu Shi, despite being a special police officer in a combat unit, was deeply moved. Lu Rian is truly an excellent lawyer. Less than a week after giving birth, she's already compiled such detailed information. But is the information she's collected truly flawless? All of Tianan's subordinates, with the exception of Yan Lijing, have committed murder, robbery, and rape. Well, let me see. Yan Lijing has murder and robbery, but not rape. The only time he attempted to commit rape, Huh? The crime was aborted? And the people involved were actually Sister Sinyan and Ali? Oh my goodness. With a hint of hesitation, Lu Shi turned his gaze towards Di Sinyan and AI Shirley. AI Shirley turned away, seemingly unwilling to discuss the matter. Di Sinyan, however, crossed her arms and said calmly, "This is indeed true." Yan Lijing stopped committing the crime, kicked the other 5 people out of the room, and knelt down to me and Ali, begging us to save Lu Rian. Facts are facts. Everyone frowned and continued to examine the evidence. Special Operations Team Leader Wang Gang was furious at some of the content. This is pure quibbling. Quibbling. Iron Man often injured numerous people in numerous clashes, some of whom died from their injuries. It was clearly murder, so how could it be considered injury? Especially this. The victim, Wu Feng, a soldier from the 023 RD tactical team. After being seriously injured, he shot himself. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Zhong Lirui said calmly. The witnesses in this case are listed as Nighthawk, Agui, and Shin Jungsu? Who is she? She's the sister of Ajie, one of Offing's former important subordinates. Offing has a. He's known for his characteristic of being considerate of his subordinates' families. Based on these two characteristics, I personally believe that Offing's conviction for not committing rape is plausible. His younger brother, Yan Lijing, also testified. Offing never touched any woman other than his wife. As for Team 023's Wu Feng, whether he murdered him or simply took the blame for his own glorious actions, we have to ask that question during the trial. But after reviewing the overall information, I think, well, how should I put it, this bandit king who murdered, robbed, and conquered cities is quite loyal and a man of love. Lu Shi commented, chin in hand. Wang Zhong, standing nearby, said calmly, this Iron Man Offing is interesting. Is he a comics fan? He often defeats his favorite opponents and then shouts, be my little brother. Together, we rebuild order under this sky and establish a kingdom where order is practiced with iron and blood. It seems that Agui was won over by him in this way. What era is this young man in? He still dreams of becoming king and emperor? Of course, Qin Xiaoyao knew the comic Wang Zhong was referring to. Because she read it, too. Recalling the recurrence of the plot from that comic, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. Zhu Yongyong scoffed, that muscular guy thinks he's invincible just because he's taken over most of the grain warehouses at the grain transfer market. Instead of focusing on developing agriculture, improving technology, and upgrading equipment, he's plundering everywhere, hoping to become king or emperor. He's truly blinded by power. Li Chunfang from the School of Physics said helplessly, if it weren't for these guys' intrusion, would we have been driven out of the Shanmu supermarket and forced to hide in the substation? It's all because of Tainan and his gang. They made life almost impossible for the people in the surrounding communities. He's finally. This day will come. It truly is true that good and evil will eventually be rewarded. It's not that there's no retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come yet, Originally, I was thinking that after the attack number 1 was built, the first shot would be revenge on Tianan's predator. Zhu Yongyang was speechless. Chunfang, don't be like that. I be debugging the attack number 1 with you. We know that thing is incredibly brutal when used against living people. If 3 of them were fired simultaneously, the power would be comparable to the military's smallest thermobaric bomb. Humph, you chemist, you're exaggerating. Is it really that terrifying? Li Chunfang said in disbelief. While everyone was discussing the details of the case, Nighthawk, invited to serve on the trial committee, seemed somewhat listless. Her gaze frequently darted towards Zhong Lirui and Di Xinyan, who sat side by side, diligently discussing the files and evidence. A faint trace of sadness and loss lingered in her gaze. Because, just the day before yesterday, the man she'd first fallen in love with, Zhong Lirui, who recently lost his wife, had unexpectedly married his god-sister Di Xinyan. Qin Xiaoyao quietly observed Yi Ying's expression, feeling a sense of empathy. Yi Ying had feelings for Zhong Lirui, so didn't he? Time ticked by. In the meeting room, the scrutiny and discussion continued. In the community meeting room, everyone carefully examined the evidence submitted by Lu Ruyan, trying to identify key information that could influence the trial's outcome, and occasionally exchanged ideas with one another. Despite Tainan Offing's numerous crimes, Lu Ruyan's evidence revealed his complex humanity, leading some to gain a new understanding of this former enemy. After reviewing all the materials, Zhong Lirui frowned, seemingly lost in thought. He knew that as a member of the jury, and now the leader of the 4 community alliances, he must remain impartial and not allow personal feelings to interfere with the fairness of the trial. However, the side of Tainan Offing revealed by Lu Ruyan's evidence compelled him to reconsider. Furthermore, he felt that this evidence, as Lu Ruyan had assured him, was based on genuine evidence. But this evidence seemed vaguely suggestive. Di Xinyan, who had been sitting next to Zhong Lirui, silently reviewed the evidence Lu Ruyan had submitted, revealing the statistical distribution of crimes committed by Offing, Yan Lijing, and the other 5 predators. At some point, a flash of understanding flashed across Di Xinyan's eyes. She's going to do this. Oh, I get it, Di Xinyan muttered to herself, seeming to understand something. Ruyan, You really did your best to save your husband's life. I get it. Rui, come here for a moment. Let's go outside. I have something to tell you, Di Xinyan whispered to Zhong Lirui. Zhong Lirui closed the information in his hands, and he and Di Xinyan stood up and temporarily left the meeting room. Downstairs, at the edge of the cornfield. Rui, what do you think of the evidence Lu Ruyan submitted? She's a truly formidable lawyer and a devoted wife. Di Xinyan was stunned, a look of disbelief in her eyes. Husband, you discovered this too? I didn't know you even knew the law? Zhong Lirui shook his head. Only a little. I truly discovered her intentions, not through my limited knowledge of the law, but through statistics. I discovered a distribution pattern among the crimes committed by these 7 people. Is that so? Then, what will you do? Di Xinyan met Zhong Lirui's eyes. I will sentence all 7 of them to death. This? You saw Lu Ruyan's intentions, so why didn't you give her husband any chance? Zhong Lirui said calmly. I'm considering it. Chapter 99. The day of the trial finally arrived. The courtroom was located in the square of the Jiayuan community. Leaders from 4 communities gathered: Jiayuan Community, Qianmei University of Technology College of Chemistry Community, Qianmei University of Technology College of Physics Community, and Huaduo Community. In addition, representatives from another 15 communities participated via remote connection. In court, Zhong Lirui, Lu Shi, and Chen Xiaoyao served as presiding judges. Leaders from the other 4 communities formed the jury. Escorted by members of Xiaofeng's personal guards, Tainan, Offing, and 7 other male predators were brought to court. At this point, the 7 predators had long since given up the idea of escaping. Zhong Lirui had heard from Nighthawk that, during their detention, some predators had considered attacking female members of the personal guards and attempting to escape. However, before Ameo and Lu Mingqi, who were assisting in the detention, could make a move, the arms of the 3 treacherous individuals were dislocated. Then, after they pleaded for mercy, their dislocated arms were painfully, not painlessly, set back in place. Ever since that incident, the predators had no further thoughts of escape. Tainan Offing hadn't made any unusual moves during his detention. His most frequent request was to see his wife and children. Lu Ruyan had once visited him with her children while collecting evidence. Amao recounted that the large, muscular men burst into tears. The trial had begun. During the confession session after the opening of the court session, Zhong Lirui loudly demanded, "This court is now charging you with robbery, intentional homicide, intentional injury, and rape. Do you plead guilty?" During the confession session after the court opened, the other 5 robbers confessed one after another. Their eyes revealed fear and resignation, but more so, a reflection on the past and a fear for the future. They knew that no matter how they defended themselves, they could not erase the crimes they had committed. Zhong Lirui watched the robbers' confessions with a blank expression. This was because he had already reviewed all of their case files. These 5 men had been charged with every crime in this trial. Even if they pleaded guilty now, they would not receive a light sentence. When it was Yan Lijing's turn to confess, Yan Lijing looked at the solemn courtroom and answered with some trepidation. "Robbery, I plead guilty. Intentional injury, I plead guilty. Intentional homicide, I plead not guilty. Rape, Judge, I did have that thought, but I stopped before any actual harm was done." "This is true," Yan Lijing shouted loudly. Zhong Lirui picked up the hammer and struck it down. "Silence." Yan Lijing shut up without a word. "So, that means you admit to some of your crimes?" Lu Shi stared at Yan Lijing. "Why do you admit to intentional injury, but not intentional homicide?" "Because I'm a coward. I'm afraid of death. So, every time I'm fighting or robbing, I try to slack off, and I do. Yes, when I raided the neighborhood, I did injure people. But I was never the one who killed them." "Huh?" The audience, along with the over 1,000 connected viewers, were in an uproar. How could he be so lazy and slack off during a robbery or a war? Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, Zhong Lirui banged the hammer again. "Silence." Yan Lijing, "Okay, you admit some of your crimes. The remaining charges you deny will be heard in public. Do you have any objections?" "No." "May I ask, Your Honor, is this trial fair?" "The trial will be based on the actual evidence we possess, and that provided by your defense attorney. Over 1,000 survivors of Ling'an State are watching us right now. Of course, it will be fair," Zhong Lirui declared. Zhong Lirui then glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was sitting at the defense table. She was wearing the professional outfit Di Xinyan had found at home, sometimes worn to meetings and events. Although she was in a wheelchair, she exuded a striking, unyielding air of heroism. Yan Lijing nodded and was led away. Tai Nan Offing was brought up. Before I plead guilty, may I ask the judge, is this a place where winners and losers flaunt their reputations, or a place where the law is truly practiced? Ah Feng stared at Zhong Lirui and the other two. Are you professional? At this remark, both the in-person audience and the online audience erupted in an uproar. This guy is truly stubborn. After all, he was the former leader of the plunderers. He thinks his death isn't coming soon enough, isn't he? The former Mountain King is truly arrogant. Never mind, he's already met his end. Today's trial was meant to bring these desperate bandits, who murder, rob, and rape, to their doom. God has finally opened his eyes. Zhong Lirui glanced at Lu Shi beside him. Lu Shi smiled confidently and stood up. I am Lu Shi, a special police officer from Special Police Squad 313 in Daqian Lingen City. As he spoke, Lu Shi took out his police badge. In the sunlight, the golden badge gleamed, drawing exceptional attention. I once said, as long as I'm alive, there are still living police officers in Lingen Prefecture. As long as I'm alive, the laws of Lingen Prefecture are still alive. That's what I said. The surroundings were silent. But then, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The online conference was also in an uproar. Various comments popped up. Good job, good work. Turns out the SWAT police weren't completely wiped out. They suffered quite a bit. It seems Officer Lu is the last surviving active SWAT officer. Ah, the Golden Shield, fighting to the death, dedicated to the people. They're truly heroic. It can't be helped. Forget it. Even the military has so few left and has retreated. The SWAT police are even more destitute. I used to want to apply to the police academy. But before I even got my acceptance letter, the zombie apocalypse happened. How about I go find him? I want to be a SWAT officer too. It was my childhood dream. The guy upstairs. Young man. You have some great ideas, and we admire you. How about you come to our police academy community in the future? We still have 20 people alive here. Let's sort things out, and then we can all go find Officer Lu together later. He's active duty. Reliable. Okay, all right. We get in touch later. We meet up after the meeting. Well, with active police officers here, this courtroom represents the law, which is more convincing. Speaking of which, the person defending Tai Nan seems to be the most prestigious lawyer, Lawyer Lu Ruyan. I heard she was quiet for a while after she got pregnant. Tai Nan looked at Lu Shi, who stood proudly in the judge's seat, and was moved. I thought you were a makeshift team. I didn't expect you, Officer Lu Shi, to be a professional. Okay, you're the last surviving special police officer in Lingen Prefecture. You say you still represent the law, and I agree. So those crimes you just mentioned. Robbery, I plead guilty. Intentional injury, I plead guilty. When I attacked other communities, I defeated many experts and recruited them. Intentional homicide. I'm confused. Why bring up intentional injury when there's already one? Rape? My wife is the only woman I love in my life. No one should try to frame me. Lu Shi nodded in response to Tai Nan's questioning, motioning for him to continue. Regarding the charge of intentional homicide, Tai Nan continued, I acknowledge that some lives were lost in combat, but that is inevitable in war. I have never ordered the unprovoked killing of innocent people. As for the charge of rape, I would never do that. The courtroom murmured again, but most people believed he was quibbling. Zhong Lirui banged the gavel, signaling silence. Tai Nan Offing, your statement has been recorded. We will now proceed with the trial based on the evidence and witness testimony. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. Tai Nan nodded. He was then escorted from the bench. The courtroom then entered a tense but orderly trial. The main focus of the heated debate between the prosecution and defense was whether Chung Feng, Offing's real name, had killed or seriously injured Wu Feng, a former member of the 023 Goshawk squad, during the attack on Nighthawk's former community. Wang Gang became very excited during this debate. Chung Feng, look me in the eye and say you didn't kill Wu Feng? Excuse me, sir? Tai Nan Offing asked. I am Wang Gang, the former captain of the 022 Guerrilla Falcon Special Operations Squadron. The member of Squadron 023 you killed was my comrade. So you're a professional soldier. Captain Wang Gang, I told you, I did it, and I won't deny it. But if it wasn't me, don't try to pin the blame on me. You? Wang Gang was furious. At this point, Lu Ruyan said, Captain Wang Gang, my client, Chung Feng, did engage in a fight with Wu Feng, a member of the 023 Goshawk squad, during the attack on Miss Nighthawk's community. During the fight, my client fired 3 shots into his torso. However, Wu Feng was wearing a bulletproof vest at the time, so he wasn't killed instantly, but was injured. Because he was already injured, these injuries compounded his own, resulting in his critical condition. At this point, Ah Feng himself said, "Captain Wang Gang, I actually have a great admiration for Wu Feng. At the time, the biggest obstacle to our attack was he was the strongest. Despite being seriously injured, he single-handedly blocked 3 of my best men at the time, and covered the escape of most of the Nighthawk community. I didn't want to kill him at the time. I wanted to recruit him as a subordinate, just like Ajay and Agui. In fact, he could have escaped anyway. He was tricked by a girl named Zhang Peihan from the Nighthawk community. Zhang Peihan is not very capable, but she has a lot of tricks. I saw that she likes to trick her teammates and act like a green tea." Wu Feng seemed to be fascinated by Zhang Peihan, and in the end, he was still covering her retreat. Wang Gang interrupted, "Stop talking about that nonsense. How did Wu Feng die?" Ah Feng replied, "At the time, Wu Feng fired 11 rounds and then stopped resisting. We surrounded him, and I tried to persuade him to surrender and join my team, but he smiled and said, 'Today, it's time to use the honor bullet.' He fired his last shot at his own temple." Wang Gang fell silent. Several of his special operations teams had this practice. The last round of their pistols was an honor bullet. "I have no questions," Wang Gang muttered, sitting down. At this point, Nighthawk stepped forward. "Chung Feng, I want to ask you, how did Zhang Peihan die? I remember she was fine when she escaped from my community by crossing the river. You still care about this traitor?" Ah Feng was a little puzzled. "She came to me like a green tea and sold all your intelligence. And you're still thinking of revenge for her?" Nighthawk hesitated. After all this time, it turned out that Zhang Peihan had betrayed his community's intelligence. "I didn't mean to avenge her, I was just curious about how she died." Nighthawk crossed his arms over his chest. "It's no big deal," Ah Feng said casually. "Back then, this girl with the black brow came to me, saying she wanted to join me. I remembered how she betrayed your community, and then I remembered what happened to Wu Feng, so I didn't want this green tea bitch. I had a few of my men take her out and shoot her. But then, those bastards of mine tried to do something inappropriate to her. Strangely enough, not long after they took her out, she turned into a zombie. Those jerk-ass subordinates of mine were also bitten and couldn't be saved. In the end, it was Ajia who shot those bastards." At this remark, Disanyan Ying and Agui all showed concern. Finally, after a long discussion and deliberation, the court announced the verdict. Zhongli Rui, presiding judge, announced the verdict. The 5 robbers were found guilty of robbery, intentional injury, intentional homicide, and rape and sentenced to death, to be executed on the spot. The audience cheered as the verdict was announced. Yan Lijing and Tainan A Feng, awaiting the verdict, had grim expressions on their faces. Lu Ruyan, after a lengthy defense, sat in a wheelchair, her face pale. But she persisted. This court declares that the defendant Yan Lijing is guilty of robbery and intentional injury, and has committed multiple offenses with serious consequences. There is insufficient evidence for intentional homicide and rape, and the court sentences him to death. I'm wrong. Before Zhongli Rui could finish reading the sentence, Yan Lijing burst into tears at the word death penalty. Silence! Zhongli Rui banged the gavel again. 1 year suspended sentence. At the announcement of this verdict, Lu Ruyan's eyebrows rose, her eyes brightening. As Yan Lijing was led away, he wailed, "I'm innocent," garnering the attention of those around him. Tainan and Afeng, observing this, sneered, "Is this courtroom even worthwhile? Doesn't it still want us all dead?" Zhongli Rui remained calm in the face of Tainan's questioning and continued to pronounce the verdict. Chapter 100. This court pronounces a verdict. The defendant, Chung Feng, is guilty of robbery and intentional injury, and has committed these offenses multiple times, with serious circumstances. He is also guilty of intentional homicide. The evidence is insufficient to establish the charge of rape. This court sentences him to death, to be executed immediately. The entire audience cheered. Good. He deserves death. Lu Ruyan covered her mouth. No, no, no. That's not the case. It shouldn't be this way. Judge, Zhongli Rui simply continued to bang the gavel. Silence. Due to the defendant Chung Feng's family situation, and out of humanitarian considerations, the sentence will be executed immediately, commuted to 1 year's probation. However, an additional penalty will be added. During the probation period, digging potatoes. Lu Ruyan was stunned, her anxiety suddenly fading. She muttered, "Repealed death sentence? That's just..." The entire audience fell silent. After a moment of surprise, Iron Man often erupted on the spot. You can kill me, but you're insulting me. A gentleman deserves death, not humiliation. I don't accept it. I don't accept it. I protest. The audience was boiling like a frying pan. Oh my god. Legend has it that during World War II, the Rakshasa Empire used this tactic on Raya prisoners of war. And now they're using it on this mountain king? Brilliant. Truly brilliant. I support you, thumbs up. I support you +1. This additional punishment is so satisfying, ha ha ha. Now, that looting offing is dead, right? His right hand is even broken. This court is really tricky. Are they trying to make him die a horrible death? That's right. This is even more cruel than outright execution. I support you, thumbs up. Good and evil will always be rewarded. Well done. The online comments were overwhelming. This is such a ruthless move. But it's fun to watch, I love it, ha ha. Poor Lu Rian, now she's going to be a widow after giving birth. If you're worried, why don't you go over there and take care of her? Taking care of her, I have no problem with that. But taking care of that little Tainan, I have a problem with that. While everyone in the audience and online channels were laughing and joking, Tainan Offing, who protested at the top of his lungs, was escorted away. After the trial, Zhong Lirui recalled the policy he had set last time and issued a call to all connected communities, suggesting they cultivate and settle in several areas near the Jiayuan community that boasted large green belts and rivers. He also shared the experience of 4 communities in successfully solving food and clothing problems through farming with all connected communities. When this additional information reached these communities online, many were thrilled. Using the green belts to grow corn and potatoes to make a living. Such a great idea. Why didn't I think of it? TSK, that's just your ignorance. Alliance leader Zhongli's tactics are very reliable. We in the botanical garden community also make a good living using similar methods. It's you uneducated people who only know how to hunt and plunder to survive. What's most shocking to me is that the water pump can restore a safe water supply. If our community had this thing earlier, we wouldn't have been forced to drink urine when we were besieged by the zombie horde last time. Aw this. Aw this. +1. Aw this. +250. No brother, you guys in the library community are some tough bastards. You actually drink urine? What should we do? We were surrounded by 300 zombies. We drank all the drinkable water in the library, including the water in the flower beds and fish tanks. If we didn't drink that, would we turn into mummies? If not for that sudden explosion at the grain station, the one that killed everyone with a Jai's dust explosion when the Plundera community was captured, which drew the zombies away, we'd be doomed. Even without that zombie tidal wave, our community lost 2 members in the space of a month searching for water. Alliance leader Zhongli, we reserved a place in the neighborhood near yours. We'd be here after the trial. Then, please ask your expert team to guide us on how to build a water tanker. So, during the online meeting, about 8 communities expressed their intention to relocate to vacant neighborhoods near Jiayuan and Huaduo, hoping to learn from their successful models. Seeing that the previously planned land acquisition strategy was truly effective, the senior members of the home community smiled with relief. After the court adjourned, Lu Rian found Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan. Alliance leader Zhongli, thank you, thank you. Zhongli Rui looked at Lu Rian meaningfully and said coldly, he deserves this. Bring Agui with you, and tell him that the criterion for his probation is whether he can produce 1,000 kilograms of potatoes within the next year. His probation will be in the Zijingwa community. If he doesn't produce 1,000 kilograms of potatoes by the end of the year, he'd be executed. Ah, isn't that too much? Lu Rian was stunned. Zhongli Rui ignored her and walked away. Di Xinyan, with a mysterious smile, approached Lu Rian and whispered, Rian, our home community and the chemistry college community at Chongbei University of Technology both grow potatoes. They yield 2,300 to 3,000 kilograms per mu. The growing cycle ranges from 60 to 120 days. You might not know this as a lawyer, but I'm a pharmacist who studied botany, so I understand this, haha. Lu Rian's eyes widened as she listened to Di Xinyan's figures. Suddenly, understanding dawned on her, and she explained in surprise, Alliance leader Zhongli. Di Xinyan maintained her elegant smile, crossed her arms, and continued in a cryptic tone. Didn't you find out yesterday? Look, those rapists under your husband's command have all been executed by my husband, immediately. Besides, your husband's crimes are so heinous, he deserves an explanation. That's why my husband did this. This? Lu Rian hesitated, then met Di Xinyan's gaze. Alliance leader Zhongli Rui has been so kind to me. What exactly does he expect from me? How do I repay him? Don't worry, He won't do any of those frivolous things you're thinking of. Di Xinyan, no less intelligent than Lu Ruyan, knew exactly what she meant and continued calmly. Are there really people like that in the world? Lu Ruyan asked incredulously, sitting in her wheelchair. Yes, but they're rare. Lu Ruyan shook her head. Xinyan, you're so lucky. Di Xinyan added softly, besides, I don't think he'd dare. Lu Ruyan, ? Di Xinyan walked behind Lu Ruyan's wheelchair and helped push it, saying, You really gone all out for your husband this time. You just gave birth, had forceps, and even defended him in court. As a doctor, I really don't recommend this, but as a wife, I understand your feelings. Lu Ruyan helplessly held her head in her hands. What can I do? I chose my husband, and he's gone astray because he was trying to protect me. I can't abandon him. Once this is over, you be at Ziyuan. Jinghua community, live peacefully. Di Xinyan looked at the nearby fields and said, after the trial, Arui shared the successful farming practices of several of my communities with the Lianxian community. Going forward, your Baohenia community will likely be transformed into a new community that produces both food and crops. Residents of the surrounding vacant communities will also gradually relocate. Alliance leader Zhongli's vision is for every community to have its own fields of hope, freeing them from the struggle for survival. Is that right? Lu Ruyan asked, turning her head. Food and clothing are just the first step. He envisions gradually achieving food and clothing, collective security, and then restoring law and social order, restarting technological manufacturing. He wants to slowly restore our past civilized world. What? Alliance leader Zhongli, is his ambition to one day become the chief speaker of the Dacian Government Council? He hasn't considered that. However, his most ambitious goal is to restore civilization to Lingyan Prefecture. That's his very clear goal. Your husband is a terrible dreamer. Lu Ruyan said speechlessly. He's nothing like my husband, a presumptuous mountain king who wants to be emperor. But our husbands do have one thing in common. No, they seem completely different to me. Di Xinyan smiled mysteriously. Our husbands will fight for us, won't they? Lu Ruyan was stunned, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Xinyan, you're absolutely right about that. In the Zijingwa community, in Tyne and Offing's prison cell, Ague pushed Lu Ruyan's wheelchair into the room. At that moment, Tyne and Offing's expression had become bleak, and he looked extremely dejected, his eyes hollow, devoid of his former heroic spirit and dominance. Hubby, it's only been a day, how could you be like this? My brothers are all dead, and I'm living a life worse than death. Is this what you meant by keeping us safe? Tynan saw Lu Ruyan approaching and pulled himself up. Not only do I have to die, but I can't die immediately. And for all this time, I've been living a life worse than death? Is this the ending you promised me you could handle? Lu Ruyan sighed. Offing, listen to me. This ending is the best for us. Good? I'd be living a life worse than death, slowly waiting to die for a year. If I can't deliver 1,000 kilograms of potatoes in a year, I'd die anyway. You call this a good ending? Don't you see? Those people in the community, everyone connected online, are all laughing at me. Hubby, don't be angry. Ahem. You're so uneducated. Alliance leader Zhongli showed you mercy, sparing you and Yanlijing, saving your lives, and you didn't even notice or feel grateful? You've been with me, a lawyer, for so long, and you haven't learned a thing. Ahem. He's sparing Yanlijing and me? Isn't he supposed to be suspended for a year before being shot? Tynan Offing was suddenly confused. Are you on a suspended death sentence? During the suspended sentence, if you don't commit serious misconduct and have performed meritorious service, your sentence will generally be commuted to life imprisonment or a fixed-term imprisonment. So he's giving you a job, farming. He's asking you to earn merit and become a garrison soldier. This is humiliating. I'm not one of those bastards from the kingdom of Rhea. Alas, your case has such a huge impact, so he's using this tactic, making everyone think you suffered immense humiliation and hardship. Actually, Lingyan province is subtropical, while Lusha country is in the northern temperate and frigid zones. How can digging potatoes here be the same as digging potatoes in Siberia? And I'm uneducated myself. Did you know? 1,000 jin is nothing. That's true, the climate here isn't that terrible. But 1,000 jin is nothing. Do you think I'm a cornucopia, that I can conjure anything out of thin air? He only gave me a few dozen jin of seed grain. This is clearly a death wish. Ahem. Husband, there are only 4 mu of land in this neighborhood, and they're only using half an acre for medicinal herbs. The potato growing cycle is 60 to 120 days, and the yield per mu is 2,300 to 3,000 jin. If you plant diligently for 1 or 2 rounds, not only will you be rewarded, but you and my family will no longer have to worry about food. We won't have to go out hunting for a long time just to get a handful of aloe vera for a meal. Eat. Tainan's mouth widened, as if it could swallow a small potato. How much? It takes 60 to 120 days to grow per acre, so 2,300 to 3,000 kilograms. If we grown this back then, why would we have to fight for it? I have this thing, and if I still fight for it, I'm crazy. This game adheres to a realistic style. Sweet potatoes are not used as a staple food. While sweet potatoes have a higher unit yield than potatoes, their nutritional structure makes them unsuitable as a staple food. Potatoes have been proven throughout human history, and have long been a staple food, like the Irish. Weren't you hairy back then? Sick. Just like me, uneducated. It's not your fault, because even I, a lawyer, don't know. Did you know that the 4 communities under Alliance Leader Zhongli are now so strong and powerful? It all started with self-sufficiency in corn and potatoes. Ahem. Alliance Leader Zhongli is known for his benevolence and righteousness. He probably saw our situation, so he's going around in circles and letting you off the hook. Husband, all you have to do is live well and farm normally, and I be by your side. You don't even have to fight zombies, so isn't that enough? In my opinion, this isn't jail time, it's seclusion. Tainan often abruptly stood up, his gaze darting towards the residential complex. Alliance Leader Zhongli, I often have learned my lesson. Of all the benevolent and righteous people in this world, you're the one. Thank you. Lu Rian noticed that the light in her husband's eyes had returned. What she didn't notice was that a dark red bloodstain had slowly spread across a part of her one-piece skirt. Chapter 101. Alas! If my right hand wasn't gone, honey, I'd be farming here with you. It would seem like a dream life. Hey. I'm glad you figured it out. It's okay, I'd be with you. Take it easy. At this point, Agui said to Ah Feng, Hey, brother Feng, it's just a broken hand, no big deal. Agui. I'm calling you Agui now, right? That's easy for you. Losing my hand? What do I do? Should I build a new one? Brother Feng, yes, build one. Engineer Zhao from the Zhongli Alliance leader's household is a real talent. Look! She built one for me. As he spoke, Agui extended his left hand, showing Tainan his purely mechanically controlled, passive robotic hand, which had a punk-style, magical feel. Look, brother Feng, how's my new hand? As he spoke, Agui skillfully demonstrated the opening and closing of the robotic hand. Ah Feng's eyes widened again, his mouth agape. Oh, a broken hand can really be replaced. Agui spread his hands and said, a broken foot can be replaced too. Brother Feng, do you remember Wu Hao? He broke his leg, then got a mechanical blade leg, and now he can run faster than any of us. And now he's a scout in the Huaduo community. Ah Feng's mind raced with the sounds of 1,000 alpacas. Zhongli Rui himself was a skilled technician, but did he have so many skilled men under his command? He recalled the differences between his and Zhongli Rui's paths. He was constantly plundering and expanding his territory, while Zhongli Rui was cultivating land, sourcing water and electricity, researching weapons, and developing his technology tree. And yet, before he even reached the middle or late stages, he was completely defeated. It was a perfectly justifiable defeat. When the time comes, I privately ask Alliance Leader Zhongli to help me get a pair of hands like this. I definitely help him cultivate land, and never harbor any ulterior motives. Dear, if you think so, I feel relieved. Lu Rian managed to finish the sentence, her body slowly tilting towards the side of the wheelchair. Tainan, Ah Feng, and Agui panicked. Wife! What's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Your skirt is covered in blood. Wife! Don't sleep, hold on. I take you to the Alliance leader's wife. She saved you. Wife! Don't sleep. Ah Feng hugged Lu Rian tightly, his words incoherent, tears streaming down his face. Agui, realizing the dire situation, rushed out to look for Ameo and Lu Mingqi. They quickly arrived and performed preliminary first aid on Lu Rian. This is far from enough, Ameo said anxiously. Mingqi, go get Master Sinyan. Lu Mingqi didn't hesitate and immediately grabbed her phone. 15 minutes later, Lu Rian was rushed to the Jiayuan Community Emergency Room. The patient didn't rest properly after the forceps delivery, was overworked during the court hearing, and then traveled through 2 neighborhoods. There's a crack down there. Prepare emergency treatment. Di Sinyan looked helplessly at Lu Rian on the emergency bed, and directed several of her medical apprentices to begin intensive first aid. After an hour of intense first aid, Lu Ruyan was finally out of danger. As the attending physician, Di Xinyan left the emergency room. "Madam Alliance Leader, how is she?" Offing asked in a trembling voice. Di Xinyan sighed. "She's finally stable, but she must rest for the next 42 days. I think you should be patient. Lu Ruyan and the child won't accompany you back to the Zijingwa community yet. Once Lu Ruyan is fully recovered, we send her and the child back to you. If we let her move again now, and it happens again, she'd be dead." "I understand." At this moment, Iron Man often walked up to Zhongli Rui and bowed in greeting. He already knew that the rule in Zhongli Rui's place was that the highest level of greeting was no more than a bow. "Alliance Leader Zhongli, I request that your skilled craftsmen make me a mechanical right hand like Ague's," Offing said sincerely. "I want to use this right hand to transform the green belts in the Balhenia community into fertile fields, growing crops and medicinal herbs." Zhongli Rui nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. "Offing, you finally understand. What we seek is not endless conflict, or the creation of the chaotic imperial hegemony of the old days, but to ensure that everyone in this land can live a stable life. Okay, I grant your request." Offing bowed his head gratefully. For the next 3 days, Offing began arduous training under the guidance of Zhao Yingying and Ague. He went from being clumsy at first to gradually mastering every subtle movement of the robotic arm, and finally, he mastered the use of his right robotic hand. Aside from being unable to use his phone, his right hand was able to function normally. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan gradually recovered under Di Xinyan's meticulous care. On the morning of the 3rd day, Di Xinyan found her husband. "Ah Rui, I have something to tell you." "What is it, honey?" "Tell me. After 2 consecutive emergency treatments for Lu Ruyan, our medical team has exhausted the last of our Western medicine for blood tonifying and hemostatic purposes. The traditional Chinese medicine for hemostasis will only last until tomorrow at best. But Lu Ruyan's condition, and plans for the future, require more traditional Chinese medicine for hemostasis and blood tonifying effects." Zhongli Rui suddenly became alert. "Xinyan, what do you mean?" "Rui, I hope you can lift the ban on going to Jinshan to collect herbs." "No!" Zhongli Rui loudly refused, rushing forward and grabbing Di Xinyan's shoulders. "I'm telling you, honey, no. It's too dangerous. There are so many aggressive birds in the woods that might be infected. You girls on the medical team are so weak in combat. Are you going to collect herbs or are you going to die? Isn't Celia's bloody lesson enough? I repeat, I forbid you to go. Especially, I forbid you to go. Hubby, don't worry. I wasn't very strong before. But now, I can easily take on Lu Shi with my bare hands. You and I are now. Yes, but it's a super soldier body. Have you forgotten? It still won't work. Although your physical fitness is much stronger than before, just like mine, you lack combat experience. Even if it weren't for Huang Yuan and the others saving me last time, I would have died in the woods. I don't want you to take any risks. Hubby, how about this? You call the guards to accompany us. If any birds come over, you can just have Xiaofeng and the others shoot them." "Huh?" Zhongli Rui suddenly imagined an outrageous scene. Xiaofeng and the other super soldiers in high-tech armor, wielding the most advanced electromagnetic automatic rifles, fiercely firing at the infected and mutated crows in the woods. While it wasn't as outrageous as a cannon blasting mosquitoes, it was still a bit of a joke. Well, how should I put it? It's okay, honey. I just wear a set of security gear. Well, seal the neck area and use a helmet with a cover, isn't that all? Then, I'd be collecting herbs, and you guys will be hunting birds and zombies. That be alright, right? Zhongli Rui hesitated for a long time. Although Di Xinyan proposed many reinforcement plans to deal with the dangers, he still did not agree. "Ah Rui, look me in the eye," Di Xinyan said softly. "I know Xiaoya's death, that incident, has deeply impacted you. After that, whether out of public interest or because you love me, I know you issued a ban on our medical team from going to Jinshan to collect herbs. But right now, we really need herbs. Especially those that replenish the blood and stop bleeding. Lu Ruyan's condition has only just stabilized, and it will take a few days to consolidate. And our herb fields still need to improve their varieties. These are serious matters, important matters. The last casualties were due to our lack of intelligence about the mountainous area and our inability to understand the dangers. This is actually, the same reason why Brother Yuan died in a fishing accident. This time, we just need to be fully prepared before going. I know the loss of my loved one is a heartbreaking and painful memory. But now and in the future, our community Everyone needs herbs. Rui, this is official business, and it's a serious matter. At the mention of Liu Yuan, Di Xinyan's heart suddenly ached violently. But she still endured the pain, suppressed the turmoil in her heart, and continued to persuade Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui fell silent. He stood up, paced back and forth in the room several times, and then picked up the intercom. Xiaofeng, come here. Xiaofeng obeyed the order, and came into the room. Xiaofeng, do your armor have helmets? Sir, our armor does have helmets. However, we don't usually wear them. Do you have any spare armor? Sir, there are no more. Numbers 3 and 4's armor was severely damaged during their encounter with C2, and it's no longer usable. So, sir, if you want to use our armor, you have to order one of us to remove it. Just like when Dr. Anqi airdropped in for support. This way, Anqi's figure is similar to Xinyan's. If Anqi can wear it, so can Xinyan. Zhongli Rui then turned to Di Xinyan. Xinyan, when the time comes, you will wear a set of Royal Guard's power armor and a helmet. Di Xinyan, huh? Is this really necessary? It's not necessary, is it? I won't allow anything to happen to you. Zhongli Rui said firmly. Either wear full armor, or don't go at all. This is my bottom line. Watching Zhongli Rui's somewhat stubborn attempt to protect his wife, Di Xinyan was both angry and amused. Yet, she felt a sweetness in her heart. Because Zhongli Rui's seemingly outrageous behavior was actually filled with love and protective feelings. Finally, unable to resist Di Xinyan's insistence, Zhongli Rui, fully equipped, full-body armor and exoskeleton, accompanied Di Xinyan, Xiaofeng, and Tingsha, 2 members of his personal guard, and escorted by a lighter-equipped Chu Su in an armored vehicle, once again visited Jinshan. Chapter 102. Somewhere in Jinshan. Ha, 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 ha. C3, standing 2.3 meters tall and wearing a half-ripped black bulletproof coat, lay on the ground, gasping for air. That's it? Up ahead, 12 awakened teachers from the Industrial University approached with sticks. 3 of them had their sticks broken in 2, but the awakened teachers didn't throw them away, thus wielding 2 weapons. A little further away, the thick steel pipe C3 had used as a weapon had long since been lifted off and stuck in the ground. The Industrial University teachers, wielding sticks, surrounded the fallen C3 and began beating him again. After a while, C3 was already on the verge of death. Teacher one of the 12, said, "This guy is really stubborn. Old Fong, bring a shovel. Watch me smash it." Surprisingly, Teacher Li, now a zombie who had regained his sanity, was still not as coherent as a normal person, but much more so than before. At the word shovel, C3, lying on the ground, immediately shouted mercy. Stop! The awakened were stunned. This transformed monster, C3, was also an awakened with self-awareness. Stop! Dean Huang, leaning on a shovel behind him, stopped the attack. The Tai Chi stick formation is too powerful. C3 struggled to his feet. Oh, you actually know about the Tai Chi stick formation. Looks like the consciousness test can be waived. Just based on what you said, you passed the consciousness awakening. Hello. I'm former General Staff Agent number 008410X, Yuchong's sword. C3 straightened his jaw and spoke with difficulty. We are civilians, and we're not interested in your number. My last name is Huang, and I'm the dean of a department at Daqian Linganzhou University of Technology. Dean Huang, may I ask how you and your companions awakened? C3 asked honestly at this point. You won't even bother introducing yourselves. Why should I tell you? Dean Huang, my last name is Murong. Murong Chanfeng, a former officer of the military's General Staff Headquarters. That's all? We're not interested in your purpose, Dean Huang said coldly. Dean Huang, why do you say that? Murong Chanfeng, C3, asked curiously. You just made a peculiar sound. You want to control us as your cannon fodder, right? How did you know? Murong Chanfeng, C3, was deeply surprised, though his face could no longer express surprise. You're not the first to come here. This isn't the first time we heard this kind of voice. Have you finished your last words? During the battle at Chungbei University of Technology, Dean Huang and his team heard the C3's voice and tried to leave, but they were trapped inside the building. It wasn't until they regained consciousness that they were able to leave. During the zombie crisis, many people use furniture and other items to create makeshift roadblocks. Zombies generally lack intelligence, so they're easily trapped. Wait! Dean Huang, I'm gathering my forces to stop the Chinchangshan Life Science Group's conspiracy. Murong Chanfeng, C3, remembered how Bai Qiangwei, in a moment of panic, had taken 2 steps forward, only to be struck hard on the leg by 2 teachers' clubs. He stumbled and fell to his knees. What conspiracy? Is there any point? Operator Murong. Look at what we're like now. What about you? Chen's Changsheng Life Science Group, right? I'm guessing the Dakian authorities are involved. Murong Chanfeng, C3, was deeply shocked. Although Dean Huang wasn't an insider, his guess was surprisingly accurate. You gods are fighting, turning the world into the apocalypse. Have you ever considered the feelings of us ordinary people? Who cares about your important strategies, key secrets, and core technologies? We ordinary people just want to live well. We just want to live a good life. Dean Huang, I'm different from them. Do you know why I'm here? Because the latest plan of the Qin's Changsheng Life Science Group has transformed me into this. To continue using the surviving communities in the city to test the performance of my biological weapon. Now that I awakened, I want to go back and stop it. Their terrifying plan. Before I awakened, I had just used it to wipe out the largest community of survivors in Lingnan province. A community of dozens of survivors. I have awakened, but the Changsheng Life Science Group's plan continues. They will also improve the performance of my biological weapons. Our guided C3 monster biological weapons will be able to recruit even more mindless zombies. Next, the Changsheng Group will continue to eliminate other urban communities and large bases in the east of Lingnan province. Using this combat data, they will continue to launch attacks on the remaining resistance forces in various war zones around the world. What a sin! Changsheng Group. Experimenting on us living people, turning us into these walking corpses. Turning you into weapons. But look at you, what's the difference between you and them? Dean Huang's rage only intensified upon hearing this, and he pounded the ground with his shovel. I'm different from them. I'm a soldier, I follow orders, I fulfill my mission. Murong Chanfeng C3 roared. So your way of fulfilling your mission is to drag us, the pitiful civilians, who have been turned into zombies, back into the battlefield as cannon fodder for your noble goals? Dean Huang also raised his voice. Murong Chanfeng, C3, was speechless. After all, what Dean Huang said was completely true. Before he realized these zombies were awakened, he actually wanted to recruit them, and use them as a force for his own actions. Get out. If you dare come here again, we smash your head in with a shovel. Get out. Under the gaze of over 20 awakened, Murong Chanfeng, C3, stood up in dismay and left. Shortly after Murong Chanfeng, C3, left, Dean Huang's attention was drawn to the strange sound of gunfire from the woods. Dean, there are survivors. They'd broken into the woods. Today is a truly restless day. Let's go check it out. A giant mutant crow lay on the ground. Xiaofeng, holding his electromagnetic automatic rifle, counted. Sir, this is the 4th one. Zhongli Rui said nothing, advancing with his crowbar and striking the fallen mutant crow repeatedly. The crow on the ground seemed absurdly large compared to a normal crow's wingspan of just over 20 centimeters. This crow's wingspan reached 100 centimeters. After confirming the attacking bird was completely dead, Zhongli Rui turned to look at his wife, Di Xinyan. Di Xinyan looked at the basket full of medicinal herb seedlings in her arms, then at her husband and his personal guards, who had already fought 4 battles. Only then did she truly understand why her husband had been so strongly opposed before setting off. She had truly underestimated the danger. Now, she knew exactly how Xiaoya had died. She could only say that the previous waves who had escaped unscathed in the mountains were simply lucky, herself included. Now, with the passage of time and the spread of the zombie virus in nature, the environment was becoming increasingly unfamiliar and dangerous. Xinyan, do we have enough medicinal herbs? Zhongli Rui, fully armed, asked, rising. Today, for safety's sake, even Zhongli Rui's helmet was a blast-proof special police helmet with a cover to protect against bird attacks. Similarly, Xiaofeng and Tingsha, like him, were wearing helmets today. That should be enough. Di Xinyan's voice trembled. She finally understood that these herbs were life-saving, but she also understood that every outing to gather them was a battle with death. Zhongli Rui nodded, signaling everyone to prepare for retreat. They had to leave this dangerous area and return to safety as quickly as possible. Just as they were about to move, Xiaofeng suddenly shouted a warning. Commander, see 3 signal source approaching within 200 meters. Xiaofeng alertly raised his electromagnetic automatic rifle, and the other members of the guard quickly prepared for battle. Zhongli Rui was horrified, then gritted his teeth and asked, Xiaofeng, how many follower zombies are there? 0. Okay. Let's fight and retreat. Don't let them surround us. What? Xiaofeng, are your sensors working? Zhongli Rui was confused. Report, new zombie targets have appeared, 50 meters behind C3. 20 in number. But strangely, they're moving and stopping. That's normal. Probably the forest is interfering with the detection range. Xinyan, retreat. Tingsha, load the bombs. Use them sparingly. Xiaofeng. MT strategy. MT strategy is to move forward and act as the MT. Wield a shield and melee weapon, and hold off high-threat targets. Yes. Immediately, Tingsha, like Zhongli Rui, drew his dual-purpose compound crossbow and aimed in the direction of C3's attack. Xiaofeng, meanwhile, mounted his rifle on the module mount on his exoskeleton and unsheathed his PC buckler and fire axe, preparing to close in on the fight. Sir, C3 is 100 meters away, zombies behind are 80 meters. Zhongli Rui felt puzzled. Hadn't C3 tactics always been for the zombies to lead the charge? Why was this C3 leading the charge today? Strange as it was, Zhongli Rui didn't let his doubts let him down. Sir, C3 is 50 meters away, zombies behind are 70 meters. Prepare for engagement. As Xiaofeng finished speaking, the C3 suddenly stumbled out of the bushes. Upon seeing the C3, Zhongli Rui decisively ordered, bomb, single shot, fire. Murong Chanfeng, C3, had just fled to an open area, leaping from the bushes and landing when he spotted an armed officer wearing full police bulletproof gear and 3 C0 future warriors, weapons pointed at him. What? Could this be a pursuit team dispatched by Changsheng Life Science? But wasn't the C0 series discontinued? Before Murong Chanfeng, C3, could think any further, his feet. The explosion erupted below and in the chest. Boom! Boom! Murong Chanfeng, C3, took off from the spot. As he soared, his already tattered bulletproof jacket and pants were further ripped apart by the explosion. This isn't right. When did these C0s learn the tactics to counter C2 and C3? Saturation attacks with explosives upon contact? Shouldn't a normal C0 foolishly fire a barrage of electromagnetic automatic rifles upon encountering them, wasting ammunition? Murong Chanfeng, C3, fell heavily to the ground, thinking in disbelief. Just as he struggled to get up, Xiaofeng stepped forward, stepped on his chest, shield in one hand, axe in the other, aiming for his head and ready to chop it down. White Rose, take care. Murong Chanfeng, C3, murmured softly. At that moment, Dean Huang's voice rang out from behind. Ah Rui. Stop! Zhongli Rui looked up in confusion and saw, on the hillside, 20 men armed with wooden sticks, led by Dean Huang, who was holding a shovel, overlooking the battlefield. Dean Huang? Chapter 103. Military Agent Murong Chanfeng. Are you stupid? Speak. Or, are you just waiting for these rebels to slaughter you like a monster? Dean Huang shouted from the mountain, pounding his shovel into the ground. Murong Chanfeng, in C3 monster form, finally realized that the people before him were surviving rebels. He quickly said, don't kill me. I have my own consciousness. I'm awake too. Zhongli Rui was deeply shocked by these words. This C3 monster had actually awakened? And he was once a military agent? Xiaofeng, don't kill him yet, Zhongli Rui ordered. Yes. Xiaofeng retracted his axe and instead picked up his dual-purpose compound crossbow, standing guard. Murong Chanfeng, in C3 monster form, finally struggled to his feet. He reeked a burnt barbecue from the bomb. At this moment, Xiaofeng activated a scan of Dean Huang's 20 awakened ones. Sir, these people before us are failed C1 infected individuals, yet they retain their consciousness. Very strange, Xiaofeng said to Zhongli Rui after completing the scan. I recognize these people, they saved my life, Zhongli Rui said calmly, then stepped forward to greet his former dean. Dean Huang, how are you? Ah Rui, you're here again. Zhongli Rui suddenly noticed that this time, although Dean Huang's face still bore visible suture marks, his speech was much more fluent. Murong Chanfeng, in his C3 monster form, asked in confusion, Dean Huang, is this rebel your student? Yes. Zhongli Rui. He was once one of my proudest students. Now it seems, even more so. Dean Huang nodded and introduced Zhongli Rui. Ah Rui, this is Murong Chanfeng, a former agent of the Dakian General Staff Headquarters. Agent? Zhongli Rui's instinct told him not to talk too much about Qin Xiaoyao to Murong Chanfeng for the time being, so he stepped forward and said, So, you're an agent from the Dakian General Staff Headquarters, Operator Murong Chanfeng. So, you're from the military. I have military personnel under my command as well. Let me introduce myself. I'm the leader of the civilian survivor community. Operator Murong, what brings you to Jinshan today? Murong Chafeng felt a surge of emotion at the title Operator Murong. He was also surprised to hear that the person before him was the leader of the civilian survivor community, accompanied by 3C0S. However, Murong Chafeng quickly assessed the situation. Whether it was the awakened Tai Chi stick formations on the mountain or the well-equipped civilian resistance forces below, ready to resort to explosive tactics, he couldn't afford to offend. Even more frightening, they seemed to have a friendly teacher-student relationship. Thinking of this, Murong Chafeng decisively learned from his previous experience at the hands of the awakened and, adopting a humble attitude, addressed Zhongli Rui. Mr. Zhongli, if you are the leader of the survivor community, then meeting you today is truly a blessing. Now, the entire world is a victim of the mad plan of the Chen clan's Changshan Life Science Group. Your teachers have become zombies, I've been transformed into a biological weapon, and you lost your homes, your loved ones, your friends, and everything you once had. Mr. Zhongli, I need your help. Together, we must stop the next horrific plan of the Changshan Life Science Group. Next, Zhongli Rui sheathed his weapon, crossed his arms, and narrowed his eyes. What was your involvement in the previous step? According to my partner's information, you were transformed into AC3, and I'm sure you massacred many of us survivors. Murong Chafeng was shocked. This Zhongli Rui knew a wealth of information about Changshan Life Science Group, even down to his own modified model. He knew far more than even the awakened, like Dean Huang. After a moment's reassurance, Murong Chafeng continued, Alas, that truly wasn't my intention. According to my memory, before I regained my consciousness, I did lead a zombie army to capture the largest survivor community in Lingen City, the community shelter at the food transfer station. Dozens of survivors perished that time. Zhongli Rui was stunned. This operator Murong was actually one of the C3/C2 mixed command teams sent by Changshan Life Science Group to strangle him after his last fight with Tyne and Offing, but his current state clearly indicated that this poor former military operator, transformed into a C3, had, for unknown reasons, awakened and regained his consciousness, just like Dean Huang and the others. Thinking of this, Zhongli Rui sought more information from him. Zhongli Rui then revealed his anger and said, Operator Murong, why on earth is this happening? We're ordinary people, we just want to live, we just want to live. Changshan Life Science Group, why won't even let us, the survivors, go? We once tried to escape to the shelter at Jiangnan Gymnasium, but the zombie horde broke through. We watched helplessly as our chance of escape vanished, so we struggled to survive here. But even after all this, why won't they let us go? We're at the grain depot, in the neighborhood, in the library, at the botanical garden, in the corners of the university. We, the living humans, are surviving bravely, trying to recover our lives bit by bit, but why are they still hunting us down? Ah! As he spoke, Zhongli Rui expressed deep grief and indignation over the deaths of his comrades at the grain depot, Offing and his companions. Dixinyan's brow furrowed beneath her mask. She could now sense that Zhongli Rui was trying to trick the agent. But what Zhongli Rui said wasn't wrong. Because that same day, the Jiayuan community was also invaded by another special forces team led by C3. Moreover, Zhongli Rui just mentioned being outraged for living humans, so it seems he's also outraged at the deaths of Tianan's fellow predators. It seems that being outraged at the deaths of Tianan's companions in the human race isn't entirely wrong. Murong Chafeng, clearly sensing Zhongli Rui's anger, quickly spoke in a low voice, Alas, Mr. Zhongli, I'm deeply sorry for your companions who died at the grain depot. I can't help it. I'm also a victim. I was transformed from a living human into such a terrifying, murderous biological weapon. Although it wasn't my original intention, your companions died at my hands. I dare not ask for your forgiveness. Now, I simply want to do something to atone for my sins. Zhongli Rui saw his anger taking effect, so he sighed. Forget it. What's done is done. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Operator Murong, I have something to ask you. Mr. Zhongli, please speak. Murong Chafeng was now very honest. Dixinyan, standing a little further away, watched Zhongli Rui's trick succeed and chuckled inwardly. However, even if she smiled now, it wouldn't matter, because Murong Chafeng couldn't see her expression. Afterward, Zhongli Rui asked Murong Chafeng a series of questions, including its abilities, how it awakened, and what he knew about Changshan Life Science Group's next plans. Mr. Zhongli, let me explain briefly. I once served as a military observer, participating in several collaborative projects between Dakian officials, the military, and the Changshan Life Science Group, formerly the world's largest biomedical technology consortium, including the Longevity Project, the Future Warrior Project, and the first phase of the Destruction Project. I once held 3 identities: superficially a military observer, providing practical feedback for Changsheng Life Science, and an agent of the General Staff. Initially, the Changsheng Group was committed to creating a new era for humanity worldwide, and did not launch the subsequent Future Warrior Project and the Destruction Project. Warrior Elimination Plan. Zhongli Rui had heard Qin Shiyu's story, but to avoid alerting the enemy, he acted like a first-time listener. Immortality Plan? What kind of plan is that? Eradication of disease, significantly increasing humanity's overall capabilities, particularly endurance, regenerative capacity, and adaptability to harsh environments. According to the data calculated at the time, if successful, the lifespan of the beneficiaries would theoretically increase by 300%. This is simply an attempt at an elixir of immortality. Zhongli Rui, as an actor, exclaimed in surprise. However, after accidents involving core project personnel, the family of Chairman Chen Jinquan, his wife, Bai Lingxin, and his talented eldest daughter, Chen Xiaoyu, came to pass, Chairman Chen Jinquan changed his usual behavior and agreed to the military's previous proposal for military development. At this point, Zhongli Rui noticed a flicker in Murong Changfeng's eyes. Zhongli Rui frowned. There was definitely something wrong with this part. Murong Changfeng continued to talk about the development of the Future Warrior Project, and after the project was abandoned, he talked about the subsequent second phase, Doom Warrior Project. Mr. Zhongli, based on the fragmented memories I have left from before the accident, I remember that the global zombie apocalypse crisis erupted at the same time as Project Doom and the highly classified Blue Star Purification Project. Excuse me, Zhongli Rui said, stroking his chin with his hand. Operator Murong, what exactly is the Blue Star Purification Project? The Blue Star Purification Project was a diabolical and insane plan that exploited the collaboration between Changsheng Life Science Group and the military to cause the first outbreak of sick soldiers in a densely populated hospital. This is truly outrageous. Zhongli Rui continued his performance. An even more shocking incident occurred to our undercover companions. Murong Changfeng's eyes suddenly revealed deep sorrow and pain. Chairman Chen Jinquan invited all of us to a banquet in the name of celebrating our milestone achievements. I remember we lost consciousness after drinking the celebratory wine. When we opened our eyes again, 81 of the 100 of us had been transformed into C2S. The rest were missing. Recently, his team used the highest command from the implanted chip to order the C2S back for further transformation, creating 2 new types. A guide like me theoretically possesses the ability to gather up to 500 regular zombies, and an Earthshaker, whose right-hand melee ability is doubled. My current form is AC3 Guide, undergoing enhancement. What? 100 people transformed into biological weapons. This is truly unscrupulous. Unscrupulous. Zhongli Rui was truly shocked by the latest news and inside information. He clenched his fists and growled. This time, capturing the food transfer station and the Jiangbei residential area, 2 rapidly growing areas of survivors, was the latest directive from the Changsheng Life Science Group's executive team. Alas, my side unfortunately succeeded, resulting in the untimely deaths of your companions, Mr. Zhongli. I'm truly sorry. Also, another mixed combat team attacking the Jiangbei residential area failed, and was completely annihilated. Zhongli Rui finally understood. Combined with the intelligence he had previously obtained, he now knew how Tyne and Offing's raider community was ultimately destroyed. My last question, Operator Murong, how did you wake up? Chapter 104. When I attacked your community, your companions guarding the granary chose to use a dust explosion to destroy themselves along with me, 2 C2 Earthshakers, and a large number of ordinary zombies. After the explosion, I was partially free from my brainwashing control. It wasn't until recently, after hearing a certain noise near Jiangbei community, that I regained full consciousness. Faced with Zhongli Rui's inquiries, Murong Changfeng decisively chose to answer every question. In his mind, as long as he stayed out of the way of those awakened university professors who used sticks, they could just go their separate ways. But now, this resistance leader was not only well-equipped and had powerful troops, but also had a blood feud with him. If he didn't honestly use intelligence to gain their trust, he would most likely lose his life. After all, he had just been blown up and nearly beheaded in a direct encounter. Faced with the threat of such a formidable force, Murong Changfeng had no intention of acting rashly. A certain voice, freed. While pondering this information, Zhongli Rui consoled him, Operator, you had it tough. Ah. By the way, I have a question, Mr. Zhongli. These guards around you are the products of Changsheng Group's abandoned C0 Future Warrior project, right? Why are they with you? Zhongli Rui noticed Murong Changfeng's gaze was deep. He remained calm and sighed softly. Operator, you attacked the transfer station and were abandoned after your use. But you're not the only one to be discarded after your use. Xiaofeng and the others are now human beings. Xiaofeng, am I correct? Zhongli Rui turned to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng then remembered Qin Shuya's words. You are human. So she answered bluntly, yes, sir, we are human. Murong Changfeng was stunned, then nodded in relief. Really? These C0s have finally developed a sense of their own. Alas, you're right. I'm not the only one being thrown away after being used. Di Xinyan was stunned. Zhongli Rui hadn't lied from beginning to end, but his ability to mislead was truly remarkable. Mr. Zhongli, I truly need the assistance of a powerful civilian resistance force like you, Murong Changfeng, C3 monster, continued. This time, our attack on the city is essentially a real-world test. We must stop Changsheng Biotechnology's crazy plan. Otherwise, many will die in vain, just like they did at the grain depot. Faced with Murong Changfeng's earnest request, Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment and shook his head. Mr. Zhongli, wasn't my statement clear enough? A lot of people are going to die. I can't do anything. Huh? Operator Murong, you overestimate us. There are only a few of us? What makes you think we can successfully breach Changsheng Biotechnology's fortress? Don't worry, I'm inside the fortress, and I have insiders. Operator Murong, you were once one of those 100 elite insiders. Murong Changfeng was stunned. We may have defeated you today by taking you by surprise. But that doesn't mean we're any stronger than your 100 agents from various countries, right? We're all civilians, just trying to survive. Just to survive, we already done everything we can. Look, today, I and a few C0 companions came here just to collect herbs. We, for survival, must fight tooth and nail. Murong Changfeng, C3 monster, noticed the backpack filled with Chinese medicine on the fully equipped Di Xinyan, and was speechless for a long time. After a long pause, he sighed, I understand. I'm asking too much. Mr. Zhongli, if you want to survive, I have a piece of advice, regardless of whether you're doing well or not in the northern part of the city. Leave within a month and a half. Why? Zhongli Rui asked curiously. Recently, Changsheng Biotech Group dispatched 5 teams to attack 2 areas in the 18th War Zone of the Blue Star Global Battlefield, our region. Their primary purpose was to test the new C3 and C2 improved Doomsday Slayers and their ability to lead the zombie army. One direction was towards 2 targets in the city center. The first one is the one I visited earlier. Meanwhile, another team attacking the home community was completely wiped out. In the other direction, a small base outside the eastern large base was lost. Over 200 people were killed. Now, having obtained data, they plan to launch a massive attack of tens of thousands of zombies against the city center and the eastern base within a month and a half, aiming to completely eliminate any resistance in the area. If you don't want to join me in stopping it, then run. Since regaining his memories, Murong Changfeng has used the special chip implanted under his skin to contact Bai Qiangwei and obtain some intelligence. However, Bai Qiangwei is still struggling in hiding, while their superior, the General Staff Headquarters, has long been destroyed. Thinking of this, Murong Changfeng felt a pang of sadness in his heart. It was precisely because of this that he was trying to concentrate all the strength he could along the way. An attack by tens of thousands of zombies? Hearing that word, Zhongli Rui felt a chill run down his spine. Operator, tens of thousands of zombies? They're only going to attack a few survivor strongholds in the city? Changsheng Life Science Group, are you crazy? Specifically, according to the general intelligence provided by my informant, there will be around 10,000 zombies attacking the city. There will be over 30,000 attacking the eastern base. I know you and your friends are quite capable. But facing a sea of 10,000 zombies, a few hard pebbles won't make a splash. Thank you for your advice, operator. Seeing that neither the awakened nor Zhongli Rui's resistance forces were convinced by his persuasion, Murong Changfeng, C3 monster, chose to leave. Neither Zhongli Rui nor Dean Huang tried to stop him. His tall, broken figure departed, quickly disappearing into the woods. Only after Murong Changfeng left did Di Xinyan open the visor of her helmet and say, Rui, you don't seem to trust this special agent. This agent has concealed significant information, Zhongli Rui said. Especially the circumstances surrounding the sudden accident involving Chen Jingquan's family, and the fact that Changsheng Group, once focused solely on promoting civilian projects, has suddenly begun promoting military projects. He's concealed key details about the future warrior. My sister has told me all this. Comparing the information, I realized that Murong Chanfeng may sound righteous, but in reality, he's trying to use us as cannon fodder to achieve his own goals. Do you think I'd be fooled? Di Xinyan nodded in appreciation, her beautiful eyes gleaming with admiration. Dean Huang, standing nearby, was momentarily surprised when he first heard Di Xinyan's voice. The voice was so similar. Was it a coincidence? However, he quickly calmed down and echoed Zhong Rui, you're absolutely right. He just said all that just to drag you down with him. You know today, this guy. As soon as we met, he used his special ability on us, trying to rally us into his army. And then, we gave him a beating. Zhong Rui looked around at the awakened, former teachers, each wielding a wooden stick, like a martial artist, and internally complained. He remembered that, in their spare time, the teachers at the school, led by Dean Huang and a few others, seemed to be enthusiasts of Tai Chi stick techniques. At one performance, these teachers had even performed a group Tai Chi stick formation. Unexpectedly today, these zombies used the same Tai Chi stick formation to completely crush this awakened C3 monster. Dean Huang, your Tai Chi stick instructors club is as strong as it ever was. Stop the flattery, kid. Dean Huang looked at Zhongli Rui. Rui, you guys. You suffered a lot in the woods today, didn't you? Why are you here today? As I just told that operator. Zhongli Rui turned his gaze to the basket of herbs on Di Xinyan's back. We're here to collect herbs today. Kid, you're well prepared today. But as I told you last time, this isn't the place for you. Last time. Thinking of the dawn moon shimmering in the flames of the night sky, Zhongli Rui closed his eyes, clutched his chest, and remained speechless for a long time. Di Xinyan stepped forward and gently stroked Zhongli Rui's back. She knew her husband was grieving and blaming himself for the death of his ex-wife, Xiaoya. After finally stabilizing himself, Zhongli Rui introduced himself to Dean Huang. Dean Huang, this is my wife, Di Xinyan. These are my friends. Di Xinyan gracefully greeted Dean Huang. Xiaofeng and Tingsha were surprised by these words. Sir, we are your loyal subordinates. We are not. Zhongli Rui interrupted. I didn't lie about that. I told you, you are human beings. We fought so many battles together. We lived and died together. You are my trusted comrades. Xiaofeng and Tingsha looked at Zhongli Rui with surprise. After a moment, Xiaofeng and Tingsha exchanged a smile, then bowed to Zhongli Rui. Sir, we're honored to be your comrades. It's my honor too. Dean Huang nodded again. Child, you're truly the same as before. Dean Huang, I just asked that pretentious agent this question. Now, I want to ask you too. Gazing at the woods of Jinshan Mountain, Zhongli Rui turned to Dean Huang and asked, Dean, how did you and the teachers regain consciousness? Dean Huang poked his shovel, a nostalgic expression on his face. Well, after the crisis broke out, we briefly hid in the department administration building. Alas, the furniture-heavy fortifications ultimately proved inadequate. We wandered the building until we heard a call. A call? Yes, it was a girl's whisper. She kept hinting at us, pointing to a goal, to gather and fight. Suggestive whispers? Zhongli Rui fell into deep thought. Dean Huang continued, Today, this Murong Chanfeng arrived in our area. When he saw us, he made the same sound towards us. He wants to control us once again as his army. Having experienced 2 battles against C3, Zhongli Rui immediately understood. This is Changsheng Life Sciences' upgraded product based on the C2. The way the C3 guy controls ordinary zombies. It must be that organ in his neck. It's that organ that emits the sound that controls ordinary zombies. It should be. Dean Huang paused, then continued, but we heard another sound on campus. It was the voices of girls. Those voices gave us freedom. Dean Huang turned his gaze to Di Xinyan, a thoughtful expression on his face. The voices of girls? Zhongli Rui was a little confused at this moment. Dean Huang said, Well, after hearing that voice Teacher Li Laofeng. Many of us who had been lost for a long time, we found that our former sanity and memories had returned. Then, we also remembered that there were still children in the school who were still fighting. We didn't want to disturb them, and we also wanted to survive. So we, the awakened, left together and settled here. Dean Huang, you live in the mountains? Yes. Do you want to go and see our camp? Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan looked at each other in surprise. This, a zombie community? Chapter 105. Led by the awakened, Zhongli Rui and his group visited the mountain camp where Dean Huang and his team had settled. Looking at the several sheds resembling rural melon sheds, the leaf beds, the large iron pot found somewhere, simmering some strange herb, and the simple wooden fences. This made Zhongli Rui and his companions, visiting this place for the first time, feel like they had entered some kind of crude primitive tribe. As if sensing Zhongli Rui's confusion, Dean Huang said calmly, "We only just regained our sanity. And our physical coordination is still recovering. So for now, this is all we can do to get by." Seeing his former dean's open-mindedness, Zhongli Rui nodded with emotion. "Huang Yuan, those stitches on your faces and bodies. Did you do them yourselves?" "Yes." Huang Yuan led Zhongli Rui to a wooden stool and continued, "Since our awakening, we discovered that our bodies have become incredibly strong. Our resistance to starvation has become immense. Our regenerative abilities are unmatched by ordinary people. These wounds wouldn't worsen even when exposed to the air. But when we tried to sew them together with needle and thread, the flesh inside healed after a short while. Furthermore, we discovered our strength has become immense. So much so that we can break small trees as thick as 3 fingers with our bare hands without any tools. So what's that strange thing cooking in this cauldron? Huang Yuan, don't tell me you're eating this. Or are you performing some weird ritual?" Zhongli Rui stared at the cauldron in confusion. The thick, viscous liquid inside was bubbling strangely under the heat of the flames. "Silly boy. We're university teachers. We teach science. We're not wizards. What nonsense are you thinking about?" Dean Huang angrily pokes the ground with a shovel. At this moment, Di Xinyan sniffed carefully and said hesitantly, "Dean Huang, what you're cooking seems to be a Chinese medicine for promoting blood circulation and unblocking meridians? Young lady, you have good eyesight." At this moment, an awakened person who was stirring the cauldron with a wooden stick turned around. "This medicine is used to promote blood circulation, relax muscles, and unblock meridians. Are you also a Chinese medicine practitioner?" Teacher, I'm a pharmacist." "What's your name?" "No need to bother. My last name is Chow. Before I became a zombie, I was the school doctor, hee." Dr. Chow laughed. "Young lady, how did you tell that?" I just looked at the ingredients in the cauldron. I recognize these herbs. They're primarily used to invigorate blood circulation and unclog the meridians." "Not bad. Not bad. But Dr. Chow, why are you being so crude? You're just throwing the herbs straight into the pot without even processing them?" "Little girl." Dr. Chow rolled his eyes at Di Xinyan. "We zombies living like beggars. Do you think we have knives, cutting boards, or pestles? Besides, at first, our hands and feet aren't very flexible. So, this is the only way to go." I forgot. Sorry. Di Xinyan finally realized this and apologized. Dr. Chow waved his hand, dismissing the idea, and continued stirring the herbs in the pot. "Speaking of which, although we become like this, after our minds have recovered, we've been trying various methods to return to our original forms as much as possible," Dean Huang continued. "However, some of our new abilities are quite impressive." "New abilities?" Zhongli Rui asked curiously, fascinated by the physical changes these awakened individuals experienced. "Yes, as I said earlier, not only have our bodies become incredibly strong, resistant to starvation, regenerative, and robust, but our senses have also increased," Dean Huang explained. "For example, we can hear faint sounds from farther away than before. We can see clearly in the dark, and are sensitive to the glow of fire. Furthermore, our sense of smell is exceptionally sharp, especially for the smell of blood." Zhongli Rui and the others fell into deep thought upon hearing this. In his opinion, the transformation of zombies like this was essentially not much different from that of a successful C0-S or a C1-S like himself. The only difference was that he had awakened with consciousness, and the enhanced genes within his body hadn't impacted the nervous system or affected the memories of the original owner. These awakened individuals, however, reawakened after their zombification-induced neural memory systems were damaged and their memory systems failed. "This is incredible," Di Xinyan exclaimed. "Director Huang, Chinese medicine can actually slowly heal and restore your zombified bodies." Watching Dr. Chow stirring the cauldron of Chinese medicine like a shaman in a primitive tribe, Zhongli Rui felt pity and said to Director Chow, "Director Chow, how about I bring you some reliable tools next time I come? Knives, tents, sheds, pots and pans, decoction pots, pestles, and the like? It's going to be too hard for you to return to normal life if you keep doing this." "It seems you didn't listen to a word I said," Dean Huang said angrily. "Rui, isn't your lesson enough? Last time, your friend stayed in these mountains forever. I told you. This isn't a place for you normal people. Forever in the mountains. Forever." Zhongli Rui lowered his head, suppressing his emotions. Dean Huang's voice grew even harsher. You kids, you already paid a bloody price by coming here. Why do you keep coming? Zhongli Rui could no longer hold back, covering his face with tears. Grown man, why are you crying? Professor Fang, Zhongli Rui's former teacher, rebuked. At this moment, Di Xinyan quickly intervened, saying, Dean Huang, Teacher Fang, don't blame Rui. It was my insistence on coming into the mountains this time. Besides, Rui's coming here is truly painful. Last time, he personally cremated his ex-wife here. Ah! What? All the awakened cried out in shock. Everyone immediately looked at their former top student with sympathy. Dean Huang's tone softened. Rui, I'm sorry. My condolences. Professor Fang, who had previously reprimanded him, bowed his head and apologized. Rui, I don't know the situation, nor do I know how you feel. I was too harsh. I'm sorry. Zhongli Rui once again suppressed his emotions, took a deep breath, wiped away his tears, and replied in a low voice. Teacher Fang, Dean Huang, it's okay. It's all over. Dean Huang stared at Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan for a long moment, then slowly asked, Children, since you knew this place was so dangerous, why did you continue to risk coming here? I'm not trying to rub salt in your wounds, but Rui, you already lost your wife in this dangerous forest. You really shouldn't have brought your current wife to take such a risk here. Even though I saw that you were fully prepared today, you can't afford the consequences of this accident. Di Xinyan quickly interjected, Director Huang, honestly, if it weren't for the need to save lives and the lack of herbs, we really wouldn't have risked coming to Jinshan. A pregnant woman in our community had a heavy hemorrhage 3 days ago, just after giving birth with forceps. Our community has almost exhausted its medicine reserves to save her, but we're still a few days short. These are the end of the world, and Western medicine is almost exhausted. From now on, we really need to rely on traditional Chinese medicine to help us through these dark and long years. So why did Rui and his friends come here for a week straight to collect herbs? At the time, we wanted to collect some Chinese medicinal herbs here and transplant them to the fields in the community down the mountain. We wanted to cultivate a batch as a medicinal base. But then, on the day Rui and his ex-wife arrived, something unexpected happened, right? Yes. Faced with the painful truth, Di Xinyan lowered her head. At this moment, Dr. Chow, still stirring the Chinese medicine, sighed deeply. Caring for the people and saving the world, his heart is commendable. Lack of preparation, the death of a beautiful woman, is tragic. Children, your heart is good. But this is courting death. Di Xinyan was speechless. Whether it was the 4 previous encounters with the absurdly large crows, or the subsequent encounter with C3, if it weren't for the heroic efforts of her husband Zhongli Rui and his personal guards, and the chance encounter with these awakened. Di Xinyan asked herself, if she had brought her disciples here, their fate might have been worse than Xiaoye's. There wouldn't even be anyone to collect the bodies. After all, the combined combat power of the 4 of them, including the newly recruited Lu Mingqi, was not as strong as Zhongli Rui before his mutation. Dean Huang sighed. Child, I say it again. You're not us after all. We're not afraid of this environment, but for you normal people to come here is tantamount to committing suicide. You brought quite a few weapons today. But how vast is Jinshan Mountain? Can you kill every bird on it? It's simply impossible. I understand now. You risked your life collecting herbs for the sake of your surviving companions. But don't take the risk. If you truly need herbs, we're going to collect herbs to heal ourselves anyway. Let's do it. In fact, there wasn't a single normal person present. Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan were now C1-S after their successful transformation. Xiaofeng and Tingsha were C0-S, and the Awakeners, like Dean Huang, were C1 failed infected bodies, whose consciousness had been awakened. And Murong Chanfeng, who had just escaped, was C3. They weren't ordinary people anymore. Zhongli Rui suddenly remembered the trade with Zhu Yangyang's community. So, he suppressed the turmoil in his heart and said to Dean Huang, we, the people living down here, do need medicinal herbs. You awakened, surviving these days in the mountains, also need some tools and equipment that normal people use. How about we trade between our 2 communities? I send you the tools, and you help us collect the herbs. Of course, intact seedlings would be best, so we can grow them ourselves later. Dean Huang hesitated, then asked doubtfully, my community? Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment and said, Dean, you call yourselves awakened. So why not call your community the Awakened Community? That is a good name. Your suggestion is interesting and makes sense. This barter system is a bit like the old market back home. You kid. You gotten yourself into business with me? Professor Fong said angrily. Dr. Chow perked up immediately upon hearing this. Hey, old Fong, if you don't want it, I will. I want it. Next time, bring me a kitchen knife, a wash basin, a pestle, an iron pot, and an engineer's shovel, preferably. Oh, and a needle and thread and scissors. Actually, many of our friends can use their stitches. Teacher Lee, who had previously wanted to hit Murong Chanfong on the head, also said, the engineer's shovel is too short. It's fine for digging herbs, but it's not good enough for fighting. I want a pointed shovel. Long weapons are easier to use. This statement was echoed by many other teachers, and many professors and teachers also wanted shovels. Zhongli Rui suddenly grumbled inwardly. A pointed shovel is a long weapon. Wasn't Tao Zhongwang, the Liangshan hero from the water margin, the one who used a shovel in combat? However, both the engineer's shovel and the shovel seemed quite reliable for close combat. Professor Wang said, give me some clothes. My body's weatherproof now, but my clothes are almost ruined. Professor Fong said angrily, you guys. Forget it, Rui, give me a camping tent. Dr. Chow scoffed, old Fong, you already failed 3 times at building a watermelon tent. Ha ha ha. Professor Fong's expression was immediately irritated, puffing out his beard and glaring. This drew sneers from the surrounding zombie teachers. Chapter 106. In a relaxed atmosphere, Zhongli Rui and Dean Huang reached a simple agreement on mutual trade and assistance. Furthermore, Zhongli Rui thought for a moment and said to Dean Huang, from now on, please always carry tools or weapons when you go out. Son, why is that? I plan to tell Zhu Yangyang and the others about your existence. If necessary, they will come to you for mutual trade. However, to distinguish you from ordinary zombies, I will tell my people in the Alliance that in the future, when they see an awakened one holding tools or weapons, a tool or weapon, they should first verify their sanity. If all zombies were like you, with memories and sanity, they wouldn't be a threat to the world. Dean Huang looked at Zhongli Rui in great surprise. In his eyes, the former student, whom he had personally awarded an award, had now achieved such a grand vision. Great. Old Fong, the top student in your class, is truly remarkable. Perhaps one day, when we, half humans and half ghosts, escape Jinshan and return to civilization, it will be up to him. Professor Fong approached Zhongli Rui and said with relief, good boy, take care. We all look forward to that day. Teacher Fong, I will. Leaving the awakened camp, Zhongli Rui instinctively turned in one direction and paused for a long moment. But after glancing at Di Xinyan, Xiaofeng, and Tingsha beside him, he decided to let go of that thought. How could the ever-smart Di Xinyan not understand the meaning of Zhongli Rui's gesture? She stepped forward and softly asked, Rui, do you want to go see Xiaoya? Dean Huang is right. I shouldn't have put you and your friends at risk for my own affairs. At this moment, Dean Huang stepped forward and asked, Rui, your late wife was Xiaoya, the winner of the campus Golden Melody Awards? Zhongli Rui nodded mournfully. Dean Huang turned and said to Teacher Li, Xiaoli, come here. Teacher Li approached, a wooden stick in her hand. Xiaoli, last time, Rui cremated your student. Lu Xiaoya, Dean Huang lamented. What? Xiaoya, she's dead. Teacher Li's expression suddenly filled with grief. However, she couldn't cry yet, because her tear glands hadn't fully recovered. At this moment, Dean Huang said to Zhongli Rui, do you want to visit the place where Xiaoya was cremated? Teacher Li and I, along with 5 other people, will escort you. With us here, the birds won't dare approach. Zhongli Rui hesitated. Dean Huang, why is that? Dean Huang replied calmly, because after we slaughtered the birds, we never bathed or washed our clothes. The birds would be frightened by the scent of their own kind's blood. But you guys are so clean, they're not afraid at all. I see. Thank you then. Let's set off while it's still early, Dean Huang said. In early autumn, Zhongli Rui and his group, escorted by Dean Huang and 5 awakened, once again visited the spot in the forest clearing where he had cremated Lu Xiaoya. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, dappling the winding forest path. Zhongli Rui's steps were steady, each one remarkably firm, as if treading on the veins of memory. Di Xinyan, Xiaofeng and Tingsha followed closely behind. Their eyes showed both vigilance against the unknown and resonance with Zhongli Rui's deep emotions. Finally, they arrived at the clearing. Several objects suddenly appeared on the ground, catching everyone's eye. A fallen recurved machete, a damaged compound bow, and the blackened remains of the cremation pyre. A quiet melancholy hung in the air, as if even the wind sighed for this unfinished love. Dean Huang and Teacher Li stood silently by, knowing that at this moment, any words were superfluous. Zhong Lirui slowly approached the cremation site, his gaze gentle and profound, as if peering through the void to see Lu Xiaoya's beautiful smile. "Xiaoya, I'm back," Zhong Lirui whispered, his voice soft but filled with affection. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to engrave this longing forever in his heart. Then, Zhong Lirui said to Dean Huang, "Dean, please lend me your shovel." Dean Huang nodded. Zhong Lirui dug a hole in the ground and carefully buried all the cremation remains. After carefully building a grave, he retrieved his damaged composite bow, unsheathed his survival knife, and carved the words into the aluminum alloy, "Where my beloved wife Lu Xiaoya passed away, my husband Zhong Lirui stands." Zhong Lirui then used the inscribed composite bow as a simple tombstone and placed it on the small grave. He then picked up his machete and quietly put it away. After completing this, Zhong Lirui clasped his hands together and began to pray. Everyone began to pray for Lu Xiaoya. Di Xinyan placed a bouquet of flowers in front of the tombstone. Then, she leaned over to look at the small grave made from the damaged bough. "Xiaoya, your master has come to see you. During our time together, I discovered that you're actually a very hardworking and kind girl. You made the right choice by choosing Arui. He's also a kind and good man, worthy of a girl's lifelong trust. This beautiful yet cruel world has robbed you of your happiness, your life, just as it has robbed countless others. Xiaoya, rest in peace. Your husband, your master, will take good care of you. I will help him rebuild a civilized world like the old days, where everyone can live in peace." Gazing at Lu Xiaoya's grave, marked by a bow as its headstone, Di Xinyan made a silent resolution. Finally, the group slowly left this clearing filled with memories. As their figures faded, the forest returned to its former tranquility. Only the wind whispered of this unfinished relationship, a tragic story of love and regret. At the mountain gate, Huang Yuan and the other awakened bid farewell to Zhong Lirui and his group. They agreed that survivors entering the mountains for trade would use the sound of leaf flutes as a communication signal. On the way back, Zhong Lirui said to everyone can take off their helmets now. "Rui, next time, I really should listen to your advice more. If you hadn't been so well prepared this time, Enchi and I would have died here if we had gone into the mountains on our own." Di Xinyan recalled the events that had occurred since entering the mountains and sighed. "I thought you were really overreacting. Now I realize how naive I was. I didn't understand the dangers at all." Zhong Lirui smiled, a smile full of tolerance. "Xinyan, we've both been through the unknown, step by step. I'm fine, except I may have fought more battles than you." "Yes, that's right." Di Xinyan nodded. "By the way, Arui, what do you think about what Agent Murong Chanfeng said about an estimated 10,000 zombies attacking in a month and a half?" Zhong Lirui's gaze grew slightly solemn, and he looked off into the distance, as if he could already foresee the coming storm. "We must take Murong Chanfeng's intelligence seriously. 10,000 zombies, coupled with an unknown number of C3 and C2 invaders, present an unprecedented challenge for our alliance. While many survivors from other communities will relocate to our neighborhood in the coming period, this will certainly strengthen our forces. Many of them are still short of food. Furthermore, they are numerous and poorly armed. We only have a month and a half left. We must expedite our progress. Arui, do you have a plan?" Zhong Lirui's eyes gleamed with determination, and he nodded slowly. "Yes, we need to not only strengthen our defenses, but also enhance the survivability of the entire region. First, I organize manpower, not just for our own community. As other communities arrive, we also provide guidance and strengthen the walls to ensure they can withstand the zombies' onslaught. At the same time, we need them to focus on growing corn." "Focus on growing corn? Why corn?" "Oh, I see. There's still a month and a half left, 45 days. Corn has a 40-day growing cycle. While the yield isn't as high as potatoes, it can quickly fill the gap in food supplies. Well, my wife is really smart. With luck, they achieve food self-sufficiency like us. That's the first step. Build high walls and store abundant food. Build high walls and store abundant food." Are you still going to claim the throne?" A top student like Di Xinyan would certainly remember the third line of advice given by the advisor to Emperor Zhu Yuanshang during the founding of the Ming dynasty: delay claiming the throne. "My wife. What era is this? You're still claiming the throne? What happened to that Tainan who wanted to be king?" Zhong Lirui rolled his eyes. Hee, it's rare that you never change your original intention," Di Xinyan said with a smile. "So what's your second step?" The second step was actually already in progress. "I just went to Zhu Yangyang and Li Chufang for inspection." Zhong Lirui smiled mysteriously. Technology is the power that can change destiny. Oh, I remember now. It's that big killer project you mentioned last time, right? Di Xinyan's eyes flashed with admiration. Not bad, not bad. Rui, you're always so calm. Zhongli Rui shook his head slightly, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Xinyan, don't say that. I'm just doing my best to give everyone more chances of survival. However, the road ahead is long, and we all need to be mentally prepared. He paused, his gaze once again gazing into the distance, as if pondering something. Furthermore, besides the zombie threat, we must also be wary of forces that may be hostile to us. In these chaotic times, human nature is often more terrifying than zombies. Di Xinyan's heart trembled at these words. She understood Zhongli Rui's meaning and knew how crucial trust and cooperation were in this dangerous world. Rui, feel free to do what you want. I do my best to save as many people as possible. As I said, if you want to heal this world, I accompany you. Zhongli Rui smiled faintly, a smile filled with trust and encouragement. I believe in you, Xinyan. Working together, we can protect this family. First our little family, then the home community, and now the home alliance. By the way, when we get back, Lawyer Lu's matter will be up to you. Di Xinyan smiled and nodded. Of course. This is why we came to Jinshan in the first place. The two exchanged a smile. The setting sun cast a golden glow on their armored vehicle as they returned. The group continued on their way, its shadow lengthening in the afterglow. Chapter 107. What? A community of awakened zombies? A community composed of awakened zombies? Over the PC video call, Zhu Yangyang, Li Chunfang, and Nighthawk were stunned. Zhu Yangyang's jaw dropped. Actually, they're all our teachers and leaders. Zhongli Rui shook his head, a bit amused. Right now, they live in Jinshan Forest Park. They'd be a huge help to us in the future. We might have to rely on them for our supply of Chinese medicinal herbs and seedlings. This trip into the mountains was incredibly dangerous. You know, I only went with my personal guards to protect Xinyan while she collected a basket of herbs, and we fought 4 battles. These mutant crows have a wingspan of a meter. Almost as big as an eagle. What if they pecked me? At this point, Zhongli Rui couldn't help but feel sad again. The others online knew the whole story, and offered their words of comfort. Nighthawk's eyes were filled with tenderness. Zhongli Rui quickly regained his composure, and continued discussing matters with his companions. He then solemnly shared with everyone the intelligence he had received from Murong Chanfeng. In a month and a half, a special force of 10,000 zombies would once again attack the area north of the city surrounding the Home Alliance. 10,000 zombies. The other 3 leaders on the line were all silent. Although Zhongli Rui and Nighthawk's community had previously single-handedly defeated a zombie horde exceeding 100, Zhongli Rui's had exceeded 200, and the chemistry department had previously defeated a zombie horde numbering nearly 200 with Zhongli Rui's support. The number tens of thousands immediately stunned everyone. Li Chunfang, from the physics department community, who had rarely fought tough battles and mainly spent her time on the run, was completely stunned. Let's run. Li Chunfang bluntly expressed her feelings. Lose our current homes and wander the land once again? We won't survive long at this rate, Zhongli Rui said gravely. But what else can we do if we don't run? Li Chunfang said dejectedly. And Chunfang, facing a massive zombie horde of over 10,000, effectively organizing a resistance is the best strategy. Otherwise, small communities with only a few dozen people will quickly be like piles of sand in a stream, quickly washed away to nothing. Zhongli Rui pointed out calmly. Yes, we must unite and defend together. Today, people from 8 communities have arrived in the residential areas, with large green belts surrounding the home community and the Hua Duo community. Including these, our forces now number over 500 survivors from approximately 12 communities. Nighthawk tried to boost morale with intelligence. That's only 500 people. And many of the survivors in the communities are just choppers, without any real weapons. Last time at Jianan Gymnasium, there were over 5,000 people, with planes and regular troops. With all their formidable firepower, they couldn't hold their ground against a sea of zombies. Let's run. Choppers are in-game terminology, meaning units that only deal melee damage, implying that the survivors in these impoverished communities lack firearms, like guns and crossbows. Let alone bombs. In the end, those seas of zombies were wiped out, right? Zhu Yangyang said, recovering from his shock. Yes. But it was the Air Force that dropped 3 thermobaric bombs. 2 destroyed the zombies, and the 3rd blew up the bridge. Can we even compare to the military? Do we have weapons as powerful as thermobaric bombs? Chunfang, calm down. Zhong Lirui raised his hand. I believe you, I believe Zhu Yongyang. Last time, I asked you to modify the fire control and ballistics program for the gas tank cannon. Have you finished it? Yes. But does that even matter? Chen Fang, don't be like that. Calm down. I debugged Attack 1 with you. We know it's incredibly powerful. If 3 of them were fired simultaneously, their power would rival the military's smallest thermobaric bomb. TSK, you chemist, exaggerating again. Is it really that terrifying? I told you last time, I don't believe it. Believe it or not. This thing is equivalent to 1. The explosive power of 45 kilograms of TNT, or the power of 3,000 grenades. If 3 salvos hit an area target, it's basically equivalent to the power of a 450 kilogram large aerial bomb. A 450 kilogram aerial bomb? Wouldn't that be a killer weapon? You're just bragging, you chemist. If it really had that much power, wouldn't it be able to bring down a building? If it really had that much power, I'd do a naked handstand in front of you. Hey! Alliance leader, he said that. Be my witness. Zhu Yongyang boasted. Now, we actually built 3 of them according to Senior Zhongli's original plan. The assault missiles are named Attack 1, Attack 2, and Attack 3. When the time comes, we conduct a live fire test. If it's not powerful enough, I do a naked streak. Stop, stop, stop! Zhong Lirui interrupted. You two, pay attention. There's a beautiful woman here. Ah. Miss Nighthawk, I'm sorry. Zhu Yongyang quickly apologized. Sorry, Miss Nighthawk. We were so nervous just now that we said something careless. Li Chunfang apologized. It's okay, it's okay. You two experts are really interesting, Nighthawk said gracefully. But Nighthawk was feeling quite happy, because Zhong Lirui had spoken up in her defense. How about this? Zhong Lirui put an end to the meaningless bickering. Tomorrow, I bring Miss Nighthawk and the technical experts from our community, and we all come together to conduct the on-site live fire test of the attack. Okay. Zhu Yongyang was excited. After Zhong Lirui's convoy picked up Nighthawk from the Huaduo community, they arrived at an experimental site outside Chungbei University of Technology. Di Xinyan and the other women on the medical team were busy treating Lu Ruyan and transplanting Chinese medicinal herb seedlings, so they didn't come along. Of course, Zhong Lirui had learned his lesson this time and left Sumuji and Tingsha to serve as guards for the less effective medical team. For the home community, Zhong Lirui brought along Lu Shi, Wang Gang, Zhao Yingying, Xiaofeng, Zhu Su, Tang Shi, and Nighthawk from the Huaduo community. Inside the field, Zhu Yongyang and Li Chunfang had already been awaiting their arrival. Since both the physics and chemistry departments were now equipped with dual-purpose crossbows, the zombies surrounding the field had long since been cleared. Before them lay the bizarrely shaped, yet awe-inspiring, Attack number 1 to 3 gas tank cannons. The first person to lose his composure at the sight of these cannons was, surprisingly, Captain Wang Gang, a professional soldier. Captain Wang Gang trembled as he gazed at the attack vehicles, his eyes etched with anxiety. Boss, if the authorities were still around, and I saw these 3 things today, I would definitely lead my troops to wipe you out. These are standard rebel weapons of mass destruction. Zhong Lirui shrugged. We're using it to save lives right now. Seeing Captain Wang Gang, a veteran of the military, act this way, Li Chunfang hesitated. Captain Wang Gang, is this thing really that mysterious? Captain Wang Gang nodded. This thing is a powerful anti-fortification weapon. The blast has a 50-meter damage range, and the fragmentation range is 200 to 400 meters. It's as powerful as 3,000 grenades. But while it's an anti-fortification weapon, a single hit from it would destroy even a modern main battle tank. Huh? Li Chunfang, remembering the previous bet, panicked. Captain, is it really that exaggerated? Captain Wang Gang crossed his arms over his chest. To see if it's really that powerful, find a 3-story building and test it. At this point, Zhong Lirui nodded and gestured to Zhu Yongyang. Yongyang, begin. First, assault number 1, test fire 1 round. You choose your target. Yes. Zhu Yongyang responded immediately, quickly walking over to the assault number 1 gas tank cannon, carefully examining every detail of the barrel. According to his plan, he intended to target a building in an abandoned factory about 800 meters away. Senior, I decided to target that abandoned factory. For the first test, target the 3-story building next to it. Zhong Lirui, holding the telescope, nodded slightly in agreement. Following Zhu Yongyang's command, Tang Xingbu took the controls of assault number 1 from the cockpit. The gas tank cannon slowly rotated its muzzle, aiming at the 3-story building in the abandoned factory in the distance. The people around stepped back, holding their breath. Of course, at the suggestion of Captain Wang Gang, everyone covered their ears and opened their mouths wide. 3, 2, 1, fire! With a resounding boom, a massive gas tank shell with welded fins flew out of the barrel, streaking through the air and heading straight for its target. Seconds later, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the abandoned factory. The 3-story building within the factory was hit, its 3rd floor shattered and the 2nd floor ripped apart, sending smoke and dust billowing. The smoke column reached 10 meters high. Success? Zhu Yangyang shouted excitedly, his face filled with indescribable joy and pride. Captain Wang Gang, also watching through binoculars, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Assessing the power, that shot just now exceeded the power of a 152mm howitzer. Before Captain Wang could finish his words, the remaining portion of the 3rd floor collapsed a second time. The entire 3-story building was reduced to a pile of rubble less than half a floor high. Let me correct you. This effect is equivalent to half an artillery battery, 3 guns, firing 152mm rounds. The assault heavy gas tank mortar is classified as a weapon of mass destruction. Captain Wang Gang sighed. Furthermore, the shockwave from this cannon is incredibly powerful. If my squad and I had been hiding in that building, we would have bled to death. Li Chunfang, male, was stunned. He could never have imagined that these seemingly ordinary gas tank cannons could possess such astonishing power. He turned to see Zhu Yangyang looking at him with a teasing expression. Oh, who said we were going to do a naked handstand? This cannon's single shot is quite powerful. But I think it's still far inferior to weapons of mass destruction. Li Chunfang was simply being stubborn. Zhong Lirui recalled the 3-shot salvo that Li Chunfang and Zhu Yangyang had mentioned earlier during their bickering, and called out to Zhu Yangyang, Yangyang, let's go big. Senior, how do we do it? Zhu Yangyang stopped teasing Li Chunfang and replied. Strike force 1, 2, 3, target that steel structure that looks like a warehouse. 3 salvos. Zhu Yangyang's eyes flashed with excitement upon hearing this, and he quickly relayed the order to Tung Xingbu and the other operators. The 3 assault-class gas tank cannons simultaneously swung their muzzles, their massive barrels, like 3 giant beasts poised for action, aiming at the distant steel structure. 3, 2, 1, fire! Boom! 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 3 deafening explosions echoed in quick succession, like the arrival of doomsday. The distant steel structure instantly disintegrated under the powerful shockwave, then collapsed with a roar, sending up a cloud of dust. Flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire sky and enveloping everything in a blazing heat. This time, a mushroom cloud appeared over the factory. Oh my god! Li Chunfang froze in astonishment, muttering, such a terrifying, monstrous weapon. And this fire control, ballistic aiming program, was written by the idiot me? Zhu Yangyang boasted, just now, who was it that didn't believe in the power of this thing? The crowd around them fell into a hushed silence. The cannon completely destroyed the factory, shocking everyone. Applause. Everyone noticed that Zhong Lirui was clapping. Brilliant. Chapter 108. The second group to cheer were Lu Shi and Captain Wang Gang. Indeed, it was truly spectacular. Captain Wang Gang, a soldier with a deep understanding of firepower intensity, said sincerely. But I remember the massive wave of zombies outside Jiangnan Sports Park. While the kill radius of those 3 volleys was quite large, when dealing with 10,000 zombies, weapon coordination with the terrain is crucial, Lu Shi added. You mean, trying to gather the zombies and increase their density? Zhong Lirui thought for a moment, then looked at Lu Shi with his chin raised. Hee. That's right. I think this powerful weapon, with its triple-shot fire, could easily take out 200 to 300 zombies in an open area. However, if we manage to organize the zombies like a parade, concentrating them and increasing their density, we might be able to take out over 500 of them at once with this powerful weapon. Captain Wang, what do you think? That's right. Besides, zombies move slowly. If we could achieve this ideal situation with over 10,000 zombies, then eliminating them would only require about 15 to 20 salvos from the 3 cannons. Captain Wang Gang offered his opinion after careful consideration. At this moment, after the evaluations of the professional military police officers Lu Shi and Wang Gang, the fear in Li Chunfang's eyes finally dissipated. He said happily, great. With these 3 assault rifles, we can definitely overcome this crisis. How could Zhong Lirui not be aware of Li Chunfang's change at this moment? In fact, he had previously instructed Zhu Yangyang to fire the triple-shot fire precisely to achieve this effect. Seeing that he was no longer afraid, Zhongli smiled and said, good job. By the way, Yangyang, this cannon. I don't think it fires very fast. What's its maximum rate of fire? Very slow. Firing 1 round per minute is pretty good. Ours is quite impressive, because it's mounted on a forklift. The forklift's control system is programmed by Chunfeng, and the forklift's robotic arm can be used to control the trajectory. It's not like the ridiculous original rebels, who had to wait a quarter of an hour to reload after firing a single shot. So, our cannon's rate of fire is much faster than the Tang Dynasty's border rebels. Very good, definitely enough for actual combat, Captain Wang Gang said. That rate of fire isn't actually that slow. Back in World War II, the 122mm main gun on the famous IS-2 Iron Fist heavy tank of the Rakshasa Kingdom only had a rate of fire of 1 or 2 rounds per minute. Yours is actually a tactical-grade weapon. While everyone was praising the gas tank cannon, Zhu Yongyang, recalling Captain Wang Gang's mention of 15 to 20 salvos, was suddenly puzzled. Senior, does it really take 15 to 20 salvos to defeat 10,000 zombies? According to Captain Wang Gang, this is assuming the terrain-guided tactics are successful. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhu Yongyang trailed off. We only have 9 shells left. Only enough for 3 salvos. Huh? Zhu Yongyang's words sent panic flying. No, why are there only so many shells? Are we running out of gas tanks? No. Last time we went to the gas station, there were nearly 100 empty gas tanks. Plenty. But we're running low on explosives. We only have so much material in the lab building. We used up a lot of it making bombs and grenades. Now, we used up all of it making these dozen or so shells. Zhu Yongyang turned his gaze to Zhong Lirui. Senior, does your community still have any black powder in stock? Black powder is fine as propellant, but as a charge in a shell, are you planning to self-destruct on the spot? Think about how stable black powder is. Zhong Lirui said unhappily. Besides, I'm using the southern strategy from the Lifelong Civil War, so production is very low. I'm lucky to produce 10 old-style bombs in a month and a half. Black powder is not very stable, far inferior to modern yellow powder. Captain Wang Gang stamped his foot anxiously. Alas! Unfortunately, the nearest military yellow powder arsenal near Lingen City is 400 kilometers away, exceeding the maximum range our vehicles can travel. Moreover, according to the contact information from the eastern base, that arsenal has also been lost. At this moment, Zhong Lirui felt a pang of regret. He had wasted 4 shells just for testing today. Finally, the leaders of the 4 communities left the testing ground with mixed feelings. The convoy departed, and the 3 strike gas tank cannons also slowly followed. The strike gas tank cannons were built on a bucket truck, with a top speed of only 40 miles per hour. They couldn't possibly go as fast as an armored vehicle, so they had to move slowly. As they left, Zhong Lirui propped his head up with his fists, a frown on his face. Sigh. Nighthawk, sitting in the back seat, saw Zhong Lirui sighing and tried to comfort him. Rui, don't worry too much. I believe you have a way to make gunpowder, right? Yes, I do. The problem is that the gunpowder I make with that method won't work in these cannons. Secondly, the yield of the black powder I produce with that method is too low. Now I'm like a housewife without the resources. Alas, anywhere is fine. Even if there's ammonium salt pesticide, I wouldn't be so worried. Nighthawk was bewildered, tilting her head adorably and asking, Rui, what's the connection between gunpowder and pesticides? Are you losing your mind? Zhong Lirui explained to herself. The key ingredients in pesticides and explosives are the same. Otherwise, how do you think Zhu Yongyang and the others were able to create xanthate so easily? Pesticides. Nighthawk pondered the words, and suddenly, her eyes lit up. Rui, I have some information I wonder if it's useful. They're planning to relocate to a community near us. One of the communities was originally a new rural village near an ammonium fertilizer plant, about 4 kilometers away. They're said to be moving here because the water quality nearby is poor, and the river near our residential complex is relatively clean. Ammonium fertilizer plant, nearby community? Zhong Lirui suddenly became excited and approached Nighthawk, asking, Really? When will these people arrive? Tomorrow. Nighthawk hesitated. A flicker of determination and hope flashed in Zhong Lirui's eyes, and he quickly formulated his next plan of action. He knew this might be the key to turning the tide in their survival crisis. Sister Nighthawk, can I ask you to contact that community immediately? I need to personally visit that ammonium fertilizer plant. Zhong Lirui's tone revealed undeniable resolve. If they truly have the raw materials we need, we must seize the moment and obtain them before the zombie wave arrives. Nighthawk nodded, understanding Zhong Lirui's urgency and anxiety, and immediately stood up to leave. Okay, Wait a moment. I contact the community leader and confirm the exact location of the fertilizer plant. While Nighthawk was in contact, Zhong Leroy quickly contacted Zhu Yangyang, Captain Wang Gang, and others to share Nighthawk's intelligence with them. We have a chance to find the key raw material for gunpowder, but we have to be quick. Once the zombie horde approaches, we have no chance. Zhu Yangyang's eyes flashed with excitement upon hearing this. Great! A fertilizer plant? What if there were a 10 or 8-ton ammonium salt fertilizer plant there? As long as I have the raw materials, I can continue to produce artillery shells. That's more than the meager inventory in my lab can handle. Our strong attack cannon will surely be even more powerful. Captain Wang Gang shook his head. Even fertilizer is being used. Boss, last time you replicated the modern strategy of the Southern Lifeng Kingdom, and now you're completely replicating the strategy of the rebels surrounding the Tang Dynasty. Boss, I seriously suspect you're a natural rebel, but I have no evidence. Zhong Leroy glared at Captain Wang Gang with annoyance. Well, Captain Wang, you suspect me of treason. The problem is, I need an authority to target. Are there still authorities in this world? Wang Gang was speechless. He thought of the fallen capital, feeling sad. Alas, the Dacian authorities are gone. Everywhere is struggling, each fighting its own battle. Truly, the world is now plunged into anarchic, apocalyptic chaos. Zhong Leroy pondered for a moment, then patted Captain Wang Gang on the shoulder and said, Captain Wang, in my eyes, swords, bows and arrows, guns, and cannons are merely weapons, tools. What truly matters is who wields them, and for whom. We are now employing the tactics and technology of the rebels. However, we are doing this for the survivors of Lingen Province, to protect the people. At these words, Wang Gang's eyes lit up. Yes, Captain, you're right. We're protecting the people. Okay. Oh, I've been worrying about nothing. Okay, Captain, I support your decision. Zhong Leroy smiled slightly and continued, Captain Wang, we must not only protect the survivors of Lingen Province, but also rebuild this land and bring it back to life. We must use our hands to establish a new order so that the people here can live and work in peace and contentment. Captain, you're right. We can't continue to live in the shadows of the past. We must look forward and strive for the future. I will fully support you and work with you to rebuild Lingen Province. At this moment, the two exchanged a hearty smile. Soon, Nighthawk returned with the exact location of the fertilizer plant. Afterward, Zhong Leroy decided that at 8 a.m. the next morning, under Nighthawk's guidance, he would lead Zhu Yangyang, Li Chunfeng, Wang Gang, Lu Shi, and Xiaofeng to the fertilizer plant to investigate. Oh, right! Zhu Yangyang remembered something and immediately nervously told everyone, once you enter the fertilizer plant area, everyone must be extremely careful. Open flames are prohibited. Furthermore, firearms and other hot weapons are prohibited. No problem, Nighthawk said easily. Sister, I'm using this. She held up the bow Zhong Leroy had made herself. Zhu Yangyang agreed. He was currently using a dual-purpose compound crossbow that Zhong Leroy had later modified. Okay. Safety first. Li Chunfeng showed the crossbow in her hand. Zhong Leroy took a look and saw that the crossbow in Li Chunfeng's hand was a discarded one from Zhu Yangyang's community. Thinking of this tactic he had used before, he couldn't help but chuckle. Sir, are our guards' electromagnetic automatic rifles also banned? Xiaofeng asked. That's strictly forbidden. Zhong Leroy said nervously. Ammonium nitrate, ammonium salt, might not explode if hit by a bullet, but the use of high-power electromagnetic devices is strictly prohibited in fertilizer plants, as they could cause explosions. Xiaofeng, just use the crossbows and melee weapons I equipped you with. Don't worry. I modified your arrows, so they're still powerful enough to even kill C2. Xiaofeng nodded. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Chapter 109. The group disembarked from the car in front of the rusty roller shutters of the fertilizer factory. In the gloomy era of the zombie apocalypse, this once bustling pesticide factory, producing ammonium fertilizer, now stood like a ruin forgotten by time, standing alone in the wilderness. Led by Zhong Leroy, the group entered the factory grounds. A desolate atmosphere, mingled with the scent of dust and weeds, filled them with a chill. Inside, the once orderly production lines were now a shambles. The tall buildings, covered in vines and weeds, appeared particularly dilapidated. Shattered windows and scattered glass gleamed blindingly in the mild sunlight of the day. The first area inspected was the former production workshop. Inside, the machinery had long ceased operation, covered in thick dust, leaving only traces of time. The once roaring machines and the busy figures of the workers were now only traceable in memory. Naturally, The group didn't find the finished ammonium salt fertilizer they needed. There's nothing left in the workshop. Jean Leroy pointed to a warehouse a little further away. Let's go see if there's any remaining stock. As they approached the warehouse, they surprisingly discovered a fully intact military transport vehicle nearby. Jean Leroy's expression suddenly grew serious, and he whispered to the group, "The military's vehicle being here means we thought of something, and so have they." The fighting was so intense, and the military likely ran out of ammunition and explosives. So, they sent people here to look for raw materials for gunpowder. Alas, I wonder if there's anything left. Wang Gang nodded and said, I didn't expect that not only you, the leader, would think so, but the military would have the same idea, too. Facing the two warehouses before them, Jean Leroy decided to split his forces into two groups. Team Jean Leroy, Lu Shi, Wang Gang, and Xiaofeng would inspect warehouse number 1. Team Yiying, Zhu Yangong, and Li Chunfang would inspect warehouse number 2. When Jean Leroy's team entered warehouse number 1, their faces immediately betrayed disappointment. Only a few empty white woven bags remained on the ground. As for the ammonium salt fertilizer, only a few were scattered on the ground. Looking at the scattered remains of the fertilizer, only one bag remained. Jean Leroy felt a pang of disappointment. This bag could probably only make one artillery shell. If it were made into grenades, it would be enough for himself and the chemistry college community to use for a while. Alas, a bad start. Captain Wang Gang sighed and shook his head. At that moment, the intercom suddenly rang. "Senior, come and save us. Nighthawk has been captured by a C3 monster." Jean Leroy's expression darkened upon hearing that Nighthawk had been captured. He quickly called to his companions, "Quick! Go to Warehouse 2 for support. The three of them have encountered C3. "What?" Lu Shi and the others exclaimed in shock. As they rushed into Warehouse 2, armed with compound crossbows, they discovered 5 piles of 20-pack ammonium salt stacked together. Atop one of these piles lay a C3 monster, its body and head ripped with arrows, its entire form resembling a porcupine. Nighthawk was being held hostage by the C3 monster. Her leather jacket was already torn, and her underwear seemed to have been ripped in the previous battle, revealing a portion of her bright white skin. Because Nighthawk had been captured, Zhu Yangyang and Li Chunfang, fearing injury, hesitated to shoot. The situation remained stalemated. The captured Nighthawk thrashed and struggled. The moment she saw Jean Leroy and his team enter the warehouse, her eyes lit up. But at this moment, she seemed very close to death. With the monster's throat gripped, Nighthawk recalled the scene she had witnessed that day on the rooftop of the Huaduo community. She had intended to confess her love to Jean Leroy, but he was watching the sunset with his fiancée. Later, she learned from her spies, Ameo and Mingqi, that Jean Leroy was widowed. She was actually happy for a moment. But before she could launch her offensive, devastating news arrived. Jean Leroy had suddenly married his god-sister. Now, her closest ally, the man she loved most, stood before her, and she was about to die. Thinking of this situation, Nighthawk smiled miserably. Because her throat was being strangled, she strained her strength to utter a single word. Roy. I. Like. You. Shoot now, leave. Me alone. But her voice was drowned out by C3's surprised roar. You're. Jean Leroy. Could it be that you're operator Murong Chanfeng? Beneath the cargo pile, Jean Leroy, aiming his compound crossbow at Murong Chanfeng, C3 form, was momentarily stunned. That's right. Jean Leroy, it's me. Please put down your weapons. Stop shooting at me. C3 shouted. Nighthawk stared at the C3 in horror. Had its human self-awareness awakened? Murong Chanfeng's words shocked everyone present, save Jean Leroy and Xiaofeng. They were shocked not only by the C3's intelligence and ability to speak, but also by the fact that it recognized Jean Leroy. Operator Murong. You're a soldier protecting the people. Let go of that girl. Jean Leroy hurriedly said. Put down your weapons first. I let her go. Murong Chanfeng continued, but didn't let go of Nighthawk. Fear was evident in its voice now. Because, during the previous battle, he had already sensed that these bows and arrows were different from those made by the survivors he had encountered. These arrows had 3-edged, sharpened tips. Not only would such an arrowhead be extremely painful when it struck his flesh exposed outside his coat, it would also significantly slow healing. Faced with Murong Chanfeng's C3 refusal to yield, Jean Leroy was extremely anxious. Because he saw that Nighthawk's struggles were beginning to weaken. Operator Murong. You say you're a soldier. Soldiers are supposed to protect the people. You have an innocent girl in your hands. If you don't let her go, she'd die. Are you that kind of soldier? Someone who doesn't care about the lives of the people? Glancing at Captain Wang Gang, who was also aiming his crossbow nearby, Zhongli Rui thought for a moment before shouting. Murong Chanfeng C3 showed a clear expression of hesitation. However, he quickly shouted, I don't want to harm your companions either, but just now, they opened fire on me like crazy. Your crossbows are too powerful, I can't withstand them. There's nothing I can do. If you put down your weapons, I put her down. At this moment, Zhongli Rui watched in horror as Nighthawk's legs began to stop flapping. Gritting his teeth, he fired an arrow at Murong Changfeng's upper arm, the hand that was strangling Nighthawk. Because that arm was exposed, Murong Changfeng's C3 arm was pierced. Ah! Murong Changfeng's grip on Nighthawk's neck loosened, and Nighthawk plummeted from the sky like a broken kite. Nighthawk's body scraped against the edge of the pesticide pile and tumbled to the ground. In a typical warehouse, a pesticide pile would hold 20 bags, about a story high. Xiaofeng MT, take the lead. Everyone, concentrate your fire. Zhongli Rui shouted, commanding. Watching the hostage slip away, Murong Chanfeng C3 grew anxious. He ignored the arrows piercing his body, jumped off the pesticide pile, and attempted to hold Nighthawk hostage again. Because, before him, 6 men armed with powerful crossbows, including a C0-S player, were a definite threat to his life. As the hedgehog-like Murong Chanfeng stretched out his evil hand once again toward the dying Nighthawk on the ground, Zhongli Rui discarded his compound crossbow and, drawing the recurved machete from his back, slashed at Murong Changfeng's C3 sturdy right hand. Murong Chanfeng C3 was horrified. You're not an ordinary person. Ordinary people don't have this kind of power, and you're also a C0. But how is this possible? Aren't all C0s clones of Chen Xiaoyu? How could you? Zhongli Rui ignored Murong Changfeng's C3 shock. With his left hand, he pulled out a 20-centimeter long triangular dagger. Note, this is a modeled after ancient Eastern armor-piercing daggers. Zhongli Rui had Zhao Yingying craft a melee weapon specifically for this purpose after considering the characteristics of C2 and C3. Zhongli Rui and his personal guards now carry one of these daggers on their left feet. It's shorter than the famous triangular dagger, aimed at Murong Changfeng's head, and stabbed it down diagonally. Why? Murong Chanfeng, C3, who had been stabbed in the head, looked at Zhongli Rui in disbelief. Zhongli Rui said coldly, I gave you one chance back at Jinshan. I just gave you a second chance. Too bad you didn't seize it like last time. You hurt my friend. This innocent girl. Are you still a soldier? I have soldiers among my comrades, too, and they're still protecting the people. Unlike you. Look at you. Even after you regained your memory, you still don't act like a human being. Wang Gang, standing by, was furious. You're a soldier too? I'm a soldier too. Look at you, what did you just do? We soldiers have always protected the people, and you just held them hostage. How can you do that? Ah! Don't you deserve to die? Murong Chanfeng, C3, knelt and begged for mercy. Zhongli. Leader. Give me one more chance. This time, I just want to get some explosives. I'm going to the underground headquarters. Please let me go. There's a girl. She's in danger and I am just making preparations to save her. Please. Begging for mercy, Murong Chanfeng, C3, knelt heavily. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. Looking at Nighthawk, motionless on the ground, Zhongli Rui angrily raised his recurved machete, poised to chop off Murong Changfeng's C3 head. Cough, cough, cough. Nighthawk suddenly stirred, coughing. It seemed the dust kicked up by Murong Changfeng's C3 kneeling had awakened Nighthawk. Zhongli Rui walked up to Murong Chanfeng, yanked the triangular dagger from his head, and said coldly, Go. There won't be a third chance. Everyone stop. Murong Chanfeng C3 reluctantly said, Thank you. Everyone hesitated for a moment, then lowered their weapons. Under the wary and astonished gazes of the crowd, Murong Chanfeng stepped aside, picked up the severed hand, and reattached it at the broken end. To everyone's astonishment, the hand quickly reattached. This terrifying healing power. Zhongli Rui's face was solemn, and he ignored Murong Chanfeng, C3. Under the wary gazes of the crowd, Murong Chanfeng stood still, pulling out the arrows that had pierced his body one by one and throwing them to the ground. Then, he grabbed a cloth-wrapped container of paint can-sized iron cans from one of the piles of goods and, without looking back, left the warehouse. Xiaofeng. Scan. Is there any clean water nearby? Water towers. Scan immediately? Zhong Lirui shouted. Sir, 50 meters away, in the cleaning room next to the workshop. A scan of the water tower above it revealed there's still water. Xifeng, come with me. Zhong Lirui, who always wore an exoskeleton when out and about, picked up Nighthawk in a princess hug. He then turned to the others and said, Zhu Yangyang, there are at least 4 or 5 tons of ammonium salt here. Is that enough? Yes. Zhu Yangyang said excitedly. Enough, enough. More than enough here for 200 rounds of artillery shells. Captain Wang Gang. Shizi, give me your first aid kits. I take Nighthawk for cleaning and treatment. Here, help Zhu Yangyang and Li Chunfang arrange for someone to transport the goods. There's a truck outside, use it. Captain Wang Gang. Hee, boss, you called the right person. I used that truck the most when I was a rookie, so I'm very familiar with it. Lu Shi, don't worry. Now that the ammunition is taken care of, leave the rest to us. Go take care of Nighthawk first. I'm counting on you, Zhong Lirui said, carrying Nighthawk away. Although Nighthawk was in a miserable state at the moment, he felt sweet in his heart. Chapter 110. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance to the washroom. Zhong Lirui gently lowered Nighthawk, letting her lean against a relatively stable pillar, while he quickly checked the water tower. After confirming it was in good condition, he activated a simple pumping device, and clear water instantly gushed out of the water tower, flowing along the pipes into the washroom sink. Nighthawk, hold on, it'll be fine soon. Zhong Lirui gently soothed Nighthawk, while he began to unbutton her leather jacket, preparing to clean and bandage her. Now Nighthawk, now stripped of her tattered leather jacket, looked down at her underwear and t-shirt, which had also been torn, now revealing her naked body, and blushed. She wasn't sure if Zhong Lirui had heard her dying confession during the battle. So, blushing, she turned her head away, not looking at him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the factory, Captain Wang Gang, Lu Shi, and the others were also busy. Zhu Yangyang called for support from his fellow members of the chemistry college community, because only there was a suitable warehouse for the chemicals. While ammonium salts might be even more inert than C4, they prioritized safety. Following Zhong Lirui's instructions, they began organizing personnel to transport the precious ammonium salts. Although the process was arduous and challenging, their faces beamed with satisfaction and pride. They knew that these ammonium salts provided valuable explosives for the gas tank cannon shells, which would undoubtedly increase their chances of success in future battles. Soon, Zhong Lirui carefully washed Nighthawk clean of the ammonium salts with clean water and asked earnestly, Nighthawk, do you feel any pain from any cuts? Ammonium salts, also known as urea, must be washed off with clean water as soon as possible. Otherwise, they are corrosive. Nighthawk felt it carefully and said, I'm feeling a dull pain in many places right now. I'm in so much pain right now. For some reason, Nighthawk unconsciously started to act coquettishly towards Zhong Lirui. Zhong Lirui, however, remained nervous and said, Miss Nighthawk, I'm going to make you angry about what I'm going to say next. I feel offended too. But please, take off your t-shirt and other clothes. I need to do a full-body examination. I need to make sure you don't have any open wounds, and then treat any blunt injuries. What? Take them off. A full-body examination. Nighthawk crossed his arms, and unconsciously took a step back. Ryu, you're married. What? What are you doing to me? You? Does your wife at home know? Zhong Lirui had a look of as expected on his face, and said sternly, Sister, we're allies, friends. Let me first state, I'm not a pervert. Then, what exactly are you going to do to me? That Murong Chafeng just now. He was a C3. Do you think C3 monsters can shower or disinfect themselves? You were held hostage by him for a while. What if you have an open wound and are infected with the zombie virus? Just imagine what will happen to those brothers who crossed the river with Ague. Ah! Oh my god! Nighthawk screamed. She immediately recalled the aftermath of the riverside interception. Then, regardless of her shyness, she stripped completely, saying with a hint of fear, Rui, please, check carefully. If there's even the slightest black line, don't hesitate, take a knife, and dig out the flesh immediately. Even if the worst comes to the worst, I accept losing a limb. Don't be afraid. Zhong Lirui said speechlessly, lowering himself to examine Nighthawk. Just then, Xiaofeng ran into the washroom, and saw Zhong Lirui leaning over to approach the naked Nighthawk. Xiaofeng frowned. Captain, what are you going to do to the Nighthawk leader? Zhong Lirui was overjoyed to see Xiaofeng approach. Xiaofeng, you arrived just in time. Command: use the scanner to perform a high-precision full-body scan of the Nighthawk leader, checking for open wounds and blunt force trauma. Execute immediately. Xiaofeng paused, then activated the sensors, performing a complete scan of Nighthawk's body. Sir, we completed a full-body scan of Nighthawk Chief. Confirmed, no open wounds found. Confirmed, 5 blunt force injuries found. Zhongli breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Xiaofeng, thank you. Your assistance is so timely. Xiaofeng was a little confused, but she bowed her head and saluted. Sir, thank you for the compliment. This is my job. Okay. Then, apply the medicine to Nighthawk Chief, Zhongli said cheerfully. Be gentle. Nighthawk now understood that she had no open wounds, and no longer had to worry about turning into a zombie. She too breathed a sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes gleaming with relief and excitement. Sir, I'm from a combat unit. I don't know how to apply medicine. Huh? Zhongli was stunned. Xiaofeng, the invincible warrior on the battlefield, couldn't even perform first aid or apply medicine. Well, sir, I assessed that due to my lack of skills, applying medicine to the Nighthawk leader could cause secondary damage. Please, sir, apply the medicine to the Nighthawk leader yourself. Xiaofeng, when you return, lead all the guards to the medical team for a first aid tutorial. Arrange your own time. Tell Sinyan it was me who arranged it. Zhongli said unhappily. Yes, sir. This time, Xiaofeng lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Never mind, it's okay. You stay on guard outside. I call you if anything happens. Yes, sir. Seeing this incident, Yang was certain Zhongli wasn't taking advantage of him, and smiled, covering her mouth. Turning back, Zhongli looked at Yang with some embarrassment. How about, sister, you? Apply the medicine yourself? Yang's eyes rolled, and she said slyly and coquettishly, Brother Rui, you already done me this bad. I'm in so much pain, and you won't even help me apply the medicine. Zhongli heart tightened. Seeing Yang's slightly fragile demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a little soft. He sighed softly, knowing he couldn't refuse the request, so he had no choice but to go ahead. He carefully removed the first aid kit from his backpack and opened the lid, revealing a variety of medicines and tools neatly arranged inside. He tried to appear professional and gentle, and though his technique was a little clumsy, his focus and dedication were genuine. Nighthawk blushed as she observed Zhongli earnest expression, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes meeting Zhongli, gratitude and tenderness gleaming in her eyes. She whispered, Brother Rui, thank you. If it weren't for your timely intervention in the warehouse today, I would have died. Zhongli smiled faintly at this and said, We are comrades and allies. It's only natural to look out for each other on the battlefield. It's never my style to stand by and watch someone in need. Okay, the medicine's done. Done. Girl, get dressed. Then, Zhongli smiled brightly. Looking at Zhongli cheerful, sunny self, Nighthawk's heart skipped a beat. Feeling a warm sensation rising in his chest, he lowered his head and said, Rui, it still hurts a little here. Can you take a look? Oh, wait. Zhongli approached. Nighthawk swiftly kissed Zhongli on the cheek. Thank you, my closest ally. Hee. Zhongli, puzzled as he felt the side of his cheek Nighthawk had kissed, felt his own sweat. Although he had washed his face and hands with water before helping Nighthawk clean himself, he had been sweating from the intense sweating he'd been doing while treating Quangguan Nighthawk. My own sweat. Oh no! Zhongli was horrified. He turned around, pulled out some rubbing alcohol, and said to Nighthawk, Sister Nighthawk, spit out all that saliva. Then rinse your mouth with rubbing alcohol. Quick! Nighthawk was baffled by Zhongli reaction after she secretly kissed him. He didn't show any shyness or happiness at all. Instead, he panicked and tried to disinfect his mouth. What the hell was going on? What are you doing? Nighthawk said angrily. I kissed you, and you're upset, of course, but why are you reacting so strangely? Just because I kissed you, do you hate me so much? No. Zhongli was anxiously babbling. Miss Lu. No. Isan, please, rinse your mouth. Otherwise, your life could be in danger. Quick! What are you so anxious about? Nighthawk was confused by Zhongli reaction. If I kiss you, will I get pregnant or die? Please! Rinse your mouth. You won't get pregnant if you kiss me, but there's a chance you could die. Nighthawk was a little angry now. I'm a girl, and I took the initiative to kiss you, and you're... What the hell? Are you a zombie or something? Will I die if I kiss you? Zhongli lowered his head in pain, muttering bitterly, "Eason, intimate body fluid contact. You just kissed my sweat. I'm really not an ordinary person anymore. If you kiss me, there's a chance you turn into a zombie." Yi Ying's eyes widened. "Are you kidding?" Zhong Li handed over the rubbing alcohol. "I explain it to you later. First, rinse your mouth with the rubbing alcohol. Seriously, Xian, I don't want to lose you as a friend." Looking at Zhong Li's eyes at that moment, helplessness, anxiety, concern, sadness, all revealed with genuine emotion, Yi Ying was a little bewildered. Furthermore, Zhong Li had, for the first time ever, called him by his real name. Could it be? Yi Ying chose to obey and rinse his mouth with the rubbing alcohol. "Okay, I rinsed my mouth." Nighthawk, now fully dressed, crossed his arms over his chest. "Rui, you have to tell me what's going on. Why are you so nervous? Why are you so scared that I kissed you?" Chapter 111. Zhong Li thought for a moment and said to the person outside, "Xiaofeng, pick up an iron rod as thick as a finger and come in." "Yes." Xiaofeng followed Zhong Li's instructions, picked up a thin iron rod, and entered. Xiaofeng, briefly explained to Commander Nighthawk what kind of beings you and I are. Focus on the differences between our physical abilities and those of normal humans. Go ahead. Yes. Xiaofeng bowed to Zhong Li and Nighthawk and began the briefing. Commander Zhong Li, Commander Nighthawk, I am a product of the abandoned Future Warrior Project, manufactured by Changsheng Life Science. A super soldier. Serial number C0-SN0.01, codename Xiaofeng. I am an early-stage mass-produced model, successfully tested using enhanced genes. Compared to a normal person like you, Commander Nighthawk, my physical abilities are far superior. Nighthawk looked incredulous. Xiaofeng, have you become obsessed with cosplay? Denied. Cosplay was Master Mushroom Gu Enchi's former occupation, not mine. I am a war machine. Xiaofeng, can you bend that iron rod? Zhong Li asked calmly. Xiaofeng scanned the iron rod with his glasses and said, "Okay. Execute." Xiaofeng didn't say a word and bent the finger-thick iron rod. This shocking performance frightened Nighthawk so much that his face turned pale. "You really are a super soldier." "My God, this information is shocking." Zhong Li said helplessly. "The shock is yet to come." "Xiaofeng, give me the iron rod." Then, in front of the two women, Zhong Li straightened the thin iron rod that Xiaofeng had bent. Nighthawk's eyes were as big as bells. "Rui, you are also a super soldier?" "Alas. I'm different from Xiaofeng, who was mass-produced in the laboratory. I was infected with the enhancement gene and somehow successfully transformed into a super soldier. Xiaofeng gave me the number C1-S. By the way, Changsheng Life Science Group named human individuals who were infected with the enhancement gene but failed to transform successfully as C1 failed infected bodies, which are the zombies you and I are familiar with." Zhong Li explained calmly. "In fact, everyone has the zombie virus now. It's just that the zombie virus in ordinary people like you is a dead virus with low activity that has not been activated. The ones in Xiaofeng and I are activated in an orderly manner, so she and I became enhanced humans. Zombies are failed bodies with disordered enhancement genes. Enhanced genes, that is, viruses, are transmitted through body fluids. However, when a highly active enhancement gene enters a body with low activity, the receiving body will have a high probability of becoming a zombie, and a small probability of successfully becoming like me. A similar enhanced human. 8 to 24 hours after a normal person is infected with a highly active enhanced gene, two things can happen. Either they become an enhanced human or a zombie." Nighthawk retreated in fear. "So, am I right to understand that you're actually the same as that C3 monster? A zombie with rational memories?" "You're right to think so." "No, it's completely different," Xiaofeng interrupted. "That C3 was C2 Doom Slayer, enhanced with our first-generation enhanced genes, creating an absolute killing machine. The C3 we encountered today is a C2 product recently recalled by Changsheng Life Science Group and returned to the factory for processing and upgrading. For some reason, he's regained his human memories and personality. So, now what does this have to do with me?" Nighthawk was already a little flustered. "Just now, I carefully checked you for open wounds, just to prevent the highly active virus from entering your body. There weren't any. But now, you kiss my sweat, and I'm not sure." Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. "Sir, while I was waiting outside, did you have intimate bodily contact with the Nighthawk leader, just like you did with Dr. D?" Zhong Li groaned, Nighthawk immediately understood the meaning of those words and shouted, "I didn't." Zhong Li pressed, "Xiaofeng, Does kissing sweat count as intimate bodily contact? Sir, there's no relevant data. I suggest you consult the second young lady for final confirmation. Because Nighthawk, who liked her, kissed her, and she called Qin Xiaoyao, who also liked her, to confirm whether she would turn into a zombie? Zhongli Rui's mind was already fuzzy. After a long pause, he made a reluctant decision. With difficulty, he grabbed his phone and called Qin Xiaoyao. After nearly 20 minutes of Zhongli Rui's detailed and calm explanation. Okay, brother, you were out for a while, and you actually cheated on me with Miss Nighthawk without my sister-in-law's knowledge. I didn't. I was really just treating her injuries. She kissed me, and it might have been stained with my sweat. Now, I don't know what to do. Eason, I hope she's okay. Nighthawk had collapsed to the ground. She had never imagined that just because she kissed Zhongli Rui, she might die? Or become a zombie? Or become a super soldier? These three thoughts swirled in her mind. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyao continued on the phone with Zhongli Rui saying, Brother, I really don't know how to say goodbye. Sometimes, being too gentle is a sin. Okay. Based on my understanding of Xiaofeng and the others' past data, and Xiaofeng's experience, if you simply kiss the sweat without swallowing it, there's a 99.99% chance that the infection won't activate. If you're really worried, just observe for another 8 hours. What? Zhongli Rui asked excitedly. A 99.99% chance of it being fine? Yes. So my suggestion, brother, is that you find an excuse to stay home later and observe Miss Nighthawk for 8 hours. If she's fine after 8 hours, then there's nothing to worry about. Great. I understand, dear sister, thank you. Humph. You better think about how to get by with your sister-in-law. Qin Xiaoyao hung up. After hanging up, Zhongli Rui checked the time. It was now 9 a.m. In 8 hours, it would be 5 p.m., meaning that by noon, he wouldn't be able to go back. He turned to Nighthawk and said, Eason, Xiaoyao has already told me that your chances of infection are very low. There's a 99.99% chance you're fine. However, you need to observe for 8 hours. After 8 hours, if there's nothing wrong, you'll be fine. With these words, the color in Nighthawk's face returned to a large degree. 99.99% chance you're fine. Is that true? Yes, Eason. However, to be absolutely sure, we still need this 8-hour observation period. Zhongli Rui's voice was soft but firm, trying to sound reassuring. Nighthawk nodded gently, the tension and fear in her eyes gradually fading. She looked up at Zhongli Rui, her eyes gleaming with dependence. That's good, that's good. I feel much more at ease now. Don't worry, I'll be with you the whole time. We can do something together for these 8 hours to distract ourselves, and time will go by faster. Nighthawk finally smiled upon hearing this. She nodded in agreement. Then Zhongli Rui picked up the phone and dialed Di Xinyan's number. Hello? Rui? How are you guys at the fertilizer plant? Did you find the supplies you were looking for? Honey, we did. We were lucky. We found about 4 or 5 tons. That's enough for artillery shells. Great. I knew you could do it. By the way, come back early for lunch. We have lunch together later. Honey. I won't be back for lunch. I might be at the fertilizer plant until 5 p.m. Huh? Did you get into any trouble? We ran into that dishonest Murong Chanfeng we met last time. But we taught him a lesson. He paused. He's retreating now, nothing's wrong. Are you all okay? I'm fine. Nighthawk, you got some blunt force trauma, but don't worry, I had Xiaofeng check. No open wounds. That's good. Honey, how's Lu Rian doing? Her condition is stable now. Don't worry. By the way, since you won't be back for lunch, why don't you take Nighthawk out for dinner tonight? She's been so helpful this time, and now she's injured in the battle. At this point, Zhongli Rui turned to look at Nighthawk, who was listening to his call. Nighthawk smiled and nodded. Zhongli Rui then said, she agreed. We have dinner together later. Okay. I'll be waiting for you. Yeah. See you later. Zhongli Rui hung up the phone. Turning around, Nighthawk looked at him with a smile on his face. Rui, you're so cunning. Is that how you tricked your wife? What did I lie to her about? Everything I said just now was the truth. Nighthawk was stunned, carefully comparing Zhongli Rui's previous description. Indeed, every word he said was true. However, he had only concealed the fact that he had kissed him, and was now forced to stay at the fertilizer factory. Thinking of this, Nighthawk chuckled. Watching Nighthawk's laughter, Zhongli Rui was speechless. After a pause, Nighthawk asked Zhongli Rui with a smile. Hey, Rui, I estimate that Lu Shi and the others will be finished moving the fertilizer by noon at the latest. Then everyone will eat something here, and have to go back in the afternoon. What reason do you have for asking everyone to stay at the fertilizer factory? Zhongli Rui had a thoughtful look on his face. Soon, his frown relaxed. Sister Nighthawk, I have an idea. Hearing him call her Sister Nighthawk again, Nighthawk pouted a bit in anger. Oh, I was dying just now. You called me Eason so affectionately, and now you're back to a nickname? Humph. You changed so quickly. Hey Eason, stop it. Hearing Zhongli Rui relent and call her Eason again, Nighthawk's lips curved mysteriously. Never mind. What's your idea? Tell me. I plan to discuss with Li Chunfang and Zhu Yangyang whether the workshop here can resume production in the future. You want to produce fertilizer? Yes. Actually, this kills two birds with one stone. Fertilizer is also ammunition. Producing fertilizer can increase our grain production. Plus, it solves the ammunition problem. What do you think? Nighthawk's eyes lit up. You're right. It's true. But it's the end of the world now. Getting a factory up and running is incredibly difficult, isn't it? It's indeed difficult. But Zhu Yangyang and Li Chunfang would definitely be interested in discussing this topic. They're just observing and killing time here, after all. There's no need to discuss anything. Listening to Zhongli Rui's near-perfect strategy of stalling for time, Nighthawk covered his mouth and chuckled again. Okay, I accompany you. Chapter 112. Zhongli Rui then quietly returned to warehouse number 2 with Yi Ying and Xiao Feng. Warehouse number 2 was now much more crowded. The friends from the chemistry college community, whom Zhu Yangyang had called upon, arrived in an armored van. However, they discovered that they didn't need their own vehicles to load the fertilizer, because the military transport truck next to them was a true transport specialist. Everyone cheered as they looked at the 4.5 tons of ammonium salt fertilizer stored in warehouse number 2 and the military transport truck. Zhongli Rui naturally understood everyone's feelings. Now, the assault artillery could roar freely in future defensive battles. Hey, two busy souls, how's it going? With these fertilizers and that seasoning, we now have reliable explosives, right? Zhongli Rui approached Zhu Yangyang and greeted him cheerfully. I consciously blocked out the key, commonly used seasoning name for safety reasons. Zhu Yangyang raised his head, opened the flap of his helmet, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled. Enough, absolutely enough, senior. We counted, and there are about 100 empty gas canisters left at the gas station. But here, we have enough to make over 200 rounds. Now, it's not the explosives we're running out of, it's the gas canisters. Gas canisters. Once the defensive battle is over, we can collect them from other gas stations across the city. Also, if it really doesn't work out, I let you go back to your old job of hand-rolling a 107mm rocket launcher. Zhu Yangyang's eyes lit up. Senior, are you really planning to go back to hand-rolling rockets? Yes. After all, gas canister cannons are too poorly maneuverable and lack flexibility. They're fine for defense and slow advances, but for long-distance marches? That bucket truck chassis only has a 40-yard speed. From now on, they mainly be used for defending areas and cities, or attacking fortresses. That's right. In the afternoon, as the fertilizer was loaded onto the truck and everyone finished lunch and prepared to return, Zhongli Rui immediately began his stalling strategy. He stepped forward and called out to Zhu Yangyang, Li Chunfang, Wang Gang, and Lu Shi. Everyone, wait a moment. I have an idea about this fertilizer plant. Oh! Upon hearing about the fertilizer plant, Zhu Yangyang, a chemistry major, immediately piqued his interest. Tell me, senior, what's your idea? I just came here today on a whim. We have to fight the war and farm the land at the same time. Zhu Yangyang, you're a professional. What do you think the value would be if this ammonium salt plant could resume small-scale mass production? Zhu Yangyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Senior, I can't believe you, an aviation major, think so highly of us chemistry students. You're absolutely right. Whether it's pesticides or explosives depends entirely on how they're used. If we can truly restore this plant, even if it's just 1 or 2 machines operating at their lowest possible level, that would be fantastic. That would give us survivors of Lingen Prefecture the ultimate confidence. Because we can mass produce our own products. We got our own ammunition. And, with fertilizer, grain production will increase significantly. Li Chunfang, a physics major, frowned and joined the discussion. That's a good idea. The problem is, this pesticide factory doesn't look very large. But what will it take to resume production? water, electricity, raw materials, workers. Where will we find them? Lu Shi also expressed his opinion. Workers. We have Chunfang and Yangyang, you two great guys. I don't think it's a problem. Once all the survivors in the city gradually gather under our alliance, you can bring in a group of qualified technicians to start production. You can all make cannons by hand, so just restoring the machinery to minimum production shouldn't be a big problem. The problem, I think, is raw materials, water, and electricity. In this apocalyptic world, I remember urea production is made from coal, right? Where can we find that? Also, this factory isn't large, but it still needs running water and electricity to operate. Nighthawk chuckled inwardly. Zhong Leroy's conversational spark had truly taken off. She naturally offered the report. Well, regarding electricity, the northern reservoir is Ling'an Prefecture's main power source. It seems the generators there were forced to shut down after the hydropower station community evacuated due to a lack of supplies. Speaking of which, the people from the hydropower station are hiding in the city library. Zhu Yangyang, huh? Li Chunfang, you mean those ruthless people we last connected with who were forced to drink urine because they ran out of water? Lu Shi, oh my god, they're actually technicians at the hydropower station? Nighthawk nodded, yes. As for the survivors from the water plant community, they also evacuated due to food shortages. Their community was originally near the First People's Hospital. They'd be moving to our home community in the next couple of days. Captain Wang Gang. Sure, ye couldn't help but say hiss. So, if we withstand that wave of 10,000 zombies, unite the survivors of Ling'an State, build food self-sufficiency, and then gradually restore water and electricity supplies, and then fertilizer production to support agriculture and military operations. There's so much potential, so much potential. Zhu Yangyang was still a little worried. But, the raw materials for producing ammonium salts, the most basic raw materials for urea, are either coal or natural gas. Where can we find them now? The city's natural gas pipelines are shut down. There's not a trace of natural gas left in the pipelines. Nighthawk smiled and said, coal? Someone from the power plant community just arrived yesterday and told me that the 5 piles of coal at the power plant are as high as 5 stories. 5 piles, 5 stories? Zhu Yangyang exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. Zhu Yangyang immediately began mental arithmetic. Finally, his breath quickened. Oh my god. A coal reserve 5 stories high would be about 2,100 tons. 5 piles, that's tens of thousands of tons. We have the raw materials, enough for production for a long time. Ha ha ha. Zhu Yangyang put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud. We have the raw materials. Once the hydropower station and water plant are built, we use the school library for workers, and we also train the people from that community we gave intelligence to last time. Ha ha ha. Li Chunfang put her hands on her hips and laughed. Pesticides increase grain production, and explosives will blow up Changsheng Life Science. Ha ha ha. Lu Shi put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud. You engineering students, who are knowledgeable in science and technology, are truly the hope and pillars of the apocalyptic era. Ha ha ha. Captain Wang Gang patted Zhong Leroy on the shoulder and laughed too. Thus, everyone gathered together and began a lively discussion of feasibility plans for resuming production at the fertilizer plant. They debated, pondered, yet each heart was filled with longing and hope for the future. Time flew by as they discussed the plan. Initially, Zhong Leroy hadn't considered the idea feasible, proposing it purely to stall for time, allowing Nighthawk to observe them during the discussion. But as everyone brainstormed and offered suggestions, he truly realized the possibility of restarting the fertilizer plant was real, and this intensified his excitement. Soon, the sun set, and 5 p.m. passed. Zhong Leroy, for the umpteenth time, discreetly checked Nighthawk's condition. Finally, he was relieved to find that Nighthawk remained unchanged. Nighthawk naturally noticed Zhong Leroy's constant attention and concern. Although things were a bit messy, after the good outcome was finally confirmed, she didn't feel the urge to blame Zhong Leroy. Instead, she felt that this series of unpredictable actions and twists and turns had invisibly distanced her from him. Thinking of this, Nighthawk's lips curled mysteriously as Zhong Leroy observed her one time. This action was inadvertently observed by Lu Shi. Hiss. This doesn't sound right. They were exchanging glances while discussing, and more than once. There's definitely something fishy about these two. Oh my god, I thought it was Xiaoyao, but it turned out to be Miss Nighthawk, the archer's sister. Brother, are you just going to enjoy life in full bloom? Lu Shi pondered, shaking his head. The moment the clock crossed the 8-hour mark, Zhongli Rui and Nighthawk both breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, each with a hint of self-deprecating smile. Because the crisis of suspected intimate contact had finally been quietly averted. This exchange of glances naturally didn't escape Lu Shi's notice. The Alliance members returned home under a fiery red sunset glow, laden with rewards. They brought back raw materials for ammunition, plans for future development, and ever-increasing hope. "Honey, are you and Ying finished? Xiaoyao and I are waiting for you to eat. We're done. We be home in about 15 minutes. No longer worried about Ying's safety, Zhongli Rui answered fluently and naturally. Hearing Zhongli Rui's response, Lu Shi couldn't help but wonder, "Brother, are you trying to keep the red flag flying high at home while the colorful flags fly high outside?" That evening, at Di Xinyan's suggestion and Zhongli Rui's invitation, Ying didn't return directly to Hua Duo community, but went to Jiayuan community for dinner. During dinner, Chen Xiaoyao, Lu Shi, Guanqi, and Ai Shirley also joined them. Before everyone started dinner, Chen Xiaoyao stopped Zhongli Rui. "Is Miss Lu Ying okay?" Chen Xiaoyao looked Zhongli Rui in the eyes meaningfully, his words revealing a deep meaning. It's okay, Zhongli Rui said sheepishly, his eyes flickering slightly. "Next time, be careful. Don't flirt with other women. Otherwise, I tell my sister-in-law about it." Humph. With that, Chen Xiaoyao turned and walked away, slightly annoyed. Zhongli Rui felt helpless. But at that moment, he kept thinking about Chen Xiaoyao's words. Sometimes, being too gentle is a sin. He had always followed his heart, never leaving friends or women in need. But was this the source of all the trouble he was in now? Thinking back on Ying's attitude towards him, and Chen Xiaoyao's, Zhongli Rui fell silent. He was already married, having gone through so much hardship to finally have the woman of his dreams, Di Xinyan, as his wife. But before that, he had already lost his true love. Closing his eyes, Zhongli Rui's vision was filled with the scene of the cremation night. Suddenly, he clenched his fists. When he opened his eyes, his gaze became determined. Chapter 113. Dinner time. "Xiao Lu, are you okay today?" Di Xinyan recalled Zhongli Rui's earlier comment about Ying being injured. "No. I'm fine." Ying recalled the chaotic day ahead, especially the sight of her naked self, while Zhongli Rui examined her for open wounds. Her face immediately flushed. "Are you feeling unwell?" Seeing Nighthawk's face flush for no apparent reason, Di Xinyan, a doctor, couldn't have failed to notice. "Come, let me check you out. I'm really fine. That giant monster knocked my confidence a bit today." Seeing this, Nighthawk quickly changed the subject. "Alas, I used to think I was pretty good at fighting. But today, that giant monster beat me up completely. If Arui hadn't brought people to rescue me, I'd be dead." At this moment, Di Xinyan thought of Murong Chanfeng and said with some disdain, "That spy really hasn't changed. Last time we met, he first tried to summon Din Huang and the others to serve as his entourage, but failed. Then he tried to persuade Arui and us to work for him, but that didn't work either. This time, he's regained his rational memory, so why would he attack civilians? He's a soldier, after all, like Captain Wang Gang." Murong Chanfeng. Chen Xiaoyao muttered these words, and a look of nostalgia crossed his face at the name. Upon hearing this, Nighthawk asked in surprise, "This C3 monster was originally a spy or a soldier?" Zhongli Rui nodded. According to his own description at Jinshan last time, he was an agent infiltrating the Changshan Life Science Group. He was discovered. And then, he suffered a terrible fate. He and his companions were transformed into biological weapons by the Changshan Life Science Group. This is the current form of C3. Nighthawk's face suddenly changed, the redness fading to a pale hue. My God, the amount of information here is like an explosion. Indeed. Afterwards, Zhongli Rui recounted what he knew to the dinner group. After Zhongli Rui's concise account, Nighthawk finally understood the entire situation. It's truly a fight between gods, and we ordinary people are suffering. By the way, I have a small question. Rui, you could have easily killed Murong Chanfeng today, so why didn't you? Nighthawk asked. Zhongli Rui was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. To be honest, his encounter with us today was just an accident. We were looking for explosives for ammunition at the pesticide factory, and so was he. He was also looking for explosives? Nighthawk was even more surprised. Yes. You might not have heard it clearly at the time. He said he came to the pesticide factory today to get some explosives for his ammunition reserve at the Changshan Life Science Group's underground headquarters. He was going to rescue a girl. Chen Xiaoyao frowned, thinking Murong Chanfeng To rescue a girl? Before he disappeared, he was very close to director Bai Qiangwei. Nighthawk looked at Zhongli Rui with a mixture of laughter and tears. Rui, you're usually so shrewd. How could you believe it so easily today? Zhongli Rui shook his head and said, first, he did come to find ammunition. When he left, he took the can of fertilizer. This was clearly intended for making bombs. Second, he didn't try to recruit a large number of zombies as cannon fodder like last time. You know, this is C3's inherent ability, but in the factory area, besides him, I didn't see any other zombies. This proves that he has changed. He's not like before, deceiving or exploiting ordinary people to die in the name of justice. Third, he said he was going to Changsheng Life Science Group to save a girl. What you said before made sense, but you believe the third point. On what basis? Intuition. Intuition? Nighthawk shook his head speechlessly. Isn't intuition a form of metaphysics? Why do you still believe it? Well, when he was a Jin Shan, I didn't quite believe all those righteous things he said to me. But today, when he said he was going to save a girl, his expression and aura seemed so familiar. So I let him go. After all, at that time, killing him was more important to me than caring about you. Qin Xiaoyao, frowning displeased. Lu Shi, surprised, brother, you're so brave, saying directly in front of your wife that you're more concerned about an affair? Disanyan, question mark, something seems a little off? Nighthawk was also surprised when he heard this. What? 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 Do you mean? Seemingly oblivious to the strange looks from those around him, Zhongli Rui continued his explanation with a clear gaze. Have you forgotten? You clearly suffered considerable damage in the previous battle. Furthermore, after a close combat with a biochemical monster like this, you must immediately conduct a thorough inspection. Otherwise, any negligence will lead to irreparable regret. This is a profound lesson we have learned at the cost of blood. Nighthawk suddenly understood. Oh, you mean, just like when sister-in-law Xinyan reminded me that after intercepting Agui and the others, I should immediately check if they were bitten by zombie fish. If so, I should immediately provide medical treatment. That's what you meant. Zhongli Rui nodded. Yes, something like that. Nighthawk nodded gratefully. She knew that despite the many twists and turns and unexpected events along the way, Zhongli Rui's original intention was most likely as he had stated. And judging by his consistent behavior, Zhongli Rui was indeed such a person. Thinking of this, Nighthawk smiled and said, Ah, Rui, thank you so much. Today, I owe you another big favor. Zhongli Rui waved his hand graciously. Well, don't be so polite. On the battlefield, we share life and death, and we look out for each other. It's only natural. Disanyan smiled with relief, feeling a tinge of pride. She thought, Rui, this guy really listens to me. But he's right. A single mistake on the battlefield could very well result in the death of a comrade. Being so cautious is only natural. Qin Shuya's brows relaxed slightly, and she secretly thought that Zhongli Rui's original intentions were genuine. However, a deeper meaning flickered in her eyes as she examined Zhongli Rui again. While his rationality and decisiveness in handling matters were undeniably admirable, when it came to matters of the heart, especially regarding the feelings of a girl, his indecisiveness was, tsk, indescribable. Lu Shi's face lit up with admiration, thinking, oh my goodness, Rui clearly let something slip just now, but he was able to cover it up so openly. He's truly a role model for our generation. By the way, Rui, I have to tell you something, Chen Xiaoyao continued. Today, we successfully completed preliminary contact with the new resettlement communities and have arranged tomorrow's online committee meeting. As the leader of the Home Alliance, you have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. You must carefully consider how to speak in an inspiring way. Zhongli Rui nodded slightly. I understand, Sister Xiaoyao. We've been looking forward to this meeting for a long time. I will prepare thoroughly and convey our vision to the partners who have joined us. Disanyan nodded in agreement. Rui, we all believe in you. You always been our pillar of support, and you will surely lead us towards a better future this time. Lu Shi, on the other hand, was filled with excitement. Hey, brother, you got to perform well, and show those community leaders that our leader is no pushover. I'd be right here cheering you on. Ying smiled gracefully. Well, as one of your closest allies, I definitely support you, Rui. Qin Shuya's brows furrowed again upon hearing this. Closest allies? Dinner was over, and everyone dispersed. Because it was so late, Zhongli Rui chose not to send Ying home. Instead, he placed her in the last habitable room in the property management center, which was Disanyan's former room next door. As for him and Disanyan, they had already lived together. Late at night, Zhongli Rui stared at the document on his computer, silent. What's wrong? Sun asked softly, stepping forward and gently pressing Zhong Lirui's temple to soothe him. Sun, I just drafted a document on the Alliance's spirit. I'm just not sure if it's any good. I'm not entirely confident. Sun's eyes lit up with interest. What document? Would you like me to see it? Can I give you some feedback? Okay, you take a look. Zhong Lirui was already struggling with no valid suggestions, so Sun's suggestion naturally delighted him. Sun leaned over to look at the screen. What caught her eye was a single line of text, 8 articles of Provisional Constitution of the Home Alliance. These simple words momentarily caused Sun's pupils to lose focus. She was deeply shaken. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner turmoil, and continued reading the text on the screen, savoring each line carefully. The more she read, the more strongly she felt her husband's determination to pursue peace and hope, to restore a civilized society. She couldn't help but marvel at Zhong Lirui's ability to maintain such clarity of mind and lofty ambitions even in difficult circumstances. This filled her with both pride and heartache. Rui, you done a great job. Sun looked deeply into Zhong Lirui's eyes. This provisional agreement is not only the product of your personal hard work, but also the aspirations of all of us. I believe that as long as we work together, we can make it a reality. Zhong Lirui felt a surge of warmth as he gazed at Sun's determined gaze. He knew that no matter how difficult the road ahead, as long as Sun was by his side, he would have endless inner strength. Thank you, Sun, he said softly. But I have a suggestion. Is there anything you want to change? Hearing this, Sun's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she smiled. Honey, I don't have the ability to change these terms. But I know someone who can help you. Send me the file, and I ask her to help you. Really? That's great. Zhong Lirui quickly sent the document. Lu Ruyan had just finished feeding her child when her phone suddenly lit up. She picked it up and saw it was from her benefactor and current best friend, Sun. My dear friend, Lawyer Lu, could you please help me with some polishing? My husband needs it urgently tomorrow. Lu Ruyan opened the file with confusion. However, when the contents were revealed to her, even this once famous lawyer in Ling'an Prefecture was shocked. 8 articles of the Homeland Alliance Provisional Charter. All survivors within the Alliance shall coexist peacefully and respect basic human rights. All survivors within the Alliance shall not invade each other. Without justifiable reasons, those who kill shall be put to death, while those who injure or steal shall be punished. The Alliance respects the basic rights of women and does not tolerate violence. Human survivors within the Alliance must rescue their fellow humans while protecting themselves. The Alliance will strictly enforce food conservation and protect precious arable land. All disputes within each community will be resolved through consultation by their respective community committees. Disputes between communities will be resolved through consultation at the Alliance Assembly. Communities within the Alliance will share intelligence. Communities within the Alliance will cooperate in defense. This. Lu Ruyan gently called her husband over. Often, please help watch the children for a while. I have something to do. Wife, it's so late. What are you doing? Often, the Iron Man, who had already taken off his prosthetic arm was always removed at night, was a little confused. It's a big deal. It concerns you, me, and the fate of all Ling'an province. I never thought I'd be able to participate. What kind of big deal? What big deal? What you tried to accomplish with violence and conquest, but still couldn't, Alliance leader Zhongli is about to achieve through economics, technology, communication, and sincerity. He's convening an Alliance meeting tomorrow, the first time to re-establish the civilized order of yesteryear in a section of Ling'an province. The era we're familiar with laws, rules, and peaceful coexistence. Dr. D, my best friend, sent me the Provisional Constitution. She actually trusts me, a lawyer, and asked me to help her husband polish it. Tainan Offing suddenly woke up from his sleepiness and whispered, "Let me see." Lu Ruyan handed him the phone. Tainan Offing carefully read each item. After a long pause, he muttered to himself, "Alliance leader, you're a hero too. If I originally dreamed of establishing a dynasty, then your ambition is to rebuild a democratic nation? I admire you. The path you've chosen is far more challenging than mine. However, if we were in this situation back then, would I still need to worry about people like my Yuqiang? Wife, you go ahead and do it first." Tainan picked up the child and began to coax her. "After you're done, I have important news. Please pass it on to the Alliance leader's wife. This is my atonement, and also a small favor for this hero, the Alliance leader." "Oh." Lu Ruyan nodded. He began to polish and enhance these 8 points. After pondering for over an hour. Chapter 114. Di Xinyan's phone lit up, revealing a forwarded message. Xinyan, the Alliance leader's 8-point provisional constitution is excellent. I reviewed it, and only the third one could use a minor addition. Respect the basic rights of women within the Alliance, and do not tolerate violence against them. Violators will be punished according to pre-apocalyptic laws. This will create a stronger deterrent effect and send a message to all survivors. You are legitimate elected representatives committed to restoring the social order of the past. Furthermore, my husband has asked me to convey his sincere respect to Alliance leader Zhongli. He is deeply moved by your grand ambitions and is filled with admiration. To atone for past mistakes, and to do his best to support your grand cause for the benefit of all, he is willing to inform you of the specific hiding place of the last batch of supplies hidden by the looters. We sincerely hope these supplies can be of use to you. We wish you all the best. Di Xinyan was overwhelmed with excitement at Lu Ruiyan's message and immediately forwarded it to her husband, Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui sighed softly. Wife, please reply to Lu Ruiyan. Her husband has performed well during his probation and has made significant contributions. I consider him to have met his target of 1,000 kilograms of potatoes. Let's commute his suspended death sentence to life imprisonment. These supplies will be perfectly useful to the people who have moved here from the impoverished community. However, while I won't force Tainan to grow a certain amount of grain now, I still hope he continue. The more grain we grow, the more secure our lives will be, right? Di Xinyan smiled and nodded, relaying the message. When Di Xinyan relayed Zhongli Rui's message to Lu Ruiyan, she burst into tears of joy. Husband, you don't have to die. The leader said you won't be forced to grow 1,000 kilograms of potatoes. But I hope you continue. Food is the foundation of our lives. Iron Man often looked up at the dim ceiling, a meaningful expression on his face. Yes, food is the foundation of life. This leader is wise. The underworld is all about relationships. Good, a hero who abides by the rules, not bad. The next morning, the online founding meeting of the Home Alliance, composed of 12 community leaders, was held. Sunlight streamed through the windows, dappling the conference room at the Property Management Center, adding a touch of solemnity to this momentous meeting. 12 leaders from different communities participated in the meeting via online conference. On a nearby wall, a projector projected the Home Alliance logo, a large house made of numerous small blocks, symbolizing the beautiful vision of communities united in rebuilding their homes. Zhongli Rui stood at the conference table, his voice steady and powerful. Everyone, we gather here today not only to officially announce the establishment of the Homeland Alliance, but also to demonstrate to all residents of Nuln State that even after the apocalypse, we can rely on our own strength to rebuild an orderly, harmonious, and hopeful home. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, and continued, our goal is not just to provide food and clothing and defend against external threats, but also to rebuild the rule of law, rules, and fairness from this ruin. Let every resident of Nuln State enjoy their due rights, and let love and peace become our shared beliefs. As Zhongli Rui spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room gradually heated up. All the community leaders present expressed their agreement with the theme and vision he outlined. The meeting proceeded intensely, with each item on the agenda approved one by one. This included the final version of the Provisional Constitution, the Alliance's internal organizational structure, and future development plans, which included referencing the successful model of the home community, a plan to cultivate crops in the green belts of several nearby communities, and a plan to strengthen fortifications and conduct joint defense. Next, there are 3 more important matters to inform and discuss with everyone. The first concerns Tainan Offing's report of his willingness to hand over the last batch of supplies hidden by the raiders he leads. The leaders were all shocked, especially Li Chunfang, the leader of the University of Science and Technology's School of Physics. What? After the raiders drove us out of the Shanmu supermarket, they used the underground civil air defense warehouse there as a hiding place for supplies? Holy crap! Li Chunfang cursed. The other community leaders expressed sympathy. Su Shenwei, from the library community, said with a complex expression, Brother Zhongli, Tainan Offing's transformation is indeed surprising, but his actions have undoubtedly brought us valuable supplies. You know, those of us in the newly relocated communities are facing immense hardship. If it weren't for your support of computers, photovoltaic panels, and generators, we might not even be able to hold today's online meeting. You see? He didn't elaborate on the rest of the sentence. I understand. Don't worry, everyone. After the meeting, please send some people from each community. Form a convoy and go to the supply cache together. Armor and weapons are especially needed right now for those of you in the newly relocated communities. As soon as Zhongli Rui finished speaking, The leaders of the various communities nodded, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. They expressed deep admiration for Zhongli Rui's selflessness at this moment. In truth, Zhongli Rui's own community had already grown disenchanted with these supplies. Yesterday, Zhongli Rui learned that these supplies primarily consisted of security-grade armor, weapons primarily fire axes, a few pistols, and 2 boxes of unknown purpose. Now, everyone in Zhongli Rui's community has armor. The girls on the medical team now wear armor when they go out. After everyone reached a consensus on the supplies, Zhongli Rui announced with a serious expression, "You may not know this, but today is the founding meeting for 13 communities in our home alliance. However, one community is currently unable to attend." Zhongli Rui then informed everyone about the Jin Shan Awakener community. As Zhongli Rui had expected, with the exception of himself, the 4 leaders from the School of Chemistry, Hua Duo Duo, and the School of Physics, the leaders of the remaining communities were all agape. What? Zombies can actually regain consciousness and form a community in the mountains? Su Shengwei from the library community looked incredulous. Then, what do they need? Don't tell me about 2 legs of mutton. No, Zhongli Rui explained calmly. Now, they have regained their memory and rationality. They live in the mountains, hunting and finding wild fruits. Although the specific reason and mechanism for their awakening is still unclear, what is certain is that they are our allies, not enemies. We have reached an agreement with them. We provide them with daily necessities, clothes, shovels, pots, pans, tents, and so on, and they provide us with Chinese medicinal herbs collected in the mountains. Because traveling to the mountains right now is too dangerous. Those infected aggressive birds in the wild are really terrifying. Everyone, wear helmets when going out. Those mutated crows now have a wingspan of 1 meter. Is it true? Some leaders questioned. The mutant crows are real. Wu Xiang, the leader of the botanical garden community, and a pharmacist, responded seriously. We battled these mutant crows in the botanical garden before, and even large slingshots barely brought them down. Only bows and arrows can kill them. I believe what Mr. Zhongli says. Okay, but will the Chinese medicine they gave us be any use? Su Shengwei, the leader of the library community, questioned. Yes. It's a treasure. By now, I imagine all the Western medicine in Lingen province has been used up. The Chinese medicine we can cultivate for surviving the apocalypse is invaluable to restoring the medical system in our alliance region. I understand Mr. Zhongli's efforts. Wu Xiang said excitedly. Under Zhongli Rui's persuasion and patient explanation, the 12 communities finally reached a consensus and agreed to trade with the zombie and awakened communities, exchanging tools and daily necessities for precious Chinese medicinal herbs. The final topic was intelligence that over 10,000 zombies could invade in the next month and a half. This news was like a bolt from the blue, instantly darkening the atmosphere in the conference room. With the exception of Zhongli Rui, Nighthawk, Zhu Yangyang, and Li Chunfang, everyone's face was filled with worry and unease, as if they could foresee the horror that was about to unfold. The situation is dire, but we're not without a chance. Zhongli Rui's voice was firm and powerful. We have a plan for dealing with a zombie invasion similar to the one at Jiangnan Gymnasium. What kind of plan? That's 10,000 zombies. All of us combined, there are only about 500 of us. In my own community, many people don't even have armor. Bows and arrows are rare. How can we fight? We're not the military. We don't have any powerful weapons. Su Shengwei from the library community was the first to shout. Brother Su, don't panic. We have a powerful weapon. Zhu Yangyang smiled calmly. Brother Zhongli asked us to design and build this weapon a month ago. Today, let's show you its power in the footage we captured. Zhu Yangyang first showed pictures of a gas tank cannon converted from a bucket truck loader, then played a shocking video of a 3-shot salvo destroying a factory building. Suddenly, the fear of the 8 community leaders, who had been terrified, dissipated considerably, and they began to whisper among themselves, "Oh! Such terrifying power! If you hadn't told me, I would have thought it was a thermobaric bomb." Su Shengwei touched his nose after seeing the mushroom cloud rising from the factory after the bombardment. This is a truly powerful weapon. It can take out a few hundred zombies in one go, right? Indeed. It's said that one gas canister is equivalent to the power of 3,000 grenades. That 3-cannon salvo is truly comparable to a thermobaric bomb. This, it seems, is something the rebels around the Tang dynasty used. Yeah, I think so too. Well, with this, as long as our walls are reinforced enough and we have enough ammunition, then blasting away 10,000 zombies is just a matter of time. Wu Xiang from the botanical garden community affirmed. Zhongli, upon hearing someone bring this up, immediately said, "Brother Wu, that's exactly what I was trying to tell everyone. While the incoming zombies may be numerous, we have the gas cannon. Next, we need to build up our strength, reinforce the walls and fortifications of each community, and set up roadblocks in the alliance area to guide the zombie tide. Made of concrete retaining walls. We need to gather the zombie tide like a festive parade, so that our massive cannon can unleash its full power. Is that so? Then it'd be a bit of a chore, building a higher wall. Well, if it's just us helping reinforce the wall, that's fine. It's not just about rushing out and slashing 10,000 zombies." As soon as this was said, the community leaders nodded in agreement. They also realized that this was a very complete and feasible plan. The tense atmosphere suddenly eased, and everyone's tone began to lighten. With this, everyone's trust in Zhongli deepened. Towards the end of the meeting, everyone unanimously elected Zhongli as the first leader of the Home Alliance, currently consisting of 13 communities. Faced with everyone's trust, Zhongli stood up again, his gaze even more resolute. "Thank you all for your trust and kindness. I, Zhongli, will live up to my mission and lead the Home Alliance to a brighter future." Zhongli's voice was steady and powerful, echoing throughout the meeting room, each word filled with unquestionable determination. He glanced around at the leaders present and continued, "As the first leader, I am fully aware of the weight of my responsibility. In the days ahead, we will face many challenges, but I believe that as long as we unite as one, no difficulty is insurmountable. We must restore Ling'an province to new life, ensuring that every resident can live and work in peace and contentment on this land." As Zhongli finished his words, the conference room erupted in applause. Though connected by screens, the 12 community leaders were united by their shared ideals. Sunlight still streamed through the shattered windows, as if crowning their perseverance and hope. Zhongli applauded along with the other community leaders, tears welling in his eyes. This moment belonged not only to Zhongli and the Home Alliance, but also to all those who, struggling to survive in the apocalypse, refused to give up hope. The meeting concluded in an atmosphere of hope and excitement. On this day, the Home Alliance was officially established. Chapter 115. The day after the Homeland Alliance was established, Zhongli, along with several community members, rushed to the underground supply cache at Shanmu's supermarket. After an inventory by skilled personnel dispatched by several communities, the inventory of the supplies was as follows: over 50 sets of stab-proof security armor. As mentioned earlier, security gear is generally not bulletproof. 20 fire axes, 20 PC round shields, and 20 rectangular PC plate shields. 8 unloaded pistols, 48 sporting recurve bows, and over 5,000 arrows. However, these were training arrows and needed to be replaced, otherwise their lethality would be insufficient. Ordinary sporting arrows have teardrop-shaped arrowheads, designed primarily for hitting targets, without consideration for wound enlargement or bleeding grooves. Therefore, Zhongli had to recast the arrowheads already used by several communities. 5 tons of salt, 2 tons of cooking oil, and other miscellaneous condiments from the original supermarket. Staring at the 5 tons of salt and 2 tons of cooking oil, Li Chunfang angrily exclaimed that prodigal Tainan moved all the food to the food transfer station, and then an explosion destroyed it all. If we had that food, everyone's life would be much better. Zhongli patted his shoulder and soothed him. "Forget it, Chunfang. It's a shame to waste that food. But it's non-renewable. If we eat a little bit, it will eventually run out. Now, we're gradually achieving food self-sufficiency. That's the real guarantee." "Alliance leader, you're right," Li Chunfang nodded. By then, Wang Zhong had already collaborated with the skilled personnel from other communities to complete the inventory of supplies. Seeing the weapons and equipment of the people from other communities in such a dismal state, Zhongli immediately summoned all the community leaders and said, "From this batch of supplies, all condiments, whether white sugar or rock sugar, must be turned in. Other condiments like salt and cooking oil will be divided equally among the 12 communities. The weapons and equipment are a bit scant, but it's better than nothing. We divide them equally among the 8 new communities, and our 4 original communities won't take any. Do you have any objections?" The community leaders all felt that Zhongli's distribution proposal was quite reasonable and fair. Technically speaking, this batch of supplies was a bonanza for a single community. But with the Home Alliance now comprising 12 living communities and 1 zombie community, this amount of supplies was truly insufficient. Even if all the pistols were given to the new communities, each community leader would only receive 1. As for the precious armor, each community would receive fewer than 10 sets, reserved for only the most elite personnel. Fire axes, on the other hand, made little difference whether they were there or not. Because the new communities, those pathetic cleaver squads, all use similar weapons: shovels, spades, crowbars, construction hammers, rebar, and other miscellaneous weapons. Looking at the bows and arrows, several community leaders sighed. Bows and arrows are nice, but everyone might want to practice with them later. There are still too few of them. At this point, Nighthawk stepped forward, displaying his homemade compound bow. Look at this, everyone. Alliance leader Zhongli made this himself. He gave it to me. With that, Nighthawk casually pulled an arrow from the supplies and fired it. The arrow pierced a salt bag in the pile with powerful and accurate force. Oh! Everyone exclaimed. This wonderful thing can be made yourself? Botanical Garden Community Leader Wu Jiang exclaimed. Even though it's homemade, this bow made from a bicycle wheel hub is much better than the ones we make from sun-dried elm. Zhongli Rui smiled and said, Don't worry, I send you the detailed video guide. You can learn it on your own. It's really simple, just cutting and installing bolts. In this game, the world's satellites and internet servers remain intact. Water and electricity may be out, but the internet connection remains. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Everyone expressed their gratitude, admiring Zhongli Rui's generosity and wisdom. They knew that in this era of scarcity, a good bow or a set of armor could be the key to survival. Zhongli Rui continued, Besides the distribution of supplies, I'd like to say a few more things. The purpose of our home alliance is to jointly resist the zombie threat and protect the safety of every member. However, supplies alone are not enough. We also need to strengthen training and learning to improve everyone's combat effectiveness. Only in this way can we survive this apocalypse. He glanced around at the crowd, saw old Wang Zhong, and suddenly had an idea. Uncle Wang, your set of handbooks. The militia training manual will be very useful. Wang Zhong's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this. He smiled and said, Although I learned this handbook in my youth in the army, it covers basic physical training, tactics and strategy, weapons use, and so on. It's truly very practical for us today. Oh, is it the militia training manual, one of the 3 great handbooks of the apocalypse? Su Shengwei, the former leader of the library community, clapped his hands in surprise. That's a great idea. Studying this book is truly useful in these apocalyptic times. Alliance leader, Uncle Wang, this is a great idea. I think once our community is settled here, we should send someone back to the library. We search for the few copies of the militia training manual in stock and distribute them to everyone. Everyone, study hard in your free time. This stuff teaches you life-saving skills. Seeing this, the community leaders also expressed their support. Zhu Yangyang said to Li Chufang, Brother Su's suggestion is a good one. We should go back to our university library and look for that book. We can study more in our free time. It's always good to have many skills. Li Chufang nodded in agreement. After deciding on the distribution plan, everyone began moving the supplies. After several bags of salt were moved, 3 strange boxes with military insignia suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. They looked very sturdy and had never been opened. Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment and called Wang Gang over. Captain Wang, does this look like something from your military? Come and take a look. Wang Gang immediately stepped forward to investigate. After carefully examining it for a while, he used a special technique to unlock the advanced encryption device on the box and entered the code. Is this equipment left behind by Team 021? Is this equipment left behind by Team 024? Wang Gang's eyes widened. Zhongli Rui stared at the first open box in confusion, lost in thought as he gazed at the disassembled parts. Suddenly, he spotted a scope, a rather thick barrel, and a muzzle stop, and suddenly realized, Captain Wang, are these 2 disassembled large-caliber sniper rifles? Wang Gang stood up and said with a smile, Boss, you have a good eye. One is an M82 sniper rifle, and the other is an M99 sniper rifle. Sadly, there are only the guns, no ammunition. Perhaps Tainan and his uneducated gang left these treasures here because they couldn't open them? Lu Shi, now lost in thought, stared at the 2 sniper rifles, stroking his Type 95 automatic rifle. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked Captain Wang, do these M82 and M99 rifles use the same 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun ammunition? It's universal ammunition, what's wrong? Lu Shi's eyes lit up, and he turned to Zhongli Rui. Ah Rui, could you please have Xiaofeng give Captain Wang and me some of the bullets from the heavy machine gun? 6 shots from the heavy machine gun won't kill a C2 or C3, but with this, I'm confident I can blow the heads off monsters like C2 or C3 with one shot. Captain Wang Gang also perked up, agreeing, "That's a good idea, young man." "Yeah. I'm confident I can blow the heads off those elite monsters with one shot." The 12.7 caliber sniper rifle is incredibly powerful. It doesn't just penetrate a monster's head, it explodes it. The two snipers' remarks immediately drew cheers from the community leaders. "One shot? Great. Great. Alas, over a month ago, we were looting and had the misfortune of encountering a C2. Alas, we sacrificed 2 of our companions before barely escaping. It was like it was invincible, practically immortal." Nighthawk said disdainfully, "That's because you're fighting incorrectly. Did you know that Alliance leader Zhongli and Officer Lu Shi, just 2 people, took out AC2 in a hardware store? Their strategy was for one person to hold the monster back with a shield, while another managed to get it to the ground, and then everyone attacked with melee weapons to smash its head in. Even with the right tactics, AC2 isn't invincible." Everyone gasped in amazement, their gazes towards Zhongli Rui even more intense. Zhongli Rui felt a little hot on his face. At that time in the hardware store, Zhao Yingying had accidentally shot the monster's eyes temporarily with a nail gun, which made it possible for him and Lu Shi to succeed so quickly. Now thinking about it, the victory in the first battle against the C2 monster was actually due to a certain amount of luck. However, facing the eager gazes of the crowd, Zhongli Rui didn't refute Nighthawk. Instead, he glanced at the group and slowly said, "Nighthawk is right. Fighting style is indeed crucial. The appearance of these 2 sniper rifles undoubtedly adds a new weapon to our arsenal. In the upcoming battles, we will be more confident in facing those elite C2 and C3 monsters." He turned to Wang Gang and Lu Shi and said seriously, "These 2 sniper rifles are for you 2 snipers. I asked Xiaofeng to get you some bullets." Wang Gang and Lu Shi beamed, "Thank you, Alliance leader Zhongli." Zhongli Rui turned his gaze to the last box and asked Captain Wang Gang, "Captain, this box appears to contain a set of plug-in components, a helmet display, and on this plug-in component, is there a drone?" Wang Gang sighed, "That's right. Boss, do you remember what I said about the initial mission of each of our teams?" "Yes, it's to establish a reconnaissance network to monitor C2 assault infiltration monsters?" "Yes, this is the 7 swords, controlled by the brainwave helmet display, used by the team's elite reconnaissance personnel. Reconnaissance system. This system was produced by the former Tianjiang Aviation Technology Group in cooperation with our military. It has a total of 7 drones on the back. It is said that each micro-drone can conduct continuous reconnaissance for 2 hours after taking off. The drone can be recharged by returning to the external component on the back. The back component and helmet display are rechargeable and can be directly charged. They can be directly modularized and used with military passive exoskeletons. Moreover, the back component will be charged while you walk. Oh, by the way, 7 swords. Each reconnaissance aircraft can also be equipped with C4 explosives and then self-destruct. Our team once had this system, originally planned to deploy it on the rooftop. However, the teammate wearing it was the first to be killed when they encountered the C2 inside the building. Alas. My condolences, Captain Wang." Zhongli Rui pondered for a moment and asked Captain Wang Gang, "By the way, isn't the second self-charging mode of the back assembly somewhat similar to a kinetic energy recovery system or a hand-crank generator? The first charging mode is direct charging from a plug." Captain Wang Gang nodded and said, "Boss, you're truly a technical expert. You can tell at a glance." Zhongli Rui smiled and said, "I just happen to have a background in this field." At this point, Li Chunfang said, "Alliance leader, since you're an aviation major, you be the one tinkering with this drone reconnaissance system." Zhongli Rui smiled and nodded, "Alliance leader, since you're an aviation major, you be the one to tinker with this drone reconnaissance system." Chapter 116. One day later. On the rooftop of a high-rise in the home community, Zhongli Rui, fully armed with an exoskeleton and equipped with the 7-sword system, overlooked the home alliance area. His helmet had also been replaced with a high-tech, full-face helmet specifically designed for the 7-sword system. At a certain moment, his mind activated the 7 micro-drones behind him, launching into the air. Soon, the drones reached their designated locations. On Zhongli Rui's helmet display, a full 3D map of all ground-based buildings within a 3 by 3 kilometer radius appeared. The green dots represented all normal humans in the Home Alliance area. The yellow dots represented zombies. However, the zombie density around the Home Alliance was significantly lower than in other areas. When Zhongli Rui focused his gaze on his own community, he saw a total of 12 targets, including himself, who was marked red, meaning they were high-threat targets. Zhong Leroy smiled helplessly. Does this sensor consider super soldiers, like C2 and C3 monsters, to be high-threat targets? Xiaoyao, how's the system working? Zhong Leroy asked over the radio. Parallelism is excellent, said Chen Xiaoyao from the monitoring center. Brother, your system has a detection range over 6 times greater than Xiaofeng's built-in detection system. It's impressive. The Tianjiang group is truly capable. Let's debug it. Fix the markings on me, Xinyan, and the guards, and label them as our own. Okay. Immediately, a small label reading ours appeared on all the red tags. Zhong Leroy smiled, and then radioed Lu Shi, Sniper 1, how's that parallel system Xiaoyao built for you? Qin Xiaoyao programmed spare parts for the Royal Guard's helmet display system and successfully integrated the 7 sword system, her personal computer, the Royal Guard system, the artillery system, and the equipment of Lu Shi and Wang Gang, 2 snipers, to create a comprehensive shared tactical information network. Sniper 1, received. Lu Shi, holding the M99 heavy sniper rifle, standing by on the rooftop of the tall building next to Zhong Leroy, said, the system is running well. I can see the zombies you marked. Zhong Leroy nodded and continued to communicate. Sniper 2, how are you doing? Sniper 2, I got it. Captain Wang Gang, holding an M82 heavy sniper rifle, exclaimed from another commanding height. This system is finally being used. If we had had enough intelligence and knew how to attack C2, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Sniper 2, don't lose heart. We can succeed this time, Zhong Leroy encouraged. Then Zhong Leroy continued to communicate. Assault team, how are things going over there? Senior? No, Alliance leader, assault teams 1 through 3 are all ready. We can blow those zombies to the ground at any time. Teng Xingbiao, sitting in assault team 1, was excited. All units, the system test was successful. Thank you for your hard work. At this point, Zhong Leroy's system parallel test was successful. He looked off into the distance, feeling confident. Xiaoyao next, look at your next destination. Zhong Leroy looked towards the distant Huaduo community, and called Chen Xiaoyao. Today, Nighthawk and I have an appointment to trade with the Awakener community. A major battle is about to begin, and we need to restock our herb reserves as soon as possible. Okay, brother. But don't get into trouble again this time, Chen Xiaoyao replied sourly. Don't get into trouble like last time, or else, if my sister-in-law finds out, you'd be in trouble. Faced with Chen Xiaoyao's sarcastic warning, Zhong Leroy simply smiled calmly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. After removing and storing the 7-sword system and donning a standard helmet with a visor, Zhong Leroy bid farewell to Di Xinyan at home. He then took his 2 personal guards, Zhu Su and Tung Snake, and headed to the Huaduo community. They picked up Nighthawk and headed to Jinshan for trade. Walking through the corridors of the property management center, Xiaofeng's face flickered with confusion. She clutched tightly in her hand the short comic Duckling Stewed with Mushrooms by Gu Anqi. This comic, once again, focuses on the intimate interactions between a boyfriend and girlfriend, its plot weaving a mixture of conflict and warmth. Once, Xiaofeng, like the other female guards, had little understanding of the differences between men and women, how to interact with one another, and the necessary precautions. This was why she had once made a scene in front of Zhong Leroy, stripping naked and asking for his punishment. However, over time, under the guidance and instruction of Gu Anqi, whom they called Mushroom Lady, she had begun to gain a vague understanding of the relationships between men and women. At this moment, Xiaofeng recalled the scene she had witnessed in the fertilizer factory's cleaning room. Zhong Leroy was about to approach the naked Nighthawk commander. Although Zhong Leroy had immediately ordered a full-body scan upon seeing her, she could not forget that scene. Thinking of this, Xiaofeng headed to the infirmary. There, Gu Anqi and AI Shirley were both there. Mr. Mushroom? Xiaofeng addressed Gu Anqi respectfully. Mr. Mushroom? AI Shirley raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard Xiaofeng address Gu Anqi like that. Gu Anqi immediately covered her forehead with her hands, a speechless expression on her face. She said to Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng, didn't I tell you to call me that in private? Sorry, Dr. Gu, I'd be more careful next time. It's okay, it's okay. What's the matter, Xiaofeng? Xiaofeng hesitated, then asked, Dr. Gu, we're so grateful for the advice you gave me and the sisters last time. Today, I have a question I'd like to ask you. Of course. Gu Anqi grumbled inwardly at this. Those clone girls in the Royal Guard had no common sense before. Especially when it came to understanding the boundaries between men and women. What's the problem? Tell me. I don't have anything else to do today, so I help you analyze it, Gu Anqi said with a smile. Dr. Gu, last time you taught us about private behaviors between men and women, behaviors that can only be performed when the relationship is marital or romantic. Examples include nudity, kissing, and intimate bodily fluid contact. Puff. AI Shirley, who was drinking water nearby, nearly spit it out. AI Shirley finally recovered and asked Gu Anqi, Anqi, what strange information are you teaching those guards? Gu Anqi looked innocent. I just couldn't stand their lack of common sense. I was only teaching them the basics of how men and women interact. While answering AI Shirley, Gu Anqi replied to Xiaofeng, you remember well. What's wrong? So, Miss Lu, Commander Nighthawk, is she also Commander Zhongli's spouse or lover? Gu Anqi, ah. Ai Shili, ah. The two women stared at Xiaofeng in surprise. Gu Anqi gathered herself and cautiously asked Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng, why do you think so? Commander Nighthawk is Commander Zhongli's ally. Their relationship isn't what you're describing. Also, why do you think so? Because, Dr. Gu, you once taught us which behaviors between men and women are only permitted between spouses and lovers. Based on some recent interactions between Commander Zhongli and Commander Nighthawk, and referring to the criteria you provided, I believe that Commander Nighthawk, at the very least, meets the criteria for Commander Zhongli's lover. The standard. Gu Anqi and AI Shirley were horrified at these words. They quickly surrounded Xiaofeng and nervously asked, Xiaofeng, Commander Zhongli, what exactly did you do to Miss Nighthawk? Tell me. First, after the battle at the fertilizer plant, Commander Zhongli took Commander Nighthawk to the cleaning room alone and helped him completely remove his armor. Completely remove his armor. Gu Anqi and AI Shirley's voices were filled with panic. AI Shirley said in disbelief, oh my god. Rui was so resolute when he married Sister Sinyan, and he was willing to live and die with her. How could he be cheating on her just a few days later? Gu Anqi hesitated, that's not true. Xiaofeng, why did Commander Zhongli completely strip the Nighthawk commander of his armor? According to Commander Zhongli, we previously battled AC-3 Commander. During the battle, Commander Nighthawk was captured by AC-3. Commander Zhongli said that after the battle, Commander Nighthawk would be given a full-body examination to ensure she had no open wounds to prevent infection. In the end, Commander Nighthawk cooperated. Ah. I see. Seems like that wasn't wrong, right? Gu Anqi breathed a sigh of relief. You're right to be so cautious. Brother Yuan died because he didn't pay enough attention to his wounds. If you put it that way, there's some truth to that. AI Shirley reluctantly agreed. But isn't Commander Zhongli's actions a bit exploitative? He doesn't have to be completely naked for an examination. Xiaofeng asked suspiciously, Dr. AI, are you saying that Commander Zhongli forced Commander Nighthawk? But Commander Nighthawk not only didn't resist, he actually kissed Commander Zhongli. Gu Anqi, shock. AI Shirley, shock. The two women's expressions were as if they had been struck by lightning. Gu Anqi struggled to continue asking Xiaofeng, is this true? Commander Nighthawk took the initiative to kiss Commander Zhongli? It's confirmed. Furthermore, Commander Zhongli and Commander Nighthawk subsequently had body fluid contact. Afterward, Commander Zhongli panicked, fearing that Commander Nighthawk might be infected. He even confirmed this with both me and the second young lady. Not only a kiss, but also body fluid contact. Gu Anqi cried out in disbelief. Ai Shili could no longer bear to watch, clutching her forehead. Gu Anqi, barely able to react, quickly grabbed Xiaofeng and said, Xiaofeng, you absolutely must not spread any more of this about Commander Zhongli and Commander Nighthawk, especially not to my master. Otherwise, something terrible will happen. Xiaofeng asked, puzzled, Dr. Gu, are you saying that Commander Zhongli and Commander Nighthawk's kiss and contact with each other's bodily fluid shouldn't be told to Dr. D? Yes. Absolutely not. Just as she finished speaking, a voice called out from the side. Oh, Commander Zhongli and Commander Nighthawk, what's going on that you absolutely mustn't let me know? Huh? At that moment, Gu Anqi and AI Shirley were horrified to discover that Di Xinyan had somehow arrived in the infirmary with Qin Xiaoyao. Di Xinyan was smiling through her narrowed eyes. But even though she was smiling, the aura she exuded was so powerful it was terrifying. Qin Xiaoyao, standing nearby, was already sighing, clutching his forehead. Huh? Gu Anqi and AI Shirley took 2 steps back, terrified. They knew that something big had happened. Chapter 117. 1 hour later. Gu Anqi and AI Shirley were too afraid to utter a word. Di Xinyan, however, interrogated Xiaofeng like a criminal, forcing her to recount everything that had happened that day at the fertilizer factory. Excellent, excellent. Under the pretext of treating her injuries, Miss Lu was completely naked. Miss Lu initiated a kiss, and then there was suspected intimate bodily contact. To observe, I lied. No, I didn't lie. He kept it a secret from me, and didn't even come home for lunch. Excellent, excellent. Less than a month after marriage, and already cheating? And his tastes are getting better and better, and this time, the one he cheated on was an ally? Commander Zhongli, excellent, excellent, you're amazing. Di Xinyan's eyes remained narrowed, as she spoke these words in an icy tone. Gu Anqi and Ai Shirley, huh? They trembled in fear. Xiao Yao, your playboy brother, how long has he been gone? Sister-in-law, he's been gone for almost 2 hours. Today he's going to Jinshan to trade with Dean Huang and the others. Calculating the time, after entering the mountains and unloading the cargo, an hour and a half should be enough, right? Why hasn't he returned yet? Is he dating his closest ally in the mountains again? Sister, calm down, don't think that. Di Xinyan opened her eyes, a thrust in her eyes. What do you want me to think? What do you want me to think in this situation? Huh? Qin Xiaoyao was also overwhelmed by the aura, speechless. Xiaoyao, you are the second daughter of the Royal Guard. I know you are a technical expert. Do the high-tech armor worn by the Royal Guard members, such as Tsurugi and Tingsha, have monitoring equipment? Sister, you're right, there is. What are you doing? Xiaoyao, turn on the surveillance cameras on Tsushima and Tingsha. I want to see with my own eyes, and hear with my own ears, what my husband is doing right now. Please, please. Though she still said please with a smile, everyone present, except Xiaofeng, felt the illusion that a powerful dark energy seemed to be burning behind Di Xinyan. Qin Xiaoyao had no choice but to lead everyone to the monitoring room and, with full authority, turned on the real-time surveillance cameras on Tsushima and Tingsha. The footage appeared. Tsushima's surveillance camera showed her and Tingsha escorting Zhongli Rui and Yang, both wearing full protective gear, as they walked through the woods. Seeing that only the 4 of them were walking, Di Xinyan coldly asked Qin Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao, how many people did Commander Zhongli bring with him to our community today? 8 in total. The other 4 are Lu Shi, Captain Wang Gang, and 2 members of Team 022. Then why only 4? Where are the others? I don't know. Qin Xiaoyao didn't dare to say more at this moment. In this situation, he couldn't leave the other 4 with the awakened community, and go out alone in the forest with Nighthawk and his guards? Di Xinyan pointed out sarcastically. Qin Xiaoyao didn't dare answer. Because, that was the truth before him. He couldn't make excuses for Zhong Lirui in this situation. Could it be that Zhong Lirui really took Nighthawk on a date? The scene continued. The familiar scene before her made Di Xinyan's expression pause. Sister Xinyan, where is this? Why is there a mound of dirt on the ground? And there's a broken bough stuck in it? Qin Xiaoyao looked at the scene in front of him with some confusion. That's Xiaoya's grave. Di Xinyan's voice trembled. Xiaoya died here, and was cremated by Zhong Arui himself. Arui nearly died here trying to cremate her. Chen Xiaoya's expression suddenly grew solemn. But more doubts arose in his mind. Why had Zhong Lirui brought Ying to Xiaoya's grave? The atmosphere, from its earlier ambiguity, turned heavy and confusing. Jin Shan. In front of Xiaoya's grave. Yisun. Zhong Lirui turned to Yi Ying and addressed him by name. Seeing Zhong Lirui address him by name again, Yi Ying seemed somewhat surprised. Arui, did you bring me here to tell me something? Zhong Lirui placed the flowers he had prepared beforehand in front of the grave, clasped his hands together, and after a moment of silent prayer, he stood up. This is Xiaoya's grave. Xiaoya, buried here? Xiaoya, died here. She was cremated here. I brought her ashes back to the community. This is her ash mound. Just in case, Nighthawk, wearing protective gear and a blast-proof helmet with a visor, stepped forward and prayed at Xiaoya's grave. The mountain breeze rustled through the trees, rustling the leaves. It was a sunny afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the treetops, slanting down onto the ground. Yisun. Zhong Lirui looked directly into Nighthawk's eyes. His gaze was as clear and profound as a spring deep in a cold pond, limpid and profound. I know how you feel about me. Nighthawk was stunned, then a blush spread across his face. In truth, that day at the fertilizer factory, when she offered him a kiss, she had already made her stance clear, but the subsequent chaotic twists and turns brought this breakthrough moment to an abrupt halt. And today, is Zhong Lirui going to respond to me? But today, I must honestly tell you I'm sorry. I'm not right for you. Yi Ying's eyes widened immediately. And in the monitoring room, Di Xinyan's eyes widened as well. Qin Xiaoya's eyes widened as well. In the monitoring room, except for Xiaofeng, who only had a puzzled look, the other girls all stared wide-eyed. The first to react was Gu Anqi. She asked in confusion, is Rui trying to dissuade Miss Lu? Qin Xiaoya's words struck him as plausible, and he quickly chimed in, really? It seems brother isn't cheating. He knows Miss Lu's feelings and doesn't want to disappoint his sister-in-law, so he brought her to Xiaoya's grave to dissuade her. Qin Xiaoya was about to say something, but Di Xinyan waved her off. Let's continue watching. Rui, can you tell me the real reason? Ying stared at Zhongli Rui, a little apprehensive. Please give me the real reason. You know what? I hate it most when people lie to me. I rather you show me the bloody truth than lie to me with excuses. That day at the fertilizer factory, I saw the look in your eyes when you looked at me. Your concern for me wasn't fake. Your attention for those 8 hours wasn't fake, was it? You're right. That day at the fertilizer factory wasn't fake. I cared deeply about you, and I was terrified that you, like Celia, would die in front of me. Zhongli Rui's voice was low, tinged with sadness. What do you mean? Nighthawk hesitated. Eason, let me be frank. First, I love Xinyan very much. She and I are so close today because we were lucky enough to have survived 2 life-or-death situations. Second, I also love Celia, who is buried here. I only regret that I didn't take all the necessary precautions before coming to this forest. She ended up dying tragically here with regret. Third, I've been married twice, and I'm really not right for you. And you are very important to me. You know, that day at the fertilizer factory, I thought my bodily fluids had infected you again and would kill you. I was so scared of losing you. Can you explain it to me in detail? Everything? After hearing Zhong Lirui's reasons, Nighthawk spoke in a low voice. It was almost forced out. I have been in love with Xinyan since we were a few years old. We were childhood sweethearts. However, as we grew older, she began to think of herself more and more like my sister. And I always loved her deeply. But back then, I was cowardly and indecisive, and I never dared to let her know my feelings. I kept putting it off, haha, until 3 years ago, when she got engaged to Brother Yuan, and I, such a coward, still didn't dare. I could only drown my sorrows in alcohol with my friends and classmates. This gave Celia an opportunity. She dragged me straight to the hotel. Alas, at the time, I had just been heartbroken, and secondly, I didn't know how to say no. Thirdly, Celia's true love was truly mine, so I just kept going with her for a while. That was the beginning of my relationship with them. Zhong Lirui took a deep breath and took a step forward. Nighthawk listened quietly. Later, Celia's heart grew cold because I was still obsessed with Xinyan. So, she threw herself into the arms of that Jiang Junhao. Of course, after the apocalypse, she came to her senses, regretted her actions, and wanted to return to me. Even as a coward, I didn't reject her, just like I had before. Later, Xinyan married Brother Yuan. At that time, I also thought my heart was broken, so I decided to marry Xiaoya. And then, the world turned out to be so cruel. Brother Yuan was killed by a fish. Xinyan became a widow. Xiaoya was pecked to death by a bird. I became a widower. In the monitoring room, Di Xinyan covered her mouth. Did Ari really break up with Xiaoya because he always loved me? She uttered these words unconsciously, stunned. Although she had roughly guessed the same thing when I surely had talked to her last time, Zhongli Rui's own words still shocked her. Every girl in the surveillance room, except Xiaofeng, was moved. Ai Shili shook her head. Good sister. I don't know what to say. I have a question. Yang took a deep breath and spoke slowly. You just said that you and Xinyan were able to be together because you overcame a life-or-death crisis. Also, tell me you didn't want to kill me. I want to hear the real reason. I mentioned part of this last time. This time, I tell you both in detail. The night Xinyan and I got married, she almost died in front of me, just like Xiaoya. Yang, huh? Inside the surveillance room. Di Xinyan, what? Qin Xiaoyao and the other girls, huh? This. Xiaofeng continued to stare at the screen in confusion. Chapter 118. The day Xiaoya died, I guarded the cremation site to cremate her, fighting more zombies than I can count. My bow exploded, my bullets ran out, and I finally collapsed from exhaustion fighting the zombies. It was Dean Huang who saved me. The next day, after I returned to the community, I almost turned into a zombie the entire day. It was Xinyan who watched over me, and somehow I was transformed into a super soldier, a new human, instead of a zombie. I don't know the specific reason, it was pure luck. Zhongli Rui then continued, describing what happened to Nighthawk from the time Xinyan was rescued until their wedding the next day. After I rescued Xinyan, it was AI Shirley's reminder that she discovered my feelings. At that time, my heart was actually dead. But she, using your special way as women, revived my heart and my love. The price she paid was that the next day, she almost died in front of me. How could that be? The next day, Xiaofeng discovered my awakening. Later, I also discovered that, because of my relationship with Xinyan, she had been infected with my moderately active enhanced gene, the zombie virus. As a result, she faced a 24-hour life or death dilemma. You're probably the first person besides me to know the truth. That night, the night I married her, 22 hours later, Xinyan's eyes turned blood red. She was on the verge of failure. I was so desperate. I had already sent Xiaoya away. In the room, I looked at Xinyan, who had just married me, and the pistol in my hand. I was so desperate I wanted to die. I finally made a decision. If Xinyan turned into a zombie, even if she bit me, I would still hold her, and then let Xiaofeng come in and shoot us both. I would die with her. In the monitoring room, Qin Xiaoyao stared at Xinyan in shock. Oh my god, sister, so you almost failed the transformation that night. Xinyan's tears welled up in her eyes. My enemy, why did you have to die with me, my enemy? In the forest, Zhong Lirui continued. So, the reason Xinyan and I were able to be together was because we had to go through a near-death experience. Speaking of which, Yisun, in my heart, you're not only a valuable friend and a like-minded comrade, but I long considered you family. I don't want you to go through the same near-death experience as Xinyan, because of my negligence and your contact with my bodily fluids. So that's how it is. Today, I don't want to be as indecisive as I was before. If I could turn back time, on the eve of my sophomore year, I would confess my love to Xinyan. Even if she rejected me, I wouldn't regret it. If I had been more decisive, perhaps Xiaoya wouldn't have died here. So, I don't want to be like before. Yisun, do you understand my feelings? In the monitoring room. Whoa. Xinyan covered her face and sobbed. You fool. Who said I would have rejected you if you had confessed to me back then? Whoa. Chen Xiaoyao, Gu Anqi, and AI Shirley looked at Xinyan, who was sobbing with her face covered. Although they felt distressed, they also felt a warm, touching, and shocking feeling. It seemed that Zhong Lirui's actions today had restored their faith in the good men in the world. Ying stared into Zhong Lirui's eyes for a long time. Zhong Lirui's expression was frank and clear. I understand. Thank you, Rui, for being so open with me. I told you, I treat you like family. I don't want to lose a friend as important as you, nor do I want my past indecision to hurt more people in the future. So I'm sorry. I understand what you mean. I accept your feelings. Let's become family. Zhongli Rui, ? Inside the surveillance room. The women, ? Xinyan stopped crying and clutched the screen, gritting her teeth. Lu Yisun, what do you mean? Zhongli Rui said seriously. Yisun, I made it very clear. Ying interrupted the spell and said, Rui, I give it up pursuing you. But I choose to be your family. Because your sincerity has touched me. Huh? WWWW, what do you mean? I'm confused. Didn't you just say you already considered me family? Ying took a step back, put his hands behind his back, and smiled frankly. I agree. We become sworn brothers and sisters. We become family. From now on, I call you Sister Xinyan. Sister-in-law? Apparently, you already have a god-sister, Xiaoyao, so adding me shouldn't be a problem, right? Well, it seems. What? Were you lying just now? Didn't you say you considered me family? Zhongli Rui smiled wryly. Yes, I did. Okay. Sister Yisun, from now on, we're all family. Please give me your guidance. Okay, Nighthawk said cheerfully. A gentle breeze blew through the forest again, the fresh air refreshing and invigorating. Zhongli Rui and Nighthawk smiled with relief. By the way, Brother Rui, how old are you? Oh, I'm 24 this year, and I'd be 25 in 2 months. What? You, brother? Sister, I'm 25 this year, and 26 in 2 months. Call me sister. Zhongli Rui, huh? Huh what? Call me sister? Sister Yisun. Ying stepped forward, smiling and touching Zhongli Rui's helmet. Brother Rui, please give me your guidance. But in this case, should I call Xinyan brother-sister? Zhongli Rui was speechless. He thought, never mind. A sworn brotherhood is better than a tangled relationship or a falling out. Calling her brother or sister-in-law is fine with her. In the surveillance room. Di Xinyan wiped away her tears, looking at Zhongli Rui on the surveillance camera with a look of helplessness and heartache. Her husband had not let her down. Her husband's love for her was so profound. Her heart pounded. Her heart fluttered, and she was flattered by her husband's deep affection. Was she truly worthy of such deep affection? Alas! Sister-in-law, my brother loves you so deeply, Qin Xiaoyao said with a mixture of envy and resignation. After today's events, she finally saw clearly that Zhongli Rui's love for Di Xinyan was truly rare in the world. Gu Anqi explained to Ai Shirley beside her, "Oh my god, I thought we were going to witness tragedy today, maybe even a tragedy. I didn't expect Rui to be so resilient. Is this going to turn into a comedy?" Ai Shirley said angrily, "Indeed, this is the first time I ever seen a man like this in my life. Is Rui an endangered species?" Xiao Feng secretly noted, "Commander Zhongli is a dying good man." Suddenly, Qin Xiaoyao saw Tingsha and Jusu's personal radar showing a dense mass of yellow targets 500 meters away. No 50, no 100, 150 or more. Oh my god, what is this? And coming from two directions? At this point, Qin Xiaoyao didn't bother eavesdropping and directly called Jusu's communicator. "Jusu, attention, there are a large number of yellow targets 500 meters away. There are only 4 of you, retreat immediately." Retreat immediately. Jusu was shocked at the words, and immediately paid close attention to the sensors. As expected, a large number of yellow targets were approaching. Seeing this, Tsushima quickly reported to Zhongli Rui, "Captain Zhongli, the second mist just warned us that there are over 150 yellow virus-infected targets approaching within 500 meters. We suggest we retreat immediately." Over 150. Zhongli Rui turned to look at Nighthawk and immediately said to everyone, "Let's go. Let's retreat to the awakened community first. Dean Huang and his men have wooden fences to defend against. There are only 4 of us now, and encountering a large group of zombies or monsters would be troublesome." The 4 of them immediately ran towards the awakened community. Tsushima and Tingsha's radar showed a large number of targets swarming behind them. "Captain, we request to remain behind to intercept. You go first." Tsushima and Tingsha pleaded. "No. No one is allowed to die in vain. Follow orders. Do you understand?" Zhongli Rui ordered angrily. "Yes." Tsushima and Tingsha whispered. Nighthawk smiled warmly. The chase lasted about 10 minutes, and the 4 finally rushed to the vicinity of the Awakener community. "But, sir, there are also a large number of infected targets around the awakened community." At this moment, Zhongli Rui finally saw clearly that there were a large number of mutant wild boars on the edge of the awakened community. These mutant wild boars were generally between 1.5 and 2 meters long, and about 90 centimeters tall at the shoulder. However, the largest one reached 2.3 meters in length and 1.3 meters at the shoulder, looking like a small car. This must be their pig king. "Shu Su, Tengshi, can you and the Nighthawks launch a catapult into the fence?" "Sir, yes." "You and the Nighthawk leader launch a catapult into the fence. I find a way to get in." "Execute." With that, Shu Su and Tengshi grabbed Nighthawk, one hand on each shoulder, and prepared to launch a catapult. "Brother, don't be silly," Nighthawk cried heartbreakingly. "Don't worry. I'm a super soldier too," Zhongli Rui said confidently. At this moment, Zhongli Rui turned his head and realized what was chasing him. A large number of mutant jackals. These jackals are approximately 1 to 1.5 meters long, with tails about 0.5 meters long and shoulder heights of 0.8 centimeters. The largest of these is nearly 2 meters long and 1 meter tall. Mutated wild boars and mutated jackals? Zhongli Rui internally grumbled. It seemed Dean Huang was right. With the spread of the virus in nature, the forest had become different and more dangerous. Looking at these wild boars and jackals now, they're even larger than before. "Take Commander Nighthawk inside. I be in a moment," Zhongli Rui said, turning and charging at the largest of the jackal kings. Sush and Tingsha exchanged a glance, then followed the command. They grabbed Nighthawk sword into the air, and leaped into the wooden fence. Inside, the Awakeners and the 4 members of the Home Alliance were waiting in full force. "Nighthawk, brother. Stop it." Inside the surveillance room, Di Xinyan watched the footage of Zhongli Rui charging toward a swarm of zombie jackals and roared, "Rui, stop it." Chapter 119. Zhongli Rui's actions caused many awakened within the community, including Captain Wang Gang and others, to exclaim in surprise. But Zhongli Rui remained unfazed. The super soldier's physical abilities were indeed exceptional. Zhongli Rui felt that his sprint speed had surpassed 1.6 times the normal human limit, briefly exceeding 55 miles per hour. scientists have confirmed that the highest recorded human speed is 45 miles per hour, while the average athlete's maximum speed is generally 34 to 40 miles per hour. The theoretical maximum speed a skeletal system can withstand is 64 miles per hour. Zhongli Rui's exoskeleton and medium armor today slightly affected his speed, but he was still much stronger than an average person, so it was 55 miles per hour. Nighthawk asked doubtfully from within the fence. Huh? Light footsteps? Sumasu explained carefully. Commander Nighthawk, Commander Zhongli is just fast. Nighthawk glanced at Sumuji and Tingsha and asked Sumuji, you're also super soldiers. Can you match his speed? Sumuji shook his head and said, Commander Nighthawk, we're wearing heavy armor. Even with our exoskeletons, we can't reach that speed. Our sprint speed is 50 miles per hour in full gear. But if we remove our armor, we can reach a maximum sprint speed of 64 miles per hour. Nighthawk was struck by this, thinking, this first-generation product from Changsheng Life Science is truly impressive. Zhongli Rui rushed in front of the Jackal King, feinted a shot, and then rushed towards the zombie Boar King. The zombie Jackal King, seemingly humiliated, gave chase. The Jackal King's speed was also quite fast, reaching 50 miles per hour. So, in the eyes of everyone, while Zhongli Rui hadn't been caught up by the Jackal army, he was still in serious trouble. As Zhongli Rui pulled the train and led over 150 zombie jackals toward the 50 or so zombie boars, the zombie Boar King roared, and the boars turned away from the fence, no longer pressing against the awakened community's defenses. Instead, they nervously faced the oncoming hordes of jackals. Observing the boar's transformation, Zhongli Rui, still running, sneered, you made the right bet. Even though they're all zombie-like animals, there's still hostility between different species. Furthermore, wild boars and jackals are natural enemies. Zhongli Rui, leading a large group of zombie jackals, charged directly toward the zombie Boar King. The zombie Boar King, upon seeing Zhongli Rui and the hordes of zombie jackals behind him, raised his head and roared. All the zombie boars paused, turning to look at the pack of zombie jackals. But Zhongli Rui didn't stop, charging toward the zombie Boar King. Enraged by Zhongli Rui's actions, the zombie Boar King charged at him, mouth wide open and fangs bared. However, Zhongli Rui, leveraging his speed advantage, dodged sideways, maneuvering swiftly, barely avoiding the zombie Boar King's attack and sprinting past it. He could even smell the pungent, decaying odor of the zombie Boar King. The zombie Boar King's attack missed Zhongli Rui, but the zombie Jackal King behind him was slashed by its tusks. However, in this crucial moment, the zombie Jackal King quickly turned, and its tusks only grazed it, removing a piece of fur. The zombie Jackal King stopped pursuing and stared at the zombie Boar King. Similarly, the zombie Boar King, significantly larger than the zombie Jackal King, also stopped and stared at the zombie Jackal King with crimson eyes. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhongli Rui increased his sprint speed to its maximum, then took a leap of faith towards the wooden fence. Unfortunately, Zhongli Rui couldn't leap over the wooden fence with the grace of the catapult-equipped Sumuji and Tingsha. He sprawled across the log fence. He didn't jump over. Nighthawk screamed, "Ah! No!" Everyone in the community screamed again. In the surveillance room, Xinyan covered her mouth in fear again, "No!" But, to everyone's surprise, Zhongli Rui clung to the wooden barrier with his hands and didn't fall. He pulled a crowbar from his waist with one hand and, using both hands and the crowbar, began to climb upwards. The crowbar's head is also useful for climbing aids, similar to an ice pick used in mountaineering. When Zhongli Rui finally scaled the wooden fence, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. In the monitoring room, Qin Xiaoyao was speechless at this moment. "Sister, please persuade me not to risk my life like this next time." Xinyan said seriously, "I think so too. As a commander, he can't do this." Inside the community, Zhongli Rui landed, and Nighthawk and the others immediately surrounded him, saying with concern, "Brother, you are so irresponsible. You are now the leader of 13 communities. You are responsible for over 500 survivors, and the future of the awakened. How can you be so reckless?" Zhongli Rui scratched his head. I'm completely confident I can escape, so I'm doing this to buy you, Tsurugi, and Tingsha some time. Tsurugi, I talked to Xiaoyao, and I know your numbers. If you two had stayed behind to cover our retreat, not only would you not have been able to escape, but you would have died miserably. And with Sister Nighthawk, I can't climb over the fence that quickly. At this point, asking the people inside to open the door rashly would kill them. Especially those who are still alive. The strategy one just came up with may seem risky, but in fact, it might be the best one. Upon hearing this, Nighthawk was at a loss for words. Well, Captain Wang Gang, standing by with his rifle, thought for a moment and affirmed, "What you said, Captain, actually has some truth to it. I just saw him. He's faster than a jackal. When I was a new recruit training in the forest, I learned to be extremely careful of wild boars and jackals. Wild boars are just as dangerous as tigers. And the jackal's anal-grabbing hunting tactics are truly terrifying. But Captain, you were overconfident in your own stamina and abilities, weren't you? You didn't expect a super soldier to be unable to jump over the fence, were you? After all, you're not a hyper-enhanced monster like C2. Zhongli Rui, having his weakness pointed out by the professional Captain Wang Gang, smiled sheepishly. I really miscalculated that I couldn't jump over it myself. Earlier, when I sprinted, I realized I could run 60 yards per hour, thinking I could easily jump the fence. But it didn't work. Sushin glanced at the 2.2-meter-tall log fence and reported, Commander Zhongli, the average human on Blue Planet can only jump 0.7 meters. We super soldiers, without catapults, can jump 1.2 meters. The sprint you just did can jump 1.3 meters. However, that still wouldn't jump the fence. Therefore, our C0 series has been equipped with traction ropes and catapult jump devices. Okay, thank you for your advice. No. Commander, Tingsha and I are very grateful. You, like the second young lady, value us so much. Sushin and Tingsha bowed to Zhongli Rui. I would never ask my subordinates and comrades to die. Zhongli Rui waved his hand. That's my responsibility as a commander. Every life is equally precious. Nighthawk looked at her sworn brother, a surge of admiration welling up in her heart. She nodded and said, Rui, you're right. It's good to never abandon or give up on your companions. Captain Wang Gang agreed, that's right, boss. But next time, you must be more careful. After all, your safety is crucial to the well-being of the entire community. Zhongli Rui smiled slightly, glanced at Wang Gang gratefully, then turned to Tsushima and Tingsha and said, you two, don't give up your lives easily. Remember that, okay? Tsushima and Tingsha nodded solemnly, gratitude welling in their eyes. At this moment, Dean Huang, shovel in hand, gazed outside the fence and said calmly, looks like the two sworn enemies are about to clash. Rui, your strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf was quite effective. Zhongli Rui smiled, and everyone's attention returned to the confrontation between the zombie boars and zombie jackals outside the fence. The zombie jackal king stared at the zombie boar king for a long moment, then suddenly let out a low, wildcat-like meow. The jackals were in the woods. There were whistles, meows, screams, and the clucking of chickens, but not the usual barking of dogs. All the zombie jackals surrounded the wild boars. The zombie boars were instantly surrounded by the awakened community's wooden fences and a large number of zombie jackals. In Asia, jackals are one of the wild boar's greatest natural enemies. The zombie boar king's eyes glowed crimson, as if spitting fire. It also let out a deep growl, and all the zombie boars immediately prepared for attack. At one point, both the zombie boar king and the zombie jackal king roared in their rage, signaling an attack. Beyond the log fences of the awakened community, a thrilling life-or-death struggle unfolded. 50 massive zombie boars engaged in a life-or-death struggle against zombie jackals, outnumbering them 3-1. On the battlefield, the sounds of the zombie beasts fighting were terrifying. Every roar of the boars, and every eerie bark of the jackals was heart-wrenching, like a call from hell. The zombie boars, leveraging their massive size and immense strength, charged repeatedly into the jackal pack, attempting to crush them with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, the zombie jackals, relying on their agility and superior numbers, attacked from all sides, seeking to find a flaw in the boar pack. Casualties on both sides mounted steadily during the battle. Some zombie boars, surrounded by jackals, collapsed with a crashing thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Other zombie jackals, unable to withstand the boar's fierce charge, were ruthlessly crushed into pulp. The air was thick with the stench of blood and death, sending chills down one's spine. However, the boars and jackals on the battlefield were no longer the native creatures of their former habitat. A fallen boar, ravaged by multiple bite wounds, stood up again about 20 minutes later. Similarly, a jackal, set flying by the boar's tusks, also stood up 20 minutes later. Only those jackals, crushed to pulp, remained standing. This battle was suffocating and despairing. As if this hellish conflict would continue endlessly. Nighthawk's attention was instantly drawn to the fierce clash on the battlefield, her eyes flickering with nervousness. Brother Rui, what should we do? Nighthawk turned to look at Zhongli Rui, his tone filled with anxiety. We are trapped here. This is not a good thing. Chapter 120. At this moment, Dean Huang stepped forward and said leisurely, Rui, it's not a big deal for us awakened ones. But you living beings, you won't be able to endure this for too long. Zhongli Rui looked at the stalemated and protracted battle outside, and said gloomily, the zombie boars outside have much stronger vitality and power than ordinary mindless zombies. And the zombie jackals are too agile, making it too easy for ordinary people to get hurt in close combat. Oh, if only I had the assault cannon and my 7-sword system. I could aim 30 meters away and blow away all those brawling zombie boars and zombie jackals with a single shot. There are so many of them now, we can just throw all these bombs. Not even close. The standard equipment for combat personnel in the home community now is 4 bombs per person. Today, there are only 8 people, and only 32 bombs. This number can't even kill half of the 200 ordinary zombies, let alone the resilient zombie boars. Killing the scattered zombie jackals is even less effective. Because ordinary zombies not only cluster together, but are also slow, while zombie jackals are more agile and dispersed. At this moment, Zhong Lirui's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up, and saw that it was Qin Xiaoyao calling. Brother, how's the situation over there? I saw from Zhu Su's personal radar data that a large number of hostile targets are surrounding you. Qin Xiaoyao hesitated, not daring to tell him that she and Di Xinyan had been eavesdropping on him. We're currently hiding in Dean Huang's village in the Awakener community. The situation is dire. Out there, there's a massive brawl between 50 or so zombie boars and 150 zombie jackals. Our weapons aren't powerful enough, and if we go into melee, it's fine for me, Tsumuji Tingsha, and the Awakened, but Nighthawk, Captain Wang Gang, and the rest of the crowd are in serious danger. Even a scratch could be fatal. The uninfected jackals and boars are already formidable, and the zombie-like ones are even worse. Xiaoyao, it's great that you contacted us. Can you contact Zhu Yangyang and the artillery? Send the assault to the foot of the mountain, and then use the albatross to airdrop my 7-sword system. Brother, your plan has a huge flaw. Do you know the damage radius of a single shot from the gas tank cannon? The shockwave reaches 30 meters, and the fragmentation range reaches 200 meters. You detonated one near the Awakened community. Are you expecting everyone to go up in a group? Well, we can adjust the charge on our shells. Your name is Zhu Yangyang. Reduce the explosives by half in a single shot, and fill the rest with broken nails or something. This should reduce the shockwave radius to about 15 meters, but the fragmentation damage will still reach 100 meters. Zhongli Rui then suggested the revised plan. This, while feasible, it's incredibly dangerous. Fragments are no joke. Do you all have shields? Lu Shi Tsuna and Tongue Snake have them, but Nighthawk, Captain Wang, and the rest of the team don't. Although you're all wearing armor, it's best to have shields just in case. Let's say I use the albatross to pack up your 7-sword system and 4 shields and send them over. At this point, Di Xinyan paused for a moment and said to Qin Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao, do those Awakened have shovels? Qin Xiaoyao put down the phone and quickly replied, Sister, yes. What's the matter? Dig? Why send shields? Di Xinyan spread her hands. A shield can only protect 4 people. Can't we just dig a trench or a foxhole? Qin Xiaoyao slapped his head, his eyes widening. Yeah. How could I forget? I just traded them today. Sister, I love you, you're so smart. Di Xinyan smiled elegantly at this moment. Then Qin Xiaoyao continued on the phone with Zhongli Rui, brother. Anyway, the zombie jackals and zombie boars are still fighting. They haven't attacked yet, right? Yeah? Didn't you trade shovels for Huang Yuan and the others today? Now hurry up and dig foxholes or trenches right here. That way, you won't be afraid of the shrapnel from the explosion later. Xiaoyao. What a great idea. You're so smart. Zhong Lirui explained excitedly. Here, brother. The assault artillery is slow, so it'd take about 50 minutes to reach your base. I airdrop the 7-sword system over later. You guys spend those 50 minutes digging foxholes. Okay. Dig foxholes in 50 minutes? That should be no problem. Zhong Lirui hesitated. Okay, you guys start digging. I get ready. Keep in touch. Qin Xiaoyao hung up. At this moment, Captain Wang Gang and the other soldiers nearby, upon hearing they were about to dig foxholes, burst into laughter. Hey, this is so easy. During our assessment, digging a foxhole that could conceal yourself in 15 minutes was basic skill. Boss, I'd be done with mine in a bit. Do you want me to help you? Zhongli Rui was immediately unconvinced. Captain Wang, you're an expert at digging foxholes, but at least I have more physical strength than an average person, right? Captain Wang smiled. Okay, boss, we see who's stronger, you mutant super soldier, or me, the veteran captain. If I win, boss, give me a bottle of ergwoda from the warehouse. Zhongli Rui shook his head speechlessly. Captain Wang, you. Next, a strange situation unfolded in the awakened community area. 30 to 100 meters outside the log fence, a herd of zombie boars and a pack of zombie jackals were engaged in a bloody battle. Inside the log fence, all the awakened ones, as well as Zhongli Rui and his group from the home community, were waving shovels and digging foxholes. Captain Wang Gang was frustrated by the fact that Zhongli Rui and his 3 super soldiers possessed incredible strength and stamina. They dug a standard foxhole in just 10 minutes. His ergwoda wish was dashed once again. About 25 minutes later, the albatross arrived above the community village and released the 7-sword system. Zhongli Rui quickly donned the 7-sword system on the spot and contacted Chen Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, I received the package. Thank you. Attack Unit 1, how long until you reach the designated location? Attack Unit 1 will reach the designated firing position in 10 minutes. Okay. Zhongli Rui then turned to Dean Huang and the others and said, Dean Huang, if you have any important items, please place them in the foxholes later. Don't leave them on the surface. Why? Dean Huang asked, puzzled. Because, even a weakened gas cannon shell could have a shrapnel range exceeding 100 meters. Anything stored on the surface in your village could be damaged. Upon hearing this, the zombie teachers hurriedly gathered the pots, pans, and tools they just traded for, hiding them in their foxholes. The funniest thing was Lao Fong, who even hurriedly hid his newly acquired, undeployed tent in his foxhole. All of a sudden, the only things left on the surface of the community were the makeshift watermelon shed and the recently unused large iron pot. Alliance leader, Zhu Yangyang communicated, we reached our designated firing position and are ready to fire. Yangyang, has the charge been reduced by half? Half. But we added a lot of nails. Do you have any protective measures? The shockwave will be much smaller, but the shrapnel and nails will be much greater. We dug foxholes. We hide in them later. Wow, senior, that's clever. A super practical idea. Okay, I activate the system and give you the coordinates later. Stand by. Zhongli Rui then activated the 7-sword system. The 7-sword system's helmet display indicated that the number of infected targets in the mountainous area was significantly higher than near the home community. He simultaneously turned to look at the battle between the zombie jackals and the zombie boars. 30 meters outside the log fence, the zombie boar king and the zombie jackal king were locked in a life-and-death struggle. Around them, more battles were unfolding like a nightmare. After using the location of the zombie boar king and the zombie jackal king's confrontation as a bombardment coordinate beacon and sending it to Zhu Yangyang, Zhongli Rui asked everyone in the awakened community if they were ready. At that moment, Dr. Chow yelled, my cauldron. That cauldron hasn't been put into the foxhole yet. Dean Huang looked at Dr. Chow speechlessly. Old Chow, hurry. That cauldron is very sturdy. It'd be fine if it's outside. Hide in the foxhole. Okay. Okay. After Zhongli Rui made sure everyone in the village was ready, he ordered Zhu Yangyang, Strike Force 1. In 10 seconds, please fire 1 round at the marked location. Reduce the charge to half. Fire! Zhongli Rui then hid in the foxhole he shared with Nighthawk, shielding Nighthawk with his body. Nighthawk's eyes flashed. Brother Rui, this isn't necessary. As soon as Nighthawk finished speaking, a devastating explosion erupted outside the village. The roar of the cannon seemed to shake the entire awakened community. Dust and gravel, accompanied by the crackling of iron nails, swept in like a violent storm, instantly shrouding the scene outside the village in chaos. The massive shockwave from the explosion even sent several smaller zombie jackals flying, crashing directly into the log fence, rendering them motionless. The roars of the zombie boar king and zombie jackal king at the center of the blast were completely drowned out by the blast. The surrounding zombie monsters were injured by the shockwave and the flying debris. Within a 40-meter radius, not a single zombie-like boar or jackal remained standing. The blast sent shrapnel and steel nails colliding with the log fence, creating a continuous stream of crisp da-da-da and swoosh-swoosh sounds. In the foxhole, even with Zhongli Rui blocking the way, Nighthawk was still covered in dust and coughed non-stop. After finally stopping his cough, Nighthawk said helplessly, Brother Rui, I was overthinking it. Thank you. Zhongli Rui simply smiled gently. He was incredibly grateful for the correct decision to dig a foxhole and hide instead of taking cover with shields. If they hadn't been hiding in the fortifications, they would have had to use their bodies to withstand the terrifying spray. After the aftermath of the bombardment subsided, Zhongli checked the number of hostile targets on the Seven Swords system and found that around 70 were completely silent. The remaining targets seemed to be fleeing in all directions. The awakened community then emerged from their foxholes like moles and discovered that, just as Zhongli monitor had indicated, the zombie beasts outside the village, whether wild boars or jackals, had begun to flee. Well done, Yang. A dusty Zhongli shouted to Zhu Yang through the communicator from within the foxhole. Why did they flee? Less than half of them are dead? Nighthawk inquired, barely cleaning his face. I guess their leader is completely dead, which is why they like this. The wild boars and jackals all showed up in a group, and without a leader to lead them, of course they ran. Looking at the huge crater still smoking outside the village, and the zombie monsters that had already fled, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was fine. Afterward, Zhongli checked on everyone. Is everyone okay? Check them thoroughly. At this moment, the school doctor, Lao Chao, wailed, "My cauldron." Everyone couldn't help but laugh at the sight. The thick-walled iron cauldron that had been used to decoct medicine, the side that had just been hit by the explosion, was now so densely covered in shrapnel and steel that it was almost giving anyone a claustrophobia attack. Zhongli stepped forward to offer comfort. Dr. Chao, as long as he's alright. As for the pot, I get you a new one next time, okay? Dr. Chao, still unable to smile naturally, nodded and said, okay, next time, I get a new pot. A big, black one. Zhongli forced a smile and said, don't worry, the big black pot will definitely be yours. Home cradle, deepest underground. Qin Xiaoyu silently watched Zhongli entire battle through the sensors of Tsumuji and Tingsha, her eyes flickering. You, perhaps, are the hope of this era. Chapter 121. Rui, don't forget to bring me the big black pot next time. This little one isn't quite up to par. The awakened Dr. Chao demanded of Zhongli. Dr. Chao, don't worry. Zhongli, after trying to shake off some of the dust, agreed naturally. In the evening, Zhongli convoy and Zhu Yangyang's assault vehicle number 1 returned to the home community. Senior Zhongli, no, Alliance Leader Zhongli. Zhu Yangyang asked Zhongli expectantly. Today was assault vehicle number 1's first combat mission. How was the result? Zhongli, still a little dusty, revealed a look of great satisfaction. With half the charge, it killed 70 zombie boars and jackals in one shot. The shrapnel has an impact range of over 100 meters. This weapon truly lives up to its name. Well done. Yang, you made a significant contribution to the revival of Ling'an province. Really? Zhu Yang asked. Yang was a little confused. Senior, I just followed your ideas and built a cannon. Dixinian smiled and walked over. Yang, Xiao Lu, Nighthawk, why don't you stay for dinner? Zhu Yang was immediately delighted. Sure. Nighthawk, sister, is that okay? Sorry to bother you again. Dixinian smiled gracefully and generously. Yes, of course. Don't be so reserved. I already considered you family. Family. Zhongli was suddenly startled at the words. Nighthawk was a little confused. She and Zhongli had just become sworn sisters in the mountains. So how could Dixinian say she considered them family now that she was here? Qin Xiaoyao and the other women who had participated in the eavesdropping were immediately furious. Before setting up dinner, Dixinian pulled Zhongli aside. Xinian? What's wrong with you? Before Zhongli could react, he couldn't finish his sentence. His mouth was sealed shut by his wife's sudden, passionate kiss. Honey, what's wrong? I just wanted you to know that I love you very much, too. Honey, thank you for loving me so much. Dixinian smiled, tears welling in her eyes. Although he didn't understand what was going on, Zhongli naturally embraced Dixinian. My dear, falling in love with you is fate. No need to thank me. Dixinian obediently rested her head on Zhongli chest. Slightly away. Ai Shirley, who was peeking, said speechlessly to Gu Anqi, Angie, I had enough of that dog food. Ah. Am I not? Gu Anqi, who was also peeking, said unhappily. Don't you have a boyfriend? Ai Shirley said, feeling both amused and embarrassed. Why are you still eating dog food when you have a man? Gu Anqi looked up, a look of longing on her face. Alas, that girl doesn't long for a passionate love. Look at a Rui and Master's love. It's truly earth-shattering and soul-stirring. So desirable. Ai Shirley shook her head. Don't worry. I think a simple and ordinary life is the truest love. Besides, I always feel it's too risky for a girl to fall in love with a Rui. Do you remember Xiaoye? She also had a passionate love affair, but in the end, she was cremated on the spot. And our master, on his wedding day, played a fateful game of life and death. In the end, it was all just luck. With only 2 hours to spare, a Rui almost died with her. This kind of love is terrifying. It's even more terrifying than Jiang Juanhao confining me to a room to indoctrinate me. Gu Anqi was left in a state of confusion after hearing AI Shirley's words. You're right. A love like that between a Rui and master is truly passionate, but also truly terrifying. Gu Anqi was now terrified. She had once harbored feelings for Zhong Lirui. If she hadn't let him go, would she have been cremated on the spot if she hadn't been unlucky? AI Shirley chuckled. Anqi, don't overthink it. Everyone's life experiences are different, and there's no absolute right or wrong. As long as we can find someone willing to spend the rest of our lives together, whether it's ordinary or passionate, it's the best arrangement. Find them, and just live well. The two women smiled at each other, and returned to the table. 40 days later. Over the Jianbei community, above the Home Alliance's sphere of influence. Zhong Lirui once again used the Seven Swords system to survey the entire Alliance area. After 40 days, it was already November. Fortunately, November in Ling'an province was a mild spring, so it wasn't too cold. On this sunny early winter day, the survivors of the 8 communities celebrated their first bountiful corn harvest. Furthermore, all the communities in the Homeland Alliance now had potatoes grown in greenhouses. This was accomplished under Wang Zhong's guidance. Recalling the feedback from the community leaders the day before, during the corn harvest, many survivors, upon receiving the harvest, knelt and wept uncontrollably, clutching the golden corn they had planted and harvested. Zhong Lirui smiled faintly. When their communities first alleviated their food shortages, hadn't everyone felt the same way? Tears of joy, tears of joy. During this period, everyone in the Homeland Alliance had, in a very unique way, achieved full armor. The survivors of the Homeland Alliance learned how to make paper armor from the Ming Dynasty in the library. Everyone crushed the collected waste paper, cardboard and other things, mixed them with waste rag fibers into pulp, dried them, and shaped them, and finally made armored decks similar to density boards. These decks were made into the shape of armor, then strung together with ropes, processed with sewing machines, and fixed on the body with rivets to form a grayish-white paper armor. At first, everyone thought it unreliable. However, when Zhong Lirui and his team tested the paper armor with recurve bows, note, this was only a 25-pound recurve bow, compound bows over 45 pounds might not be able to withstand it, they found that it could barely match the protective effect of the armor. This shocked everyone. However, afterward, the armored companions looked truly strange, wearing paper armor and electric bicycle helmets. Although a bit crude, it must be said that this armor is still effective against ordinary zombies. As for weapons, Zhong Lirui's homemade compound bow and crossbow techniques have become popular. All residents in the Home Alliance area now use bows and crossbows. In addition, each community has been issued a certain number of bombs. Yang. Zhong Lirui contacted Zhu Yang from the rooftop of a high-rise residential complex. How's the ammunition supply? Alliance leader, don't worry. We won't let you down when the war breaks out. We have enough ammunition for over 30 salvos. And, these ammunition have been improved. The improvement means these gas tanks have tail fins welded onto them, greatly improving their accuracy and flight stability, and they also added crushing iron nails inside to increase their damage. Very good, Zhong Lirui said with satisfaction. Looking down at the Home Alliance area once again, Zhong Lirui felt incredibly confident. On the flagpole beside him, the Home Alliance, that large building was covered in flags with small house designs, fluttering in the wind. Descending from the rooftop, Zhong Lirui asked Captain Wang Gang, Captain Wang, how's the communication with the eastern base going? What did Major General Long Weili say? Boss, General Long is very grateful for the intelligence we provided. They will be on guard against future zombie invasions from the Changsheng Life Science Group. However, he also said that he can't spare any manpower to help us right now. The eastern base is very short on supplies. We have 1,600 combat personnel, but with 4,000 refugees, the pressure on supplies is enormous. Highly stressed? Zhong Lirui asked curiously. Aren't the remaining eastern base military engaged in farming? Yes. However, these 1,600 soldiers have to build the outer protective wall, farm, and fight at the same time. The burden is truly heavy. Moreover, as the fighting drags on, the military's stockpile of weapons and ammunition is almost depleted. Building a protective wall. Zhong Lirui suddenly thought, Captain Wang, the eastern base. Is it built on a plane? Really? Wang Gang asked curiously. Originally, the military usually chose planes as bases. They're convenient for training, easy to build airports, and convenient for transporting supplies. What's wrong? Huh? Doesn't this mean the base is surrounded by enemies and has no strategic locations? Zhong Lirui asked anxiously. Do you remember how the Jiangnan Gymnasium was breached? It was because it was open on all sides, with no strategic locations to defend. It was entirely thanks to the newly built high walls. What if something happened to the high walls? What if a massive zombie horde descended again? How long could the eastern base, with only 1,600 soldiers inside, most of whom were refugees? After hearing Zhong Lirui's words, Captain Wang Gang suddenly understood, and a frightened expression appeared on his face. My name is Xiao Lu. Quickly warned General Long and the others. Please. Zhong Lirui sighed, then glanced at the residential areas surrounding him. These surrounding communities were surrounded by high-rise buildings, reinforced by walls and gated perimeters, forming a series of barricades. Furthermore, these communities, barricades, and underground vaults now all had secret passages connecting them. Therefore, areas densely populated with residential areas were actually much easier to defend than military bases on the plains, which were defenseless. I hope I'm overthinking it. Zhong Lirui shook his head and walked away. On the hills near Home Cradle, Murong Chanfeng C3, dusty, and with a tattered coat, carrying a homemade bomb, was observing from the vicinity of Home Cradle's former entrance and exit. Bai Qiangwei, wait for me. At the same time, in Home Cradle, in the operations room, Bai Qiangwei and her subordinates were confirming the next two targets, the Eastern Dayton base, and the new survivor gathering area in Jianbei, Lingnan province. Commander, how should we allocate our forces for these two targets? The subordinate confirmed again. Target 1, Eastern Dayton base, deploy 2 waves of enhanced C3S. The first wave will deploy enhanced C3S, 10 combat units. The second wave will deploy the remaining 30 enhanced C3S and 20 C2 Earthshakers. Target 2, the urban settlement. With so few people, don't bother, just attack in one go. 10 enhanced C3S and 20 C2 Earthshakers, lead the charge. This time, watch closely. All combat units, make sure to summon enough minions before attacking. Don't worry, boss. This time, we make sure to summon enough captains before launching the attack. Okay, by the way, C2 Earthshaker special equipment, is it ready? Reporting to the supervisor, the C2 model has returned, and all upgrades and refits have been completed. Okay. White Rose glanced at Target 2, a glint of ruthlessness in her eyes. She silently muttered, you turned Chanfeng into this. None of your family will escape. Last time, Qin Xiaoyu was able to rescue him, but this time, let's see how you save the one outside. Deepest underground in the cradle of home. Qin Xiaoyu silently observed the operating data within the cradle of home. In the underground production line, a new batch of 50 enhanced C3S were ready for dispatch. These giant monsters, standing between 2.3 and 2.5 meters tall, were neatly arranged in batches in the breeding center. Meanwhile, on another production line, the existing C2 variants were undergoing upgrades. They were fitted with bulletproof vests and had special high-explosive bombs installed on their backs. Qin Xiaoyu carefully examined the data. Enhanced C3, guide equipped with a head-mounted speaker and a brainwave-enhancing controller, the maximum number of zombies they can summon and guide has been increased to 1,000, allowing them to independently lead small armies and attacks. Enhanced C2, Earthshaker, EX, equipped with a level 3 bulletproof vest and 20 kilograms of high explosives on the back, equivalent to the explosive power of a 152mm caliber land artillery piece in service. Dad, do you have to be so drastic? Qin Xiaoyu quietly connected with Qin Xiaoyao. Sister, you're in big trouble. Chapter 122. The enhanced C3's summoning power has increased to 1000. The enhanced C2 not only wears a bulletproof vest, but also straps 20 kilograms of explosives. After listening to Qin Xiao and Xiaofeng's urgent report, Zhong Lirui fell into deep thought. It seems our defensive tactics need to be adjusted. Qin Xiaoyao said worriedly yes. These newly upgraded C2S and C3S pose a significant threat. Not to mention that each C3 can now command 1,000 ordinary zombies. The explosives on these C2S are highly targeted against our typical communities' high-wall defenses. These C2S are a real headache, Zhong Lirui said hesitantly. They charge the defense line based on their own judgment, detonating their own explosives. Or if their heads die, the explosives will automatically detonate. This design is truly sinister. Perhaps Chongli Life Science Group, knowing that we often use close combat to eliminate C2S, devised this disgusting explosive tactic. Suddenly, Zhongli Rui remembered something and asked Xiaofeng, how many rounds are left in the 12.7 caliber heavy machine guns in vehicles 1 and 2? Huh? Xiaofeng, staring at Zhongli Rui in a daze, quickly replied in a serious tone, Sir, we have 139 rounds of 12.7 caliber standard large caliber heavy machine gun ammunition remaining. The heavy machine guns on the 2 armored vehicles can no longer provide suppressive firepower for long. Given the 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun's typical rate of fire of 450 to 600 rounds per minute, 139 rounds wouldn't last long, even with a 3-shot burst. It's okay, Zhongli Rui said with a smile. Take 50 rounds, and give 25 each to Captain Wang Gang and Lu Shi. Xiaofeng asked doubtfully, Sir? Zhongli Rui smiled confidently. Have you forgotten those massive weapons they have? Those 2 things in their hands, let alone the heads of C2 and C3, wouldn't even let your armor withstand a single round? The effectiveness of those 2 weapons isn't like the scattered fire of an armored vehicle's heavy machine gun, right? Qin Xiaoliao and Xiaofeng also remembered, their expressions alight with realization. At this moment, Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment before volunteering, Captain, can I move the heavy machine gun to a commanding height and secure it there, so I can serve as the 3rd sniper? Qin Xiaoliao curled his lips. Xiaofeng, are you kidding? A heavy machine gun isn't a sniper rifle. You're going to use it on a rooftop to snipe? Are you kidding? Xiaofeng instantly deflated. Sorry. Second miss, I'd be more careful next time. Zhongli Rui perked up and asked Xiaofeng, if you secure the heavy machine gun on the rooftop, with your radar sensor, can you guarantee a precise hit within 500 range? Xiaofeng was stunned, then a light flashed in her eyes. She then firmly assured him, Captain, I can do it. If not, I run naked around the community. Xiaofeng, what nonsense are you talking about? Qin Xiaoliao said angrily, then turned to Zhongli Rui. Brother, Xiaofeng is talking nonsense. Don't bother with her. Xiaofeng then realized she had misspoken again and blushed, lowering her head. Zhongli Rui smiled generously. Xiaoliao, Xiaofeng is a combat expert. She's not lying. There was once a record of someone using a heavy machine gun to kill a target more than 2 kilometers away. If Xiaofeng and her team weren't equipped for medium and close-range suppressive fire, and if she had the right scope, she could have killed monsters from 2 kilometers away. Xiaofeng, I believe in you. From now until the end of this defensive battle, during the combat period, you will be codenamed Sniper Number 3. Xiaofeng nodded excitedly yes. Thank you for your trust, Commander. Zhongli Rui warned, although you're strong, a girl fighting on a rooftop, please be careful. Yes. Xiaofeng replied happily. For the first time, a smile resembling the excited smile of a little girl appeared on her face. Qin Xiaoliao observed Xiaofeng's change with a puzzled expression. After Xiaofeng left to arrange the equipment, Qin Xiaoliao said to Zhongli Rui, Don't take Xiaofeng's words seriously, brother. I know. Zhongli Rui smiled graciously. Sister, why would I bother with such brave children? Qin Xiaoyu's expression turned strange. Xiaofeng and the others are brave. Children? I'm judging this based on the data you gave me. Xiaofeng and the others are the product of Chongsheng Life Science Group using accelerated growth technology to forcibly transform 3-year-old children into the bodies of 18-year-old girls they are today. Chongsheng Group used memory transfer technology to give them combat, survival, and equipment skills similar to those possessed by Special Forces soldiers. But in reality, they haven't honed their social skills, like us humans, such as how to behave, how to interact with others, and how to get along with others. Their values haven't been forged through the rigors of society. So, aren't they just children? Qin Xiaoliao smiled wryly, and remained non-committal. Xiaofeng, who had just remembered something and wanted to return for instructions, was stunned when she heard these words from the corner. Does the commander think that my sisters and I are children? Xiaofeng muttered to herself. Then, she quietly left. 5 days later at dawn. 18th War Zone, 5 kilometers west of the eastern Dayton base. A large, integrated reconnaissance and strike drone, Pterodactyl, flew overhead, guarding the Dayton base garrison. Below, a massive, dark army of zombies advanced. The Pterodactyl drone lowered its altitude, and the image on the monitors in the headquarters operations room became clearer. In the gray dawn, the skyline was shrouded in a thick haze, as if even the light had been swallowed by the endless darkness. On this land shrouded in despair, approximately 30,000 ordinary zombies, like a disciplined marching force, marched with a heart-pounding pace towards the massive wall of the eastern base, 3 meters high and half a meter thick at its base. As they drew closer, their staggering yet determined steps became clear. Their sheer number, their dense mass, resembled a black ocean, rippling in the breeze. In the operations command room, Major General Long Whaley, the highest-ranking surviving commander of the local army, had a grim expression. He couldn't help but recall the intelligence sent by the urban survivors' popular resistance some time ago. At the time, he had dismissed it as a pretext for the military to send reinforcements. Now, as the intelligence had predicted, the Changsheng Life Science Group's 30,000-strong zombie army was approaching. He recalled once again the fall of the Jiangnan Sports Center shelter, and even more so, the fall of another nearby branch base some time before. That time, the ammunition depot was lost, resulting in the deaths of over 200 soldiers. General Long, former brigade chief of staff Situ Kong, reported to him grimly. The situation is very grim. Our staff, after analyzing the situation in conjunction with the combat AI intelligence system, has concluded that if among these elite monsters there are indeed the newly improved C2 and C3 types mentioned in the intelligence provided by the Popular Resistance Army, the probability of the base being defended is only 40%. 40%. Major General Long Whaley gripped the edge of the command desk, his gaze switching between the image of the zombie horde on the display and Chief of Staff Situ Kong's report. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his anxiety. We must prepare for the worst. General Long's voice was low and firm. Notify all troops to enter a level 1 combat readiness state, and ensure every line of defense is in top condition. Yes, General. Chief of Staff Situ Kong quickly turned and carried out the order. Major General Long Whaley's gaze returned to the display. He knew that this was not just a battle for the survival of the base, but also a battle for survival between humans and zombies. He recalled his oath to protect the safety of every soldier and civilian. Now, he had to put that oath into action. But the 40% probability lingered in his mind. Notify all soldiers to prepare for battle, General Long's voice echoed through the operations command room. Also, although this is a last resort, activate the backup retreat plan. Chief of Staff Situ Kong, in the event of a base collapse, you lead as many civilians as possible and evacuate to the city. The atmosphere in the operations command room was tense and solemn. Soldiers busily moved between various equipment, nervously checking their weapons and communications equipment. Major General Long Whaley's gaze was firm and calm. He knew that as a commander, he must remain calm and instill confidence in his men. General, all troops have been placed on level 1 combat readiness. Our defenses have been inspected and we're ready for action, a communications officer reported. Long Whaley nodded and turned to Chief of Staff Situ Kong. Inform all soldiers that we face a life-or-death battle. Also, ensure the details of the backup retreat plan are complete. If the base is lost, we must ensure the safe evacuation of as many civilians and soldiers as possible. Chief of Staff Situ Kong swiftly carried out General Long's orders, knowing full well that implementing the retreat plan meant they were at the brink of maximum danger. Outside the base, beneath the massive walls, soldiers nervously watched the approaching zombie horde in the distance. They knew this would be a fierce battle like no other. Some soldiers silently prayed for a miracle, hoping for the base to survive. Major General Long Whaley stood in the center of the command room, his gaze fixed once again on the display screen, silently repeating to himself, no matter the outcome, we must fight to the bitter end. Also, Major General Long Whaley issued an additional order, dispatch a large patrol drone, the Kuan, to the skies over the Home Alliance community, 40 kilometers away. Report the situation there back here. General, what are you doing? Chief of Staff Situ Kong asked questioningly. If I had known the survivors of the urban resistance were so resilient and talented, I should have joined forces with them sooner. They have no heavy weapons, no machine guns or missiles, yet they've taken root in that hellhole of the city and are still providing us with intelligence. I truly regret not taking them seriously sooner. You know, we're the only 2 decent resistance forces left in the 18th war zone. But we're really strapped for time now. This Kuan, with its 24-hour patrol capability, can help monitor the battle situation over there. Secondly, the microcluster bombs equipped on the drone are our last resort to help the civilian resistance. Contact Captain Wang Gang of the 022 ND Gerfalcon Squadron and inform them of the resistance commander, Zhong Leroy. We can't even protect ourselves now, so this is the only option. Sai, execute it. Yes, General. 5 minutes later, the ready-to-fly large Kuan patrol drone took off from the base and headed for the Home Alliance area in Lingen City. Meanwhile, Zhong Lirui, in a conference room temporarily converted into a war room, stared at the footage captured by the Albatross drone 5 kilometers to the northeast. Over 10,000 zombies were also approaching the Home Alliance area in a vast, black mass. 2 hours at most. Zombies can't walk faster than humans, Wang Zhong, now fully armed and wearing protective gear, estimated. In 2 hours, the zombie tide will reach the outer reaches of the Alliance's defense zone. Wang Gang, receiving the military information from Liaison Officer Xiao Lu, quickly related to Zhong Lirui. Listening to Wang Zhong and Wang Gang's reports, Zhong Lirui nodded. Captain Wang Gang, you're now sniper number 2. Take up your sniper position. Today, it's up to you and Lu Shi. Give it a good fight, Captain Sharpshooter. After today's battle, if we survive, I have some ergwota with you. Captain Wang Gang saluted Zhongli solemnly. Sir, it's my honor to fight for the people alongside you. Then, he shouldered his M82 and, along with his deputy, Xiao Lu, headed for the sniper position on the rooftop of Building 2. Zhong Lirui, fully armed and wearing the 7-sword system, checked the time, and said to Qin Xiaoyao, follow the plan and open the full-scale video link. Qin Xiaoyao nodded silently and activated the All-Alliance video link. Chapter 123. Early morning, in the Home Alliance area. Warriors from every community in the Home Alliance were ready. At their respective gathering points, everyone stared at the video feed, waiting intently. At a certain moment, a fully armed Zhong Lirui appeared on various connected screens and mobile phone interfaces. Clad in full SWAT gear, equipped with an exoskeleton and the 7-sword system, Zhong Lirui stood at the podium. His gaze was firm, his eyes blazing. The first leader of the Home Alliance, leaning into the microphone, slowly spoke. Allies of the Home Alliance, citizens of Lingen State, all my friends. I am Zhong Lirui. Like you, a living, breathing survivor of the resistance. The live broadcast of the speech was also transmitted back to the Military Command Center at the Eastern Dayton base via signal intercepted by the Kuan drone. General Longweily's eyebrows suddenly raised. Oh! Now is perhaps the most crucial moment in our lives since rebuilding our homeland following the apocalyptic zombie crisis. I convey this message to each and every one of you, wherever you are at this moment. I empathize with all your feelings and the fear you may feel. Most of us will face a tremendous challenge. The massive zombie horde created by Changsheng Life Science Group is about to invade our homeland once again. Just as they last invaded the Jiang'an Gymnasium shelter. In the Zhenhua residential complex, Lu Rian nursed her child in one hand while watching a live video stream on her phone with the other. Beside her, Tainan Offing, also watching, was moved. His shiny right mechanical hand clenched into a fist. In the Huaduo community, Nighthawk was already dressed in military uniform. She listened quietly to her brother's speech. Not far away, Ague, clad in paper armor, held his old-fashioned rifle, intently watching the live video stream on Shinjuanru's phone beside him. Before the apocalypse, I, like you, was an ordinary person. We loved our lives, our civilized society. Even though it had its flaws, its order provided each of us, ordinary people, with the basic conditions for survival. After the apocalypse, we were displaced, we were confused, we were starving, we were helpless and awaited death. Until, like me, you all mustered the courage to rebuild our homes, our lives, on this very land beneath our feet. Our freedom, our hope, we ordinary people love peace and don't attack others. But chaebols like Changsheng Life Science Group, for their own ends, treat us ordinary people like dirt. They even use us for experiments using biological weapons. We are forced into this war, and we must accept this challenge. If we fail, not only will the civilized order we painstakingly rebuilt be destroyed, but we will also be forced back into a miserable life of wandering. Or even death. In a nearby neighborhood, Su Shengwei, leader of the library community, also wearing full security gear, kept muttering the word wandering, his eyes seeming to recall the painful days of wandering, being trapped, and even forced to drink urine. He closed his eyes, and touched the pistol at his waist. Beside him, his companions, all clad in paper armor, wore heavy expressions. At this point, Zhong Lirui, in the conference room, raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and raised it high. To defend all we hold dear, we must accept this challenge. And fight the encroaching darkness to the bitter end. To this noble goal, I call upon every ally within the alliance to follow my lead. Today, I implore you to remain calm and resolute, and unite in the face of this test. Every friend who can fight, please face your fears, take up arms, and fight alongside me. Our test is severe, Our challenge unprecedented. It is said that truth is within the range of the cannon. Well, we have prepared our cannons to meet the incoming challenge. Fight! My friends, my fellow countrymen, for victory. For our homeland. As Zhong Lirui's words fell, the people of the entire Home Alliance region were deeply shaken, speechless for a moment. All the warriors, clad in armor and armed, simultaneously turned their gazes toward their respective communities. The flag that had been hoisted not long ago, it was the Home Alliance flag, fluttering in the morning breeze. Thunderous applause and resounding cheers. In every corner of the Homeland Alliance, all the survivors shouted in unison, "For victory! For home! For victory! For home!" The voices merged into a torrent, seemingly resounding through the heavens. Sniper position 1. For victory? That's a very good point. Lu Shi smiled as he rechecked the 5 magazines beside him, each containing 5 12.7 caliber rounds. He said to Shi Chunling, a new member of the police academy community, standing beside him, "Don't be nervous, Xiaoshi. Be my spotter later." "Yes, Senior Lu Shi." Lu Shi unsheathed his M99 sniper rifle. Sniper position 2. I hope Commander Zhongli can lead us to victory this time. Captain Wang Gang also set up his M82 sniper rifle. Beside him, Adjutant Xiao Lu was observing through a scope. Sniper position 3. Xiaofeng quietly stared at her helmet display, waiting for Zhong Lirui's instructions, and for high-threat targets to enter range. Is this home? The second young lady is family. Commander Zhong Lirui, you treat me like a child? Should I call him daddy? Xiaofeng continued to stare at the display, his mind shimmering with confusion. In the Bohemia community, Tainan often pondered for a long time before firmly saying to Lu Rian, "Wife, I want to go too." Lu Rian was stunned, her eyes welling with tears. She fell silent, then said, "Be safe. Promise me you come back." The tall, muscular former bodybuilding champion smiled confidently. "Yes. Don't worry. Let's have dinner together tonight." Tainan left the room and found Amao, the guard who was guarding him, and explained his intentions. "What makes you think I believe you?" Amao, also dressed in military uniform, looked warily at Tainan and Afeng. "Because my wife and children are here, my new home is here, and the potatoes I planted are here. Because I'm a survivor, a living, fighting man." Tainan and Afeng's eyes were firm and fearless. Tainan and Afeng's resolute attitude moved Amao and Lu Mingqi. Over time, they watched the transformation of this former mountain king as he worked the fields. "I don't have any extra pistols on hand right now. Your mechanical arms are not suitable for using a crossbow. So you put on paper armor, cover your face with cloth, take a shield and a fire axe, and guard the line with me." Amao thought for a while, and said to Tainan and Afeng. Afeng nodded solemnly. In the operations command room of the Eastern Dayton base, General Longwei sighed softly after listening to the speech. "Citizen-elected Representative Zhong Lirui, you are an excellent orator. I wonder how well you will command operations. 500 survivors, barely even armed with a pistol, facing an army of 10,000 zombies. Sorry, young man, I really can't send any more troops to help you now." Previously, Wang Gang reported to Major General Longwei that Zhong Lirui had convened a joint court to publicly try the looters and executed 5 heinous criminals. Because of these deeds, the remaining troops of the 18th War Zone, led by Major General Longwei, recognized Zhong Lirui as an elected representative and survivor leader, and acknowledged the legitimacy of the Home Alliance region. As the morning light brightened, the Home Alliance soldiers stepped onto the battlefield and took up their respective combat positions. After his speech, Zhong Lirui once again ascended to the highest point of the high-rise residential building in the home community. An hour and 30 minutes later, as the morning sun began to shine at 7 o'clock, Zhong Lirui's vision was filled with a dark, swarming zombie army. Watchtower, the zombie army is approaching 2 kilometers northeast of the Home Alliance border. Monitoring center, I understand. Zhong Lirui activated the 7-sword system and enabled filtering mode, displaying only high-threat targets. Because the number of ordinary zombies now reached 10,000. All assault units report. Zhong Lirui radioed the artillery. Watchtower, don't worry. Assault units 1, 2, and 3 are on standby. Our artillery is already starving for air today. We're just waiting for your coordinates. Okay. Zhong Lirui nodded. Home cradle, underground command room. Qin Jinkuan stared coldly at Bai Qiangwei, who was pinned to the ground by 2 black mechanical guards, her mouth bleeding. "Bai Qiangwei, or Agent Yexiang, you're truly patient." Chen Jinkuan then pulled up the data, Do you really think I didn't notice you contacted Murong Chanfeng about the Yuchong sword? Your general staff has such backward technology, and you're showing off to me? Bai Qiangwei glared at Chen Jinquan coldly. Humph, Chen Jinquan, what are you showing off again? You know I'm an undercover agent, and you still dare to use me? Are you really brave? Why wouldn't I? I'm going to use you. Are you crazy? Bai Qiangwei said dismissively. Chen Jinquan smiled grimly. Bai Qiangwei, are you forgetful? Did you orchestrate my wife's accident? Did you orchestrate the 2 assassination attempts on my eldest daughter? Did you orchestrate the last attack on my youngest daughter by sending the commandos? Did you force me to move forward with the military plan under the orders of the Deputy Chief of the General Staff? Did you steal the confidential technology from Changsheng Life Science? Bai Qiangwei said indifferently. Chen Jinquan, do you really think you have it all figured out? I acknowledge your wife's actions, but that was only part of the mission. As for your daughter's incident, I was indeed involved, but that was also for the mission. As for Changsheng Life Science's confidential technology, that wasn't my decision alone, it was an order from the General Staff. A flicker of anger crossed Chen Jinquan's face, and he clenched his fists. Mission? Your mission is to destroy my family, ruin my career, hurt my family, and force me to do something I don't want to do? Your methods are truly despicable. Bai Qiangwei sneered. Chen Jinquan, you're too naive. In this world, everyone has a role to play, and I'm merely carrying out my mission. Mission? Oh, really? Chen Jinquan scoffed. You make it sound like a soldier solely devoted to his mission. But what's the truth? Besides being instructed by the General Staff, you colluded with my shareholders and accepted bribes from them. Furthermore, besides Dakian, you also sold stolen technology to other countries. Did you do that? Bai Qiangwei looked surprised, but then recovered. So what? What does it have to do with you using me? Chen Jinquan's voice grew lower, his eyes thick with murderous intent. You're truly cunning. You and the forces behind you are doing something I care about for the sake of it. To achieve their respective goals, they destroyed and harmed more than once. Therefore, I will not let any of you go. Honestly, you're a truly dedicated undercover agent. To avoid being exposed in front of me, you actually orchestrated the destruction of your hometown, Xinjiang, 90% of the major cities in Dakian, and the major countries on Blue Star. I used you to eliminate your superiors, your country, the foreign forces behind you, your hometown, and even the use of your hard-earned wealth. In the end times, money is useless. You are truly a handy knife. Oh, by the way, you also personally destroyed your lover, Yu Chongjian, Murong Chanfeng, right? You thought his term of office was over, and he escaped the death banquet list you arranged. In fact, I just made a small adjustment to the list. Surprise? Ha ha! You lunatic, you devil. White Rose cried in anger. You're going to destroy the entire world just to get back at us? I just had a sudden realization. You forces, boasting of yourselves as the most advanced minds and wisdom, are the root cause of the world's suffering. Therefore, I will destroy humanity's original civilization, its leaders, and even all of its wisdom. Being without thoughts is so much easier, so much freer. No need to dwell on making money, no need to engage in deception, no need to dwell on how to attack each other and fight to the death. I will address the problem at its root. You want to reduce all of humanity to mindless animals? White Rose said absent-mindedly. Yes, you guessed it right. Chen Jinquan's eyes were filled with fanaticism. Bai Qiangwei lowered her head and laughed, her laughter growing increasingly manic. Chen Jinquan, I admit, you're ruthless. But you know what? You missed a tiny detail. You once told me to use the 2nd Rangers to sweep the entire city of Linganzhou, avoiding the area where the 2nd young lady was. Yet, I chose her home community as my primary target. Calculating the time, the so-called Home Alliance should already be engaged in a firefight with an army of 10,000 zombies. I'm curious to see how long these poor, lowly creatures can hold out. Ha ha ha. Chen Jinquan's eyes widened. You? He quickly activated the surveillance devices on all the C3 and C2 members of the Home Alliance. Huh? What's this? Chapter 124. Home Alliance Area. Watchtower. The vanguard of the zombie army is approaching 1.2 kilometers away. Qin Shuya's voice trembled slightly. Control Center, don't panic. Let's try our biggin. Okay. Zhong Lirui locked onto 3 high-threat red targets 1.2 kilometers away. Based on last experience, C3 is mixed with 2 C2S. Zhong Lirui thought to himself, then confirmed the target and contacted Zhu Yongyang, Strike Force 1, Assault Team, Gas Cannon, 2 o'clock direction, target 1.2 kilometers away, volley fire.
All right. Zhu Yonglong exclaimed excitedly, then gave the order, strike force 1, 2, 3 volley fire. 3 loud explosions echoed almost simultaneously, as the gas cannon shells streaked through the air. Seconds later, a devastating explosion erupted at the vanguard of the zombie army. A massive blast instantly swept across the battlefield. Amidst the explosion, a massive, bright crimson fireball rose from the distant ground. A moment later, a small mushroom cloud rose from the location of the initial bombardment. The 3 high-threat red targets on Zhong Lirui's helmet display instantly vanished. Watchtower, the big gun has hit its target, with remarkable effectiveness. Qin Shuya's voice tinged with excitement. The Albatross's scanners indicate 1 C3 and 2 C2s have been completely destroyed. Furthermore, after the C2 was killed, the explosives on his body detonated a second time, eliminating over 500 zombies. Furthermore, according to observations, some zombies became disorganized after the explosion. Well, approximately 1,000 zombies were either eliminated or rendered incapable of combat at once. Good, very good. Monitoring Center, continue observation. Don't let your guard down, Zhong Lirui said calmly. As the Quintai patrol drone transmitted images of a small mushroom cloud rising amidst the zombie horde, the soldiers in the combat command room at the Eastern Dayton base stared wide-eyed. Chief of Staff Situ, have we ever left such powerful weapons on the defense line near Jiangnan Gymnasium? General Long Weili asked doubtfully. General Long, no, absolutely not. Judging by the size of the explosion, this weapon's power is roughly equivalent to a 450 to 500 kilograms aerial bomb, equivalent to the smallest thermobaric bomb. How could such a weapon of mass destruction be in the hands of the civilian population? Furthermore, the 3 thermobaric bombs used in the last bombing were successfully detonated. The final one is still at the base. Are you suggesting that these civilian survivors crafted their own small thermobaric bombs and artillery devices? General Long Weili raised his eyebrows in surprise. General, we might only be able to learn the specific details through Team 022. However, I'm truly shocked. These rebels are capable of creating something this powerful. This People's Resistance Army is truly interesting. Okay. In that case, since they possess such a hidden weapon, don't rush to fire the attack weapons on the Kuan. Go contact Wang Gang and the others. Yes. Home Cradle, Underground Combat Command Room. Chen Jinku had also witnessed the massive explosion through the sensors of other C2 and C3 units on the scene. At the same time, real-time data displayed, C3 enhanced, 1 silenced, C2 enhanced, 2 silenced, C1 failed infected, 502 silenced, and 493 incapacitated. What? White Rose stared at the screen in disbelief. Did the Eastern Dayton base collaborate with these poor bastards? They actually gave thermobaric bombs to civilians. Weapons of mass destruction of this magnitude? Chun Jinkuan thought, and once again retrieved the relevant data from the Home Alliance. Then, the image of Zhong Lirui's speech from earlier appeared before his eyes. Isn't this Zhong Lirui, the senior classmate Xiaoyao used to compete with when he was bored? Now, Xiaoyao and the royal guards are in their community. Chun Jinkuan, after reading the speech, looked thoughtful. This Zhong Lirui and his Home Alliance are the strongest resistance force in Lingyan City right now, Bai Qiangwei said casually. This guy is as tenacious as a cockroach. This engineering student, who can rub rockets with his hands, is actually much stronger than that funny fitness beauty pageant champion, who only knows how to work out, Qin Jinkuan asked Bai Qiangwei playfully. Oh! By the way, one of the 2 teams sent in the last test was wiped out by his forces. Can't you see for yourself? Kill me if you want. From today on, I will never work for you again. Don't worry. I won't kill you so easily. You know, your fiancé, your sweetheart, has been hiding outside the base, watching from the shadows. Chen Jinkuan grinned and clicked on the surveillance device. The ragged Murong Chanfeng, C3, was hiding on the hill near the entrance to Home Cradle, carrying a bag of unknown substance. You? You devil. What are you going to do to him? White Rose panicked. Since he wants to play the hero saving the beauty game, TSK, Chen Jinkuan said, his chin twitching, staring at White Rose in amusement. As the Demon King, shouldn't I treat him well too? After all, it's not easy for a hero to return home. You? How dare you? Why wouldn't I dare? Hee. Guards, take care of our supervisor Bai and bring her to the C3 Petri Dish Production Workshop. Don't let her die. At the mention of C3 Petri Dish Production Workshop, White Rose trembled with fear and cried out heartbreakingly, You devil, you lunatic, you won't end well. You? Knock her out. Take her away, Chen Jinquan said coldly. A nearby black mechanical guard knocked White Rose unconscious with the butt of his rifle. Then, 2 guards dragged White Rose away like cargo. Chen Jinquan then continued to monitor the battlefields at the Eastern Dayton base and the Home Alliance. Zhongli Rui, how far can you go? Chen Jinquan asked with anticipation. He turned his gaze once again to the battlefield in the Home Alliance area. Home cradle deepest. Chen Xiaoyu was now overcome with grief. She had secretly overheard the entire conversation between Chen Jinquan and Bai Qiangwei through a hidden, highest-level access channel. She was immersed in a petri dish of breathable, amniotic fluid, her entire body awash in the touch of liquid. Yet, at this moment, she could clearly feel her tears flowing. Dad. Alas. Zhongli Rui. Please protect Xiaoyao. Slightly taming her grief, she turned her attention to the home cradle battlefield area. The assault cannon's first volley tore a bloody hole directly in front of the advancing zombie horde. However, the zombie horde behind it quickly filled the gap. Led by the reinforced C3S hidden within the ranks, the zombie horde continued its march toward the Home Alliance area like a black tide. On Zhongli Rui's helmet display, the C2 and C3 elite monsters that had arrived with the zombie tide became his constant target. And on his helmet display, there was a cooldown timer, a countdown of 1 minute and 20 seconds. Zhongli Rui knew it was the cooldown timer for the gas tank cannon. The barrel of the gas tank cannon was made of seamless steel pipe from oil pipelines. If fired too frequently, it would explode. He noticed a reinforced C2 at the intersection. Sniper 1, 1.1 kilometers, intersection, next to the trash can C2. Sniper 1 received. LV she immediately swung the barrel of his M99 heavy sniper rifle, and quickly located the enhanced C2 marked by Zhongli Rui. 1 bullet, 1 life. Lu Shi took a deep breath and asked Xiaoshi, observer, what's the wind speed? The wind speed is stable, clear for shooting, Xiaoshi replied quickly, his eyes fixed on the anemometer in his hand. LV Shi's finger gently squeezed the trigger, and the M99 heavy sniper rifle let out a dull thud. The bullet flew towards the target at astonishing speed. The enhanced C2's head exploded instantly under the impact of the bullet, and its massive body collapsed helplessly, becoming one of the many corpses on the battlefield. Hit! Lu Shi's voice was filled with a hint of pride. Barely 10 seconds later, the bomb attached to the headless, enhanced C2 suddenly exploded, blowing away over 20 zombies. As mentioned earlier, the amount of explosives on the C2 was equivalent to the charge of a 152mm howitzer shell. Wow, shooting down the C2 is a steal. If it dies, it take its teammates with it. Lu Shi pondered for a moment, and said to Zhongli Rui Watchtower, Zhongli Rui's codename during the battle, did you see that? Sniping a C2 is a steal. It also kill a bunch of zombies with its own explosion. Zhongli Rui, observing the battlefield through his helmet display, quickly responded, I see, Sniper 1, you're doing a great job. I mark more targets. Afterward, Zhongli Rui locked onto several C2S and C3S in turn and reported their locations to Lu Shi and Wang Gang. During this time, Wang Gang and Lu Shi's heavy sniper rifles fired relentlessly, killing 2 enhanced C3S and 2 enhanced C2S. The bombs that caused the 2 C2S to self-detonate after being killed by headshots killed over 50 more zombies. While Wang Gang and Lu Shi were continuously sniping the C3S and C2S, the zombie horde had already invaded the Home Alliance's territory. A sneer crossed Zhongli Rui's face. At this moment, the road was deliberately blocked with abandoned cars. Combined with several reinforced walls around it, the dark mass of zombies was gradually moving into a concave-shaped encirclement. This pocket formation was the result of Zhongli Rui's initial consultation with the community leaders, and the combined efforts of everyone involved. Its purpose was to crowd the invading zombie horde into a single location, increasing their density. Soon, the zombies filled the pocket formation like a black tide. Zhongli Rui issued another command, all assault units, target, pocket formation volley fire. The 3 gas tank cannons roared once more. A mushroom cloud rose once again in the heart of the Home Alliance region. This time, because the zombie density was much higher, the damage caused by the assault cannons was greatly enhanced. Brother. No, Watchtower, this volley silenced 616 zombies and incapacitated over 700 more. Now, the total number of zombies has dropped to around 7,700. Qin Xiaoyao exclaimed excitedly. That last attack killed 2 more C3S and 4 C2S. Zhongli Rui noted the sudden opening of a large area at the front of the zombie tide, and nodded with satisfaction. He then addressed Zhu Yangyang, well done, assault team.
Chapter 125. Zhu Yongyang, sitting in Assault Vehicle Number 1, danced with excitement. Great! In the Combat Command Room at Eastern Dayton Base, General Long and Staff Officer Situ were now gaping open, their mouths wide open enough to swallow an egg. Did those People's Resistance Army's unidentified weapons of mass destruction just fire again? General Long Whaley asked Staff Officer Situ in confusion. Oh yes. Where did they get so much explosives? General Long said dejectedly. We only have one last 1.5-ton thermobaric bomb left in our base. How can these civilians be so well off during this war? Using bombs to clear the way? Staff Officer Situ spread his hands, indicating he had no idea. Because he had just tried to contact Wang Gang, but the connection was disconnected. At that moment, a soldier in the operations room reported, General, the vanguard of the zombie horde is about to engage the outer wall defenders. General Long sighed, pass the order. Every soldier must kill one zombie with one shot. Snipers, use heavy snipers and anti-material sniper rifles, prioritizing the C2 enhanced. Yes. The vanguard of the zombie horde drew closer, and the soldiers guarding the Dayton base's protective walls held their breath, awaiting the fateful moment. Suddenly, a sharp alarm pierced the tense atmosphere, and the zombies surged towards the wall like a tide. Open fire. General Long's voice echoed over the communicator. The gunfire rang out like thunder, and the fire from the protective wall instantly ripped the leading zombies to shreds. But the zombie horde, like a tidal wave, continued to advance, seemingly endlessly. The soldiers at every firing point on the wall gritted their teeth and continued firing. High up in the watchtower, a military sniper locked sight on a C2 enhanced monster through his scope. His finger gently squeezed the trigger, and with a dull bang, the C2's head exploded, falling to the ground. The bomb attached to the C2 monster also exploded, naturally, sending dozens of zombies flying around it. Without a pause, the sniper immediately sought his next target. Somewhere on the battlefield, however, AC-3 stared at the protective wall, then let out a strange roar at the two C2 enhanced monsters beside it. Then, the two C2 enhanced monsters, each carrying explosives, sped towards the wall in two directions. Damn it! They're going to blow themselves up! A soldier shouted in horror. General Long, watching the surveillance camera, his expression changed, and he immediately ordered, concentrate all firepower. Stop those two monsters from approaching the wall. The soldiers quickly adjusted their firepower, raining down a barrage of bullets on the two C2 enhanced monsters. However, they were wearing body armor, and rifle bullets pierced through them, significantly reducing their effectiveness. For the C2s, with their super regenerative abilities, this damage wasn't fatal. Snipers, take them out! General Long ordered urgently. The sniper on high quickly adjusted his position, and took aim at one of the enhanced C2 monsters. The sniper's shot detonated the first C2 in the head, and its explosive subsequently detonated. However, the sniper missed the head of the second C2, only breaking its arm. The C2, carrying explosives, finally made contact with the protective wall. With a resounding boom, a massive breach was blasted through the wall, sending dust and bricks flying. The soldiers at the firing point atop the wall were staggered by the shockwave, some unfortunate soldiers even thrown off the rampart. General Long's face turned grim as he watched this scene unfold in the command room. He knew that if this breach wasn't quickly closed, the entire base, not only the remaining soldiers but also the civilians seeking refuge, would face catastrophic destruction. Immediately organize a death squad and close the breach, General Long ordered decisively. However, before the troops inside could close the first breach in the wall, a second C2 self-destructed on the wall 200 meters away. The frenzied zombies, like a tide, poured into the base. Suppress the enemy with artillery fire. Attack helicopters, take off, suppress the enemy with fire. Troops inside, immediately meet the enemy at the second line of defense. Troops on the protective wall, withdraw from both sides. General Long's face twitched. He recalled Captain Wang Gang's earlier warning. The base was located on a plain. If the protective wall was breached, there would be nothing left to defend. And the AI's assessment, the probability of holding the base was only 40%. Now, seeing the first line of defense breached, cold sweat streamed down his back. Home cradle, in the combat command room. Is this all the military can do? They suffered a loss, yet they haven't learned their lesson yet? It seems Dayton base won't hold out for much longer. Chen Jingquan sneered, staring at the battle situation at Dayton base. Then, Chen Jingquan turned his attention back to the Home Alliance battlefield. However, the numbers before him startled him. Mr. Chen,
I'm reporting the real-time data from the Home Alliance battlefield. Rangers Team 2. 4 out of 10 C3 enhanced guides have been completely silenced. C2 enhanced Earthshaker EX. 12 out of 20 have been completely silenced. Of the 10,086 failed C1 infected entities in the vassal army, 2,837 have been completely silenced, and another 1,765 have lost their combat effectiveness or control. Satellite data indicates that of the 12 barricade areas in the Home Alliance region, 3 have been lost. Every 1 minute and 30 seconds to 2 minutes and 30 seconds, the Home Alliance will use weapons of mass destruction to conduct large-scale artillery bombardments. Kunlu, the base master AI of Home Cradle, reported coldly to Chen Jinquan. Chen Jinquan had a conflicted expression. On the one hand, clearing the city was his plan. On the other hand, he didn't want the zombie army to attack Chen Xiaoya's home community. However, the current situation indicated that if the current situation continued, the attack on the city by Rangers Team 2 seemed in danger of being completely wiped out if they didn't stop. These civilians are far more formidable than the stubborn military. Chen Jinquan pondered. The Home Alliance battlefield area. The sky above the battlefield was already thick with smoke. The mushroom cloud formed after several rounds of artillery fire formed a persistent ash cloud above the battlefield. After another salvo of gas tanks, Li Chunfang discovered with horror that the barrel of the gas tank cannon he was piloting, Strike Force 3, had fallen off. Damn it! Watchtower, this is the Strike Force 3 cannon. The barrel has fallen off, and it can't fire again. I'm going to help Strike Force 1 and 2. Zhongli Rui's face was grim. This is Watchtower. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Be careful. Watchtower, thank you for your concern. Don't worry. Li Chunfang said, dismounting from Strike Force 3 and leading the team to urgently transport the ammunition to the positions of Strike Force 1 and Strike Force 2. Watchtower, this is the monitoring center, Qin Xiaoyao reported. Our companions from the fallen Baidekio, Lantian building, and Tianqing Jiayuan communities have evacuated through tunnels to the barricades in the neighboring communities. Are there any casualties? Zhong Lirui asked. Yes. These C2s, under the command of the C3s, launched a suicide bombing attack on the community defenses, destroying the fortifications. Alas, 3 have been killed and 10 injured. 3 are seriously injured. Monitoring Center, what is the current situation with the invading zombie army? I see 14 high-threat targets remaining. Watchtower, the Albatross scan shows that about half of the zombie army is completely dead and incapacitated. Zhong Lirui stared nervously at the 3D map on the helmet display. Nearly half of the invading zombie army had been killed or wounded. A living army would have already fled. But now he was facing a zombie horde. Zombies don't know fear or retreat. Monitoring Center, continue monitoring. Notice to all communities. If you spot a C2 suicide attack, immediately leave your defense lines and evacuate through the tunnels. Yes. On the defense line of the Bauhinia community, Amao nervously watched the dark mass of zombies approaching from outside. Chung Feng. Quickly take the women and children from the community and evacuate through the tunnels. Don't worry about the food, it's locked up in the basement. Amao shouted to Tyne and A Feng beside him from the defense line. We hold off for a while, and we catch up later. I can stay and fight. Tyne and A Feng said unconvinced. There are too many zombies. Let's drop a few bombs to reduce the number of zombies, then evacuate. The zombies can't smell the scent and we'll leave. Amao shouted, we're in the Bauhinia community now, listen to me. Got it? You have a wife and children, take them, and the people evacuating from the neighboring community, leave together. We can't hold on here anymore. Don't you want to make a contribution? Then the first thing to do is follow orders, quickly. Previously, the Zijingwa community hadn't been run as a standard community, serving only as a reserve food and medicinal material base, and, of course, as a prison and labor station for Tainan and Yin Lijing. Therefore, the defenses at the entrance weren't a full story high, only about a person's height. However, during this period, like the surrounding communities, Zijingwa community had also opened up a secret underground passage. Not long ago, the nearby Blue Sky building fell, and community residents were relocated here through the tunnel. Tainan and Offing nodded in agreement, and immediately led Yin Lijing and the others down into the basement. As they entered the basement, Tainan turned and heard the sound of gunfire from the defense line. It was the grenades carried by Amao and his men, exploding as they tossed them into the zombie swarm. At that moment, the sound of these explosions was surprisingly pleasant to Tianan's ears. He knew that with each explosion, several zombies would be carried into the air. On the defense line, Amao nervously directed the survivors in battle. Suddenly, a C2 officer appeared in the distance, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at them. Tainan continued forward. Suddenly, an unreasonably loud explosion erupted from behind, a gust of wind emanating from behind. Tainan turned his head, his eyes widening. The defense line had been ripped apart by the massive explosion. Amao and the others, who were already engaged in the battle, were engulfed in smoke and dust. Lu Mingqi, standing not far from Tainan, froze for a moment, her hand covering her mouth as she screamed, "Amao! No!" Chapter 126. Amao, Amao, Amao. Lu Mingqi stumbled towards the defense line. The dust cleared slightly, and the zombies entered through the gap in the defense line. On the ground, Amao's legs had been blown off. He spat blood. Lu Mingqi stepped forward and hugged Amao. "Amao! You! Hold on! I save you!" As she spoke, Lu Mingqi, completely ignoring the zombies approaching behind her, began to use bandages to try to staunch the bleeding from his shattered legs. Amao barely regained some strength, swallowing blood and saying, "Mingqi, go! Go! Please! Stay alive!" "No!" Lu Mingqi cried, struggling to bandage Amao. Lu Mingqi turned her head. 3 zombies were already closing in on her and Amao. Lu Mingqi quickly tried to drag Amao back. Although the zombies walked slowly, Lu Mingqi, dragging on Mao, couldn't move much faster. Just as the zombies were about to catch up to them, a massive figure flashed by. Tainan Offeng, holding his shield in his right hand, shoved away the zombie that was about to pounce on Lu Mingqi and on Mao. Then, wielding his fire axe with his left hand, he viciously killed another zombie. After using it for a while, Tainan Offeng knew the power of his right mechanical arm. Therefore, he still used his natural left hand for attacking, using the right mechanical arm as a supplement. He feared the consequences of a violent collision if his right hand broke. In fact, he had forcibly trained himself to be left-handed while doing farm work. Tainan Offeng. Lu Mingqi was stunned. Behind him, Yan Lijing approached Amao and said to Lu Mingqi, "Sell boss girl. There are too many zombies. Boss Tainan can't hold out much longer. Let's get back to the basement and escape. The only way to survive is to go. Quick! Let's lift our cell boss, Amao, up and carry him. Hurry! Hurry! The zombies are pouring in." Tainan and Offeng urged as they fought. Lu Mingqi and Yan Lijing, each holding one shoulder, lifted Amao. With Yan Lijing's help, their speed suddenly increased. Tainan and Offeng wielded their axes from behind, fighting and retreating. At the basement door, Lu Ruyan, holding her child, shouted, "Husband, hurry!" Finally, they reached the basement entrance. Tainan and Offeng used all their strength to repel the nearest zombie, then quickly turned around and helped Lu Mingqi and Yan Lijing carry Amao into the basement. They closed the heavy iron door, temporarily isolating themselves from the horrific world outside. With the crisis temporarily abated, Mao, covered in blood, and Lu Mingqi, also covered in blood from saving him, looked at Cheng Feng and Yan Lijing, who were still guarding the iron gate with weapons in hand. Their eyes moved. Cheng Feng, thank you," Lu Mingqi whispered. The Iron Man Feng turned and looked at the 2 men covered in blood. He shrugged, "Thank you, no need. Can you please apply for a commutation for Yan Lijing and me? We done meritorious service today, haven't we?" Mao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed softly. "Yes, you did. I promise I help you get your sentences commuted." The tall Cheng Feng smiled. In the dim light, his large white teeth stood out. Nearby, Lu Ruyan, holding her child and slightly relieved, was suddenly surprised to notice that her husband's eyes had changed. That was the look he once had, before he embarked on his quest for supremacy. In the tunnel, Amao, his injuries barely stable, reported the situation to Zhong Lirui. "Watchtower, this is Yao Tian. Sorry, Yao Tian has been lost." Zhong Lirui's heart trembled, and he asked, "Yao Tian, what are your casualties?" Amao said sadly, "The defense line was just breached by AC-2 self-detonation, resulting in 5 deaths and 1 serious injury. The rest of the personnel have retreated to the basement and are preparing to move to the Heshi community barricade to the south." Zhong Lirui thought for a moment, then said to Amao, "Amao, you should evacuate to Huaduo community. Heshi community is west of the river. If it falls again, you have to retreat through the basement of Zijingwa community, and then to the basement of Huaduo community." "Okay, Watchtower. Thanks for the advice." Ahem. Amao is vomiting blood again. At this moment, Lu Mingqi grabbed the intercom and said to Zhong Lirui, "Watchtower, I request to take over command of Yatian's squadron. Zhong Lirui asked curiously. Mingqi, why? Lu Mingqi choked up. Watchtower just now. Yatian's legs were blown off by the C-2 suicide bomber. He's no longer combat capable. Continuing to command the battle will kill him. Watchtower. No, Brother Rui, please. Zhong Lirui was speechless. Ameo, the art school street dance king, had his legs blown off in the battle. After a few seconds of silence, Zhong Lirui said sternly, now, I order the command of Yao Tian to be transferred to Lu Mingqi, codenamed Dancer. Dancer, lead everyone to protect the wounded, especially Yao Tian, and retreat to the Huaduo community. Yes. I complete the mission. Lu Mingqi ended the call. At this point, a frail Amao said helplessly, Mingqi, I know you mean well. But how can you seize power in the middle of a battle? Lu Mingqi cried, Amao, have you forgotten how Ali died? Your injuries are worse than Ali's. Amao was stunned, then nodded. Mingqi, the team depends on you now. Dry your tears. You are now our squadron leader. The actions of the 40 people in these two communities in the tunnel are under your command. Remain calm and keep in touch with the watchtower. Amao handed over the radio and headphones. Lu Mingqi wiped her tears, her eyes hardening. Amao, I get it. Don't worry. And, promise me, hold on. Don't die. You haven't married me yet. Amao forced a weak smile. Don't worry. I haven't married you yet, how could I die? Lu Mingqi took the radio and headset, took a deep breath, and turned to the other members of the team. Everyone, this is an emergency. We must act quickly. Please follow the plan. We will quickly evacuate the wounded and safely retreat through the tunnel to the Huaduo community. Sister Nighthawk and the others are there to support us. Lu Mingqi turned to Amao again and whispered, Amao, don't worry. I take good care of everyone. Amao's eyes flickered with relief, and he nodded to Lu Mingqi, signaling her to begin. Lu Mingqi turned and said firmly, let's go. She led the team, moving swiftly and orderly towards the tunnel exit. Soon, Lu Mingqi and the team finally arrived safely at the Huaduo community. Nighthawk looked at the crowd with a complex expression. She felt heartbroken at the sight of Amao, who had lost both legs, and Lu Mingqi, covered in blood. She also felt mixed emotions as she looked at Tyne and Ah Feng, who had just survived a fierce battle. Every time she saw Tyne and Ah Feng, Nighthawk could never forget how he, as the leader of the raiders, had attacked her community, plundered her fellow raiders' supplies, and murdered them. Lu Mingqi then reported, Sister Nighthawk, just now, it was Chung Feng and Yan Lijing who saved Amao and me. Nighthawk's brow furrowed at this. She knew Chung Feng and Yan Lijing were once enemies, but now, they had become Lu Mingqi and Amao's saviors. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the conflicting emotions within her. Then he slowly spoke, Mingqi, take Amao and the other wounded to rest. Also, use the skills you learned from my sister-in-law, Di Xinyan, and quickly arrange for thorough treatment for Amao and the other wounded. Especially Amao, pay attention to reducing inflammation and preventing infection. Lu Mingqi and Amao exchanged glances and nodded. Ying turned to look at Tainan, Feng, and Yan Lijing. After a moment's silence, he said, Chung Feng and Yan Lijing, follow me. There's no time to rest. Everyone who is still able-bodied, prepare to fight. Outside, the general zombie wave is approaching. Tainan and Feng were stunned and nodded, okay. After taking 2 steps, Ying said to Tainan and Feng calmly, remember, stay alive. At the very least, kill 100 enemies before you're allowed to die. You still owe me a debt. Tainan was stunned, then felt a surge of emotion and nodded seriously. Eastern Dayton Base. Operations Room. General, over 5,000 zombies have already poured into the second line of defense inside the base. Our forces have eliminated 5,324 zombies, 8 Elite C3 enhanced zombies, and 10 C2 enhanced zombies. We suffered 212 casualties. In the Home Alliance region, according to satellite and drone reconnaissance, the People's Resistance Army has eliminated over 60% of the zombies and monsters. However, 4 of the 12 linked community barriers they built have already fallen. Furthermore, their weapons of mass destruction seem to have weakened since just now. Staff Officer Situ reported. General Long's face was filled with admiration. These civilians are truly resilient. Contact Wang Gang. Our military is preparing to provide fire support. Kuan-type patrol drones, unleash guided cluster bombs, carpet bombing the areas with the highest zombie concentrations in support of the Home Alliance. Don't conserve ammunition, select the target and fire all 3 gliding cluster bombs. Inside the base, implement Plan B. The urn-shaped city tactics? Have all soldiers retreat to the second line of defense, and then execute immediately. Yes, General. Staff Officer Situ agreed. General Long's gaze was now as sharp as a wolf's, and he snorted coldly. Before, outside the base, we were indeed defenseless. But inside, we are not defenseless. Monsters, get ready for your destruction. At the home community, Wang Gang accepted Staff Officer Situ's call. Excited to learn of the military's impending fire support bombing, Wang Gang immediately reported the situation to Zhongli Rui. Zhongli Rui was already worried about the damage to Assault Unit 3 and the reduced effectiveness of the artillery and bombardment, so he was naturally overjoyed to hear Wang Gang's news. General, Wang Gang of the Home Alliance has replied, saying they are very grateful for our support. Staff Officer Situ quickly relayed the latest information. Excellent, General Long calmly responded. Now, activate Plan B immediately. General, Plan B has been activated. The city wall tactics have been deployed. All soldiers have retreated to the second line of defense as planned, Staff Officer Situ reported. Excellent. Now, it's time to show those monsters our strength. General Long decisively ordered, Glide Bombs launch. Chapter 127. Over the Home Alliance war zone, beneath a Quintai patrol drone, 3 large gliding cluster bombs slowly descended, heading towards the 3 streets on the battlefield where the zombies were most concentrated. When the cluster bombs soared above the roads, their magazines opened, and countless small bombs scattered like flowers from the sky, covering the entire road area. In an instant, the road was crowded with thousands of zombies, covered in brilliant sparks. Cluster bombs. Zhongli Rui said with a headache, then turned to Qin Xiaoyao, monitoring center. How effective is the military bombing? Watchtower, the military bombing is effective. It shows that the 3 cluster bombs have completely silenced over 1,200 zombies. 4 of the C3 enhanced ones have been silenced, and 5 of the C2 enhanced ones have been silenced. In the Home Alliance battlefield area, we see only 2 C3s, 3 C2s, and approximately 2,000 zombies remaining. Excellent. However, after the battle, I remind everyone, do not use the 3 roads bombed by the military. Watchtower, why is this? In a cluster bombing area, it's difficult to guarantee that every bomb dropped will detonate, easily creating a minefield. For this reason, cluster bombs, or cluster bombs, are internationally banned weapons of mass destruction. Oh my god! Qin Xiaoyao's face changed drastically. Forget it, that's all after the battle. We have to figure out how to clear the mines then. Zhongli Rui said gloomily. Then, calming himself down, he picked up the radio and announced, all units. We already eliminated 8,000 of the 10,000 zombie army. Everyone, work hard, we will surely win. Sniper Position 1. Lu Shi, great. We made it this far. That's amazing. Observer Xiaoshi, Senior, after this victory, I want to become a special police officer like you, okay? Lu Shi smiled and said, once you pass all the assessments I set, you be a special police officer. Xiaoshi said excitedly yes. I definitely do my best then, Senior. Sniper Position 2. Wang Gang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the number 8,000. Not bad, not bad. Adjutant Xiaolu asked, Captain Wang, can we hold this place this time? Wang Gang smiled, yes. We killed 8,000 of the 10,000 zombies. There aren't many left. Xiaolu, however, was troubled. Captain Wang, we only have 2 magazines with 10 rounds each. Wang Gang gently tapped his helmet. We're targeting high-value targets. Let Zhu Yangong and the other geniuses have their fun with the ordinary zombies. Sniper Position 3. Xiaofeng kept a close eye on the battlefield, never letting up. Suddenly, her sensors detected 3 enhanced C2 units scaling the building, heading for 3 sniper vantage points. Watchtower. This is Sniper Position 3. There's a C2 trying to reach the sniper position. Xiaofeng quickly reported to Zhongli Rui. Upon hearing this, Zhongli Rui quickly called out, all sniper teams, support each other. Shoot out the C2 units climbing up. Lu Shi immediately swung his rifle, and spotted the C2 enhanced unit climbing the building's outer wall, attempting to reach Captain Wang Gang and his men. Lu Shi decisively pulled the trigger. The C2 enhanced unit, its head shattered, plummeted from the building like a kite with a broken string. The bomb exploded 3 meters above the ground. Xiaofeng locked onto the C2 attempting to approach Captain Wang Gang and his men. After her eyes locked on them, she decisively opened fire. A second headless C2 also fell from the building's outer wall, exploding in a dazzling display of sparks. Captain Wang Gang pulled the trigger at the third C2 climbing up. But the M82 sniper rifle had jammed. Wang Gang hurriedly contacted Lu Shi. Sniper 1, this is Sniper 2, I jammed. Quickly, take out the C2 approaching Sniper 3. Lu Shi also panicked. Sniper 2. That C2 is in my blind spot. I can't hit it. Quickly fix the problem. That **** has high explosives on him. Sniper 3, run. Watchtower. Sniper 2 is jammed. I can't hit it in my blind spot. Requesting backup. Zhong Lirui was startled by this, and quickly telepathically ordered the Seven Swords No. 1 drone to descend to the rooftop above Xiaofeng's building. The C2 had already reached the rooftop. Sniper 3, if you get within 5 meters, don't shoot. You explode? Run. Zhong Lirui ordered. Watchtower commander, I can handle this. Xiaofeng raised his heavy machine gun, ready for action. As the C2 tried to emerge, Xiaofeng fired 3 bursts at it. The 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun bullets even broke through the wall. The C2 roared loudly. Suddenly, with incredible force, it ripped the air conditioner from the wall, grabbed it, and flung it at Xiaofeng like a ball. Xiaofeng unleashed a barrage of fire from the heavy machine gun, shooting the air conditioner down mid-air. But in the time it took to shoot down the air conditioner, the C2 had already unsheathed a thick steel pipe and charged in. With one blow, it knocked the heavy machine gun out of Xiaofeng's hands, and sent him flying 10 meters. Blood trickled from the corner of Xiaofeng's mouth. She struggled to her feet, and pulled the bomb from the magazine. Ready to perish alongside the C2 enhanced. Watchtower, sir, I love you. I want to call you daddy. Take care. Xiaofeng said softly to Zhong Lirui over the radio. However, in a hurry, Xiaofeng switched to the wrong channel. It wasn't a single channel, but a public channel. Di Xinyan, what's going on? Qin Xiaoyao, what? Xiaofeng likes me? Lu Shi, oh my god, brother, how did you manage to steal the heart of the female Terminator? Captain Wang Gang, young people are hot-tempered, they really know how to play. Yi Ying, oh my god. Is there such a thing? What is Xiaofeng trying to do? Want to call Rui daddy? Lu Mingqi, this. Ameo, calling him daddy? Is there such a thing? Zhu Yonglong, I admire you. Senior, you got to be so good. Li Chufeng, awesome, senior. But what will my sister-in-law think? I like you. I want to call you daddy. These 2 sentences made Zhong Lirui's head buzz. But he quickly reacted and shouted, stop. Xiaofeng, jump down from the building immediately. Then activate the tow line and descend. I handle the C2, trust me. Quick. Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, activated his bouncing device, and leaped from the rooftop. The C2 enhanced monster was about to charge in pursuit. At the critical moment, Zhong Lirui's mind-controlled 7 Swords drone No. 1 slammed into its back. Almost simultaneously, the C4 charge on the micro-drone detonated. The C4 charge, powerful enough to destroy a tank, instantly detonated the explosive vest on C2's body. A violent explosion erupted on the rooftop of Building 2 in the Jiayuan community. Amidst the deafening blast, the C2 enhanced monster was shattered into pieces, sending parts and flesh flying everywhere in a chaotic scene. The explosion even caused a cry of surprise from everyone in the community. Zhong Lirui's monitor's range dropped by 1/7. Sensors indicated that all C2 units had been silenced. The only high-threat hostile targets in the area were the last 3 C3 enhanced units. Xiaofeng, how are you? Xiaofeng, descending on the traction cable, replied weakly, Commander, Dad. I'm fine, descending. Zhong Lirui quickly contacted Di Xinyan, medical team, hurry and rescue Xiaofeng. Di Xinyan angrily exclaimed, Watchtower, don't you deserve an explanation? Please. Xiaofeng was seriously injured in a C2 attack just now. I definitely give you an explanation. I come when the battle is over. Now, please, hurry and rescue Xiaofeng, okay? Di Xinyan, speechless, led Gu Enqi and AI Shirley to catch Xiaofeng from the air as she was descending on the traction cable. Xiaofeng was pale, bleeding, and seriously injured. Di Xinyan suddenly remembered that Xiaofeng was also a super soldier, so she said to Gu Enqi and AI Shirley, I remember now. Xiaofeng's bodily fluids are not for you two to touch. I'm here to save her. Just hand me the things. Remember, you absolutely must not touch Xiaofeng's bodily fluids. Do you understand? I understand. Dr. Mom. I'm sorry to trouble you. Xiaofeng looked apologetic. You call me Mom? Di Xinyan frowned. The commander once told the second young lady that I was a 3-year-old child. He called me child, and I like the commander. So shouldn't I call him Dad and you Mom? Xiaofeng was only 3. Di Xinyan was shocked. Dr. D, can't I call you Mom? Never mind, it's up to you. Listen, take off your armor first, and I save you. Okay, Dr. Mom. Remembering how Lu Mingqi had called her Mom when she was dying, Di Xinyan didn't say much. Xiaofeng pressed a few times on her armor, and it completely fell apart. Today, she was wearing dark, school-style underwear, but it was already stained with blood. Di Xinyan carefully picked up Xiaofeng. She now had a super soldier physique and was incredibly strong. Nurses are also quite strong and powerful, placed her on a stretcher, and transported her to the emergency room. After a careful examination, Di Xinyan determined that Xiaofeng's injuries strongly resembled those of a car accident. Xiaofeng had 5 broken ribs, stomach bleeding, and suspected liver damage. But surprisingly, a normal person would have fainted after such severe injuries, but Xiaofeng managed to hold on. Di Xinyan did her best to give Xiaofeng emergency bandages and treatment. Xiaofeng lay limp on the hospital bed, feeling extremely weak. Dr. Mom. I'm so tired. Di Xinyan turned to look at the equipment. All indicators were declining. Super soldier physique? But no matter how strong, they're still human. Besides, Xiaoyao and Arui mentioned last time that AC-0-S super soldier couldn't defeat AC-2 Doom Slayer in close combat. Sigh. She thought with a pained heart. Dr. Mom. Your singing is beautiful. The last time I listened to it, I felt so strong. Can you sing for me? Of course, child. Di Xinyan's voice was soft. She gently grasped Xiaofeng's hand and began to hum softly. The song Your Light echoed through the emergency room, its voice casting a magical light on the tense atmosphere. A tear slipped from Xiaofeng's eye, and she forced a smile, even though the pain was nearly choking her breath. At this moment, Zhu Su, Xiaofeng's closest confidant among the personal guards, and assigned by Qin Xiaoyao to check on her, arrived at the emergency room. Zhu Su saw something incredible. As Di Xinyan sang, Xiaofeng's health indicators began to improve significantly, and her pulse became stronger. Zhu Su herself, listening to the song, felt her fatigue from the battle begin to subside significantly. Gradually, Xiaofeng's expression, convulsed by pain, relaxed, and she fell into a peaceful sleep. Di Xinyan turned to check the equipment, and saw that all the indicators had improved significantly. She was somewhat surprised, but also breathed a sigh of relief. In the deepest part of the cradle of home, Qin Xiaoyao heard Di Xinyan singing through Xiaofeng's sensors. She felt her weakened body actually improve a little. This is it. At the same time nearby. Does Dr. Di's singing have any magical power? Zhu Su murmured to herself. Zhu Su, how is Xiaofeng? Second miss, Xiaofeng's condition has improved significantly and rapidly. And I have something important to report to you. Qin Xiaoyao, significant improvement? Keep an eye on the situation and report back to me in detail later. Yes, second miss. Qin Xiao remembered that the last time Yinghu and Mao fought the Destroyer Warrior, they both died from their injuries. How could Xiaofeng's condition improve significantly and rapidly this time after being injured? Home cradle, in the combat command room. Mr. Chen, I'm reporting the real-time data from the Home Alliance battlefield. Ranger Team 2. 7 out of 10 C3 enhanced guides have been completely silenced. C2 enhanced Earthshaker EX. All 20 have been destroyed. Of the 10,086 C1 failed infected entities in the vassal army, 6,737 have been completely silenced, and another 2,165 have lost their combat effectiveness or are out of control. Satellite data indicates that 4 of the 12 street barrier areas in the Home Alliance region have been captured. Currently, the power of Home Cradle's weapons of mass destruction has weakened. Home Cradle's base master AI, Kun Lu, reported coldly to Qin Jinquan. Qin Jinquan drummed his fingers on the table and looked up at the ceiling. Why are we still fighting? Separate Team 2 is practically wiped out. Kunlun, execute the command from the lower level. The last 3 C3 enhanced guides must evacuate and return. The remaining vassal forces, abandon. The Zero Anzhou City silencing plan, admit failure. Yes, President. Chen Jinquan chuckled wryly. Xiaoyao, you have good taste, don't you? Your genius top student is quite a character. Zhongli Rui's sensors detected the last 3 high-threat targets, suddenly halting their lurking positions and accelerating in the opposite direction. These last 3 C3s, are they trying to escape? Then, Zhongli Rui paused, thinking, and turned off the filter mode. He noticed that the remaining 1,200 or so zombies were no longer moving in an orderly fashion, but had returned to a chaotic and disorganized state. Does this mean we're going to win? Zhongli Rui was momentarily distracted. Chapter 128. But this trance lasted only a moment. Zhongli Rui roared into the public channel. Attention all units, all communities, attention. The remaining enemy command type C3s have all fled. All communities, all units, full firepower, rapid artillery fire, destroy the last 1,200 zombies invading our homeland. Fire for victory. Above the Homeland Alliance, the deafening howls of resistance fighters from various communities rang out. In an instant, the sound of gunfire and bomb explosions filled the air. Half an hour later, with the fall of the last zombie, all hostile targets on Zhongli Rui's monitor and Qin Shuya's display screen in the Homeland Alliance battlefield fell silent. As the leader of the Homeland Alliance, Zhongli Rui's eyes welled up. He shouted over the public radio. My allies, we have won. Zhongli Rui's voice echoed across the radio. Then, in response, were the joyful shouts of all the surviving resistance fighters in the Home Alliance region. Everyone cried with joy, hugged and shouted. We have won. We have won. For home, for the Alliance. For home, for the Alliance. After this arduous and brutal defense, they finally achieved victory. The Home Alliance flag still fluttered in the wind, Eastern Dayton Base. Operations Room. General, we just detonated hidden explosives at the second line of defense inside the base, eliminating 6,000 zombies in the Wingqing area. Our army has eliminated a total of 10,324 zombies, including 10 Elite C3 enhanced zombies and 13 C2 enhanced zombies. Our troops have suffered 612 casualties, and civilians have also suffered casualties, with a total of 441 civilian casualties so far. There's some serious news. Ammunition reserves have dropped from 51% at the start of the war to 21%. In addition, in the Home Alliance area, according to satellite and drone reconnaissance, the People's Resistance Army has already what? General Long Weili asked nervously. Report. Captain Wang Gang's report and satellite data show that the People's Resistance Army has completely wiped out the 10,000 zombie hordes attacking their area. Staff Officer Situ hesitated before reporting they already won. They, 500 civilian resistance fighters, relied on a 12-block chain of fortifications and mysterious weapons of mass destruction to triumph. And we, a force of 1,600, have suffered over 30% casualties and are on the verge of collapse. A hint of sadness lingered in General Long's voice. Also, General, if the second line of defense falls, please relocate. Command center will be unsafe. Chief of Staff Situ urged. There are still 18 Elite C3 units, 8 C2 units, and over 20,000 zombies. We used up 30% of our ammunition and only killed 10,000. If only we had the mysterious cannons of the Urban People's Resistance Army. They're amazing. I just calculated, and the People's Resistance Army fired at least 20 rounds, right? General Long asked with a mixture of self-mockery and envy. Yes. General, please make a decision. Time waits for no one. Staff Officer Situ urged. Order. First, I, Long Weili, Major General of the Dacian Army, recommend Zhongli Rui, the elected representative of Lingen Prefecture and leader of the Home Alliance, as the interim governor of the 18th War Zone, Lingen Prefecture. Based on his contributions in protecting the people, I bestow upon him the honorary rank of colonel. Second, using my authority as a Major General of the Dacian Army, I promote Captain Situ, Chief of Staff, to the rank of Major, and Captain Wang Gang, former leader of the Elite Reconnaissance Team 022, to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. From now on, the two of you will command the last remaining troops of Lingen Prefecture, assist Interim Governor Zhongli Rui, and protect the people of Lingen Prefecture. Third, Chief of Staff Situ, you will lead the 300 remaining engineers, technicians, pilots, and special forces at the base. Just like last time at Jiangnan Gymnasium, use tanks, excavators, and bucket trucks to lead the way. Execute the evacuation plan and escort the remaining 3,500 civilians. Take half of the remaining ammunition. And the last 5 attack helicopters, take them too. Forget the fighter jets. Oh, and tell the transport troops to take as much food as possible. Let's go! Fourth, Major General Long Weili will lead 600 non-commissioned officers and veterans to hold back the 20,000 zombie horde and buy time inside the base. Upon hearing this, Chief of Staff Situ panicked. General, please retract your order. You lead the breakout force toward the city. I remain as cover. General Long Weili shook his head, his gaze firm and resolute. No, Chief of Staff Situ, I will stay. As a commander, I cannot abandon this land. You, take with you hope and a future, return to the city, and rebuild our homeland with Governor Zhongli. This is an order, unquestionable. Execute. Chief of Staff Situ's eyes welled up. He understood the significance of General Long's decision, but he also knew that as a soldier, obedience was his duty. He choked up and saluted General Long. General, I will remember your words. I will lead everyone to complete the mission. General Long Weili returned a firm salute, then turned and addressed the soldiers present. Everyone, our sacrifice is to ensure the survival of the people. We are soldiers of Dakian, and our spirit will live on forever. Now, for our homeland, for our future retreat. With General Long Weili's command, a tense and orderly retreat began within the eastern Dayton base. The soldiers responsible for the breakout and retreat quickly loaded the remaining ammunition, food, and equipment onto transport vehicles, while engineers and technical experts led by Chief of Staff Situ prepared the retreat route. Chief of Staff Situ personally contacted a representative from the citizens, including the bucket truck driver Li Chun, a citizen hero from the previous breakout. After listening to Chief of Staff Situ's plan, Li Chun sighed deeply and finally nodded in agreement. He asked Chief of Staff Situ for a set of military bulletproof protective gear, put on a helmet, and once again walked towards his old friend who had participated in the breakout last time. The yellow large civilian bucket truck. See Extra Chapter 2 for details. Chief of Staff Situ, can you please take care of my godsister, Tong Monfei? I'd be leading the way with them later, and the little girl would be scared if I were with her. Leave her to me. Once we get back to the city and establish a new shelter, I return the child to you. At this moment, Tong Monfei, clutching the doll, looked frightened. Brother Li Chun, don't you want me anymore? I'm very obedient. Don't leave me. Li Chun stepped forward, touched the little girl's head, and said softly, Monfei, good girl. I'm heading back to the city as a vanguard. You were so scared last time you rode the bucket truck. Don't worry, Uncle Situ and these soldiers are heroes who protect the people. They protect you too. See you in the city? Brother Li Chun, let's make a promise. When we get to the city, you must come find me. The little girl held out her hand. Li Chun extended his hand and shook hands with Tong Monfei. I promise, I come find you when we get to the city. I'm not a puppy. Okay. The innocent Tong Monfei finally smiled happily. Near the second line of defense, General Long Weili, dressed in military uniform, stood at the highest point of the base, watching as a convoy of vehicles, led by tanks, armored vehicles, and excavators, slowly drove out of the base's west gate. He knew this might be the last time he would see the place where he had fought. He took a deep breath, turned, and faced the impending battle. For the people of Dakian? General Long Weili muttered, then donned his helmet, and picked up his automatic rifle. Soon, before him, a dense, tidal wave of zombies appeared. The gaps created by the previous city wall blasting tactics were quickly filled. And this time, the zombie tide was even more ferocious than before. After the massive convoy, carrying 3,500 civilians, traveled 3 kilometers, Chief of Staff 2 was horrified to discover that the gunfire and explosions within the base had ceased. General. In the ruins, blood-soaked General Long watched the towering C-3S, grabbing the bodies of fallen soldiers and throwing them aside as they approached him, growling. He knew the base's remaining troops had been killed. He smiled and pulled a red remote control from his bosom. Today my body returns to my homeland, and tomorrow yours will follow. The last thermobaric bomb in the base, controlled by the dying General Long Weili, detonated remotely. For a moment, a blinding light flashed across the Dayton base, making it impossible to look directly at it. Then, a deafening explosion echoed, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was shaking. The explosion, as blazing as the sun, instantly heated the surrounding air to the extreme, creating a devastating shockwave. The shockwave swept through the entire base, ruthlessly devouring every living thing and object. The 20,000 zombies within the base were instantly reduced to ash by the intense heat and shockwave. Even the towering C-3S were not spared, their massive bodies twisted and deformed in the blast, ultimately disintegrating into fragments. After the explosion, the former base was reduced to rubble, with only the intense light and the lingering sound still echoing in the air. General. The soldiers at the vanguard of the breakout burst into tears. But grief did not slow their pace. Whether they were the breakout troops or the remaining civilians, they all knew that their current chance of survival, this opportunity to break out, was earned through the heroic sacrifices of those soldiers behind them, including General Long, Home Cradle, Combat Command Room. Mr. Chen, I'm reporting the real-time battlefield dynamics at Dayton Base. Ranger Team 1, all 30 C3 enhanced guides destroyed. C2 Enhanced Earthshaker EX, all 20 destroyed. 30,333 C1 Failed Infected Entities of the Servant Army, all destroyed. Satellite data indicates that the military's Dayton base detonated a suspected thermobaric-class weapon of mass destruction. The result of Ranger Team 1's battle was mutual destruction. Home Cradle's main AI, Kun Lu, reported coldly to Qin Jinkun. Qin Jinkun said in a low voice, although the base was destroyed, some people escaped, right? That's a very perceptive assessment. President, satellite data indicates a convoy of approximately 3,800 people is retreating toward the city. Oh, they really are wandering around. Last time, they fled from Jiangnan Gymnasium to Dayton base, and now they're fleeing back again. These ants are truly pathetic. Wouldn't it be better to just be honest, give up their thoughts, and enjoy eternal life? President, the achievement rate for this operation is 50%. Alright. Let's stop here for the 18th War Zone's Purge campaign. Then, Qin Jinkun, with a flick of his finger, called up the overall strategic situation dynamics of Blue Planet. Mr. Chen, I'd like to report on the current progress of Blue Planet's World Purification Plan. Since the inception of the World Purification Plan, 30 of Blue Planet's 51 war zones have been completely decontaminated, 100% zombie infection and overrun. The remaining 21 zones, including War Zone 18, where our Cradle Zero is located, have a remaining 510,000 uninfected civilians. The overall Blue Planet Purification Plan has reached 99.993% completion. Only a tiny fraction of the old humans on Blue Planet remain. Chen Jinkun looked up into the void, remembering his deceased wife. He glanced at the floor, remembering his eldest daughter, now barely surviving in the deepest depths, relying on instruments and petri dishes. Only a tiny fraction left, Lingxin, Chen Jinkun's wife, by Lingxin, my revenge today, and the end of all future troubles. For a painless, eternally pure Blue Planet. Cradle, the deepest depths. Chen Xiaoyu's tears continued to flow into the petri dish. Dad, you really don't have to hurt yourself like this. You once wanted to save the world, sigh. Chapter 129. Home Alliance Area. In the home community meeting room, 12 community leaders gathered to discuss post-war matters. How were the casualties in each community? Zhong Lirui asked with concern. Alliance leader, the original library community lost 4 lives in battle, 3 were injured, and 1 died from his injuries. He transformed into a zombie after death, and I killed him quickly. Su Shengwei from the library community said in a low voice. Alliance leader, there were no casualties when our community fell. However, 3 people were killed while defending the Balhenia community. Wu Jiang from the botanical garden community's eyes were red. Zhong Lirui knew that his younger brother had died in battle. Brother Wu, I offer my condolences. Your brother is a hero of the people. The leaders all expressed their concern and respect for Wu Jiang. Alliance leader Zhongli, our Huaduo community has lost 2 lives and 1 person seriously injured. Nighthawk was about to call him Brother Rui, but remembering this was a business setting, it wouldn't be appropriate, so he quickly changed to a more formal address. Zhongli Rui thought of Ah Mao, who had once danced on the defense line, now with both legs broken, and sighed softly. Is Ah Mao's condition stable? Mengqi handled it promptly. Ah Mao's life was saved. A seriously injured person like him with both legs blown off should be transferred to our community. We have better medical facilities here, Zhongli Rui said after a moment's thought. Thank you, Alliance leader. By the way, there's one more thing. Also, during the battle, probation officers Cheng Feng and Yan Lijing helped rescue the seriously injured Ah Mao and joined in the fight. Cheng Feng killed 3 zombies, and Yan Lijing killed 1. Alliance leader, look. Zhongli Rui saw the look in Yi Ying's eyes, and knew she was seeking leniency for Cheng Feng and Ah Mao's plea, based on their trench experience and Ah Mao's request. After all, without their help, Ah Mao and Lu Mingqi would have been dead. However, Zhongli Rui looked at the surrounding community leaders, who all seemed to have a displeased expression upon hearing his words. After a moment's reflection, Zhongli Rui said, Listen, everyone, the key supplies Cheng Feng provided were crucial to our victory in this defensive battle. Among the supplies he contributed, the 7 swords. The system enables the assault cannon to deliver precise strikes. The 2 large sniper rifles eliminated numerous C2 and C3 monsters on the battlefield. I have to say, if it weren't for those 2 sniper rifles, taking out so many self-destructing C2s. If we didn't have these equipment, not only would our casualties be far greater, but we wouldn't even be able to hold our position. Zhu Yong'an agreed. That's true. Without the seven-sword system, the assault cannon's precision strike range would be significantly reduced. Wu Xiang, looking at his own protective gear, agreed. Indeed, I'm wearing the same protective gear in this battle. He truly saved my life. This set of protective gear was from the supplies Tainan provided. Su Shengwei, also wearing the protective gear from Tianan's batch, recalled the descriptions of people from his own community. His community had also fallen, and he had gone to Huaduo community with them, and echoed, yes, my people saw it too. Cheng Feng was truly brave during the battle. Seeing that some community leaders were starting to waver, Zhong Lirui suggested, how about this? Let's adhere to the principles of democracy. Let's vote on this matter by raising our hands. Those who agree to reduce the sentences of these two individuals, raise your hands. Who agrees and who opposes? In the subsequent vote, 7 votes in favor, 4 votes against, and 1 abstention. More than half of the votes vote in favor, Zhong Lirui said calmly. The prisoners Cheng Feng and Yan Lijing, serving life sentences, will have their sentences commuted to 21 years. According to the Dacian criminal law's provisions on commutation of sentence, they have both rendered significant meritorious service this time. Next, during the meeting, Zhong Lirui shared the medical teams and Wang Zhong's recommendations, calling on all personnel without significant external injuries to proceed with the cleaning and disinfection of the battlefield. No one objected to this, as communities had also learned about the importance of epidemic prevention during this period. By the time the meeting ended, the sun had already set. After everyone dispersed, Zhong Lirui headed to the infirmary to check on Xiaofeng. Entering the infirmary, Zhong Lirui found Di Xinyan accompanying Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, once so invincible and heroic on so many battlefields, was now peacefully asleep, looking like a beautiful girl in her sleep. The vital signs displayed nearby showed all readings were now very stable. Zhong Lirui breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Zhong Lirui arrive, Di Xinyan stood up. Wife, let me explain. This child calls me mom. Di Xinyan brushed her hair and asked softly, I know Xiaofeng never lies. Rui. And those royal guards like Zhu Su who just came, are they really only 3 years old? Zhong Lirui was stunned and asked, who told you that? Xiaofeng said it herself. She said she heard it from you and Xiao Yao. So, she heard it back then, Zhong Lirui sighed bitterly. Ah, that's right. According to Xiao Yao, these warriors are actually clones, using the genes of her eldest sister, Chen Xiaoyu. They were bred 3 years ago, and then forcibly grown to 18-year-old bodies using growth regulation technology. And they were originally intended as experimental carriers for Chen Xiaoyu's experiment to enhance the effectiveness of her genes. Out of 100, only 12 of them were ultimately successful and survived. Zhong Lirui then recounted to Di Xinyan what he had discussed with Chen Xiaoyao that day. So, these warriors who bravely risked their lives on the battlefield are actually not yet biologically old. Di Xinyan said absent-mindedly, unable to continue. Yes, they're not even as old as the 3 children at Huaduo kindergarten. Zhong Lirui looked helplessly at Xiaofeng's hospital room. Although they have adult bodies and the combat knowledge and skills of first-class warriors, they're truly children. After learning about this, I actually don't want to send them to the battlefield anymore. Honestly, when I saw Xiaofeng injured, my heart ached so badly. Oh, I see. Xiaofeng herself doesn't have much common sense about this. When she heard you say she was a child, she thought you were her father? Yes, yes. Similarly, she thinks you're her mother. Zhong Lirui shrugged. That's how it is. Di Xinyan fell into deep thought. After a long pause, she slowly said, Rui, why don't we talk to Xiao Yao about adopting Xiaofeng as our goddaughter? She's only 3 physically, and mentally, not that old either. Should we educate and care for her well? Zhong Lirui was stunned. Adopt her as your goddaughter? Zhong Lirui repeated Di Xinyan's words, a complex wave of emotions welling up within him. He stared at the sleeping Xiaofeng, this brave warrior with the robust body of an 18-year-old, yet this child, physically only 3, felt conflicted. Yes, Rui, Di Xinyan's voice was soft but firm. She needs a home, someone to care for her and protect her. Furthermore, this is actually the sin committed by Changsheng Life Science Group against all of these lives. Husband, since you want to repair the world, why not repair hers as well? What do you think? After all, we still have, theoretically, another 200 years to live, right? Hearing the phrase still have another 200 years to live, Zhong Lirui was speechless. He was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. You're right, Xiaofeng does need a home. Okay, I'd be her godfather. Then it's settled, Di Xinyan smiled. a maternal glint in her eyes. Zhongli Rui gently grasped Di Xinyan's hand. They exchanged a smile, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future and love for Xiaofeng. Feeling his wife's kindness, Zhongli Rui felt a surge of warmth surge through his heart. A feeling that tingled deeply. But then, he felt a chill at the back of his head. Godfather? Godfather. Godfather of the female Terminator. This was definitely Dong Zhuo's signature. Just as Zhongli Rui was reeling from the inexplicable Godfather signature, Zhu Su was reporting to Qin Xiaoyao. Second miss. Based on the sensor data and my own experience, the song Dr. D sang while caring for Xiaofeng has a significant strengthening effect on RC-0-S type super soldiers. Xiaofeng, already severely injured, has seen the enhanced genetic nanorobots within her body become more effective, accelerating her self-repair. Is that true? Qin Xiaoyao asked seriously. Indeed, Zhu Su replied solemnly. Not only that, Dr. D's singing has also had an effect on me. My recovery from fatigue and injuries from battle has accelerated. My sensors have all the data recorded. Second miss, you can extract the specific data from my sensors and observe it. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyao recalled a fact from several months ago. Di Xinyan could, like himself and his elder sister Qin Xiaoyu, use a command to stop the C0-S-shaped movement. I long suspected, Sister Xinyan, that under certain conditions, her brainwave frequencies are similar to those of my older sister, or even my mother. So, could her singing enhance the effectiveness of the nanorobots and bring them into order? Zhu Su's face froze, and she said in shock, second miss, ordering, wouldn't that mean? Qin Xiaoyao nodded, yes, it's Dr. D's singing that can heal the injuries of your super soldiers. Zhu Su suddenly remembered something and added, second miss, when you mention that, it reminds me of something. On the day Commander Zhongli and Dr. D got married in the isolation room, when Dr. D sang near midnight, we felt the same way. Back then, her voice filled us with strength. On the day of their wedding, near midnight? Nearly. Qin Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly widened, remembering what Zhongli Rui had said on Jinshan Mountain. At the 22nd hour that night, Di Xinyan's eyes had already turned bloodshot, impeding her transformation into a zombie. However, at midnight, Di Xinyan successfully transformed into a C1-S natural super soldier, or rather, a new human, like Zhongli Rui. Could it be that Sister Xinyan singing not only empowers super soldiers, but also allows people infected with the enhanced genetic nanorobots to successfully transition into successful forms, rather than failed infections? And this effect even works on her? Qin Xiaoyao was a little dazed. This is a truly significant discovery. Second miss? Zhu Su looked puzzled. Let's go! Qin Xiaoyao clenched his fists. Let's go find Sister Xinyan. Perhaps we found the key to changing the future. Yes. Second miss. Chapter 130. Qin Xiaoyao, accompanied by Zhu Su, unexpectedly encountered Zhongli Rui, Di Xinyan, and the other two. Upon seeing Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan, he stepped forward and said, Brother, sister-in-law, it's great that you're all here. I have something very important to tell you. Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan were stunned and stared at each other. Then, Di Xinyan replied, Sister, what a coincidence. Your brother, and I also have something important to tell you. Qin Xiaoyao then said, Sister-in-law, you go first. Di Xinyan humbly said, Sister, you should go first. You go first. You're my sister-in-law. You go first. You're my sister. Watching Qin Xiaoyao and Di Xinyan, smiling and squinting their eyes, as they continued to humbly give way, Zhongli Rui felt a headache. He said bluntly, Stop. Xiaoyao, is what you want to talk about business or personal? What your sister and I want to tell you is personal. Qin Xiaoyao was stunned. What I want to talk about is business. And it's a very important business. Oh, then of course you go first, Di Xinyan said, stopping her deference. Okay, Qin Xiaoyao took a deep breath, gathered his thoughts, and then said seriously, I suspect, sister-in-law, your singing voice will not only enhance the combat effectiveness of super soldiers, but also help them successfully complete the transformation period after being infected with the enhanced genetic nanorobots and become successful. This effect may even be effective for you. Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan were both surprised when they heard this. Di Xinyan asked in disbelief, Are you saying that my singing voice has such a profound effect? How is that even possible? Xiaoyao, you're a scientist, right? You can't just come up with such a magical story, right? Qin Xiaoyao explained, Sister-in-law, do you remember a few months ago, on your wedding night in the isolation room, when you sang loudly near midnight? At that time, several of us super soldiers felt our strength increase from your singing. Furthermore, your eyes turned bloodshot that night, But you ultimately successfully transformed into a new human. Wasn't it your singing that had an effect? Zhong Lirui was horrified upon hearing this. He turned to Di Sunyan and asked, Sunyan, I don't think I told you and Xiaoyao about this. How did you two know? As an engineering whiz with an exceptional memory, Zhong Lirui certainly remembered this incident. He had only mentioned it to Nighthawk, but now Di Sunyan and Chen Xiaoyao knew it all, almost as if they had been there that day at Jinshan. At this moment, Di Sunyan said awkwardly, honey, this is my fault. I thought you and Ying were having an affair, and I'd lost my mind for a moment, so I asked Xiaoyao to activate the surveillance system on Zhu armor. When you went to Jinshan, we were eavesdropping. Huh? Chen Xiaoyao also said awkwardly, brother. This is our fault. Don't blame my sister-in-law, she just loves you too much. Watching the two of them lower their heads, like children, who had made a mistake, Zhong Lirui was at a loss for words. Forget it. Zhong Lirui chuckled dryly, not pursuing the matter further. After all, he had a clear conscience that day, he had only taken in a god-sister, not cheated on her. This was nothing. However, hearing Chen Xiaoyao say that Di Sunyan simply loved him too much. Zhong Lirui's heart was filled with sweetness. So, he wasn't the only one in this relationship. Was Di Sunyan so possessive of him? That was fine, he would enjoy it. Because, don't I also have such a strong possessive desire towards Di Sunyan? Seeing Zhong Lirui so magnanimously not pursuing the matter, the two women breathed a sigh of relief. Then, the topic returned to the subject of singing. Di Sunyan was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. My singing can successfully transform people infected with genetically enhanced nanorobots into, new humans? Is that true? While medically, appropriate music can indeed soothe emotions, and even skilled surgeons use music to assist in surgery, I'm still unconvinced that my singing has such profound power. Successfully transforming infected people. Zhong Lirui pondered. For a moment, his eyes widened, and he spoke absent-mindedly, Sunyan. Besides our wedding night, the day I first returned from Jinshan with Xiaoya's ashes, and the night you rescued me, have you also sung for me? After Zhong Lirui's reminder, Di Sunyan paused for a moment, then nodded gently, a complex expression flitting across her eyes. Yes, Rui. That night, you had a high fever and were in critical condition. Did you know, your temperature soared over 40 degrees Celsius, and you even let out a terrifying growl. Rui, at that moment, I told everyone to leave. I held my gun in one hand, and tried to save you with the other. In those final moments, I simply couldn't bring myself to do it, so I held you and sang, ready to die with you. Unexpectedly, at dawn, you suddenly improved. And when you arose, you were incredibly strong. You instantly broke the straps that bound the patient. Zhong Lirui stepped forward and hugged Di Sunyan tightly. So that's how it really is. Sunyan, if you hadn't stood by me that night, if you hadn't been willing to live and die with me until the very end, and sang for me, my fate that day would have been the same as Xiaoya's. Thank you, my dear, you truly didn't give up on me until the very last moment. Silly boy, don't say such things. Di Sunyan hugged Zhong Lirui tenderly back. Didn't you do the same on our wedding day? That day, at the 22nd hour of my transformation, you looked into my bloodshot eyes, put down your gun, and coaxed me into saying you wanted to learn singing. You were really just thinking about waiting for my death with me, right? Thank you too, my dear. You really did it exactly like the vows you made at your wedding. I love you. I love you too, Zhong Lirui said affectionately. Chen Xiaoyao shook his head in frustration. Brother, sister-in-law, you're just giving a double blow to a single guy like me, aren't you? Realizing they had gone too far, Zhong Lirui and Di Sunyan quickly let go of him awkwardly. Sister Xiaoyao, I'm sorry, the couple said awkwardly. Well, today we figured out how you two, a couple, managed to transform successfully into new humans. Chen Xiaoyao managed to regain his composure and said, the discovery we made today is of great significance. If any of our companions ever encounter the same situation Xiaoya and Brother Yuan faced, perhaps they can be saved. Perhaps we won't have to pull the trigger on a dying comrade again. At the mention of Xiaoya and Lu Yuan, both Zhong Lirui and Di Sunyan wore heavy expressions. Zhong Lirui pondered for a moment, then said, our discovery today is of great significance. From now on, we must proceed with even greater caution. I have a feeling this discovery might attract a lot of attention, and even cause unnecessary trouble for you, Sunyan. So, in the future, if we have the opportunity, and we're fully protected, we can test the effectiveness of your singing. Chen Xiaoyao and Di Sunyan both nodded in agreement. They knew this discovery not only affected their own future, but also the fate of the entire world. It would be best not to make such a significant discovery public. Well, that's enough business, Qin Xiaoyao said, turning to Tsushima. Tsushima, thank you for your hard work. Go and rest. No, second miss, you're too polite. I take my leave. After Tsushima left, Qin Xiaoyao asked, brother, sister-in-law, what's the personal matter you wanted to discuss? Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan exchanged a glance before gently addressing Qin Xiaoyao. It's about Xiaofeng. Xiaoyao, Xiaofeng and the other warriors are only 3 years old. While she's an absolute expert in combat, how can she interact with others? When it comes to common sense, living together is no different from children. Xiaofeng might have heard me talking to you last time. That's why she called me dad on the public channel during the battle. Your sister-in-law and I have discussed Xiaofeng's situation. Let's adopt her as our adopted daughter, letting her grow up in a normal environment within the family Xinyan, and I have created. What do you think about this, sister? Adopt Xiaofeng, for adopted daughter, to give her a family. Qin Xiaoyao said, stunned. Countless memories flashed through Qin Xiaoyao's mind. To save her sister, her father used her genes to clone 100 children. Although she resisted at the time, to save her sister, she chose to remain silent. 100 living. In the end, only 12 of Xiaofeng and the others remained. Based on the successful data from Xiaofeng and the others, my father injected a modified version of the enhanced gene into my sister's body. For a time, my sister recovered, until another accident caused her to return to a vegetative state. From then on, she could only survive in a state-of-the-art petri dish. After my sister's accident again, my enraged father used Xiaofeng and the others to force the first phase of the Terminator project forward, obtaining essential data that would later fuel the Doom project. At the time, all I could do was try to save Xiaofeng and the others' lives, even though my father scoffed at my actions, calling them completely unnecessary. I once thought it was a form of atonement, a way of doing my best. But now, faced with Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan's sincere actions, Qin Xiaoyao felt a deep sense of guilt and remorse. Yes, I had saved their lives. But how could I not have realized that their adult forms were the result of my father's company's forced activation of the life accelerator system? In reality, they were all 3-year-olds. Why hadn't I thought about giving these children a home like Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan did? My father and Changsheng Life Science Group had wronged the world, and now, Zhongli Rui and Di Xinyan before me were once again trying to repair and atone for it. Thinking of this, a surge of guilt brought Qin Xiaoyao to tears. Brother, sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. The wrongs my father and I had done, the sins we had committed against this world, are being remedied bit by you. I'm guilty, I'm guilty. Chapter 131. Seeing Xiaoyao burst into tears due to self-blame, Zhongli Rui was at a loss as to what to do. Di Xinyan stepped forward, gently hugged Qin Xiaoyao, patted his shoulder, and soothed him softly. Xiaoyao, don't blame yourself. We all know you're a kind person. Everyone has their past. Don't blame yourself too much. After all, Xiaofeng survived thanks to your efforts. If you feel guilty towards her, let's work together to create a better future for her. So, if Xiaofeng calls me and Arui mom and dad, she have to call you aunt, right? Zhongli Rui was stunned. Aunt? Why did he suddenly think of a famous martial arts novel? Qin Xiaoyao wiped away his tears, took a deep breath, smiled wryly, and nodded. Yes. Sister-in-law, you're right. Thank you, brother, sister-in-law. I will spend the rest of my life making up for the mistakes I made. From today on, I am Xiaofeng's aunt. Great. That's the spirit we need. Di Xinyan patted Qin Xiaoyao's shoulder and smiled. Zhongli Rui also smiled warmly. Okay, now that everyone's decided, let's go see Xiaofeng, Zhongli Rui suggested. Okay. Everyone smiled at each other and headed to the infirmary. In the infirmary, Xiaofeng, who had already woken up, saw Zhongli Rui, Di Xinyan, and Qin Xiaoyao coming to visit her and hurriedly tried to get up. Xiaofeng, since you called me daddy, then be obedient and lie down. Zhongli Rui gently stopped her. Yes. Commander, daddy, Xiaofeng said hesitantly. From now on, call me dad in private. In public, just call me commander as before. Zhongli Rui said calmly. Xiaofeng, today, your mother and I have discussed this. From today on, you are my goddaughter. Di Xinyan is your mother. Oh, and from today on, you can call your second Miss Second Aunt. From now on, we are all family. And Xiaofeng, today, I give you my surname. Zhongli. From today on, your name is Zhongli Xiaofeng. Zhongli. Xiaofeng? Xiaofeng's eyes widened, and she repeated in a daze, is this my new name? It's called a name. Before, your given name was Xiaofeng. From today on, your surname is Zhongli. Combining your given name and surname makes for a complete name for ordinary people like us, my dear daughter, Di Xinyan explained gently. Dad, Mom, second aunt, home, my name. Xiaofeng smiled, a smile like a melting glacier. Tears quietly fell from her eyes. With tears in her eyes, Xiaofeng smiled with excitement. I have a home? Zhongli Rui stepped forward and touched Xiaofeng's head as if she were a child. Daughter, yes, from now on, this is your home. This community is your home. We are your true family. I am your dad. Yes. Dad. I love you, I love Mom, and I love second aunt. Don't worry, Xiaofeng is an excellent soldier, and I will protect your safety with my own life. Xiaofeng vowed. No, child, Zhongli Rui said sincerely, his eyes piercing. You are a good, innocent child. From today on, Mom, Dad, and Auntie, we will all protect you. Family is about keeping each other together for warmth. We will protect each other, we will care for each other. I know that now, and for some time to come, it is inevitable for both you and me to return to the battlefield. But daughter, promise me from now on, never recklessly take risks on the battlefield without regard for your own safety. We need victory, but Dad wants you to live well even more. Do you understand? Hearing this, Xiaofeng looked hesitantly at Di Xinyan and Chen Xiaoyao. Both girls smiled and nodded in agreement. I understand, Dad. Zhongli Rui said with satisfaction, don't worry, child. Dad, Mom, and second aunt will all have a lot to teach you later. We slowly teach you. Okay. Xiaofeng nodded earnestly, like an obedient child. That day, Xiaofeng became the adopted daughter of Zhongli Xiaofeng, Zhongli Rui, and Di Xinyan. And Chen Xiaoyao, as Zhongli Rui's god-sister, also became Xiaofeng's second aunt. And, technically, Yang also became Xiaofeng's eldest aunt, because, in terms of age, Yang is older than Zhongli Rui, who is older than Chen Xiaoyao. So, in this family, Yang is the eldest sister, Zhongli Rui is the second brother, and Chen Xiaoyao is the third sister. As night fell, Zhongli Rui, holding his beloved wife in his arms, still lamented the day's events. Xinyan, our family is bustling again, Zhongli Rui said calmly. Ever since my parents passed away, it's been so quiet. Yes, Di Xinyan said, empathizing. After the zombie crisis, most of us lost family members and homes. Today, we rebuilt our extended family in a special way. Well, this feeling is so long overdue, and it's truly reassuring. Yes. Zhongli Rui placed a kiss on Di Xinyan's head and reached for the desk lamp. Di Xinyan's face flushed. At that moment, Zhongli Rui's phone screen lit up. Forced to shut down, Zhongli Rui reluctantly grabbed his phone and discovered it was Nighthawk calling. He answered. In this world, phone calls, text messages, and the internet all rely on satellites. The satellite system remains intact. When the apocalyptic crisis erupted, the authorities temporarily made all phone calls free to ensure smooth communication. So even now, cell phones, satellite phones, still work normally, and the internet is working fine. Walkie-talkies are also free, as long as they're charged. Hello? Sister? Hearing the word sister, Di Xinyan gave a mysterious smile. Once, that title belonged to her. But after she forbade Zhongli Rui from calling her sister, it somehow ended up belonging to Nighthawk Luisin. Brother Rui. I'm so sorry to bother you so late. But Mao is critically ill. I take him to your neighborhood right now. Please, sister-in-law, save him. Nighthawk's tone was filled with anxiety. Di Xinyan heard the voice. At her glance, Zhongli Rui handed the phone directly to Di Xinyan. Hello? Sister-in-law, I'm here. Don't worry, tell me what's going on. This evening, he was in good spirits. Mingqi had stopped the bleeding, bandaged him, and used anti-inflammatory medication. We had planned to bring Mao here tomorrow. But starting this evening, he suddenly developed a high fever. Now, it's 39.2 degrees Celsius. He's also having convulsions and talking nonsense. Di Xinyan's heart tightened, thinking, oh no! Mao's legs were blown off in battle, and then he was transported through a bumpy tunnel to the Huaduo community. He didn't get enough rest or treatment. With the decline of yang energy at night, his body suddenly couldn't hold on. We get ready immediately. Hurry and bring Mao here, Di Xinyan said as she stood up and dressed. Okay. Ying hung up the phone. Home community, in the emergency room. Mao, with only his thighs left after losing both of his calves, lay groaning in pain on the emergency bed. Di Xinyan, Gu Anqi, and Ai Shirley, already dressed in nurse uniforms, were performing first aid on Mao. Outside the ward, Lu Mingqi waited anxiously. Di Xinyan didn't let Lu Mingqi help with the first aid because she was already sobbing and distraught. The temperature is 39.3 degrees Celsius, and his pulse is weak. Ah Mao, lying on the bed, was unconscious and groaning in pain. Di Xinyan stared at the instrument closely, sweat already beading on her forehead. Gu Anqi stepped forward and wiped the sweat off him. The temperature is 40.1 degrees Celsius. Master, he's... Gu Anqi said solemnly. Ugh, A low growl escaped from Mao's mouth. Di Xinyan was startled by the sound and immediately ordered, apply the bandages. Anqi, surely retreat. Gu Anqi, huh? Master, what are you doing? Ai, surely. Master, Mao just wants to. His condition is very similar to Rui's last time. However, Mao's injuries are more serious this time. Di Xinyan said solemnly, you should all get out immediately. If anything happens, I have the body of a super soldier and can handle it. Besides, I have my junior sister here, right? Aside, Wen Yingying, fully armed, nodded, yes, disciples, your master is concerned about your safety. Retreat. Gu Anqi and Ai surely exchanged a glance, nodded, applied the bandages to Mao, and then left the emergency room. Outside the emergency room, Lu Mingqi saw Gu Anqi and Ai surely coming out and hurried forward. Senior Sister Anqi, Senior Sister Li, how is Mao? It's very bad, Gu Anqi said solemnly. Mao has lost consciousness, has a high fever, and is showing signs of mutation. Master told us to retreat first. She and her uncle are still trying to save Mao, Ai surely added, shaking her head. What? No. Mao, hold on. Lu Mingqi covered her mouth in fear, her voice filled with despair. At this moment, Xiaofeng, who had been transferred outside the emergency room, used the sensors to see. She hesitantly said to Zhong Lirui beside her, Dad. Commander, the sensors show that Mao's vital signs have disappeared. What? Zhong Lirui exclaimed in shock. Mao, his vital signs have disappeared. Just as Zhong Lirui was still in shock, a voice rang out from the emergency room. Use the AED? Compressions. Use the ventilator. It seemed like the sound of emergency care for a dying patient. 30 minutes later, the sound stopped. Di Xinyan walked out of the emergency room and approached Ying and Lu Mingqi. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion and sadness. Auntie. I'm so sorry. Mingqi, I'm sorry. What? Ying's eyes widened, and he covered his mouth. Mao. Lu Mingqi wailed, no. Mao. This isn't true. This isn't true. She stumbled into the emergency room. At this point, Mao's head was covered with a white cloth. The nearby instrument indicated that his pulse had stopped. Lu Mingqi's cries echoed in the empty emergency room. With trembling hands, she gently lifted the white cloth covering Mao's face. That face, once full of life and smiles, was now pale and still, lifeless. Her heart felt torn apart, tears blurring her vision. She couldn't accept this cruel reality. Mao, wake up! Didn't you promise to go home with me? Didn't you promise to marry me? Mao, husband, wake up, wake up! Lu Mingqi choked, her voice filled with despair and unwillingness.